3 days had passed since the kingdom delegation arrived at Aidekbo. Mararta, are you mocking me? Why, your majesty, I would never dream of it. In a room of the Aidekbo, Lord of the Realms Hall. On his knees, with his head bowed, was Knight Commander Mararta, being reprimanded in front of Duke Zlaransu. Other than the chamberlain who served the Lord, there was only one other person in the room. That person had a faint smile and looked mockingly at the reprimanded Knight Commander. However, he kept his mouth shut. He knew that Duke Zlaransu hated it more than anything when someone interrupted him. Mararta, it's been 2 months. What does it mean that even after 2 months you still can't confirm the state of the World Tree? We have sent out the knights and adventurers, but not a single one has returned. I've heard that. It is your duty as the Knight Commander to do something about it. Haha, I apologize. Saying that, Knight Commander Mararta bowed his head even lower in apology. Really, if you had even a tenth of Guja's abilities, you would be able to handle this much. Right, Guja? Duke Zlaransu said as he looked at the captain of the guard, Guja standing beside him. Guja's faint smile had already disappeared, and he bowed his head with a serious expression. Though I am honored by your words, there are various circumstances that prevent the Knight Commander from proceeding as he wishes. I have heard that discipline in the Knight Order has loosened recently. It is only natural that with such subordinates, reaching the World Tree would be impossible. You bastard! Mararta, furious at Guja's sarcasm, shouted. But, hold your tongue, Duke Zlaransu reprimanded once more. I apologize. Knight Commander Mararta, having completely lost the Lord's trust, could only apologize. At least Guja has managed to cut down branches from the World Tree and bring them back. He has produced results. However, I fear that those results may be the cause of the World Tree passing away. Are you arguing back with that pathetic performance? Are you saying that my order to cut down the branches of the World Tree was wrong? And no. With Duke Zlaransu saying that, Mararta had nothing to retort. The command to cut down branches from the World Tree was indeed given by Duke Zlaransu 3 months ago, and Guja, standing beside him, had brought back the cut branches from the World Tree to Aidekbo. These facts were undeniable. Simultaneously, it was also true that reports of disturbances in the forest began to emerge afterward. Those reports should have reached Duke Zlaransu, but they likely did not reach him personally. Those around him were suppressing them, because such reports would undoubtedly upset Duke Zlaransu. Such reports, which would make no one happy, were meant to be suppressed. If the Knight Order is unreliable, then what should we do? Duke Zlaransu pondered. Even he wanted to know what the current state of the World Tree was. It was just a tree, but then a thought struck him. Speaking of which, there are useful people staying here. Lord Dan, what does this mean? This was the office of the Deputy Chancellor. Deputy Chancellor Dan was the negotiation head from the Aidekbo side. Entering the room with a piece of paper in hand was Ignis, the chief negotiator from the kingdom side. That said, Ignis was not one to storm in angrily. He remained polite and soft-spoken. Ignis, I apologize, the Majesty has. Deputy Chancellor Dan frowned and spoke sincerely with regret. Of course. The negotiations between the two nations had reached a critical point. They had reached a stage where signing could be possible within the next day or two. However, if the Lord intervened and the content endangers the adventurers of the other country, it would be a heavy burden to bear. The request from the Lord of Aidekbo was, until the kingdom's adventurers observe the state of the World Tree and report to the Aidekbo government, all negotiations must be suspended. I see. But even Duke Zlaransu, this is rather excessive, to say the least. While Ignis maintained his usual gentle expression and manner of speaking, his eyes were not smiling, and those eyes struck Deputy Chancellor Dan with an intangible pressure. I understand. I truly apologize. The Chancellor also tried to speak directly to His Majesty, but he couldn't meet with him. Moreover, I heard that Knight Commander Mararta, who failed to gather information on the World Tree, was dismissed. I am truly sorry. The Deputy Chancellor Dan looked as if he might burst into tears. For him, negotiating trade with one of the major powers in the Central Nations was a once-in-a-lifetime task, and just when it was about to be completed, he was interrupted. Moreover, by his own lord. It was understandable that he would feel like crying. Even for Ignis, who had gained considerable experience as a negotiator, he could deeply empathize with those feelings. Thus, in the end, he could only say one thing. I will take it back and consult. So, you mean to say that unless we obtain information about the World Tree, the negotiations will be cut off? Yes. I can only feel ashamed for this situation despite saying to leave everything to me. Hugh McGrath, head of the Kingdom Delegation, and Ignis, chief negotiator of the Kingdom Delegation, were discussing in the dining hall of the inn Spring Sun where they were staying. In front of Hugh were the papers that Ignis had brought to the Chancellor's office earlier, along with the papers detailing the negotiation results. The negotiation contents are excellent. With this, even the noisy folks back home will quiet down. Moreover, especially the last clause is good. We will receive guidance from the Night Order to our next target country, Schultz. Yes, the content has become satisfactory, but Hugh praised the content, while Ignis frowned and shook his head regarding matters outside the content. I've heard that neither the knights nor adventurers have returned in these past 2 months. Indeed. Thus it is highly likely that troublesome events are occurring. We should send out scouts to gather information in advance, but the Lord wouldn't permit such leisurely actions. As for the report, it means, go, see, and come back. While there may be no urgent need to resolve anything, what should we do? Head of the Kingdom delegation, Hugh McGrath, came to the moonlit invitation mansion with his thoughts in mind. However, it still wasn't at a state where he could call it a decision. The guard responsibility party of the moonlit invitation mansion was Room 10. It was one of the only 2 B-rank parties in the Kingdom delegation. Of course, while the other B-rank party, Coffee Maker, was equally matched in terms of combat power, there was one major difference. That was, "Hey, Hugh, what's wrong? I don't think we had a meeting here or anything." In front of him stood a water attribute mage. You never know what could happen. You never know what might come out. You have no idea how it will turn out. If you were to throw yourself into such a situation, you should choose the strongest force. Hugh made his decision upon seeing Rio. "Rio, I have something to discuss with you and the 3 from Room 10. Who would have thought that the success or failure of the negotiations would rest on our shoulders? We can't afford to fail. A one-way trip of 10 kilometers means a round trip of 20 kilometers. That's 5 hours of walking. Should we clear all the trees along the way to the area where the world tree is located using guillotine and go in a straight line?" Nils understood the serious situation. Ito confirmed, Ammon calculated, and Rio suggested the best method. Of course, Rio was the only one who thought it was the best idea. "No, I want us to resolve this peacefully." The leader, Hugh McGrath, rejected Rio's solution. "It can't be helped then. It seems we're going to walk normally, Nils." "That's right. Everyone but Rio was planning to just walk through the forest." Rio sighed as he spoke, and Nils responded with a deep sigh of his own. The 4 of them set off at 7 in the morning. Yesterday, they received the request to explore the world tree from Hugh and chose to depart after spending the night. Even in a normal forest, the nighttime woods are not a place for humans to venture, especially in the forest of jet black. Even Nils, the B-rank scout leading the scouting unit Coffee Maker, strongly opposed reconnaissance in the nighttime forest of jet black, a forest so dangerous that even scouts refuse to enter at night. Risks should be minimized as much as possible. Great disasters should be reduced to small ones, and small ones should be made safe. If you don't want to die, assessing risks is absolutely necessary. The forest is actually quite close to the walls. While looking at the walls surrounding Adekbo and the forest from outside the walls, Nils said, "The walls are about 5 meters high, right? But the trees in the forest are also quite tall." Ito commented as he compared the heights of the walls and the trees. Rio remained silent, tilting his head. Seeing this, Ammon asked, "Rio-san, what's wrong?" "Well, there are no monster responses within a 1-kilometer radius." Rio's passive sonar could pick up information within about a 1-kilometer radius. However, there were no monsters at all within that area. Additionally, there were also no responses from ordinary animals. "That's certainly strange," Ito replied. This was the forest. Forests typically host many monsters and animals compared to flatlands, yet having nothing within a 1-kilometer radius is abnormal for any forest. "Anyway, let's proceed carefully," Nils stated, and the other 3 nodded. They were the fit members of Room 10. Even though they were in a forest, a 20-kilometer round trip shouldn't tire them out. However, they didn't know what could happen. That's why these 4 were chosen. The abnormal occurrence happened at the midpoint between Adekbo and the World Tree. "A tremendous number of monsters are coming this way. There are over 500 wolfmen." "What the heck?" Nils exclaimed in disbelief at Rio's report. "Wolfmen do tend to act in groups, but usually they number around 50 at most. Over 10 times that? What kind of joke was that? What are they after?" "Rio, is it possible to pass by with an ice wall?" "Probably." Nils assessed the situation, and Rio nodded. He nodded, but he couldn't say for sure for another reason. "From behind the wolfmen now there are snakes." "So many, eh?" Priest Ito grimaced and was left speechless at Rio's additional report. It seemed Ito had a dislike for snakes. Of course, Rio wasn't too fond of them either. "For now, let's use the ice wall 10-layer package." A wall of ice appeared, surrounding the 4 of them, and after a while, it appeared. Countless wolves, their eyes gleaming, were heading straight for them. However, it seemed the 4 weren't the focus as they crashed into the ice wall and flowed backward. Bang, 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 it felt like an endless stream of wolves, and then came the flow of snakes, and then, next are the wild boars. The boa types are coming, Rio reported with a sigh. Seriously? Nils responded with a sigh of his own, and Ito and Ammon sighed without saying a word. At that moment, Nils made a decision. Rio, can you maintain this ice wall while we move? Yes, that's possible. Good, then, keep the ice wall around us and let's walk towards the world tree. Nils's decision was met with nods from Ito, Ammon, and Rio. Even if there was a flow of monsters that could stop at any moment, time was limited. Even if they had calculated enough time, if they couldn't return to Adek Bo before nightfall. Even these four, who had gained ample experience as adventurers, felt a chill at the thought of spending the night in this forest of jet black. Even with Rio's ice wall. Rio slightly altered the shape of the ice wall, making it more aerodynamic. He sharpened the point leading towards the world tree to make it easier to split the flow of monsters. The split flow of monsters passed by the side of the ice wall, rejoining behind the four of them and flowing onward. Unless one imagined a scenario where the ice wall would suddenly break, it could be said that it was quite a spectacular sight. The boa types included not just lesser boas, but also normal boas and occasionally even greater boas mixed in. All of the boas came with glaring red eyes, filled with killing intent as they flowed by. At first, I thought something terrifying was chasing us. Yeah, it seems different. It feels like they're not fleeing but trying to attack. When Rio shared his thoughts, Priest Ito agreed. After a few thousand boa types flowed by, Rio sensed something else approaching. However, this is a monster I don't recognize, about 10 meters long. If Rio doesn't know it, it must be something that isn't found around Run. Nils replied as he pondered Rio's words. Then it appeared. They're coming, over 10 meters long and over 3 meters tall. The shape was a gigantic caterpillar. A caterpillar the size of a large trailer was rushing towards them at highway speeds, thousands of them. For some, it could be a traumatizing sight, but what Rio thought was, if it had lots of eyes, it would be like the insect king from some anime. The caterpillar in front of them had no visible eye-like parts, only thin, tentacle-like appendages writhing. Ah, that's a caterpillar. It seemed Nils was familiar with this caterpillar. Caterpillar is the English name for it? Rio's murmured observation was too quiet, drowned out by the surrounding commotion. I can see its body surface is slightly red. Ito also seemed to know this caterpillar. I believe it turns red when it's angry. Ammon too seemed to be aware of this caterpillar. Why does everyone know about this? Rio was the only one who didn't know. Feeling a bit down, Rio sighed lightly. Seeing this, Ito explained with a wry smile. We all saw it when we went on a request in the northern part of the kingdom. It's a monster not found in the southern part where Run is, so it's understandable that Rio doesn't know it. As expected of B-rank adventurers. They were flying all over the kingdom, unlike reclusive Rio. Since still I won't lose, who exactly is Rio fighting against? At Rio's mumbling, Nils sighed softly and interjected. The first volume of Water Attribute Mage ranked second in the Amazon gift ranking today on May 2nd, which means it's a work that can be confidently recommended to others. A work that I definitely want close friends to read. That's how I interpreted it on my own. So to all the readers, please recommend Water Attribute Mage to as many people as possible. For those who want to know more, it's written in the activity report. Travel has become quite easy now. Well, I suppose. It's a straight road, isn't it? If they encountered something like that, it's understandable why the adventurers and knights couldn't return. Rio shared his thoughts, Nils agreed, Ammon stated the facts, and Ito contemplated the tragedies that those who hadn't returned must have faced. After the caterpillar had passed, all the trees had been knocked down, creating a straight road. While monsters like wolves, snakes, and boars moved around the trees, the caterpillar pushed them down and advanced. As a result, the four of them were able to smoothly approach the world tree via the path the caterpillar had cleared. Then, Rio's passive sonar detected an unusual anomaly compared to before. Sonar? According to the magical exploration, there's something ahead about 800 meters away, taller than 1 kilometer. Huh! In response to Rio's report, Nils asked back with a bewildered tone. Then all four of them looked toward the distance of about 800 meters. Ordinarily, it's a forest, but over a kilometer tall. Yeah, I think it's probably the world tree, Nils said. Ammon affirmed it. Ito asked for confirmation, and Rio answered. It didn't look like there was anything there. No way, active sonar. Active sonar is usually more precise than passive sonar. Just as I thought. There are probably a large number of Rafflesia imposters sticking to the surface of the world tree. Rafflesia imposters, those invisible plant-type monsters. The three from room 10 recalled the time they had gone out to search for a crossing point and had been paralyzed by the poison released by that monster. Moreover, they hadn't been able to see that plant-type monster until it was frozen in ice. Is that thing on the surface of the world tree? Yes, most likely there are thousands or even tens of thousands. Indeed, if that's the case, it makes sense that they wouldn't be visible. If we get closer, we'll get paralyzed again, right? Nils, Ryo, Ito, and Ammon honestly didn't want to fight. Ryo's ice coffin could indeed contain it, but we're here to explore, not to fight or resolve anything. After confirming to a certain extent, let's retreat without engaging. Ito made the most realistic suggestion. Yes, the reason the four of them came was strictly for confirmation. They just needed to confirm and report back. The world tree exists, but there are many invisible plant-type monsters sticking to it. However, the situation progressed beyond their expectations. Something is falling from the sky. As Ryo said this, the three others looked up. People, humanoid monsters, three coming this way. They were humanoid monsters none of Nils, Ito, or Ammon had ever seen before. Three of them landed in front of the four. They were not human, gray all over, faceless, with no eyes, nose, mouth, or ears, nothing. It was immediately clear they were monsters. However, standing at a height of 180 centimeters, bipedal, with a one-handed sword in its right hand and a small shield in its left. And as they landed, they immediately assumed a stance, exuding a murderous intent. Could it be the rumored Shadow Stalker? Either way, we have no choice but to fight. Ammon and Ryo will engage in close combat. Ito will provide support from the back. The moment Nils gave the orders, the three of them charged forward. Clang, clang, whoosh. Dual encounters occurred at three locations. The Shadow Stalker was strong. It was matching blows with Nils and Ammon, both B-rank swordsmen. Of course, it was also fighting Ryo. Abel is Abel alive. While engaged in the sword fight, Ryo was speaking to Abel through the echo of the soul. Yeah, I'm alive, but I'm a bit busy right now, huh? You're fighting a rare one, a Shadow Stalker. Plus, I've never seen one equipped with weapons. Abel's knowledge is indeed convenient. If you get kicked out by His Majesty the King, you should start a guide for adventurers. You'll definitely make a living. What do you mean, an adventurer guide? That said, Shadow Stalkers are strong, be careful. They are said to be phantoms created by the forest. The larger the forest, the more powerful they become. For something called a phantom, it certainly has a physical form, right? It's even holding a sword and blocking with a shield. It's probably the weapon of an adventurer who died in the forest. The meaning behind phantom is that they don't possess a magic stone, or was it? I'm not too familiar with monsters you rarely see in the kingdom. While listening to Abel's explanation, the sword fight between Ryo and the Shadow Stalker continued. The Shadow Stalker's swordsmanship was faithful to the basics. It was strange for a monster to be faithful to the basics, but it resembled the sword styles of Abel and Ammon. It was the Hume-style swordsmanship, as it is known in the kingdom. Because of that, Ryo found it somewhat familiar. That's why I can read it. Having previously received attacks with Murakumo, Ryo showed that he would also evade the current attack. He sidestepped as the Shadow Stalker swung down its sword in a crosswise manner, and in the moment it lost its balance, he decapitated it in a single stroke. As the head fell, the Shadow Stalker vanished. The one-handed sword and small shield it used fell to the ground. Almost simultaneously, Ammon and Nils also defeated their respective Shadow Stalkers. Phew, that was a bit tricky. These swords and shields belong to adventurers or knights who died in the forest, don't they? Nils and Ammon exchanged such conversation, and just as Ito and Ryo were about to join them, a voice echoed around them. Children of man, I ask you, what is your purpose for visiting the forest? It sounded like it was coming from all around them, or perhaps resonating from the depths of the earth. It was a first-time experience for all four of them. What is this? Is it the voice of the forest itself? Nils and Ammon exchanged whispers. What a fantasy, to hear the voice of the forest. This is a phenomenon we haven't seen in Sira, and the forest of the West Ryo felt excitement rise within him at the thought. Naturally, the negotiator would be Priest Ito. A reason for visiting is to understand the current state of the world tree. We are certainly not here to fight or to harm the forest. The battle with the three earlier was not our intention. Perhaps because she was a priest who had dedicated herself to the divine, she held her ground confidently, even though the other party was likely the forest itself. Ryo was honestly impressed by her demeanor. Just as expected of Ito, you're incredibly reliable in situations like this. I agree, but Ryo, why are you glancing at me while saying that? It's not like it has a deep meaning or anything. Ryo hurriedly averted his gaze in response to Nils's question. While sensing such a scene beside him, Ito approached the negotiation with the pitch-black forest even more relaxed than before. Surely the two weren't intending to do so. I understand that although you possess sufficient strength, you have come without harming the dwellers of the forest. Is it referring to the fact that we moved all this while surrounded by ice walls, not defeating monsters carelessly, even though we were strong enough to defeat Shadow Stalkers? Ryo considered such thoughts. Then Nils's decision to move while surrounded by ice walls had proven to be correct. The weak become nourishment for the strong. This is the law of the forest. The children of man may hunt those who live in the forest freely if they choose. However, the children of man who dwell in the towns have broken the pact. They broke the pact that states to not touch the tree, cutting branches and bringing them back. Therefore, you are not permitted to come any closer. That means, yeah, 3 months ago there were rumors that Duke Zlaransu ordered branches to be cut from the world tree and brought to Adekbo. Ammon and Ito exchanged such conversation. It seemed it was something they had heard in town. "Oh, great one, I understand. Your response is sufficient. I will bring this back to the town and report." Ito said this and bowed. They probably think they are the forest, but since I don't know how to address them, I chose to call them "Oh, great one," as expected of Ito. I wonder what would have happened if it was Nils instead. "Hey, Rio. You were definitely thinking something incredibly rude, weren't you?" Nils, having seen through Rio's thoughts, received a wide-eyed response from him. "You figured it out well. No, you should at least lie and say that's not true." Nils sighed deeply as he said this. On the way back, we did not encounter any monsters. Just once, we saw a large swarm of caterpillars moving from the direction of Adekbo towards the world tree in the distance. "How should I put it? It's a surprisingly violent yet orderly march," Rio remarked. "Yeah, I can see why it was hard for you to express that," Ito replied. This conversation took place between Rio and Ito as they observed the movement of the caterpillars. The giant caterpillars pushed down and broke the surrounding trees as they advanced. However, compared to the faintly red bodies we had seen coming from the direction of the world tree, it wasn't scary at all. In an attempt to express this feeling, Rio struggled and ended up with the phrase, "violent yet orderly." As expected of Ito, you understand this painful feeling of struggle. If it were Nils, I'm sure. "Hey, Rio, I can hear you," Nils interjected. It seemed like he had indeed heard them. Of course he would. He was walking right next to Rio. "What I meant to say was that I hope Nils would understand." "Really?" Rio quickly defended. "That's definitely a lie," Nils shot back. "How did you find out?" "In this world, there are lies that are easily found out." "I feel like Nils has become sharper lately," Ito noted. "I don't understand how that conclusion came from our conversation," Nils replied, baffled. "Being sharp is a good thing for a swordsman, I think." Sure. Of course, the ability to make witty retorts in conversation doesn't always correlate with swordsmanship. Nils needs to put in more effort in swordplay." "Yeah, that makes no sense at all. Understanding each other can be quite difficult." "Well, unlike when we came from the world tree, the caterpillars were much calmer this time." "It felt like they had accomplished their goal," Ito commented, and Ammon agreed. "It's the difference between Rio before he got the cake and after he got it," Ammon added. "That's rude. It's the difference between before I got the cake and after I ate it. Please don't mix that up." My bad." It seemed like Rio had added another layer of absurdity to Nils's joke. For some reason, their banter was functioning well. The four of them returned to Adekbo in the afternoon. It was 2 o'clock. As they arrived at a spot where they could see the entire landscape of Adekbo, they were met with a shocking sight. "Oh no, what is this? The castle walls? The wrath of the earth," Rio declared dramatically, sounding like some elder. Nils, Ito, and Ammon were left speechless. For some reason, Rio's last line sounded like something an old elder would say. The massive castle walls that Adekbo had proudly boasted about were completely collapsed on the western half. Furthermore, beyond the walls, likely in the western district, the devastation was severe. But among all this destruction, the most concentrated area of damage seemed to be the Lord of the Realm's mansion. "It's completely gone," Ito muttered, and the other three nodded in agreement. As the four approached the walls, "Hey, you guys over here," a booming voice called out to them. Looking in the direction of the voice, they saw a strong-looking giant man waving. "Hugh-sun," they recognized him. "It seems that everyone from the delegation is gathered around the Grand Master," he continued. "I hope everyone is safe," Ammon said. "The accommodations were all on the eastern shore, so they should be fine." Rio confirmed, with Ammon adding, and Nils giving his usual sensible observation, while Ito expressed hope. "And indeed, it's all right. The entire delegation is safe," Hugh assured them, causing all four to smile with relief. "I see, so that was what happened," Ito explained logically, while Knight Commander Hugh McGrath nodded in understanding. Beside him, Ignis, the chief negotiator and top civil officer, listened intently while nodding repeatedly. "Over here, a swarm of caterpillars broke through the castle walls, and wolfmen, boars, and snakes ravaged the western district. It seems they were after the world tree branches located in the Lord's mansion, and once they found them, they left." After saying this, Hugh paused, grimacing slightly before continuing. "Though there weren't as many casualties as it looks, Duke Zlaransu and several of his aides seem to have been caught up in it. As a result, the trade agreement is now off the table," Ignis added quietly, shaking his head. I apologize for making you all go through that. No, it's not something you should apologize for, Chief Negotiator, Nils hurriedly bowed in response to Ignis's apology. Once the new government was established and things settled down, it was agreed that Adekbo would send a delegation to the kingdom to establish a trade agreement. Though the empire is in between, I wonder how they will handle that. Rio thought but decided not to dwell further on it. There might be secret paths or detours that he didn't know about, or perhaps something else entirely, like using a ship floating in the sky. The image of the Golden Hind, the flying ship he had seen during the War of Kingdom Liberation, popped into Rio's mind. It was incredibly elegant and possessed powerful capabilities. Though he wanted it, he couldn't help but think. It must be expensive. Hearing Rio's mumble, Nils shot him a suspicious glance. No, it's nothing much. I was just wondering how much the aerial battleship Golden Hind we saw during the War of Kingdom Liberation would cost. You're always thinking of outlandish things, Rio, Nils replied, shaking his head lightly. It's 5 trillion florin just for the materials. Ito smiled as she answered, leaving Rio utterly speechless. The Knight Commander of Run, Neville Black, said that, though he said it jokingly, Ito revealed, explaining how she knew such a staggering figure. That's definitely not something one could buy individually. Yeah, that's impossible, Rio lamented, while Nils gave up on making a retort. It was not a ship that could be made individually. Afterward, the Imperial delegation, Alliance delegation, and the small country's delegation merged and set off toward the next country, Schultz, 5 days after the Lord of the Realm's mansion had collapsed. Monsters and forests ran amok, but the people remained subdued. The human turmoil would be in the next country, Schultz. Tomorrow, May 5, there will be 2 postings at 12 o'clock and 21 o'clock. 12 o'clock. Interlude 291, 21 o'clock. Main story 292. In the second part, a very important character will make an appearance in the interlude. I highly recommend reading it. Somehow, in a hurry, I attempted to write about Duke Zlaransu's last moments. There seemed to be a need for it, so it's very short. Suddenly, I'm sorry for bringing this up now. The roar that shook the surroundings echoed. The residents of Adekbo saw it for the first time in their lives. The sight of the massive castle walls crumbling. For some reason, people began to run. Some sat down and stared blankly at the scene, and others stood there just shouting. However, they were not unhappy, because they were able to continue watching that scene. In other words, it meant they had not lost their lives. They were the residents of the eastern shore. The collapsed walls were on the western shore. Those who brought down the walls pressed forward, straight towards the Lord of the Realm's mansion, and pierced it. What is happening? The Lord of the Realm, Duke Zlaransu, shouted. Even the captain of the guard, Guja, who was always by his side, did not understand what was happening at all. Naturally, no one could answer the Lord's question. The answer came from outside the door. It's a disaster. Monsters are, from behind the guard squad member who rushed to report, countless wolfmen were approaching. Why, you fool, close the door. Guja's shout was futilely drowned out by the group of wolfmen that burst in. The captain of the guard left this world without any resistance. What the monsters sought was, Duke Zlaransu couldn't even let out a proper scream. This was because he was surrounded on all sides, wolves, boars, snakes, and the extending tentacles of the caterpillar. Their target was the spear that Duke Zlaransu held in his hand. Needless to say, it was a spear made from a branch of the world tree that he had ordered to be brought. At this point, he finally realized that the root cause of everything lay in that spear, in the orders he had given and in his own foolishness, but it was too late. The caterpillar's tentacles seized the spear. The murderous intent in the eyes of the monsters was still directed at Duke Zlaransu. They knew who had given the orders that led to the branch being broken. The forest knows everything, the activities of the human city, the structure of the human kingdom, and who among the people should be held responsible. Responsibility was demanded. Duke Zlaransu's life came to an end. At that moment, all the aggression of the monsters subsided and a retreat began. On the western shore, there were quite a number of people who barely survived. On the eastern shore, both the residents and the members of the kingdom delegation were completely unharmed. However, the Lord of the Realm's mansion, which had been destroyed at its foundation, ultimately collapsed. I thought it might be good to write this down. Perhaps I might delete or revise it later. As I mentioned, I will be posting the second chapter tomorrow. Today I will be posting 2 chapters. This interlude is the first chapter. To the north of the Corridor Nations, which includes Schultz, lies a vast grassland. It is further north of the forest of jet black surrounding Adekbo. To be precise, it might be more appropriate to call it a desolate land rather than a grassland. It is land that cannot be used for agriculture. As a result, no nation has ever arisen there, and not even a village exists. However, there are those who live in that land. They are the horseback people. people who ride horses, herd sheep, and move from one grassy spot to another to survive. Most of them are said to have migrated from the northern lands of the eastern nations, through the eastern part of the central nations, and further east. In the northern part of the eastern nations, there have traditionally been many ethnic groups that wield powerful cavalry. When a mighty king is born, they can sometimes become a force that even sweeps through the eastern nations. These are some of those people. However, this is a story from over 200 years ago, and currently there is no interaction with the East. Just before the delegation departs from the central nations to the western nations, representatives of the horseback tribes of the corridor gathered together. This is the first time in 200 years. It's decided, a one-eyed man declared in a voice that resonated deep within. At his words, the attendees nodded in unison. Only one person, a young man with red-orange hair who sat in front of the attendees with his arms crossed and eyes closed, remained motionless. He was the man chosen to be the king. "We shall gather under King On from today, and we shall annihilate Schultz." "Oh," the one-eyed man declared, causing the attendees to erupt into enthusiastic shouts. That shout quickly spread beyond the tent, carried from mouth to mouth among the thousands of gathered horseback people. Each of the horseback people returned to their respective tribes to convey the results of this meeting. Of course, since the results of the meeting align with the initial plan, there should be no confusion among any of the tribes. And when all the tribes gather next, it will be with all those who can fight. When will the door open? Exactly 100 days from today, as previously communicated. In response to Juddha's confirmation, King On replied, "It is rather unfortunate that the horseback tribes of the corridor unite for such a reason," King On muttered with a grimace. "It can't be helped. For the past 10 years, each tribe has become a victim of Schultz's child hunting. For me, this is finally," Juddha answered, staring into the distance. Though he leads the largest tribe among the horseback people, he understood that it would be impossible for his tribe alone to take on Schultz. However, if the number of children continues to decline, the horseback people will eventually fade away. After overcoming many difficulties, Juddha finally managed to unite the horseback people, but he understood that this was merely the starting line. The door is located beneath the royal castle's central area. At that time, where will the king and his aides be? If they are in the audience chamber, that would be best. If they are in the office, it will be challenging. Responding while picturing the interior of the royal castle, King On continued. "However, even if it is difficult, we cannot afford to give up. The door opens once every 2 years. If we miss the opportunity in 100 days, it won't open again for another 2 years. "True. Well then, I suppose I should return. What about you, your majesty On?" the one-eyed Juddha asked. To that question, King On answered with a sardonic smile. "The grandson of an exiled clan becomes king? Well, that's fine. I'll join you shortly." "Understood." King On headed towards his aides, who were waiting a short distance away. There were 6 trusted subordinates. "Brother, Soy, during the assault, your magic will be our trump card. I'm counting on you. Leave it to me." The one who called out to her brother, King On, was a cute young woman around 15 years old. On's sister, Soy. Soy seemed genuinely happy to be able to help her brother, whom she trusted deeply. She nodded with a smile that lit up her entire face. The main story, 292, will be posted as usual at 9 p.m. Today I am posting 2 chapters. At noon, I posted a short interlude titled 291. I recommend reading that first. "I can't believe what I'm seeing right now." Rio-san. "This is amazing, isn't it?" Rio was astonished. Ammon was also surprised, and Nils and Ito were left speechless. By the way, the 3 in room 11 seemed to have no idea why the 4 of them were astonished. The sight unfolding before the eyes of the 7, the reason for their speechlessness was, "Why is that crepe shop here in this city?" The shopkeeper was an elderly woman over 70 years old. Customers took the finished products, and from what they could see, the crepes were exactly the same as the ones they had eaten in the kingdom and the empire. Perhaps even the fillings were the same. "Excuse me, I'll have 1 crepe, please." "Sure, thank you. That'll be 1 silver coin." Unable to resist, Rio placed the order, and the old woman skillfully filled it with whipped cream and banana. "Here you go." As Rio received the crepe from the old woman, his hand trembled slightly, and then he bit into it without thinking. In that moment, his eyes widened. He swallowed and opened his mouth. "It's delicious," he couldn't help but whisper. "For this flavor, even angels might defy God's teachings. Yes, it might not be a shame to fall from grace." Ito reacted slightly to Rio's murmur. As expected, it was the usual blend. Rio had whimsically named it the Platinum Diamond Blend. It was the same crepe shop they had encountered first in Witnash, then in the city of Run, the royal capital, and even in the Empire's Gilsbach. And now it had expanded to this country of Schultz. What kind of management philosophy did the top have? Rio had no idea, but there was no need to think about difficult things. Without a doubt, it's that crepe. Rio declared strongly to Ammon, Nils, and Ito. The three nodded in agreement and set out to buy crepes. The second country of the corridor nations, Schultz, was like the first country, Adekbo, a city-state in terms of scale. One city comprised all of its territory. However, a significant difference was that, surrounding the walled city, there were extensive farmlands sprawling outside the walls, which was not the case with Adekbo. Adekbo was a country in the middle of a forest, while Schultz was situated in the middle of flatlands. That said, large merchant caravans rarely visited, making it infrequent even for travelers to arrive, so there were no inns. Only 3 establishments that could barely be called guest houses existed. Thus, the delegation had set up hundreds of tents in the town square to serve as temporary lodging. This was particularly unpopular among the civil officials. It was only natural. Compared to camping out, it was like paradise, but when compared to a proper inn, well, it must have been terrible. Of course, there were no particular complaints from the guards, adventurers, or soldiers. Camping out was commonplace during adventures or operations. They sometimes slept in caves, hollows of large trees, or even in trees. Being able to sleep in a tent was like, well, that might be overstating it, but there were no significant complaints. Rio had a question, but if large merchant caravans don't come, what kind of economy is sustaining a city or country of this scale? It seems there are quite a few nomadic people or horse tribes in the area, and there are apparently trade relations with them. Priest Ito answered Rio's question while looking at the travel handbook. The travel handbook was impressive, but there are also unsettling entries. Unsettling? Yes, since the current king came to power, the relationship with those horse tribes has become very bad. Ito frowned while showing Rio a passage from the travel handbook. Did they rob the treasures of the horse tribes? Rio read that passage aloud. Not just unsettling, it sounded like a flag for something catastrophic to happen. Rio shook his head slightly, lamenting the impermanence of the world. The Western Church has the founder, it says here. Rio was a little curious, so he asked to see the travel handbook. Yes, the person referred to as Founder Nayusama. Ito nodded in response. It seemed that at the central sanctuary, they learned about the history of the Western Church as well. Although they believed in different things, there seemed to be common ground as those who lived for their faith. Is Founder Nayusama a prophet or perhaps the son of a god? Rio's question stemmed from his knowledge of Earth. I don't think he was a prophet. I haven't seen any mention of him being the son of a god either. Priest Ito and Priest Zeke answered based on their learned knowledge. It seemed that the Western Church was entirely different from the Roman Catholic Church on Earth. Perhaps only the ranking of Archbishop was common. Rio nodded to himself. Seeing Rio like that, Ito asked him in return, Hey, Rio, what is it, Ito? What you said earlier about falling from grace, what does that mean? It seemed that Rio's earlier musing, it might not be a shame to fall from grace, piqued her curiosity. Well, the word grace probably made it understandable. That said, Rio didn't know whether the concept of angels falling existed in this world of Phi. After all, was there even a destination to which one could fall after corruption? Devils were not beings that resulted from angels falling, as Michael had clearly stated in the Monsters Encyclopedia Beginner's Edition. Devils were relatively weak for something that would have resulted from a supernatural being's fall. He didn't know about any other similar creatures. Falling from grace means something wholly becoming something evil. In the end, Rio gave that explanation. I see. Ito nodded several times as if she had some understanding. People are weak after all. The expression on Ito's face as she continued was a bit sad. Before the sun completely set, Rio slipped out of the tent and headed back to the crepe shop again. It wasn't because he had discussed falling from grace with Ito and remembered the crepe shop. Of course, it wasn't that he intended to hoard them all for himself. He planned to get 7 to take back for everyone. He would order 8. What? Of course, he would eat one on the way back and then have another with everyone once he got to the tent. However, Rio's plan was foiled. They're already gone. They had been there during the day. It had been bustling. But the crepe shop was no longer there, not because it was closing time, but because it had completely shut down. Everything was gone. What a shame. Rio felt downcast. If he had known this would happen, he should have bought them all at lunchtime. Reluctantly, he decided to settle for the meat skewers next door. Oh, this sauce is exquisite. Whether it was crepes or meat skewers, delicious food was justice. In a dark corner of Schultz. Tomorrow's operation remains unchanged, right? Yes. Are you sure about this? There's a delegation from the Central Nations here. Their delay has overlapped with our plans. It can't be helped. The door is set to open tomorrow at 10. There can be no changes, and it doesn't matter who it is. Everyone in the audience chamber must die. Well then, let's hope nothing happens, Your Majesty Robert Perlo. Your Majesty Rupert, saying that at this timing is ominous. After all, the small nation Adekbo was nearly destroyed before we arrived. As expected of the hero of the kingdom, your strength seems to easily crush small nations. The leader of the imperial delegation, former Emperor Rupert, and the leader of the alliance delegation, former King Robert Perlo, were exchanging such words before their audience. Of course, this was a jab at Hugh McGrath, the leader of the kingdom delegation, who was present in the same room. Those old men, always nagging. Adekbo was the result of the Lord of the Realm's foolish actions. It has nothing to do with us. They know that they're saying it on purpose. It's really irritating. Compared to them, I can see just how wonderful our King Abel is. Hugh was thinking such thoughts in his mind, but on the surface, he completely ignored the conversation between the two. He was about to have an audience with King Gon of the nation Schultz. Even though it was an audience with the king, the room was not very large. It was about the size of 2 basketball courts. Because of that, the number of people from the delegations who could attend the audience was quite limited. Representatives from small nations were not allowed, only the 3 major nations. And even then, only 2 people from each nation. From the Empire, former Emperor Rupert and Count Hans Kirchhoff. From the Alliance, former King Robert Perlo and Captain of the Guard Groan. And from the Kingdom, Hugh McGrath and Chief Negotiator Ignes. Central Nations delegation, please enter. As the herald's voice echoed, the door opened, and 6 representatives from the delegations entered the audience chamber. The audience with the lifeless King Gon of Schultz was nearly coming to an end. However, it did not end as expected. Suddenly, the side door of the audience chamber opened. At the same time, a trigger word for magic rang out. Gehenna, in an instant, flames burst forth from the open door. Before anyone in the audience could understand what was happening, the flames began to spread. Barrier! Interposing his body between the spreading flames and the master, Count Hans Kirchhoff, the right arm of former Emperor Rupert, generated a barrier without incantation. At the same moment, Hugh McGrath grabbed Chief Negotiator Ignes and jumped behind the barrier created by former Emperor Rupert. Almost simultaneously, former King Robert Perlo also deployed a barrier. Count Kirchhoff, I will overlap the barrier. Saying that, without waiting for a reply, he combined his barrier with Hans Kirchhoff's barrier, resynthesizing it into a stronger barrier. The barriers deployed by the two possessed both the properties of a physical barrier and a magic barrier. By using a single trigger word, they could deploy a barrier with both properties, making it favored by high-level mages. This advanced magic was referred to as magic synthesis. This technique is used to amplify the power of magic of the same attribute among multiple individuals, but it is an extremely advanced magical technique. Since the barrier is attributeless magic, it can be synthesized even between mages of different attributes. But in a combat situation, it is not easy to accomplish. Given that they handled it flawlessly in this life-threatening situation, it can be said that former King Robert Perlo's ability as a mage is at a very high level. The successfully synthesized barrier increases hardness by double and reduces magical power consumption by half. Given the unpredictable developments ahead, it is best to minimize magical power consumption. With that in mind, Hugh McGrath was trying to assess the situation. The royal castle was under attack. The attackers seemed to have appeared somewhere near the audience chamber and charged straight at it. As no strange sounds came from outside the audience chamber until the door opened and magic was cast. At the very least, the sound of sword fights was not heard, and the magic that was cast was Gehenna. It is known in the Central Nation's magical system as the highest level of fire attribute magic. Naturally, it is not a spell that an average mage can handle. Unquenchable flames spread out, and fireballs were continuously shot toward the target from the mage herself. It was truly a fatal magic meant to burn everything to ashes. Upon closer inspection, it was a young woman casting the spell. I have to defeat that girl. Hugh understood that now was not the time for such thoughts, but even he felt a twinge of guilt. The audience chamber was already a sea of flames, but in 2 or 3 places, defenses using magic barriers were in place. However, they were all nearing their limits. As he observed, another barrier was shattered and sank into the sea of flames. The king and those around him were nowhere to be found. I have no choice. I will go defeat that mage. Hugh announced so without regard to anyone. Understood. The one who responded was former Emperor Rupert. Former King Robert Perlo, busy maintaining the overlapped barrier with hands, nodded silently. Hugh, upon hearing Rupert's response, slipped through the side of the barrier extended in front and ran toward the center of the flames. In his hand was his beloved sword, the holy sword Galahad. When the female mage casting Gehenna noticed Hugh approaching her, she converged the magic she had been casting over a wide range and launched it at Hugh. Slash. He sliced through the converging Gehenna with his sword. It was normally impossible to cut a top-tier attack spell with a sword. It must have been unexpected for the female mage. Surprise stuck to her expression. And then it quickly changed to fear. "Forgive me." At that moment, the flash of the sword may have dulled just slightly. Of course, it was unconsciously. Hugh swung his sword toward the female mage's neck. Clang. A young man with red-orange hair jumped in between Hugh and the female mage, deflecting Hugh's sword. "I won't let you." Saying that, the young man with red-orange hair stood in front of Hugh. The clash of swords between Hugh and the red-orange-haired youth. Even Hugh, a battle-hardened warrior, was not as sharp as usual due to the slight dullness in his heart and the urgency of the situation. It was not a matter of reason. It was an emotional issue. Strong, Hugh murmured in his heart, not in a technical sense. There might be some openings. However, the strength of heart, that unwavering belief to protect the mage, conveyed itself from his stance with the sword. Hugh understood. This kind of man is strong. He deflected the sword with a large swing and took a back step to create distance. The red-orange-haired man exuded a resolute determination and readied his sword. Hugh also kept his sword at the ready without letting his guard down. As a result, a stalemate was created. Crack, crack. From the right arm of Hans Kirchhoff, who was deploying a barrier, the sound of something hard cracking echoed continuously. "Your Majesty, the magical power stock for replenishing is half depleted." At Hans's report, filled with anguish, former Emperor Rupert frowned. However, a man began to move at that moment. He had been dumbfoundedly watching Hugh's charge, but had not been able to move. Captain of the Guard Groan, protecting former King Robert Perlo. "Please take care of His Majesty Robert Perlo." Groan said that to no one in particular and charged into the center of the flames. The powerful swordsman with red-orange hair, who had been protecting the female mage casting Gehenna, stood against Hugh McGrath. If he was facing Master McGrath, it would not be easy for him to move. Only one remained to protect the female mage, the one-eyed swordsman. Either he would defeat that swordsman or bypass him to approach the female mage. That would ultimately protect former King Robert Perlo. Captain of the Guard Groan charged in with that resolve. He must have anticipated that someone else would come. The one-eyed swordsman positioned himself between Groan and the female mage, blocking Groan's charge. He firmly received Groan's descending sword. Once again, the delegation's charge was thwarted. Everyone thought that, except for one person. There was a man who used everything as a decoy. "Former Emperor," Hugh involuntarily muttered as he caught sight of former Emperor Rupert approaching the female mage from the corner of his vision. On this day, May 6, 2021, the PV for Water Attribute Mage surpassed 70 million views. This is all thanks to the readers who have been reading it. Thank you very much. I will continue to update, so I hope you enjoy reading it. When the audience chamber of the royal castle had turned into a sea of flames, it was not as if the outside of the castle was at peace. Thousands of horseback people had launched an attack on Schultz. Naturally, the castle gates were supposed to be closed, but the horseback people who had been hiding in the city of Schultz for several days attacked the gates, and the gates could not be closed, resulting in the assault. The attacking horseback people ignored the civilians and targeted government facilities. The Night Orders Station, the Guard Station, various ministries, the Royal Castle, and the Square. Damn it, who are these guys? Form a defensive circle centered around the civil officials. Hurry. But His Majesty Rupert is inside the Royal Castle. First, we need to deal with the attack from outside. There's an enemy coming from inside the Royal Castle too. What? His Majesty's safety. The Imperial delegation and their guards were in chaos. That said, they were part of the Imperial army, and their individual strength was high, so they managed to maintain the front line without complete collapse. Within the Royal Castle is the former king. Can an attacker like this kill a man who even Lord Aubrey couldn't kill? Our priority is for us, the outsiders, to survive first. The Alliance delegation and their guards had an incredibly pragmatic approach. Should this be seen as a high regard for former King Robert Perlo? No, it was certainly a high regard. But is that really okay, Alliance Escort Corps? Rio, are you all right? No problem. An attack of this level won't even leave a scratch. The Kingdom delegation and their guards were all inside an ice wall. Damn it, what is this invisible wall? It's no use. We can't break it with magic at all. Tribe leader, what should we do? The tribe that attacked the Kingdom delegation was completely at a loss. They literally had no means to counter Rio's ice wall. On our side, the ice wall is holding fine, but if enemies are coming from inside the royal castle, then there must be enemies in the audience chamber too, right? That would seem so. They're likely fighting at the entrance to the royal castle to prevent us from getting closer. As Rio asked, Nils nodded in agreement. Between the square and the royal castle, for some reason, the horseback people who came out from the royal castle had set up a defensive formation, preventing the Schultz soldiers from entering. Inside the royal castle, there were the Chief Hugh and Chief Negotiator Ignes. Of course, there were also the former Emperor of the Empire and the former King of the Alliance, but well, that was that. Hugh McGrath was a former rank swordsman and a hero of the Great War. If he were alone, he could surely escape from any difficult situation. However, Negotiator Ignes was not the type suited for rough situations. Of course, as the second son of the great noble house of Marquis Hope in the West, he might have learned martial arts to some extent since childhood. There is a possibility, but he was still not the type one could expect combat abilities from. Is Ignes? Yeah, it might be difficult. Nils nodded in agreement with Rio's concern. At that moment, DeLong, the leader swordsman of the coffee makers, ran over. Rio, you can maintain this ice wall by yourself, right? Yes, I'm fine. Good, then I'll leave the defense of the civil officials and D-rank members to you. Nils, we're going to charge into the royal castle with B-rank and C-rank parties to rescue the Grand Master and Ignes. Understood, Nils replied firmly to DeLong's suggestion. He had been thinking the same thing. Hearing this, 3 individuals filled with determination glanced over, Swordsman Harold, Priest Zeke, and Dual-Wielder Gowan from Room 11. Looking at those 3, Rio called out to them. Harold, Zeke, Gowan, please take care of Hugh and Ignes. They seemed surprised by Rio's request. Harold's eyes widened slightly, but he quickly returned to a determined expression. Yes, leave it to us, he said, nodding slightly. Then the 3 of them ran off towards the royal castle, following Nils and Room 10. Meanwhile, Rio remained behind to protect the civil officials. In Rio's heart, he suddenly heard a voice after a long time. Rio, there's something I want to tell you about Schultz. But isn't this quite a situation? Abel, I thought I finally connected with you again, and then you say something so ridiculous. As you can see, we're in the midst of a battlefield. The voice from the Echo of the Soul was, of course, Abel's voice from the royal capital. Could it be an attack from the horseback people? Exactly right. Do you know anything? Yes, I received a report from Marquis Heinlein. The current Schultz government is aiming for the extermination of the horseback people, and they are conducting child hunting among them. They plan to team up with the horseback people, with the heirs of the former Schultz dynasty becoming the kings of the horseback people and attacking Schultz. Rio was taken aback. He was also filled with fear. How far had Marquis Heinlein's intelligence network spread? Beyond the imperial territory, to the forest of Jet Black where Atekbo is located, and even further to the desolate lands, his reach extended. Truly, information is power in practice. How fortunate it is that Marquis Heinlein is on our side. Abel, you should also flatter Phelps, the successor of Marquis Heinlein. What do you mean by flatter? I think we need to prevent a future civil war that will divide the kingdom between King Abel and Marquis Heinlein. Ah, if that happens, I probably won't win, right? Abel replied as if he were completely serious. When that time comes, the outcome will depend on which side can recruit the first duke. In other words, that means me? The first duke of the kingdom was Rio. Then that means I'll win. For once, Abel made a declaration of victory. Why is it Abel's win? It's simple. I will grant Rio the privilege of weekly cake, as expected of Abel. Of course, I will follow you for life. The simulation battle between the king and the chancellor ended with the king's victory. However, Rio quickly returned to reality. No, I shouldn't be joking around with Abel right now. I feel like it's time to move on to the next phase. Ah, don't worry about me. Rio temporarily pushed Abel's thoughts to the back of his mind and focused on the situation before him. Until a moment ago, the delegations from countries other than the kingdom were acting quite separately. At most, the small nations' delegations had grouped together in a corner of the square for a defensive formation. They were being protected by Rio's ice wall. Rio wasn't speaking with Abel while ignoring the situation. He had fought against the Empire and the Alliance before, so it wasn't entirely emotionless to protect them, but the small nation's delegation was a group he needed to protect. He genuinely thought so. That said, even Rio didn't wish for the members of the Imperial delegation or the Alliance delegation to die. He at least saw them as fellow travelers heading toward the same goal of the Western nations, if not comrades. Thus, he watched as they began to come together, and finally, they seemed to have gathered. Ice wall, as he chanted in his mind, ice walls erupted around to protect each of the Imperial and Alliance delegations. He had no intention of boasting about what he was doing, so he deliberately chanted it silently. What the hell? An invisible wall? Damn, it won't break at all. Magic is being repelled. Is this protection? I don't know what's happening, but can we catch our breath? God's blessing. While Rio wanted to deny the last priest's words as being clearly different, he chose to ignore it. After hearing Abel's words, Rio honestly did not feel like defeating the horseback people. The Schultz government had committed acts that could not be defended, such as conducting child hunting to exterminate the horseback people. And if that were true, he could understand the feelings of those who attacked Schultz. If he were called naive, he would have to agree. However, that was just how Rio was, having studied history. No, having dabbled in history, he could not overlook ethnic cleansing. That said, the people in the royal castle don't know anything about that. Rio reflected on the leaders of the delegations and the guards from Room 10 and Room 11 who had rushed in to save them. Over there, the area on the left where the mages are clustered, we'll break through there. Nils's instructions were met with nods from the 2 in Room 10 and the 3 in Room 11. Priest Ito extended his left arm straight while running. Then he fired. From the repeating crossbow attached to his left arm, 3 arrows shot out in quick succession, heading toward the area Nils had indicated. Ugh! Ouch! Wah! Just a moment after the arrows struck, Ammon jumped in, followed by Nils. A moment later, Zeke, Harold, and Gowan from Room 11 rushed in one after another. It seemed that this spot had a high concentration of mages and priests within the cavalry people's defensive formation. Nils and the other 5 faced no resistance at all. The 6 who charged in swiftly subdued the cavalry people and continued running without pause. In other areas, it seemed the cavalry were resisting quite tenaciously, making it difficult to break through and enter the royal castle. Thus, among the Kingdom Escort adventurers and the Empire Escort Corps heading from the square to the royal castle, these 6 were at the forefront. Of course, the Alliance Escort Corps had not sent anyone toward the royal castle. Which way? Straight ahead. Ito answered Nils's question. Their destination was the audience chamber, primarily to ensure the safety of Chief Negotiator Ignes. It was likely that Hugh McGrath, the head of the delegation, would be fine. The Schultz royal castle was not particularly large. However, that was only in comparison to the castles of the Central Nations. It was still larger than the Lord's Manor of the Baron of Run, for instance. As the 6 continued running, they took down several foes along the way without slowing their pace. That ahead is the corridor leading to the audience chamber, Ito called out. As the 6 entered the corridor, a group emerged from it. At the front was a man with one eye missing, followed by a young man with reddish-orange hair carrying a girl who appeared to be around 15. Nils sensed that these 2 possessed unusual strength, but he chose to ignore them. Whether they were enemies or allies, the current priority was securing Chief Negotiator Ignes. Therefore, the 5 following him continued to run without engaging them. Just as they were about to finish running through the corridor, the door to the audience chamber opened, and several people rushed out. Guildmaster, Ignes! Hugh McGrath and Ignes looked up and raised their hands at Nils's loud voice. They were safe, it seemed. Furthermore, more people emerged from behind them. Former Emperor Rupert, Count Hans Kirchhoff, former King Robert Perlo, and Captain of the Guard Groan. The top 6 of the delegation had somehow succeeded in escaping the burning audience chamber. Room 10 and Room 11, huh? Sorry, just you guys means there's been fighting outside the royal castle. Yes, the cavalry people launched an attack, and the delegation is currently engaged in a defensive battle in the square. Nils answered on behalf of the group in response to Hugh McGrath's question. The entrance to the royal castle has also been blocked by them, so the kingdom's escort adventurers and the Empire's escort corps are in combat. Hugh and former Emperor Rupert nodded at Nils's additional report. The Alliance Escort Corps has left us to fend for ourselves. What do you think, Groan, as the captain of the guard? They must be trusting us. If I don't think that way, I might just cry, former King Robert Perlo responded as Groan shook his head softly. Each nation likely had its own circumstances. The cavalry people seem to have avoided attacking the citizens of Schultz and instead targeted several government facilities. Furthermore, they also attacked our delegation in the square. I believe they have transitioned from a defensive battle to a stalemate by now, Nils reported to the 3 leaders. First, let's regroup with the main force in the square, Hugh said to Rupert and Robert Perlo, and the 2 nodded. There was no other option in this case. There were those who arrived at the entrance to the royal castle ahead of the 12 members of the delegation retreating from the burning castle. It was Judah, the one-eyed man, and King On who was carrying his immobile sister, Soy. Your Majesty, Chief Judah, are you safe? What about Lady Soy? The cavalry people rejoiced at confirming the 3. However, upon seeing Soy in On's arms, they fell silent. She avoided instant death. However, she is still in danger. Where are Baal and the others? King On inquired about his trusted subordinates. Lord Baal is confronting the Central Nations delegation in the square. All right, then we will withdraw as planned. We have eliminated the current king of Schultz and the influential royalty. Once the Central Nations have departed, we will boldly enter the city. A messenger ran to convey King On's words to the square. Then King On and the others hastily exited the royal castle. But for a brief moment, King On glared deep into the castle and muttered, "Former Emperor Rupert, I will never forgive you for hurting Soy. You will certainly pay the price for that." The cavalry people withdrew, and the royal castle burned down. With the king and many of his close aides dead, the Central Nations delegation had no choice but to abandon the negotiations and leave Schultz. King An, leading the cavalry people, entered the city of Schultz a week after the delegation's departure, as he had declared. And when King An announced his ascension as the new king of Schultz, the corridor nations began to enter a new phase. But that is a story for another time. A fate was born here, the former Emperor Rupert and King An. It will be exciting to see how their paths intertwine. Do you know, Nils, it seems that any country the delegation passes through inevitably experiences government collapse. They call it the Hell's Delegation in the public eye. Well, if you only look at the results, that's entirely true, Nils replied with a small shake of his head. Indeed, the delegation from the Central Nations had passed through Aidekbo and Schultz, resulting in the collapse of their governments. Of course, the delegation did not act with intent, nor were they truly involved. No, they could argue they were hardly involved at all. So, Abel, the lesson this time is not to carelessly expand the front lines. Please remember that. Why did you suddenly direct that at me? Rio was advising His Majesty the King as the first Duke of the Kingdom, thinking of the nation. Despite appearances, Rio was also considering various matters, like alchemy and curry and crepes. It's mostly about alchemy and food. Please don't lump curry and crepes together as merely food. Curry is a drink, crepes are a drink. Wait. Yeah, the curry I know is probably different from what I'm referring to, given that I'm saying it's a drink. Rio and Abel's opinions were once again going off in different directions. However, Abel questioned a part that caught his interest. Did you mention something about expanding the front lines earlier? Right. I'm talking about the situation in the Schultz kingdom. With this incident, the king of the horseback people, King An, right? Yes, that person, King An, has turned the three major nations of the Central Nations into enemies, hasn't he? Well, that would be the case. They ambushed the delegation. Of course, I understand they had compelling circumstances, but that doesn't concern us who were attacked. Those who were dragged into the situation were indeed quite inconvenienced. Many people tend to become convinced that what they are doing is absolutely right when attempting to achieve something significant, setting aside whether it is truly right or not. But just because one thinks that way doesn't mean anything goes. If one uses the wrong methods, they might turn potential allies into enemies. Please be careful, Abel. In this case, it would be a method like burning down the audience chamber without a second thought. Yes. Without that, or if they had not been embroiled in it, the horseback people who were about to be ethnically cleansed might have risen up, and even if they didn't ally with us, the Central Nations would have at least been favorably neutral. But even that is no longer possible. The root cause was the Schultz kingdom's child hunting of the horseback people. It's important to adopt appropriate methods. Rio shook his head slightly in his mind. If it were Rio, what do you think the appropriate method would be? If I were a member of the horseback people, that's obvious. Assassination of the king of Schultz, huh? The king of the Natore kingdom was left speechless by Rio's shocking suggestion. If he were to be assassinated and the new king continued the ethnic cleansing, I would assassinate that king too. If the next king continued, I would assassinate him as well. If we do this much, surely the core of Schultz would think this is dangerous. Even if it were not the king himself leading the ethnic cleansing, but those around him, they would still want to withdraw when they realized they might be assassinated in place of the king. This would solve everything? No. Assassination is a bit. With just 3 sacrifices, a massive evil would be stopped. It is undoubtedly the correct method. This was completely the mindset and approach of a terrorist. I think some might share that opinion, you know. It is efficient. Rio does have a different opinion. Abel felt a bit relieved. Of course, what do you take me for? A dangerous person. What a thing to say. But in practical terms, I feel there isn't a smart way out. Is that so? After all, the Schultz side has adopted the insane method of attempting to erase the horseback people completely, making it not normal. A bloodless revolution would be ideal, but it's not that simple. When you think about it, a resolution through force will inevitably be needed at some point. One unfortunate policy can lead to many misfortunes afterward. When studying history, you encounter such examples far too often. After saying that, Rio suddenly thought of something. This incident involving the horseback people might bring about another misfortune. He hoped the Central Nations would not get involved, thus concluded the suggestions made to His Majesty the King by the first Duke. Rio and the others were the rear guard of the Kingdom delegation. The Kingdom delegation was currently positioned at the back among the envoys heading westward. They were proceeding in the order that had initially been determined within the Central Nations. The Imperial delegation, Alliance delegation, small nations delegations, and then the Kingdom delegation. However, since the distances between the delegations could be quite significant at times, they were not particularly coordinating as they moved. For this reason, it was quite rare for a messenger from the Imperial delegation to come to the leader Hugh McGrath, who was at the front of the Kingdom delegation. "There's no Bordren for us to pass through? What does that mean?" "Yes. When our Imperial delegation arrived, the castle gates were open, and the building believed to be the royal castle was half destroyed. By the time I was ordered to report, no living beings had been found." The response from the Imperial messenger to Hugh's inquiry was astonishing. The disappearance of a nation, and not just the collapse of a regime, but the total absence of its populace, was something that hardly ever happened. Hugh turned to De Long, the leader of the coffee maker, who was listening beside him. De Long, too, seemed to have been struck by the same thought. Nodding once, he opened his mouth. "We don't know what happened, but it's certain that something unusual occurred. It would be best not to enter the town." "I agree." Hugh nodded in agreement upon hearing De Long's opinion. There were many questions regarding how long it had been since the nation disappeared and why it had vanished, but it was not a situation where individual curiosity could take precedence. That said, the road ahead was a straight one. They had no choice but to proceed along this path until they reached Bordren. Once they arrived, they would likely have to pass through the side of the castle walls. "We should share information within the delegation." Hugh said this and commanded the scouts to relay the information to the rear. The Kingdom delegation had formed a group that could be called a scout unit, centered around the scout Raslino from the coffee maker. When the Kingdom delegation had been leading the way, these scouts had been continuously gathering information as they advanced. However, there was currently no such necessity. They had been following the path that was already passed by two delegations, a few days or hours behind them. Of course, while some degree of information gathering was taking place, it was significantly less frequent than at the beginning. As a result, the scout unit had some leeway. Hugh himself went to consult and report to Chief Negotiator Ignes in the second carriage, while the scout unit headed to report to the other carriages. Indeed, Hell's delegation. The members of Room 10 and Room 11, the last guard, heard the report from Scout Raslino. It was unnecessary to mention who had made the earlier murmur, a mage who dealt with water attributes. "Surely it can't be our fault that the nation disappeared before we arrived, right? Still, a lot is happening, truly. It's a struggle just to reach the Western nations." Nils, Edo, and Ammon each expressed their thoughts. Harold, Zeke, and Gowan from Room 11 particularly didn't speak, but they exchanged glances and shook their heads slightly. At that moment, Rio suddenly had a thought. "Edo, in such destroyed towns, are there zombies or maybe wraiths around?" Rio's question was based on his usual fantasy knowledge. "There is a chance for zombies if there are corpses. Wraiths can also occur sometimes. But even in larger towns, it's usually just a few," Ito seemed to recall from past experiences as he answered. "That much could easily be dealt with by your turn undead, Ito and Zeke." Nils nodded as he spoke. "Well, that's true, but the wraiths in destroyed towns and villages are people who died with regrets. The towns and villages themselves also serve as their graves. It's understandable if it's absolutely necessary, but honestly, I wouldn't want to get involved." As Ito said this, he wore a slightly sad expression. As a priest, he likely had many opportunities to interact with such spirits. His experiences seemed beyond what Rio could imagine. "If it comes to that, let's offer Nils as a sacrifice to pacify their souls." "Why me?" Rio's suggestion was outright rejected by Nils himself. The Kingdom delegation arrived at the site where the walls of the destroyed city-state, Bordren, could be seen 3 days after receiving the report. "So we are over 2 full days behind the Imperial delegation," the leader Hugh McGrath muttered. The gap was greater than he had expected. "Starting tomorrow, we should send out a few more scouts ahead." It was said that the screams of the scout unit could be heard as an auditory hallucination or not. It took about an hour from when the walls came into view until they reached the front of the walls, but during that time, Hugh's expression grew more severe. Even De Long, the swordsman beside him, noticed this. "Hugh, the small nation's delegations ahead of us. They aren't around, are they?" The order of the delegations was Imperial, Alliance, Small Nations, and then the Kingdom. The sun was setting, and it was time to prepare for the night camp. A few hours ago, the scout unit reported they weren't too far apart, right? "Yes, it was just a few 100 meters. I thought they would be preparing for the night camp in front of the walls, but it's strange that they aren't here. If they increased their speed and joined the Alliance delegation ahead, that would be fine. Could it be that they entered the town?" Finally, De Long also arrived at Hugh's concern. It was natural that it took some time for De Long to reach that concern. Adventurers typically wouldn't think of entering such a town as night approached. They wouldn't even consider passing through it, especially not thinking of setting up camp within it. Such a thought would be absolutely out of the question. Well, surely they wouldn't camp here. It would be fine if they were passing through the side of the walls and moving to the other side. Hugh also believed that camping within the town was unlikely. The small nation's delegations included adventurers as guards. They would likely prevent that. Given the time, I can't exactly send scouts inside to check, can I? Yes, Raslino would probably cry. DeLong was the party leader. While the scout Raslino from the coffee maker was undoubtedly one of the best scouts in the kingdom, he would still dislike entering a destroyed town as night approached. No, the more experienced they were, the more they would absolutely dislike it. Somewhat, DeLong too began to feel that he did not want to enter this town. The sun had completely set, and the members of the kingdom delegation were spending their time as they pleased. Normally, even at this time of day, it would be standard for someone to stand guard in shifts. However, there was no guard in sight. The only instruction given was, don't wander too far. This was due to the ice wall having a radius of 100 meters. In times like this, I can't help but think how convenient water attribute magic is. Indeed, indeed. Nils nodded repeatedly at Ryo's honest remark, clearly pleased by the compliment. Actually, it feels more like it's just Ryo who is amazing, including the disciples as well. Ito said with a wry smile, adding that Ammon had created an ice wall thanks to Ryo's disciples from the Gecko Merchant Association. Such a peaceful and relaxed time came to an abrupt end, by a man running from the direction of the city gate. He was running, but he seemed unsteady. He didn't appear to be injured, but it seemed like his legs wouldn't cooperate due to fear. Ryo opened the ice wall just enough for the man to pass through and closed it again once he was inside. It would be a disaster if something terrifying came chasing after him afterward. What happened? The leader, Hugh McGrath, shouted at the man who had run up. His voice awakened the entire kingdom delegation. The adventurers quickly stood up and readied their equipment. The officials immediately entered the carriage to avoid being a hindrance to the battle. This was the established protocol for the kingdom delegation during breaks. Because they understood quickly what they needed to do, it was fine to relax when nothing was happening. The delegation inside was attacked. Please help. They got inside. What attacked you? Spirits. Hugh clicked his tongue at the man's report. The small nation delegation that had been in front of the kingdom had entered the city. Nils. Head to room 10 and room 11 for assistance. If reinforcements are needed, cast light-type magic. Ito, Zeke, can you do it? Yes. Nils, Ito, and Zeke responded. Ito and Zeke's light magic was based on light attribute magic and was particularly visible at night. A cooperative party requiring 2 of the 6 priests. They would be optimal for dispatching to a ruined city. Hugh, what about me? Ryo, stay. You're the only one who can open and close the ice wall. Hugh replied immediately to Ryo's question. Since what Hugh said made perfect sense, Ryo had no choice but to accept it. All he could do was nod at the 6 others. The 6 nodded back. Then they ran towards the city gate. The 6 from room 10 and room 11 passed through the city gate. Inside the city, there was a fairly wide road extending straight ahead. It was a so-called main street. There, Ammon pointed far down the road, a group of carts and horses seemed to be surrounded by something. Let's go. With Nils' command, the 6 ran towards the group. Meanwhile, what was happening in that group was, damn it, turn undead, I'm out of magical power. There's no end to this. Stop, help me. There were about 10 wraiths. However, no matter how many they defeated, new ones kept appearing. This was abnormal. If a soul is purified by something like turn undead, wraiths should disappear. Wraiths originate from the souls of those who died with grievances. You could say they were spirits that couldn't find peace. Because of that, there should be no rebirth or new births. But something unusual was happening there. Impure soul, return to the heart of the Lord now. May your sins be forgiven, I wish for this here. Turn undead. Priest Ito cast Turn Undead while running. Since it affected the entire group, all the wraiths were purified and vanished. However, they've appeared again, Nils said, and Ito grimaced. In the meantime, Priest Zeke, who had reached the small nation delegation, thrust his staff at a wraith. With that thrust, the wraith vanished. The staff held by the priest was one blessed with holy powers. It showed immense effectiveness, especially against undead like wraiths and zombies. It was quite common for them to disappear in one hit, just like what Zeke had done earlier. However, once again, of course they've appeared again, Priest Zeke also muttered while grimacing. Our goal isn't to defeat the enemies, it's to rescue the delegation, Nils' words jolted Ito and Zeke. Of course, during this time, Ammon, along with swordsman Herald and dual-wielder Gowan, were fighting against the wraiths. Herald, Gowan, cut through the areas where the wraiths are concentrating their magical power with your swords. We don't need strength? Yes. In response to Nils' instructions, both Herald and Gowan sharply replied, it's quite difficult for physical fighters to defeat wraiths with weapons. With a priest's staff, Simply dealing damage to the center area can sometimes lead to their destruction, but that isn't possible with swords. They must accurately sever the core where the magical power is concentrated. If they fail to do so, it's like cutting through smoke. Severing the magical power of a wraith is similar to slicing through magic with a sword. Meanwhile, Ammon was consistently vanquishing one wraith with each swing. For Ammon, who could cut through even the approaching magic with his sword, this was not particularly difficult. That said, no matter how many they vanquished, they kept reappearing. As Nils and the 5 others arrived, they surrounded the lone survivor of the small nation delegation in a defensive formation. Although there was only one survivor. "Hey, are you okay?" Nils asked the man dressed similarly to a priest, who was the lone survivor of the delegation. "Welcome," the man replied with a smirk. The next moment, the ground began to glow. What? A massive, magic circle? After Nils, Ito, and Ammon's words, everyone's vision turned dark. It was complete darkness. Not even 10 centimeters ahead could be seen, let alone 1 meter. But suddenly, a light appeared right in front of him. The light rose and came to a halt at a height of about 5 meters. Using that light as a basis, Nils sharply surveyed his surroundings and thought, Ito, Ammon are here. Harold, Zeke, Gowan are also here, but no one else. What about the man dressed like a priest? Where did he go? I said come in, but what did that mean? At least 6 people from room 10 and room 11 were present. Furthermore, he noticed that the ground beneath his feet was cobbled. The path of Bordren was just solidified earth. So this place we are in is not Bordren. As he processed that thought, even Nils began to break out in a cold sweat. If they had moved in an instant. Transfer, huh? Transfers are not something common. In the Central Nations, there are examples of forced transfers to the 40th layer of a dungeon after the Great Tsunami. Or perhaps some baron from the Empire who is said to be able to do so. That's about it. Right. Speaking of which, there is a dungeon with a transfer trap in the Western Nations where we are heading. Just as Nils's thoughts wandered, a man appeared before the 6 of them. Oh, it's you from earlier? Harold instinctively reached out, but Nils stopped him. The man who appeared was one of the survivors of the small nation delegation, a priest. However, it was only the appearance that was human. The aura he emanated was entirely different. What are you? Nils couldn't help but murmur, not who but what. That was how alien he felt. The atmosphere was something Nils and the others from room 10 had never experienced before. Perhaps it should be called a presence instead. He looked human, but in reality he was something entirely different. Demon King? That murmur may have come from Priest Zeke. Nils instinctively felt like agreeing. That's how much he felt like an existence utterly separate from humans. But, biwahahaha, the priest before them burst into laughter. A demon king, you say, biwahahaha, no, I am not that weak. A demon king is simply the king of monsters. But of course, ordinary humans wouldn't understand that. Biwahahaha, no, pardon me, still a demon king. How interesting. Of course, the 6 had no idea what was so interesting. As expected, you don't understand. The 2 of you over there must be priests of the goddess of light, right? Still, you don't get it. Well, you wouldn't learn that in the temple teachings of the Central Nations. The priest before them spoke with sinister laughter, mixed with a hint of disappointment. At that moment, Priest Zeke, seemingly steeling himself, opened his mouth. Necromancer? At that answer, the priest showed a hint of surprise and opened his mouth. That's an interesting answer. I see, you judged that by seeing the wraiths that just keep coming back no matter how many times they are defeated. Interesting. Necromancers should have died out hundreds of years ago in the Central Nations. Nice you came up with that answer by thinking for yourself, not rigidly stuck in the temple's teachings. That's a high point. The priest took a breath and continued, but that's incorrect. I feel like you're using light attribute magic, Priest Ito murmured softly. No way, I've never heard of a priest being able to control wraiths. Priest Zeke said, shaking his head slightly. The priest watched that with intrigue. No, it's not something at the level of a priest, but once it was something holy but has become something evil. Fallen from grace? Ito murmured the term fall from grace, which he had heard from Rio earlier. The reaction from the priest to that could be described as intense. Fallen from grace? You know about fallen from grace? This is surprising. Why do you know that concept? It shouldn't exist in the Central Nations. No, it's even a concept that doesn't exist in the Western Nations anymore. This is astonishing. The priest's eyes were wide open. Then he seemed to start pondering something. A small murmur escaped his lips. Well, it would be a shame to kill you here. Quite the shame. No, those who know about fallen from grace, should I endure this? Yes, let's do that, he then declared in a clear voice. First, I am not an angel, and to be honest, I was thinking about taking your lives here as well, just like those before you, but I've changed my mind. Because I've had quite an interesting experience, so I'll make sure you all go to the Western Nations. In that instant, the visibility for the 6 cleared. As the six looked around, they found themselves at the intersection of Bordren. Moreover, adventurers from the kingdom delegation were running around in the vicinity. Nils, Ito, Ammon, everyone? A familiar voice reached Nils and the others' ears. The water attribute mage with a teary face hugged the three of them. "I'm so glad," a small murmur escaped Rio's lips. It was just a face-to-face meeting. One of the overarching themes throughout the water attribute mage arc is energy supply or endurance, fatigue, the author has always wondered. How do angels, meaning fallen angels who have left the grace of God, continue to exist? In the first place, is it even possible to continue existing? But as the character mentioned in the text, this person that appeared this time is not an angel. What exactly they are will probably be revealed several 100,000 words later. Suddenly, the reactions of 6 people disappeared. I heard that from Rio and hurried to come to their aid. Rio and Hugh explained the situation. Of course, this was outside of Bordren. They couldn't predict what might happen in the city. We started searching around the area where the 6 disappeared, and within about 10 seconds, they suddenly reappeared. Rio responded while recalling the events. Then, smiling, he said, "I'm glad you're safe." For some reason, all 6 of them blushed at his honest words. After that, Nils and Ito explained to Hugh what had happened. In other words, the small nation delegation has... Yes, I believe they were all wiped out. Nils nodded with a grimace at Hugh's confirmation. This also pained Rio's heart. Compared to the Empire or the Alliance's delegations, he had a relatively strong sense of camaraderie with them. Of course, it was one-sided. That's why at Schultz he quickly protected the small nation delegation with the ice wall. After a few more confirmations, Hugh bowed his head to the 6 of them. "I'm sorry, it was my misjudgment." Grand Master? Nils voiced his confusion, and the other 5 tilted their heads in confusion as well. "I never imagined there would be such an abomination, and it was my misjudgment to send just 6 people. No one could have known that such a thing existed, and besides, that was probably an opponent that even anyone wouldn't be able to defeat." Ito replied to Hugh's words. "While the Grand Master is one thing, we also encountered a demon during a request from Kona village. This time, that creature felt like it was on par with or even exceeding that level of demon." When Nils said this, Ito and Ammon nodded as well. The 3 in room 11, who had never seen a demon, were astonished. However, only Harold was able to be seen with a grim expression. Naturally, Harold had been affected by the spirit curse of explosion caused by the demon. It was impossible for him to be at ease. After the report was concluded, the 6 from room 10 and room 11 were told by Hugh to take a break for now. "Wow, I'm so glad we all made it back safely. We have to celebrate with a coffee party. Oh, but it's already night, so maybe I won't be able to sleep," Rio said cheerfully as he generated an iced coffee grinder and began to put coffee beans into it. He was genuinely happy that the 6 had come back safely. As Rio happily prepared for the coffee party, Ito decided to ask about something that was bothering him. "Rio, I want to ask you something in detail." "What is it, Ito?" Quickly grinding the beans in the mill, he added them to the ice French press along with the water he generated, then flipped over an ice hourglass before turning to Ito. That priest-like entity was very surprised and impressed by the term fall from grace, or rather, the concept of fall from grace. "I want to hear more about that term." Rio pondered, placing a finger to his temple in response to Ito's question. Indeed, he recalled explaining to Ito before that fall from grace is when something sacred turns into something evil. However, that was not entirely accurate. "Well, Ito, you know of the existence of angels, right?" "Of course. They are those who stand beside God and execute his will. The angels in Phi seem to have the same role as angels on earth. Strictly speaking, this isn't entirely true, but generally, when one mentions angels on earth, it refers to beings in Christianity, Judaism, or Islam. These 3 religions essentially believe in the same God, which means that the existence of angels and the roles they assume are nearly the same. In other words, they exist between God and humans, positioned spiritually between the 2. And the term angel hardly appears in other polytheistic religions. This is where Rio's background from his studies in Western history, though he took a leave of absence after a month, shines. Yes, angels are like that. From here on, I hope you won't get angry, but what would happen if such angels left God's side and began doing bad things? At Rio's question, Priest Ito and Priest Zeke were left speechless. It aptly described the feeling of being suddenly struck on the head from behind. Meanwhile, the remaining 4 muscle-headed members, Nils, Ammon, Harold, and Gowan, sat quietly listening. They seemed to be listening, but Rio knew that Nils was solely focused on the coffee. As Rio divided the finished coffee among the muscle-headed group, Ito and Zeke also regained their composure. "That could never happen. Angels cannot exist apart from God," Priest Zeke grimaced as he said this. Of course, Ryo had anticipated that a priest would say that. That's why he had been vague when explaining it to Ito before. I see. That might be what that priest-like entity could be, but that being claimed it was not an angel, Priest Ito said with a slight nod, even while grimacing. Ryo was a bit surprised by that answer. He understood that the influence that the priest-like entity had was significant enough to change their way of thinking as priests. Fall from grace means to descend from heaven. Originally, it is not a term used for humans or such. It is a term for spiritual beings that exist in heaven. That said, when it comes to beings like that, I honestly don't know if there's anything we humans can do, Ryo honestly replied. In his mind, he recalled Michael, whom he met in the White Room during his reincarnation. A being that is clearly different from a human, a being from a different dimension. He had encountered beings that were overwhelmingly different from humans, such as dragons, griffins, or even demons and demons. However, even those were still living beings? Probably. But the being who called itself something like an angel, Michael, was probably not a living being. Spiritual being would likely be the closest term. In the first place, it was not something that humans could fight against. But would a spiritual being deliberately intervene in the human world? Even if it's a spiritual being, one can understand if it is an angel. It may well intervene in the human world to carry out the will of God. However, the reason for a fallen being to intervene is unclear. If this were Earth, there would be the existence of demons as adversaries to God. Many of those demons are said to be fallen angels. It would be easy to understand the structure where demons and angels are doing various things with humans in between. However, in this fight, Ryo felt that demons were not such beings. Of course, the only demon that Ryo knows is Leonor. Is Leonor an adversary to God or angels? That seems strange. Furthermore, the being that the six encountered in Bordren claimed to be not an angel. There are beings that are not angels. There are also those that are believed to be fallen. Are those two fighting? Is that why they sent Ito and the others to the Western nations? They don't seem to be allies, but what about? The more he thought, the more confused he became. Once again, it was a moment when more mysteries piled up for Ryo. The next day, "Hey Ryo, is there no way to deal with this?" Nils asked Ryo walking beside him. Hearing that, Ito, Ammon, Harold, Zeke, and Gowan also nodded with wry smiles. It can't be helped since it would be troublesome if everyone disappeared. Ryo answered firmly, nodding in agreement. An ice chain was wrapped around the waists of the six, and that chain was connected to the ice chain wrapped around Ryo's waist. It seemed that Ryo had come up with a plan to prevent the six from disappearing. Wait, with this, Ryo would just disappear along with us, right? You're right, Ryo realized with a start at Nils's point. I'll think of another method. No, you don't need to think. Since Ryo had started to think, Nils said with exasperation. I've got a great idea. Let's connect the entire delegation with ice chains. Yeah, definitely don't do that. While they were doing such things, the kingdom delegation headed toward the last country of the corridor nations, the Sfor kingdom. The journey of the delegation to the western nations was fraught with difficulties. The land split apart, swallowing people, flames fell from the sky, burning everything around, and they were scattered by the approaching horde of dragons. One by one, the members of the delegation fell away. By the time they reached the last nation of the corridor nations, the Sfor kingdom, their numbers had dwindled to just 10. No way, what kind of story is that? I feel like even one dragon would be too much to survive against, let alone a horde. I want to become strong enough to remain among the last 10. Ryo spoke, Nils interjected. Ito recounted the terror of dragons, and Ammon aimed higher. Meanwhile, the three members of Room 11 listened from behind, exchanging indescribable looks. That was roughly the feeling of the last guard of the kingdom delegation. Ryo had made it sound like a fiction, yet the truth was that following the destruction of Bordren, they had indeed traversed the perilous areas of the Ranchi Gorge and Funsun mountain range. Moreover, it was also true that many difficulties had been alleviated thanks to Ryo's water attribute magic. The Sfor kingdom is said to be 5 days on foot over the Funsun mountain range, so we should be able to see it today after crossing this hill, Priest Ito said while looking at the travel pamphlet. Upon seeing it, Ryo made a certain realization. Ito, that travel pamphlet mentions the destroyed Bordren kingdom, doesn't it? Yeah, it does. It says something like, although it is the smallest in scale among the corridor nations, the city is well maintained. So that means Bordren suffered its fate quite recently, Ryo said, nodding several times at Ito's response. That's right. I don't think there were any corpses except for those from the small nation delegation. It's all quite mysterious. Ito replied, recalling what he had seen in Bordren. At that moment, Harold from Room 11 pointed ahead. Ryo followed suit and looked in that direction. Oh, we can finally see it! In the direction Harold was pointing, the castle walls of the last nation of the corridor nations, the Sfor kingdom, were visible. As they approached the S4 kingdom, an unprecedented scene unfolded before them. There are so many people in front of the castle gate. It's the Imperial delegation and the Alliance delegation. The Grand Master said that the three nations would enter the city simultaneously. Rio, you really weren't paying attention, were you? Nils said incredulously at Rio's mumble. What do you mean by you really weren't? How rude. I was busy deciphering the principles of the world, that's why it couldn't be helped. What on earth is the principle of the world? You were just preoccupied with eating that small rindo we had on the way. Rio couldn't come up with a counterargument to Nils' sharp remark. Desperate for help, he turned to Ito. Rio, I think you've lost this one, Ito said with a wry smile, declaring Rio's defeat, and he gave up on arguing. In this world, sometimes it's best to just give up. The group passed through the gates in the order of the Empire, the Alliance, and the Kingdom, proceeding down the main street. Flags representing the S4 kingdom lined both sides of the street, and many citizens were out, waving at the procession. It was an astonishing welcome. It seems like the whole country is welcoming us. Well, compared to the other three nations we've been through, this is a huge difference, Rio remarked, and even Nils nodded in agreement, unable to deny it. In the first nation, Adekbo, they were commanded by an arrogant king to conduct a survey of the forest in exchange for something. In the second nation, Schultz, they encountered an attack by the horseback people. And in the third nation, Bordren, the nation itself had disappeared. Compared to those experiences, this was certainly a remarkable difference. All that's left is to pray that His Majesty the King is not a strange person. At Rio's words, Nils looked at him with a very displeased expression. Ito and Ammon chuckled wryly, and Harold, Zeke, and Gowan nodded vigorously in strong agreement. However, the seven of them would not actually meet His Majesty the King, so they wouldn't have a chance to know him personally. In the audience chamber, former Emperor Rupert, leader of the Imperial delegation, former King Robert Perlo, leader of the Alliance delegation, and Hugh McGrath, leader of the Kingdom delegation, were lined up for an audience with King Bullard, the ninth of the S4 kingdom. Welcome, esteemed members of the Central Nations delegation, just as the angel has foretold. We have prepared accommodations for you to rest, so please take your time. Your kind words are much appreciated. Responding on behalf of the delegation was former Emperor Rupert. But that was not all, as expected from someone who had led a major power in the Central Nations. Your Majesty, may I ask a question? Earlier you mentioned as foretold by the angel, but what exactly does that mean? Oh, indeed. An angel appeared to me in a dream and said, "Welcome the delegation that will arrive in 5 days." Today marks that 5th day. It is truly a delegation protected by the angel. How wonderful, King Bullard IX said with an expression full of emotion. The angel has made a prophecy. Is the distance between people and angels different here in the Central Nations? Hugh pondered such thoughts. Of course, in the Central Nations, prophecies from gods or angels do exist, but such occurrences are extraordinarily rare. Usually, they happen only once every few decades to individuals like saints or holy women. Thus, it is common knowledge in the Central Nations that people do not directly speak with gods or angels. However, it seemed that this was not the case here. That night, the delegation was celebrated. This was particularly evident in the meals. Although there were nearly 1,000 people from the three nations combined, they were provided with a feast of astonishing quality and quantity. Perhaps it was because the S4 kingdom was the largest in scale among the corridor nations and engaged in trade with the Western nations, making it a wealthy country. The members of the delegation, including bureaucrats and guards, feasted heartily, and they drank abundantly. With full bellies, the delegation members began to doze off. In the midst of this, one mage wandered out into the night. The members of Room 10 did not particularly call out to him upon seeing it. They had learned what Rio was trying to do during this journey. It felt as though he was moving to a place without people to talk on his cell phone. Of course, there was no chance of eavesdropping on their conversation. "Can you hear me, Abel? Can you hear me? Can you hear me?" "Yeah, I can hear you. I connected to you in the first place." Rio would never interfere with His Majesty the King's precious time for his own convenience. Though he sometimes forgot, as the first Duke, he was supporting the King properly. By the way, in the meantime, Rio was preparing coffee. If they were going to talk, it would be nice to have coffee by their side. Post-meal coffee is a special treat. Right, Abel, you were about to say something earlier, weren't you? Basically, this delegation to the Western nations was called by the Empire, and information has come up that could be part of the reason behind it. That's quite a roundabout way of saying it, so it's not clear, but you can make inferences, right? Rio shook his head slightly, thinking that even such information was better than nothing. It can't be helped. Even Count Heinlein's information network is not clear on the details. Then it's understandable. While Abel may have common mistakes in his information, Marquis Heinlein wouldn't. When I get back, I'll make him eat his words, Abel grumbled in response. Rio was quite pleased with that, supporting the king as the first duke. Where did that mindset go? Since the imperial delegation departed, Baron Hagen Benda has not been confirmed within the imperial army. I see. Hey, Rio, what is it? You're not remembering who Baron Hagen Benda is, are you? Oh, that hit the nail on the head. He had a recollection of the name. It seemed like someone who had appeared in various contexts. There's a possibility I might not fully remember. Maybe. As Rio uttered words that didn't make sense, Abel sighed and began to explain. Baron Hagen Benda is a man who wields time-space magic and is always acting alongside the Imperial Army as part of it. I remember, he's someone who can use teleportation and infinite storage. He was the one who teleported the emperors to the battlefield at the end of the War of Kingdom Liberation, Rio finally recalled. That's him. It's almost impossible for Baron Benda, who plays a crucial role in the supply chain of the Imperial Army, to be absent. However, the fact that he hasn't been confirmed since the departure of the delegation means that he's likely mingling within the Imperial delegation just like me. The possibility is high. The reason remains unknown, though. This was an extremely intriguing piece of information. Baron Hagen Benda's teleportation allows him to instantly move to places he has been before. Not just himself, but simultaneously up to tens of thousands. However, he cannot teleport to places he has never been if he has indeed infiltrated this delegation. It could lead to the possibility of instant movement from imperial territory to the Western nations. The potential exists, as there is no information on the teleportation distance regarding the kingdom. The distance between imperial territory and the Western nations is a straightforward 4,000 kilometers. Whether it can be teleported across that distance, there were endless points of interest. Well, that's the situation. I'm not saying to do anything, but just keep it in mind. Understood. Just as Rio said that he sensed someone approaching, he braced himself slightly. I apologize. The rich aroma of coffee wafted over. An elderly man in his mid-70s appeared. However, his gaze was sharp and his posture was straight. His manner of walking was characteristic of the upper class, and no wonder. The old man was someone even Rio knew, of course only by face and name. Your Majesty King Robert Perlo. It was former King Robert Perlo, leader of the Alliance delegation. If it's not too much trouble, could you serve me some coffee as well? Former King Robert Perlo said as he took a seat on the stone chair. Rio and Robert Perlo were sitting at a large stone table, one of the 3 stone chairs placed around it. Here you go. Rio generated an icy cup, poured the remaining coffee from the French press into it, and handed it over. Robert Perlo happily accepted it and closed his eyes, seemingly savoring the aroma. Though he had come out alone, it was evident that guards were lurking in the surrounding darkness. Without even needing to use the passive sonar, Rio could sense their presence. It was likely intentional, a message saying, "We are watching." I apologize for my tactless subordinates. No, it is only natural. Robert Perlo smiled, a mix of a smile and a wry grin, and Rio accepted it openly. It was only natural for the guards to protect their master. After sipping about half a cup of coffee, Robert Perlo slowly opened his mouth. Actually, the reason I came today was to thank you. Thank me? Rio tilted his head in confusion. He could think of many instances where he had been on the receiving end of the anger from the leaders of the Alliance, but he couldn't recall doing anything worthy of thanks. Yes, during the recent incident at Schultz, you protected the members of the Alliance with an ice wall, correct? That is my gratitude. Oh, he was referring to the time in the second Schultz of the Corridor Nations when the horseback people attacked the plaza, and Rio defended the Alliance delegation with an ice wall towards the end. I only did what was natural. It felt wrong to insist otherwise, and it seemed that various things were already known anyway. Certainly, the Alliance had been an enemy in the war, but now they were indeed delegations to the same Western nations, which made such a response unavoidable. I wonder if mere words of thanks will suffice. How about joining the Alliance? If you do, I will grant you the same status as you have in your current kingdom. I must decline. Immediate response, ha. Ha 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 ha. Rio quickly rejected the offer from former King Robert Perlo without any hesitation. There was no need to think about it. Of course, the same status refers to being the first Duke of the Alliance, right? It seemed he was aware of Rio's exact position. As expected of the man that Lord Aubrey could not kill. Yes, I must decline. I see. When Rio declined again, Robert Perlo nodded with a smile. It seems he had not originally intended to poach him. Rio sensed that feeling. After all, Robert Perlo was the former king of the Kingdom of Capitone, not the top of the entire Alliance. Receiving absolute loyalty from someone like you, King Abel, you must be quite a person. Yes, he is the best king. Rio said that without a hint of embarrassment. Even Robert Perlo was taken aback, his eyes widening in surprise. Just then they heard footsteps approaching again. Ah, what a nice aroma! Emerging from the darkness was the leader of the imperial delegation, former Emperor Rupert. I apologize for interrupting your discussion between the two great heads. With that, former Emperor Rupert sat down on the one empty stone chair. Thus, the three highest-ranking individuals from the former emperor, former king, and first duke gathered at one table. Please go ahead, Rio said, pouring the last of the coffee from the French press into the icy cup and offering it to Rupert. Oh, thank you. Rupert took it and couldn't help but let out a sigh of appreciation. This is some good Kona. I can tell just by the aroma. I never expected to encounter such coffee while traveling. Murmuring this, he downed it in one go. Wasn't it hot? No one answered Rio's thoughts on that. Former King Robert Perlo smiled as he watched the scene. That was indeed delicious. Now let's get to the matter at hand. I hear you protected my delegation at Schultz. I appreciate it. With that, Rupert bowed his head. No, it was just something natural, a repetition of the earlier conversation. Though it's not exactly a thank you, how about coming to the Empire? If you do, I'll give you half of the imperial territory. I must decline. Rio was indeed surprised by the offer of half of the imperial territory, but his answer remained unchanged. It seemed even Robert Perlo was taken aback by this proposal. Your Majesty Rupert, to offer half of the imperial territory is quite generous, he said with a laugh. No, if I can obtain half of the empire, it's a bargain. But it seems you have declined. Could it be that your Majesty Robert Perlo has also? Indeed, I have been declined. With that, both monarchs burst into laughter. Rio, however, didn't quite understand why they were laughing so heartily. Overwhelming combat power, unwavering mental strength in front of the former emperor and former king, and absolute loyalty to the king. I see, that's why King Abel would make you the first duke. Or perhaps it is the counsel of Count Heinlein? That was correct. As expected of former Emperor Rupert VI, known for his wisdom, he could even speculate on the thoughts of the king and his surroundings. However, it seemed he did not realize that it was more about friendship than loyalty. No, it should be said that it's more about friendship rather than loyalty. You have that look in your eyes. Another correct observation. The man whom Lord Aubrey could not kill, former King Robert Perlo, was not to be underestimated. He could even read into Rio's innermost feelings. It was not skill in swordsmanship or magic, but that unparalleled insight of a ruler that constituted the greatest power to govern a nation. Rio was astonished and somewhat moved by the intelligence and insight of the two before him. At this point, he understood he was far from reaching their level. But, in fact, anyone can acquire both wisdom and insight. Even if it's not immediate, both can be obtained through effort, a fact Rio was aware of. He had seen such people when he was on Earth. Thus, though he was surprised and moved, he felt no despair. I will eventually reach the level of these two. He made that resolve. Wisdom and insight are essentially the same thing, things governed by the brain. If that is the case, there's only one way to improve: to think a lot. The human body improves the more it's used. So too with muscles, and with cardiovascular functions, of course, the brain as well. To have those you aspire to be or surpass right before you is serendipity. Having found yet another goal to surpass, Rio happily downed the remaining coffee. The day after the unexpected meeting of the three leaders, the Central Nations delegation departed from the last country of the Corridor Nations, the Sfor Kingdom. They proceeded in the order of the Empire, the Alliance, and the Kingdom, but the distances between each delegation were not very far apart. Naturally, at the rear of all the delegations were Rio and the 7 others. If the Sfor Kingdom decides to attack us to get back the food they graciously provided, we will be the first to face them, Rio remarked. Rio, don't say such ominous things, Nils replied, frowning. It'll be fine, I have a plan, Rio assured. I can't help but feel like I don't want to hear it, Nils said, remembering a bad premonition as Rio thumped his chest and gestured for him to trust him. If we offer up Nils's big body as a sacrifice, we can buy some time? I thought it would be something like that. As usual, the rear was peaceful. At the front, the Empire's delegation was taking a break at their first rest stop. Around the leader, former Emperor Rupert, many people surrounded him. At the forefront was Count Hans Kirchhoff, who had served as a right-hand man since the days of the Emperor, alongside the Imperial Guards and chefs, all of them exceptional individuals. Many of them also looked quite good. It wasn't that they were all handsome or beautiful, but rather that they bore the distinctive faces of those who took pride and confidence in their work. There were quite a few like that. However, among them, one page in his mid-30s always had a nervous expression and demeanor. Within the Empire's delegation, the page naturally took care of the needs of former Emperor Rupert. Although his position was not particularly high, Being a page for the emperor or former emperor meant that even nobles would not treat him with disdain. After all, they were the ones serving closest to the emperor and former emperor. Because of this, many pages took pride in their work. In fact, the salary was quite high, making it a popular position within the imperial castle. Among the 9 pages serving former Emperor Rupert in this empire delegation, all took pride in their work and did so with good faces. Except for one page known as Harg. "Harg, Count Kirchhoff is calling for you. Please go immediately." "Yes, right away." Harg, the page in his mid-30s called by the chief page, left the task of arranging the dishes to another page and headed toward Count Kirchhoff's tent. "Damn it, why do I have to do this?" Harg muttered to himself. Unlike the other 8 pages, he did not take pride in this job. On the contrary, he hated it. Before joining this delegation, he had been doing a different job. That job was harsh, but Harg had taken pride in it. Because, within the vast empire, or even the entire central nations, he had a unique ability that no one else possessed, and he felt proud to support the entire imperial military. The tent being set up during this short break was only for former Emperor Rupert and Count Hans Kirchhoff. "Excuse me?" Pages were allowed to enter the tent without introducing themselves. Inside, Count Hans Kirchhoff was writing some documents. "Ah, Harg, I was hoping you could deliver this letter for me. Please wait a moment." Hans said that, quickly finishing the letter and sealing it. As he handed it to Harg, he inquired, "So, how are you getting on with your work?" "Yes, somehow. Don't overdo it." Those may have been excessive words for the Count to say to a page. "Yes, thank you very much." Harg bowed respectfully, accepted the letter, and left the tent. "Oh, Hans, just the person I needed." As Count Hans Kirchhoff entered former Emperor Rupert's tent, Rupert immediately beckoned him over. "What can I do for you?" There was coffee placed in front of Rupert. "Hans, I was just asking if there were any better beans available," Rupert said. "Really?" Hans tilted his head. He hadn't heard any news of changes in the coffee beans. "Well, give it a try." Rupert said this as he offered the cup to Hans. "Then, excuse me." Hans took a sip but tilted his head. "Your Majesty, nothing has changed." "What?" Rupert quickly took a sip, and he too tilted his head. "Is that so? I thought it was a bit tastier before. The brewing method, I suspect, hasn't changed at all." Hans glanced at the page standing nearby. The page's face was drenched in sweat. He must have been thinking that if he served bad coffee, he would face consequences. Rupert seemed to have noticed this as well. "Oh no, I'm not saying the brewing was bad. Don't worry, I won't dispose of you. For now, you may go." At Rupert's words, the page visibly relaxed and left the tent. "Your Majesty, I fear it might be due to the coffee from last night." "Oh, that." Hans pointed out the possibility that it was the coffee they had during the 3 leaders' meeting. "That one was certainly delicious. Perhaps it was too good. I want some." Rupert's words caused Hans to smile wryly. "Your Majesty, it might be available in the Empire's mainland, but it could be difficult to obtain here." "Humph, if you'd like, we could take it by force from the first Duke of the Kingdom," Hans asked with a mischievous expression. "Let's avoid that. It would be embarrassing for the citizens of the Empire to laugh at us for being ambushed while trying to obtain coffee." Rupert replied with a grimace. He certainly didn't want it that badly. "Oh, right. The coffee matter is fine. Hans, wasn't there something you wanted to discuss when you came in? Your keen insight is much appreciated." This was a man who had reigned over the Empire for many years. His observational skills were a significant strength that supported his wisdom. "It's about Baron Hagen Benda. I have a feeling that what His Majesty Helmut is doing is reckless. Though it is to help him remember, bringing a precious time-space mage into the delegation is..." Page Harg is Baron Hagen Benda. And Baron Hagen Benda being in the delegation as a page for former Emperor Rupert was by the order of the current Emperor, Helmut VIII. "Well, it can't be helped. I don't know if it's Helmut's idea or the idea of his advisors, but I don't intend to intervene," former Emperor Rupert stated firmly. "I apologize for my rudeness." Count Hans Kirchhoff quickly apologized. Since relinquishing the throne, former Emperor Rupert had consistently refrained from interfering in the policies of his son, Helmut VIII. The only exception was allowing himself to be appointed as the leader of this delegation. Hagen has a son. He should be 14 this year. Even if something were to happen to Hagen, it is likely that his son will manifest the time-space magic. "Yes," Hans nodded at Rupert's words. However, with a faint smile, Rupert continued speaking. "There's no guarantee of that, you know. There may be significant reasons for sending this delegation westward that require such risks. There is something we don't know, indeed. Now, what could that be? I'm curious. In any era and in any country, the political core is a place where spirits and monsters roam. However, those who have retired from such political centers cannot lead peaceful, calm lives. Once involved in politics, that fact follows you until death, whether you like it or not. However, in the case of former Emperor Rupert, it seems he has willingly discarded a peaceful life." Hans let out a small sigh in his heart and thought. Former Emperor Rupert is not suited for a peaceful life. On June 19, 2021, Water Attribute Mage, Part 1 Central Nations Arc 2 will be released. If you wish to purchase the physical version, I recommend reserving it on the publishers to books online. If you place your order by May 23 Sunday, it will reach you on the release date of June 19 Saturday. Also, I will be revealing important information regarding the contents of the second volume on June 10 Thursday. I wrote about this in the following activity report. I would be delighted if you could read it. Abel really has a tough job, doesn't he? What do you mean by that? Well, when I think about having to deal with those difficult people as the king of Natore Kingdom. Are you referring to His Majesty Rupert or His Majesty Robert Perlo? Yes, you understand well. Ah, I could hear Rio's conversation with the two of them. You were eavesdropping? Don't say such things. I only heard because the echo of the soul was still connected. Recalling that he had just spoken to Abel, Rio thought, let's just leave it at that. No, it's the truth. They were on the road connecting the last country of the Corridor Nations, the Sfor Kingdom, to the easternmost part of the Western Nations, the Kyushi Duchy. Within the Corridor Nations, there was nothing that could be called a proper road, but there was a passage between the Sfor Kingdom and the Kyushi Duchy. This was because, although on a small scale, trade was conducted between the two countries. Of course, it wasn't a magnificent stone-paved road, but rather a simple path with just compacted earth. So, I still haven't heard the reason for connecting the echo of the soul today. Whose fault is that? Well, it doesn't matter. Regarding the matter of Baron Hagen Benda, after gathering some information, it has been confirmed that he is indeed within the delegation. He's the Baron of Dimensional Magic, right? Yes, that's correct. I see. So what do we do? Capture him and extract the dimensional magic? Extract? Is that even possible? Who knows? I can't do it. I was foolish to hope that Rio's alchemy could do it for even a moment. What a ridiculous thing to say. Besides, there's no way such inhumane actions would be allowed. Rio shook his head. Of course, since this was through the echo of the soul, Abel couldn't see his expression. For now, just keep it at the back of your mind. Oh, it seems like the meeting is about to start. I'll disconnect now. With that, Abel unilaterally cut the connection to the echo of the soul. It seemed that His Majesty the King was busy. That's truly problematic, Rio said aloud, shaking his head slightly again. Seeing this, Nils, who was walking beside him, asked, "Did your conversation with His Majesty Abel end?" In a simple manner, he had informed the 6 in Room 10 and Room 11 that they could occasionally communicate with Abel through alchemy tools. When Nils heard that, he had an envious look on his face, but upon learning that it continually consumed magical power, he had slumped in resignation. By the way, he hadn't informed the leader, Hugh McGrath. He felt that if he did, he would be made to do various tasks. Yes, it just ended. Still, it's truly amazing that we can connect without any issues over such a long distance. It's a testament to the greatness of alchemy. Isn't it? Rio praised the wonders of alchemy, and Ammon nodded in agreement. Ammon was straightforward and a good guy. The amount of magical power consumed must be insane. I wonder if in the future anyone besides Rio will be able to use it. Ito seemed somewhat skeptical. Ito wasn't a bad person. More importantly, it's almost noon, right? I'm really hungry. Nils seemed to have only food on his mind. Nils was quite the muscle-headed and hungry type. Rio, you just thought something really rude, didn't you? And no way, that's not true. It was likely because he was a B-rank adventurer that he could be sharp despite being muscle-headed. The Kingdom delegation's lunch was a stew filled with chunks of meat. Thanks to the abundant supplies received in the Sfor Kingdom, the delegation's meals were quite fulfilling. While many adventurers found joy in eating, the bureaucrats also saw eating as a way to relax. Controlling the stress of subordinates was an element that superiors had to be constantly aware of. Seeing the delegation members enjoying the delicious stew, leader Hugh McGrath nodded several times. Delicious food brings happiness to people. When people feel happy, their stress is alleviated. This is an unchanging truth, no matter the era or the world. People are people no matter where they are. Leader, they are arriving today, right? The one who spoke to Hugh, who had just finished eating and was taking a moment to relax, was the chief negotiator, Ignis, who managed 100 bureaucrats. Yes, in about 2 hours we should cross this hill. After that we'll see the town. That town was responsible for managing the border of the Kyushi Duchy. I'm both excited and anxious, Ignis said with a wry smile. Once we arrive in the Western nations, the bureaucrats will be busy. That's true. Even though we refer to it as the Western nations, there are various aspects to consider. The real challenge will be the negotiations in Fundebi Kingdom, the center of the Western Church. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the Western Church was worshipped throughout the entirety of the Western nations, and the Holy See was located in Fundebi Kingdom. while its national area was not large enough to be called a major power, considering wealth, military strength, and both tangible and intangible influence. Its national power was undoubtedly the strongest in the Western nations. It was a country ruled by the Pope himself, and its influence in the Western nations could be said to be beyond imagination. In the first place, this delegation was sent by the Central Nations to celebrate the papal inauguration of the 100th Pope, which was to be held in Fundebi Kingdom. At least that was the official story. Given that, it was necessary to arrive at Fundebi Kingdom without taking too much time. Well, having a language system that is almost the same is quite beneficial for negotiators. When it comes to the Eastern nations, it's completely different. However, as long as they have a certain level of education, they can speak the language of the Central Nations, so living there actually isn't an issue. Chief Negotiator Ignis expressed his thoughts, and Hugh, who was also the Grand Master in the royal capital, recalled and spoke about the language situation in the Eastern nations. "I'd like to visit both the West and the East, no matter what," Ignis said with a laugh. He was someone who was fundamentally a part of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and might be a true negotiator. Hugh looked at him as if he were seeing something a bit dazzling. Even Hugh, who was essentially an adventurer, completely understood the desire to see things he had never seen before. And 2 hours later, the delegation crossed the hill and glimpsed the town of the Kyushi Duchy in the distance. That town was on fire. "What is that? It looks like something is falling from the sky." "A red light, a waterfall?" Rio asked casually, and Priest Ito murmured in response. The sight was so surreal that it hardly felt real. In the city surrounded by castle walls, it appeared as if a glowing red waterfall was spilling down from the sky. "Is that magic?" "I don't know, but the way the magical power is drifting." The one asking was Swordsman Harold from Room 11, and the one answering was Priest Zeke. Dual-wielder Gowan stared in awe, his mouth agape, captivated by the sight. "I had heard that the magic of the Western nations is quite different from that of the Central nations, but this is," Priest Ito murmured. "It kind of looks like the magic of the Mage of explosive flames." At Swordsman Nils's comment, Ammon nodded. What the two felt was likely Oscar's true heaven and earth collapse. The original true heaven and earth collapse was an area annihilation magic used for attacking cities. If used on a city, a scene like the one before them could materialize. While the six were talking among themselves, Rio remained silent. To Rio, it looked as if a horde of angels was descending from the sky. Perhaps this was due to his knowledge of the Bible from Earth. In the book of Daniel from the Old Testament, there are descriptions of the visions seen by the prophet Daniel. In chapter 7, it expresses that there are thousands upon thousands and millions upon millions of beings that are thought to be angels. 1,000 times 1,000 is 1,000,000. 10,000 times 10,000 is 100,000,000. A sight with so many angels dancing. After closing his eyes to feel something, Ito opened them and murmured, "I can feel the magical power from that red waterfall even from this far away." "Yes, doesn't it seem similar?" Responding to Ito's words was Priest Zeke, who was also a priest. "Ah, you felt it too, Zeke?" "Yes. I can feel the magical power of that priest-like man who transferred us." "Wait, seriously?" Ito and Zeke said, while Nils frowned in response. Naturally, it wasn't just the Kingdom delegation that was stopped, but the Imperial delegation and the Alliance delegation, which had reached the hill first, were also halted and observing the scene. The leaders of those two nations, namely former Emperor Rupert and former King Robert Perlo, approached Hugh McGrath, the head of the Kingdom delegation. "Well then, McGrath, what do you think we should do?" The first to speak was former Emperor Rupert of the Imperial delegation. Hugh turned to Rupert and Robert Perlo. Naturally, Rupert's question was not one seeking advice, because he had no idea what to do. People of their caliber had already formed an answer within themselves before asking others. Yet they dared to ask, "Show by your answer whether you are worthy of this position." What a condescending attitude, of course. Otherwise, as the highest authority, they wouldn't be able to operate the state for decades. It isn't something anyone can do. Only answers that meet or exceed the expectations of those asking are required. Naturally, Hugh understood this. In fact, both the former emperor and former king have achieved remarkable accomplishments. They are like abominations in politics. This is heavy for me. I truly resent His Majesty Abel for pushing me into this position. Such thoughts ran through his mind, but of course, he didn't show it on his face. It would be best to keep the main unit as is and send out reconnaissance to the city and its surroundings. Since there is quite a distance to the city, walking or running would take too long. Therefore, we need those who can ride horses and those with magical aptitude. I would like to send some from our side, but many adventurers cannot ride horses, so I apologize. In other words, the dangerous reconnaissance mission should be carried out by the Empire and the Alliance. since the kingdom's guard squad consisted mainly of adventurers who couldn't ride. Kukuku. I am truly impressed, Your Majesty Robert Perlo. No, not at all. It seems the hero of the Great War is also skilled in negotiation. Former Emperor Rupert chuckled softly, and former King Robert Perlo smiled wryly. Hugh's answer seems to have exceeded their expectations. The main body of the delegation remained stopped on the hill. From there, a reconnaissance team of about 20 cavalrymen was seen heading towards the city. Are those people from the Empire? They seem to be, Nils nodded in response to Rio's casual question. Good for you, Nils. Thanks to not being able to ride a horse, you won't be forced into such a dangerous reconnaissance. I feel like I'm being called a huge idiot. Hey, you can ride, can't you? No, I can't, Nils answered with a frown at Rio's question. Nils, you're losing to your juniors, you know. What? 3 of the people from room 11 should be able to ride. Saying this, Rio turned toward the 3 from room 11. Why, yes, I can somewhat ride. I can ride, but why does Rio-san think so? Swordsman Harold answered awkwardly, while dual-wielder Gowan understood that Harold respected Nils, and Priest Zeke wondered how Rio knew this. And the senior swordsman Nils looked at the 3 with a shocked expression. Ito and Ammon, who also couldn't ride, smiled wryly. Harold is the son of Crown Prince Cain. Since Crown Prince Cain was a very intelligent person, it's only natural that he received the necessary education as royalty. Gowan will likely become Harold's close attendant, so he must have been trained to ride as well. Zeke. Seems like he has been properly taught in that aspect since he was little. That's why I think all 3 can ride. I see. Feeling that there were quite a few assumptions mixed in Rio's confident explanation, Nils could only accept it since it turned out to be correct. The 3 from room 11, surprised that the assumptions were quite accurate. As long as one can provide the correct answer, in most cases, the surrounding noise can be shut out. Swordsman Harold was slightly caught by Rio's words. Does Rio-san know about your father? Perhaps he was curious about Rio's expression that Crown Prince Cain was a very intelligent person. I don't have any direct acquaintance. However, I have seen some homework that Crown Prince Cain prepared for Abel's impromptu education. They were all very good questions. The quality of the questions reflects the intellectual level of the creator. Looking at those questions, it is clear that Crown Prince Cain had the qualities of a great ruler. His Majesty prepared questions for Abel? At Rio's explanation, Harold showed a slightly sad expression. I never received such questions from my father. That seemed to be the reason for his sad expression. Were you on bad terms with Crown Prince Cain? Ah, no, that's not it. It's true that my father often fell ill, but when he was well, he taught me various things. Harold hurriedly answered Rio's question. I think he made the questions for Abel out of necessity. Rio looked straight into Harold's eyes and said firmly. Then he continued speaking. Probably he wanted to take more time to teach properly. While it seems that Harold was able to learn directly from Crown Prince Cain, Abel was off adventuring. Even if he hasn't fully grasped what he learned yet, there may be things he will understand later on. Yes. A slight glimmer appeared in the corner of Harold's eyes as he said this. While such conversations were taking place on the hill, the reconnaissance team of the delegation was approaching the city. As they drew near, they noticed something. Captain, there is no one outside the city. Ah, that's strange. If a fire broke out or anomalies occurred in the city, people would surely try to evacuate outside. However, despite the city gates being wide open, no one was coming out. Immediately after, the waterfall of light vanished. The waterfall of light has disappeared. There is no one outside the castle. If there were people, I thought we could hear something there, but we have no choice. We'll need to go in. Yes. In response to the captain's words, all the members answered without hesitation. They were elite 4 hours later. The reconnaissance team returned, and it was communicated to the kingdom delegation that they would be reporting. Not only to former Emperor Rupert, but also at the same time to the Alliance and the kingdom, the reconnaissance team would report directly. Thus, Hugh McGrath, the head of the kingdom delegation, went to the designated location. But why is Rio following us? Noticing that the water attribute Mage was stealthily tailing him, he admonished him. He had sensed it quite early on, but thought it was just a coincidence that they were heading in the same direction. It seemed Rio intended to follow. Hey Hugh, if you say it so loudly, others will notice, Rio hurriedly retorted. Well, everyone probably noticed already, Hugh said in exasperation. That can't be true. Rio looked around quietly. I saw nothing, former Emperor Rupert. I didn't notice until you mentioned it. Former King Robert Perlo. See, Rio said triumphantly. That's ridiculous. Why are you all being tainted by this? Hugh shouted. That's rude, Hugh. Although you're on equal footing as the head of the delegation, they are still the former emperor and former king. You should mind your language. For some reason, Rio spoke with a certain arrogance. As expected of Lord Rio, known as the right hand of King Abel, it's truly different for the first Duke of the Kingdom. Master McGrath is also a hero of the kingdom. He must always remember that his words and actions are under scrutiny. Ugh! For some reason, Hugh McGrath was being scolded by the three heavyweights, Rio, Rupert, and Robert Perlow. Although Hugh felt a slight but considerable dissatisfaction, the report from the reconnaissance team was made. The content was, many buildings were on fire, some were completely burned down. There was no one in the city. Not even a corpse was found. Don't enter the city. Indeed, eventually other garrison units from other cities will come to check. From this hill we saw it, they must have seen it from elsewhere too. In that case, waiting here on this hill is still better. If we raise a flag, the units that come to check the state of the city will attempt contact. The news that we are heading from the Sfor kingdom has already been communicated to the Duchy. Decisions were being made one after another between former Emperor Rupert and former King Robert Perlow. Hugh McGrath, the other leader, was quietly observing with his arms crossed. Rio, who was watching beside him, felt anxious. Then he whispered to Hugh stealthily, "Don't you think you should voice some opinion, too? There's no need for that, is there? If you don't make your presence known as Hugh McGrath, you'll be taken lightly, you know. Why would that be?" Hugh was baffled by Rio's mysterious suggestion. In the end, it was 10 days later that the delegation was able to enter the public capital Diarl of Kyushi Duchy, after establishing contact with the unit that came to investigate the anomalies in the city. The Duchy of Kyushi, known as the easternmost nation of the Western nations, had a capital Diarl that was on a scale unlike any city in the corridor nations thus far. Wow. I wouldn't say it's as big as the royal capital, but it definitely has a larger population than the city of Run. Priest Ito was astonished by the sheer number of people. If we were to compare the Western nations to kingdoms, then this Duchy of Kyushi would be akin to the Baron of the borderlands. Perhaps because of that, it seems to have quite a strong military power among the Western nations. One of those is the Golem Legion. Priest Zeke added supplementary information while reading the travel brochure. "I see. Wait, did you just say Golem Legion, Zeke?" Rio reacted to what Zeke had just said. "Ah, yes. The strongest Golem Legion in the Western nations is said to be governed by the Pope in the Fundebi Kingdom, but the Golem Legion of this Duchy of Kyushi is said to be quite formidable as well." As Zeke spoke, he showed the relevant section of the travel brochure. "I definitely want to see that." Rio was overflowing with excitement, beginning to fidget. "I need to negotiate with Hugh to stay in the Duchy for about half a year. No, I should also make arrangements with His Majesty Rupert and His Majesty Robert Perlow." "No, stop that kind of talk." Nils tried to prevent Rio's ominous words from escaping his lips. Ito and Ammon exchanged wry smiles. The three in room 10 looked a bit dumbfounded. However, Nils's concerns were quickly dispelled, and the sight that Rio had wished for in the Duchy castle where the party was welcomed, there were rows upon rows of golems lined up. The expression on Rio's face upon seeing them was pure joy, absolute delight, utter bliss. He was about to stray from the line and approach the golems when Nils caught him firmly, pulling him back to the line multiple times. In the end, it continued until the party entered the plaza inside the castle, navigating through the lined-up golems. Once they entered the plaza and the doors closed, blocking their view of the golems, as Rio reached out, the 6 from room 10 and room 11 sighed. However, in reality, it should not end with just a sigh, considering Rio's potential for action. This was not something understood by just these 6. "Rio, don't you dare break through the door. Abel, please don't stop me." "No, I will stop you." Rio's reckless behavior was averted thanks to Abel, who was far away in the Central Nations. Through the echo of the soul, Abel was witnessing the scene, and he could also imagine Rio's feelings. That meant he could anticipate the actions he might take. The main target is probably the Pope's Golem Legion. If you cause a problem here, you'll miss the chance to see it, you know. The Golem Legion governed by the Pope in the Fundebi Kingdom was said to be the strongest in the Western nations, and the delegation was headed toward the Pope's inauguration ceremony, meaning they would definitely go to the Fundebi Kingdom. It would be quite troublesome for Rio if he couldn't be taken along. "I have no choice. I will formally request to observe later." "What does formally even mean, I'll ask you?" "Well, that's fine, but don't cause trouble for the Grandmaster, okay? Don't worry, leave it to me." Rio was somehow brimming with confidence. But Abel had no idea what he was so confident about. The world might be built on misunderstandings. The audience with Duke Yuri, the 10th of Kyushi, ended smoothly, and the leaders of the delegation were shown the itinerary to the Fundebi Kingdom. In the Western nations, there is a saying, "All roads lead to Fundebi," indicating the well-developed network of roads. Moreover, under the Pope's instructions, the Duchy of Kyushi had been assigned the role of guiding the Central Nations delegation to the Fundebi Kingdom. Thus, the itinerary was communicated. The river is swollen. As Hugh looked at the itinerary, the words slipped out of his mouth. Yes, from this public capital Diarl to the Fundaby Kingdom, we will be traveling on the Ost River by boat. We have prepared a total of 6 ships, each capable of carrying over 200 people, along with 30 wagons. 2 ships per country. However, due to the heavy rain that fell until yesterday, the river is currently swollen. I believe we will be able to set sail in about 2 days, so we will have to wait here in Diarl until then. It seemed that traveling overland to Fundaby was possible, but it would take more time and effort compared to traveling by ship. Furthermore, since there was still about 3 months before the Pope's inauguration ceremony, there was no need to rush. Given that, waiting was the best strategy. The former Emperor Rupert, the former King Robert Perlo, and Hugh McGrath exchanged glances. Even without words, they understood each other to that extent. Understood, let us wait until the river calms down. Former Emperor Rupert replied on behalf of the group. This created a 2-day buffer. I did it. The heavens are on my side. In the large dining hall of their lodgings, a water attribute Mage shouted these words upon receiving the report that they would wait until the river calmed. What is it, Rio? What are you talking about? Hugh McGrath, the team leader, looked at Rio with a somewhat suspicious expression because of his overwhelming joy. The 6 from room 10 and room 11 shook their heads slightly and smiled wryly. Hugh, I have a request, Rio said as he approached Hugh. I want you to get permission to see the golems of the Duchy up close. Golems? Oh, the ones that were lined up. Hugh recalled the golems that were aligned at Rio's words. At the same time, he remembered how, 3 years ago, when they deployed to the Duchy of Inberry, Rio had shown an unusual interest in the allied artificial golems. Rio was interested in golems, if I recall. Yes, Rio responded eagerly to Hugh's words. Hugh hoped that Rio's wish would come true, but he thought that golems were likely a national secret, and it would be difficult to obtain permission for someone from another nation to see them easily. Well, I will ask the other party, but it might be difficult. It's okay. When the time comes, I will temporarily freeze the entire public capital so that everyone can't move, and then I will take a look. No, don't be stupid. Stop. Hugh hurriedly tried to stop Rio's outrageous idea. He didn't know if it was possible to freeze the entire public capital, but even the thought of doing so was quite troubling. Of course, I'm just joking. Come on, Hugh, you took me seriously. With Rio, I can never tell how much of it is a joke. Rio tapped Hugh's arm with a lovely smile, and Hugh replied with an extremely tired look on his face. It was typically Abel's role to handle such matters, but this time it seemed to be quite challenging for Hugh. Afterward, the permission that was granted to only look turned out to be a stroke of luck for everyone involved. Rio repeatedly fist-pumped in joy. Hugh sighed in relief that no problems seemed to arise, and the citizens of the public capital, who might have been frozen without knowing it, continued their lives unaware. Of course, when Rio said he would freeze everything, it was just a joke, right? Just as Rio himself said, it was a joke, right? Really. Finally, my long-cherished wish is coming true. No, you saw the golem we captured from the Alliance in the royal capital before, didn't you? In response to Rio's words, the head of the kingdom delegation, Hugh McGrath, who was accompanying them more as a supervisor than a supporter, interjected. The head himself is the supervisor. Rio is receiving VIP treatment. One could simply say that it's because there's a high possibility that other individuals wouldn't be able to keep things in check. That was that, and this is this. I see, Hugh weakly agreed with Rio's insistence. The door bore a plate that read Golem Maintenance Room. A guide from the Duchy was leading the 6 of them. By the way, it's not just me and Rio. No, Master McGrath, we are of course interested as well. Master McGrath, no sneaking ahead now, no sneaking ahead. Hugh grumbled, while former Emperor Rupert laughed and former King Robert Perlo chimed in. Hugh accompanied Rio, Count Hans Kirchhoff was with Rupert, and Captain of the Guard Groan was with Robert Perlo. There were a total of 6 individuals, 2 from each delegation. It was quite fair and impartial. Opening the door marked with the plate Golem Maintenance Room, the guide led the 6 of them inside. The space was enormous, possibly the size of 10 basketball courts. There, lined up, were the golems. The dull metallic reflections created a rather majestic atmosphere. Oh, Rio involuntarily let out a voice, and as he staggered closer to the nearest golem, he reached out to touch it. Stop! He was halted by Hugh. Please don't stop me, Hugh. No, I will stop you. You were told to look but not to touch, right? Indeed, they were permitted to look, but touching was, of course, a no-go. As a member of the delegation, if Rio were to break any agreements between nations, it would lead to serious trouble. Ugh, I see now. Even Rio understood that much. The golems lined up there were about 3 meters tall. The surface appeared to be made of some type of metal, dull and faded. Compared to the artificial golems of the Alliance that Rio had seen before, there were both similarities and differences. First, in terms of size, the artificial golems of the Alliance were 2.5 meters tall, while these were about 3 meters. And the most significant difference in appearance was 2 legs, Rio muttered. Yes, the golem in front of him had 2 legs. The artificial golems from the Alliance had 4 legs. Needless to say, a 4-legged design offers better stability. Rather, walking on 2 legs is quite difficult when it comes to balance control. In other words, one could say that the golems before him had a control mechanism that differed from the artificial golems. From the outside, the armor was tightly overlapped, making it hard to see the joints and such. If only I could see the magic formula as well. Rio's mumble seemed to reach the guide. I apologize, the magic formula is not visible from the outside. Additionally, a mechanism to prevent various external interference has been implemented. In other words, they seem to have taken various measures to prevent anyone from rewriting the magic formula from the outside and taking control. Of course, the magic formula itself is made invisible. Well, if that weren't the case, even a delegation that the Pope directly entertained would not easily show their golems to foreigners. Standard precautions were taken. I would love to have a go at this. I'm sorry, but, before Rio could finish his thought, the guide interrupted. That was a swift refusal. Of course. As Rio muttered in surprise, Hugh interjected. When we were lined up outside, they were holding halberds, right? Halberd, what's that? Oh, now that I think about it, I don't recall seeing them in the Central Nations. In response to Hugh's question, Rio began to recall. A halberd is a long weapon with an axe and a hook near the tip of the spear. It can be used to stab like a spear, swing like an axe, or hook things with the claw. However, it is quite heavy. Even for humans, it ranges from 2 to 2.5 meters. The halberds the lined-up golems were holding looked like they were around 4 meters long. It seems effective to charge into a dense formation of enemies while swinging a halberd. These golems might be used in such a manner on the battlefield as well. If something like that charged in, it would be troublesome. Just swinging a club would be enough to make it difficult for humans to deal with it. In response to Rio's words, Hugh nodded slightly as he replied. This is indeed impressive. To say that one golem is worth 5 B-class adventurers is not just talk. Former Emperor Rupert muttered, and Count Hans Kirchhoff beside him nodded in agreement. The Golem Legion of the Western Nations is said to possess combat power equivalent to 5 B-class adventurers per unit. Your Majesty Robert Perlo, does the Alliance also have such golems? Their military strength cannot be underestimated. Former Emperor Rupert said this while laughing, but his eyes were not smiling. Understanding the power that the golem before him possessed, and knowing that a corner of the same Central Nations held something comparable, it was not something to laugh about from the bottom of his heart. No, Your Majesty Rupert, our artificial golems are still in their early stages. They aren't nearly as refined as this. Former King Robert Perlo replied with a smile, but of course, there was no laughter in his eyes. The one who manufactured the Alliance's artificial golems was the renowned genius alchemist, Frank de Verde. It goes without saying that these were not unfinished products. Both Rupert and Robert Perlo were having this conversation with that understanding. From a slight distance, another head, Hugh McGrath, shook his head slightly and murmured, "To have to run a country while dealing with something like that, Your Majesty Abel has it tough." 2 hours later, the Golem observation session concluded. There was about one person, a water attribute mage, who still seemed a bit reluctant to leave, but time was indeed limited. After all, they were fortunate just to be shown something that was equivalent to a national secret. In fact, the 3 heads thanked the guide politely, mentioning that they would like him to convey their gratitude to Duke Quesh. Oh, as Rio was pulled out of the room by Hugh, he finally managed to say, "Thank you very much." Well, that was probably better than nothing. Naturally, after that, the Duchy's maintenance staff conducted inspections on all the golems. Even though they could repel external interference, it would be problematic if anything had been done to them. A detailed inspection was conducted, and it was judged to be problem-free just as evening was approaching. However, they were unaware that on that very night, several suspicious shadows attached themselves to the golems in the maintenance room, tampering with them using some sort of alchemy tools. Should we also consider creating golems as a fighting force? What do you think, Hans? Yes, while golems would help reduce human casualties, it's not something anyone can create. The Alliance's success in manufacturing was, with all due respect, thanks to Master Frank de Verde. Former Emperor Rupert asked while walking, and Count Hans Kirchhoff beside him replied. Well, that cannot be denied. With a faint smile, former King Robert Perlo of the Alliance affirmed Hans's words. It seems a genius alchemist is needed to create them, Rupert mused. The one who reacted to that was Rio. Excuse me, Your Majesty Rupert, please do not even think about abducting Viscount Kenneth Hayward from the kingdom. Oh, I had no intention of doing such a thing. Lord Rio, were you concerned about that? Rupert replied with a faint smile. Of course, I do not believe that the wise Your Majesty Rupert would act so recklessly. Besides, Kenneth is both my friend and my mentor, so it would be troublesome if he were to go missing. I would search throughout the entire empire for him if that happened. Rio said with a bright smile. Now I wonder if I would find him? With a faint smile, Rupert wove his words. I would freeze the entire empire to search for him, so I'm sure I would find him. No worries. Even if frozen, he will be alive. Later on, I will thaw the citizens of the empire, you see? Still smiling brightly, Rio responded. This is the Cold War. A Cold War. Rio's disrespectful remarks toward a former emperor could warrant reprimand from Rupert. But he wouldn't do such a thing, because he understood that it would be pointless. Of course, I had no intention of laying a hand on Viscount Hayward, but I suppose I should consider other methods for Golem production. A wise decision, thank you, Rupert said with a bright smile, and Rio bowed his head. Yeah, you guys are scary. Hugh's mutterings went unheard by anyone. The next morning, as the kingdom delegation gathered in the dining hall of their lodging, a shocking fact was revealed. We are leaving today. If we were to describe Rio's expression at that moment, it could be summarized as dismayed. They say the river's flood has calmed down and we will be departing today. It seems to be quite a large ship, with only 2 able to dock at once. As usual, the order will be Empire, Alliance, and then Kingdom. The Empire has already begun boarding. Our boarding will be in 2 hours. Please proceed with your preparations. Most of the delegation members nodded at the words of their leader, Hugh McGrath. However, there was one water attribute mage who did not nod. I had planned for the 2nd day of the Golem tour. No, there was never a 2nd day to begin with, Hugh retorted to Rio's lament. The Duchy had only granted permission for a 1-day, 2-hour visit. In fact, it was quite unusual for the people of another nation to be granted such permission. Rio, isn't the Golem in Fundaby Kingdom, which we are heading to, the strongest in the Western nations? Don't you want to see it soon? I see. Indeed, as Ito said, let's change our mindset. Now everyone, please hurry with your preparations. Rio turned around at the words of Priest Ito. As expected, the members of Room 10, having had a long acquaintance with Rio, seemed to know how to handle him. It goes without saying that leader Hugh McGrath was left speechless 2 hours later. There were 2 ports on the Ost River, and the delegation's ship was docked at the port exclusive to the Duchy. Thus, it was located adjacent to the Duchy castle. At that exclusive port, 2 large ships with 2 decks had docked. Wagons and heavy cargo were placed on the lower deck, while humans were to board the upper deck. This is huge. I feel like it would tip over if it were in the ocean. It seems to be made specifically for the Ost River. It's not as cool as the ship we saw in Whitnash. These were the sentiments of Ammon, Rio, Ito, and Nils. The last line might sound like Rio's impression, but it was actually Nils speaking. Even he, who was thought to have no sense of aesthetics, still finds the beauty of the trimaran, Queen Rain shooter, that he had seen in Whitnash to be remarkable. By the way, the 4 of them had no idea where the Queen Rain shooter currently was. When they had loaded all the supplies received from the Kyushi Duchy and nearly 30 wagons onto the ship, a commotion broke out. Ah, a scream echoed from the Duchy castle, and it was not just one scream. Many angry shouts could be heard. Of the 300 people in the kingdom delegation, 100 were bureaucrats, while the remaining 200 were adventurers. Moreover, these were all adventurers of D rank or higher. Naturally, they could take action almost reflexively in the event of an emergency. Immediately, party members gathered together and shared their intentions through eye contact. Almost simultaneously, a command was issued from their leader, who was also a former rank adventurer, Hugh McGrath. Bureaucrats, hurry aboard. D-rank parties, board your assigned ship and stand by on deck. Protect the bureaucrats if any anomalies occur. B and C-rank parties, prepare for battle on land. They understood there was some kind of anomaly occurring in the Duchy, but because they did not know what kind of anomaly it was, they could not move carelessly. What had happened, it did not take long for the kingdom delegation to learn the answer. The sound is getting closer. It's a heavy sound. This is definitely that, isn't it? Ammon murmured, Ito added on, and Nils imagined. Between the Duchy castle and the exclusive port there was a castle wall. In an instant that wall crumbled. What emerged was, as they had imagined, a golem, and not just one. The walls continued to collapse one after another, and from the fallen sections, at least 10 golems came charging toward the delegation. Whoa! A man charged in with a battle cry. It was Harold, the swordsman from room 11. Wah, you idiot! Nils shouted, but it was already too late. As Harold faced off against the leading golem, he swung his sword horizontally at its leg with all his might. Clang! With a high-pitched sound, Harold's sword was deflected. The golem's leg suffered not a single scratch. Harold was astonished. Despite his surprise, he quickly tried to create some distance with a backstep. However, the golem, which had a 4-meter-long halberd, swung it with a speed that belied its massive size. Harold barely managed to place his sword between the incoming halberd and his body. It was the strength of a non-human. With a soundless cry, Harold was sent flying. Like a baseball batter hitting a ball, Harold flew away like that ball. The kingdom delegation watched the scene in shock. Now that I think about it, when we were deployed to the Duchy of Inberry, Ra was thrown around like that. Rio felt nostalgic as he recalled the sight he had seen before. But he quickly pulled himself back to reality. Before him lay a battlefield. The 10 golems were already engaged in combat with the adventurers of the kingdom delegation. Rio muttered to himself, "If only I had divided them with an ice wall before they made contact." Did he mean to separate the golems from the adventurers? Or did he mean he should have divided the golems for his own opponent? No one could truly know. Harold, due to his inexperience, received the golem's strike and was sent flying. But the other adventurers did not make such foolish mistakes. Perhaps they recognized from Harold's situation that it was not something to be taken head-on. Everyone was either dodging or deflecting the golem's attacks. Coffee Maker and Room 10 were B-rank adventurers, but all other land combatants were C-rank adventurers. However, compared to Harold and the others of Room 11, who had just recently become C-rank, each of them had significant experience. They had abundant combat experience against monsters with the physical strength of ogres. That experience was being put to good use. While no party had managed to deliver a decisive blow, at least they were maintaining the front lines. They said it was equivalent to 5 B-rank adventurers, but these golems don't seem to be that strong. Rio's mutter was premature. As one golem's eyes glowed red, its fighting style changed. Until now, the golems had been standing still, swinging their halberds for attack, but now they began to move using their legs. When this happened, the timing of their reach changed drastically. Moreover, despite their massive size, they were taking remarkably delicate steps. While moving forward, they would lean forward. If an ogre or a large human did something like that, they would probably hurt their knees. Rio commented on the changed fighting style of the golem. By the way, while Rio had been making these third-person remarks, what exactly was he doing? Of course, he was not slacking off. He was erecting an ice wall between the land and the ship to prevent damage to the vessel. Originally, the D-rank adventurers had boarded to protect the bureaucrats atop the ship. But the golem, taking advantage of its massive size, had thrown a spear it brought along with the halberd at the ship. It would be quite bad if such a huge spear pierced the ship. If the ship were to get a hole, it would sink, and if it fell onto the deck, it could jeopardize the lives of those on board. Therefore, the moment the spear was thrown, Rio constructed an ice wall to deflect it and maintain that ice wall. However, Rio's body was getting antsy. The ice wall wouldn't require Rio to maintain it. From what he could see, all the Guardian adventurers on land, except for Rio and the leader Hugh, were already engaged in battle with the golems. "It's not as strong as 5 B-rank adventurers," Rio had mumbled earlier. But seeing the current situation where more than 5 adventurers were involved with each golem, they were certainly not to be underestimated. In fact, since they had begun moving, there were adventurers on their side who had sustained injuries. The priests were diligently healing these injuries while maintaining the front line. What was especially troublesome was that the golem's surfaces repelled all attacks, including swords and attack magic. Even javelin-type spells with increased attack power did not leave a scratch. While the front lines were being maintained, they had completely fallen into a stalemate. Leader Hugh McGrath found it strange. Despite the commotion, no reinforcements were coming from the Duchy castle at all. Did they abandon us? No, that's not right. The sounds of battle before him were quite significant, so unless he focused, he couldn't hear, but it seemed that there was still chaos within the castle as well. In other words, not just these 10 golems, but others are likely moving as well. That was not a pleasant prediction, because there was a possibility that more golems could come from within the Duchy castle in addition to these 10. And then an 11th golem appeared. Hugh clicked his tongue loudly and moved toward the newly appeared one. After all, since all the parties were engaged in battle, the only ones available were himself and Rio, who was creating an ice wall to protect the ship. Rio? The water attribute mage ran toward the 11th golem. This newly appeared 11th golem also held a halberd in its right hand and a spear in its left. It immediately threw the spear toward the ship. Clang! However, the spear hit an invisible wall about 10 meters from the 11th golem and fell. The 11th golem, unfazed by the spear, continued to charge toward the battling delegation. In its path, a mage stood in its way. Picking up the fallen spear, the mage charged straight at the 11th golem. Just as the halberd of the 11th golem was about to reach him, the mage disappeared. Even Hugh, who was watching from a distance, lost sight of him for a moment. But in the next instant, he understood that the mage had somehow accelerated momentarily and circled around to the back of the 11th golem. A small glimmer of water particles could be seen behind the mage. Perhaps he had used some water attribute magic. The mage stabbed the 11th golem from behind with the spear. The 11th golem stumbled dramatically. It was a sight to behold. It did not seem like a particularly strong thrust, but it fell without any resistance. Hugh, who was watching, was left speechless. "It seems the designer did not understand the 0-moment point," Ryo murmured, then summoned an ice blade with Murakumo and stabbed it into the back of the neck of the 11th golem that had fallen face down. The golem had multiple layers of armor, making it difficult to see even the joints from the outside. But Ryo had noticed that there was a slight gap around the neck area during the tour yesterday. It was inevitable that a gap would form as it moved its head to survey its surroundings. However, given its 3-meter height, human weapons could not easily strike at its neck. A thrust from below with a spear would not fit into the gap around its neck. Thus, the most rational method was to knock it down and then stab it. For instance, if this were an ogre, one could crush its knees and, once its head lowered, decapitate it. To begin with, the head's positioning would feel significantly different when comparing a usually hunched ogre to a well-postured golem. So, Ryo opted for the method of knocking it down. The key point was, the control of the target ZMP is an essential path when creating bipedal robots. When speaking of the point where the resultant force of gravity and inertia intersects with the ground for bipedal robots, it is called the 0-moment point ZMP, but that can be difficult to understand. In literal terms, it refers to the point where the total moment of inertia force equals 0, which is also not easy to grasp. First, let's briefly explain the term inertia force. It is somewhat different from inertia. However, since everyone experiences it quite often, it is not difficult to understand. For example, when riding in a train or car, the moment it starts moving, one feels a pull in the opposite direction of movement. That force pulling in the opposite direction is the inertia force. It's not complicated. With that in mind, let's think about the 0-moment point in relation to human walking and running. When walking slowly, the force of gravity pulls straight down, while the inertia force pulls backward, which is, in other words, to the rear. The combination of these two forces is called the total inertia force. It's like the arrows for the two forces that we learned about in middle school science class, forming a parallelogram. When walking, since the backward inertia force is small, it takes the shape of a long rectangle. Now, when running, the force of gravity still pulls downward, but the backward inertia force becomes larger. Thus, the parallelogram in this case, a rectangle won't just be a long, thin one, but rather a large one. As a result, the total inertia force shifts significantly to the rear. Gravity remains constant. The inertia force can be controlled by adjusting speed. If we were to call the appropriate inertia force the target inertia force, then the combination of gravity and the target inertia force can be called the target total inertia force. The intersection of this target total inertia force and the ground is the target ZMP. One must consider where this target ZMP will be when thinking about posture control for robots. Automobile company ABO achieved bipedal walking through 3 forms of posture control: target ZMP control, ground reaction force control, and landing position control. Ryo murmured while looking down at the fallen 11th golem. It seemed to be knowledge he learned back on Earth. Just hearing that alone might sound very complicated, however, when considering what humans usually do, the movements themselves are not difficult. For instance, let's say one tripped over a bump in the ground while walking. Of course, one would be on the verge of falling. At that moment, how does a person move to prevent the fall? They would take a large step forward with the foot that did not trip. By doing so, they can prevent the fall. By being aware of the target ZMP control, this becomes possible in bipedal robots as well. Now, when it comes to the golems of the Kyushi Duchy, when Ryo nudged it from behind, it failed to take a large step forward to prevent itself from falling. In other words, Ryo seemed to imply that its target ZMP control was lacking. To prevent falling, it would take a large step forward, but the answer lies in the ZMP that forms backward. Once one knows, it is not a complex issue, but if one does not, it is rather difficult to grasp. The paddy field management golem Ryo created in Duke Rondo's territory was far from satisfactory. However, when it came to carrying out tasks in what could be said to be a terrible terrain, it was excellent in terms of posture control. By comparison, the golem that lay before him seemed to have weak posture control. Nevertheless, there must be something to learn from this. Saying so, he first completely removed its head. Then he carefully observed the chest and back armor from the neck area. There must be some mechanism or method to remove the armor somewhere. Otherwise, maintenance would be impossible in a battlefield, or when showing it to people from other nations, it would likely be fully armored, but during maintenance, the armor should be removable. His past experience of tinkering with the Alliance's captured artificial golem under Kenneth now came to fruition. After fiddling with it for a while, he found what he was looking for. Ha! For no reason at all, he called out as he detached the interior clasp, and the chest armor came off. One more time, ha! Again, for no reason, he called out and removed the back armor as well. Once he figured out the first lock, the rest went relatively smoothly. The arms, legs, and waist had been designed similarly. In just 5 minutes, almost all the armor was removed, revealing the naked golem, although it still lacked a severed head. But at that moment, Ryo suddenly snapped back to reality. He remembered where he was, that his teammates were still engaged in battle. Oh no! Realizing that he had been about to abandon his fighting comrades for his own interests was a mistake. When he glanced over, there stood Master McGrath, the commander. He had witnessed Ryo knock down the 11th golem and stab it in the neck. Giving commands, he also joined the fray. He waited for the golem, which was using its legs to fight, to advance before lunging from behind to topple it, then stabbing it in the neck with his sword. While Ryo's method was not as refined as Master McGrath's, all 10 remaining golems were taken down, primarily by B-rank parties. In the end, there were 0 fatalities, and a total of 11 golems were defeated. What kind of answer is it that one can be knocked down just from a nudge from behind? Well, as for that question, humans generate walking movements in the cerebellum, and the spinal cord moves the muscles accordingly, so it seems, so they don't fall without thinking. But robots and golems require programming and mechanisms to manage that, and it must be unmistakably precise. Humans are amazing in that they can operate even with ambiguity. The 11 golems that had approached the kingdom delegation were defeated, but it seemed that the chaos in the Duchy castle had not yet subsided. The leader, Hugh McGrath, stood with his arms crossed, not uttering a word. It was a matter concerning another country, and honestly he was unsure how much he could involve himself. He would face any incoming threats, but beyond that. The remaining B-rank and C-rank parties on the ground were gathered together, discussing among themselves. Except for one person. Once all the issues were resolved, Ryo sat beside the 11th golem he had first defeated, disassembling, analyzing, and reading something. The 6 members from rooms 10 and 11 gathered around him. Ryo is probably doing alchemy. He's really gotten into his hobbies. Ito murmured, Ammon speculated, and Nils concluded. The 3 from room 11 remained silent, having realized the truth. Ryo was disassembling the 11th golem and analyzing its structure and magic formula. Of course, the magic formula was something akin to each designer weaving their own unique language, so deciphering it wasn't easy. Even Ryo, who had accumulated knowledge and experience in alchemy far beyond what he had 3 years ago, found it challenging. However, it wasn't that he couldn't understand it at all. Though he didn't grasp every detail, the main concept was clear. This is incredible. It's the epitome of energy conservation or magical power reduction. It runs on just a single moderately sized earth attribute magic stone. To think such a massive golem could be operated with just one magic stone. The design and manufacturing are on a remarkably high level. Ryo whispered in awe. He hadn't even noticed that the 6 had approached him. Of course, it's autonomous, but it can do various things with just simple instructions, like an artificial intelligence from Earth. It's fuzzy, so to speak. Moreover, it's voice-activated. Wait a minute. There's some forced writing in the attack target section. It seemed that in the process of deciphering the magic formula, Ryo had stumbled upon something unexpected. At that point, he finally noticed that the 6 from rooms 10 and 11 were around him. Oh, good timing. Nils, please call Hugh. I found something that seems to be the cause of this commotion. What did you find, Ryo? Hugh, the cause of this commotion is not the golems running amok. In the attack target section of the golem, there's a time-specified entry. 1. Destruction of the delegation's lodging. 2. Attack on the delegation clearly recorded. What did you say? Not only Hugh, but the 6 from rooms 10 and 11 were left speechless. Of course, since the attack was so clearly defined, they hadn't thought it was merely a rampage. But the explicit mention of an attack on the delegation was something they hadn't wanted to consider. Well, considering that the first 10 golems had thrown their spears towards the ship right away, it could be said that the intent was clear at that point. Ryo, you mentioned that the attack was time-specified. Do you know when that instruction was given? I don't know the exact time, but I know it was yesterday. He had already found the section that recorded the change history. It had yesterday's date. The river calmed, and the departure was decided this morning in the early hours. That means the whole delegation, not just the kingdom delegation, was the target of the attack. Hugh spoke slowly, as if confirming his thoughts. However, unanswered mysteries remained. Yes, for what purpose was the delegation attacked? The chaos within the Duchy castle is still ongoing. There's a high possibility that other golems are rampaging. It's difficult to send out scouts. We may have to wait here a little longer. Hugh murmured that and then raised his voice. Kingdom delegation, all personnel remain on standby until further orders. Yes, the adventurers responded and nodded. Hugh, as the leader, was also the Grand Master of the kingdom's Adventurer Guild, meaning he was the ultimate authority over the adventurers. His ability to command the adventurers was high. After giving his orders, Hugh turned back to Rio and said, "Rio, you've done well to find this. When you started disassembling the golem, I wondered what you were up to, but it seems you were investigating the cause of this rampage. Good job, thank you very much." Hugh expressed his admiration, and Rio responded with a refreshing smile. However, the three from Room 10 knew better. While it seems the Grand Master appreciates that, I really think Rio prioritized his hobbies. He linked his hobby to a result. Rio, that's impressive. Ammon raised a question, Ito pinpointed the truth, and Nils admired it for another reason. Of course, the assessment by the three from Room 10 was more truthful than Hugh McGrath's. This might stem from their long acquaintance with Rio. Nevertheless, no one stopped Rio, who had resumed disassembling the golem. Having gained the leader's justification, Rio continued to fiddle with the golem happily. Meanwhile, in the Duchy castle, in the square, the bodies of the Imperial Guards or the First Night Order, who were particularly close to Duke Yuri X, lay scattered. A young man watched this scene from a tower a short distance away. I have successfully reduced my father's battle strength considerably. Moreover, the fact that the delegation was attacked has also come to light. The Golem Legion attacking the delegation that His Holiness ordered me to host. My father could even face exile from the Western Church. This plot has nearly succeeded. Just then, an elderly man knocked and entered the young man's room. Your Highness, the 11 golems have been destroyed by the delegation from the Central Nations. Additionally, the 4 golems that attacked the Duchy castle have ceased operating due to magical power depletion. Destroyed, you say? The prince frowned and questioned. Yes, it appears all 11 had their heads taken off at quite an early stage. The elderly man reported without changing his expression. And what are the damages to the delegation? 0 casualties. That's absurd. The prince raised his voice in surprise at the elder's report. But he quickly lowered his voice to ask again. 11 golems? You're saying that not a single person died? No matter how elite the guards are, is that even possible? His voice was low but had a sharp questioning tone. However, the elderly man answered without changing his expression. It is the truth. Tusk, I understand. Thank you for the report, the prince said with a bitter expression, and the elderly man bowed and left the room at the same time. Inside the Duchy castle in the audience chamber, Duke Yuri X sat. He sat on his throne, hand on his forehead, grimacing. He had been sighing repeatedly for some time now. Why is this happening? He murmured that phrase over and over. Currently, the Alchemy Guild and the technicians are investigating the cause. The interior minister, responsible for the security within the castle, answered while sweating profusely. However, Yuri's voice was weak in response. His Holiness will not forgive me. The golems of our nation attacked the delegation he ordered to host. Moreover, many damages have also befallen the Imperial Guards and the First Night Order. Just as he spoke, the captain of the guards reported. Your Excellency, Leader Hugh McGrath of the delegation requests an audience. I see. We cannot avoid meeting him. Let him in. McGrath, I sincerely apologize. Duke Yuri X immediately began with an apology. That was certainly unexpected for Hugh. He had anticipated an apology, but not right from the very first words. No, fortunately our delegation has sustained no damage. What? No damage? Yuri asked, bewildered by Hugh's words. He had heard reports that 11 golems had attacked the delegation. While it seemed that, like the 4 that rampaged within the castle, they had ultimately ceased movement, no reports had come up concerning the delegation's human casualties. They had prioritized finding the cause of the golem rampage over that. Yes, a few injuries occurred, but the priests healed them with healing magic. The golems, some were significantly damaged, but there was no harm done to the delegation or the ship. Hugh replied, recalling the 11th golem, which had been disassembled by Rio. That golem was in such a state of disassembly that it seemed impossible to reassemble it. Ah, I see, that's good to hear, Yuri said, shedding tears. It was a small glimmer of hope amid a horrific disaster. The interior minister, responsible for investigating the cause, began explaining the current situation. We still do not fully understand the cause of the rampage. He paused for a moment before continuing. The 4 golems that attacked the castle ultimately ceased activity due to magical power depletion. It seems that with the depletion of magical power, any change history was also erased, and the Alchemy Guild and the technicians are all working together to determine the cause," he reported to Hugh with a frown. Hugh nodded once and spoke. "I have something to report regarding that. In fact, someone knowledgeable in alchemy has obtained information from the defeated Golem. In the Golem's Attack Target section, there are time-specified entries for 1. Destruction of the delegation's lodging. 2. Attack on the delegation." "What?" The Interior Minister raised his voice in surprise. "That said, since I'm not well versed in the magic formulas of the Duchy's golems, I think it would be best for an expert to take a look. How about allowing our Alchemy Guild and technicians to examine the golem we defeated?" "I would certainly like that," the Interior Minister said and looked at Yuri. Yuri also nodded multiple times. At last, it seemed a glimmer of hope appeared for uncovering the cause of this turmoil. Rio had conveyed to Hugh that it would be best for experts to take a look, but he had no intention of letting go of the 11th golem he had disassembled. In the first place, in the aftermath of the battle with the Kingdom delegation, the remaining 10 golems lay around, having had their heads severed, so no one attempted to forcibly take the golem Rio had disassembled. In fact, the golem, which had been disassembled by Rio and was almost unrecognizable, was in such a state that even the pride of the Duchy, the Alchemy Guild and technicians, would probably not be able to reassemble it. The golems that had their heads cut off had not lost their change history, unlike the golems inside the castle that had stopped due to magical power depletion. In the first place, the security of the change history was high, and it couldn't be easily modified or erased. Only once the power source, the magic stone, had run out did the change history itself disappear. That seemed to be the limit of manipulation. Basically, for an ordinary person, defeating a combat golem was impossible, and the only way for it to stop was due to magical power depletion. If that was the case, the manipulations had been acceptable. However, due to some water attribute mage, it had been defeated midway. As a result, traces of forced writing were found in the attack target section. And as a result of detailed analysis, it was also discovered whose authority was used for the forced writing. Ridiculous! The command came from His Highness the Prince. The Interior Minister, upon receiving the report, could not continue speaking. However, the one who was likely even more shocked was Duke Yuri X. Upon hearing the report, he could not utter a single word. His face had turned pale, but a minute later his face flushed. His expression changed from one of shock to one of anger. However, the tone in which he gave his orders was almost eerily calm. "Arrest the prince." "No, Kirill." Even the Interior Minister standing by his side could barely recognize the emotionless voice, one they had never heard before. It made one involuntarily imagine the depth of Yuri's anger. 1 hour later, it was confirmed that Prince Kirill was not inside the Duchy castle. Information obtained indicated that he had left the castle almost simultaneously with the Alchemy Guild and technicians heading towards the golems defeated by the delegation. If it was due to magical power depletion, the information on the golems should have disappeared. But perhaps he had realized that since they were defeated, the change history and other information would remain, revealing the truth. Immediately an announcement was made to strip the prince of his status. However, afterwards, the whereabouts of Kirill remained unknown. On June 19, 2021, The Water Attribute Mage, Part 1. Central Nations Arc 2 will be released. For those considering purchasing the paperback, I would like to recommend pre-ordering from the publisher to books on the TO Books online store. If you place your order by May 23 Sunday, it will arrive at your hands on the release date, June 19 Saturday. Starting from May 13, it seems to Books Online is also selling select goods from The Irregular at Magic High School, and that time I got reincarnated as a slime. How about it for those of you who are just a bit shy of free shipping? The second volume can be found lower down on that page. The first volume is easier to find if you click on the paperback tab at the top of that page. I'm recommending pre-ordering to ensure you don't experience the terrible situation I fell into when the first volume was released, which stemmed from just a misunderstanding on my part. For more on the terrible situation I faced, you can read Kubokun's Bookstore Tour Water Attribute Mage Style at. The ship of the Kingdom delegation finally set sail the next morning. While the crew members who had already boarded were safe, many crew members who remained in the Duchy castle got caught up in the turmoil and lost their lives. The fact that they were able to leave the following morning was also due to the Duchy making an effort to gather crew members. During the extended stay of one more day, the delegation spent their time as they pleased. Of course, a certain water attribute mage was eagerly analyzing the information on the disassembled golem. By the way, while Rio intended to disassemble, many others viewed it as dismantle, so it's worth noting that distinction. Disassembly does not involve destruction, while dismantling does. I'm slowly starting to understand the points of magical power reduction. Rio murmured, laughing devilishly, which caused the 6 people from room 10 and room 11 to keep their distance. Their common understanding was simply, let's leave him be. However, they did make sure to communicate meal times properly. Rio-san, let's have our meal in the dining hall. When Ammon said that, Rio suddenly looked up and stood up. Yeah, let's go eat. The saying, alchemy is more important than 3 meals a day, didn't seem to apply to Rio. Although he did eat properly during the ship journey, Rio was continuously immersed in analyzing the disassembled golem. Of course, the leader, Hugh McGrath, negotiated with the Duchy, and some conditions were attached. But officially, the ownership of the disassembled golem was transferred to Rio. It was likely a significant judgment when the alchemy team and the maintenance crew decided that it was impossible to restore from that state. Normally, even if someone has made a substantial contribution, something akin to a national secret would not be handed over to adventurers from another country. Rio had no intention of reassembling it either. He understood that it was fundamentally impossible, but it was very beneficial for him to significantly enhance his knowledge of golems through alchemy. Around that time, a major disturbance occurred in the corridor nations. There were the nations of Adekbo and Schultz, listed in order of proximity from the central nations. Both were city-states and could be considered relatively small compared to what one would call a nation in the central nations. However, they each had a population of hundreds of thousands, and loosely speaking, some form of government existed. Yet in Adekbo, due to the foolish actions of the Lord, Duke Zlaransu, a massive swarm of caterpillars attacked the city and the Lord's mansion, resulting in Duke Zlaransu's demise. Several key members of the government also lost their lives. Furthermore, the proud walls of Adekbo were significantly destroyed by this caterpillar swarm. This situation was quite dire for a nation located within the Forest of Jet Black. The Forest of Jet Black is notorious for the abundance of monsters, even more so than the average forest. Nonetheless, these were just monsters after all. If the goal was simply to prevent them from invading the city, there were many strategies available. Certainly, with a massive swarm of caterpillars like this, there was little that could be done, but such occurrences happened once in several decades or even a century. It was not something to be overly concerned about. They could have taken their time to repair the walls. They should have been able to do so. Until now, no way, it can't hold anymore. How can those guys ride horses in the forest? They're shooting arrows while mounted, I report. The First Night Order has been completely annihilated. Horsemen have breached at the point of wall collapse. Enemies are coming one after another. On this day, in just one day of fighting, Adekbo fell. Duke Lanshui, who had succeeded Duke Zlaransu as the Lord, accepted the offer of surrender. The person responsible for the fall of Adekbo was the newly crowned King On of Schultz. He was the man who had once led the horseback people to conquer Schultz. And he was also the man who vowed never to forgive former Emperor Rupert of the Duchy Empire for injuring his sister. Thus, Adekbo became a vassal state of Schultz. By annexing Adekbo, there were no obstacles left between King On and the Duchy Empire. I will definitely keep my vow. Of course, that murmur from King On would not reach the ears of former Emperor Rupert. News of Adekbo's fall reached the Marquis Heinlein in the distant royal capital of the Natore Kingdom 3 days later. It was also reported to King Abel. Adekbo fell. It'll be difficult for the delegation to secure a return route now. Yes, we will have to take a significantly detoured route around Schultz and Adekbo. This will make it difficult not only for safety, but also for resupply. Additionally, reports indicate that King On of Schultz does not have good feelings towards the Central Nations delegation, especially against former Emperor Rupert. Ah, I've heard that too. It's because he injured On's sister. It's a misdirected grudge, but this is troublesome. Abel frowned and took a sip of the coffee beside him. Schultz and Adekbo were quite far apart, weren't they? That's precisely why they had previously remained non-interfering. Yes, it seems it's the horseback people after all. Ah, the people originally led by King On were the horseback people who had been persecuted by Schultz. Their mobility and operational radius were astonishingly vast. All were mounted, and their ability to move gave rise to an unprecedented conflict between the corridor nations as Schultz launched an offensive against Adekbo. And it was resolved in just one day. What crushed the tyranny of distance was the madness of the king. They are a formidable force, the horseback people. Yes, while they are unlikely to attack the mainland of the kingdom, there is a possibility that they could pose an obstacle if the delegation takes a significantly detoured route when returning from the Western nations. It seems we will need to establish a proper intelligence network in the corridor nations as well. Currently, I believe we are receiving quite detailed information. But you mean it's not yet substantial? I apologize, Your Majesty. I will arrange it urgently. Ah, The level of substantial that Marquis Heinlein expects seems to greatly exceed Abel's expectations. The king was gradually being consumed by madness. Also in this text, I translated the tyranny of distance, following a certain space opera reference, but the original text was the tyranny of distance. Google translated it as Chinese letter, Japanese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, the despotism of distance. This is a famous work by Australian historian Geoffrey Blaney. Distance is an element that cannot be ignored in anything one does. In this Water Attribute Mage Part 2, the element of distance will continue to linger until the end. After a leisurely 4-day sea journey, the kingdom delegation arrived in Valpigara, a city in the northern border of Fundebi Kingdom. From Valpigara, they would proceed overland to the holy capital Maroma of Fundebi Kingdom. Hey Rio, what is it, Nils? That thing following us from behind is... It's a water attribute magic cart, you know? Behind Rio, 3 carts resembling ice-made luggage carts were following him. It was an upgraded version of the cart from before. Of course, inside it were the disassembled golems made in Kyushi Duchy. When the Duchy provided us with these golems, one of the conditions was that we must dispose of them completely upon arriving in Fundebi Kingdom. I've learned quite a bit from it, so it's a bit of a waste, but we must keep our promise. The Duchy likely didn't want to share information about golems with other countries in the Western nations as much as possible. Moreover, even though Rio and the delegation had a notable achievement in preventing a coup, it was quite unusual to be given disassembled golems. There was probably a sense of gratitude, along with a hush-money implication. Rio was the type of person who kept promises once made, but the golem's armor was unaffected by both swords and magic, right? That was something every party struggled with. Ammon and Ito recalled their battle with the golem. How do we dispose of it? Nils seemed to have understood the difficulty in disposing of such a golem. He looked back and forth between Rio and the cart trailing behind. Rio turned around to look at the cart and said, "The armor is indeed tough. The best way to dispose of it would be to burn it at a high temperature, ideally to melt it." Kenneth mentioned before that the captured golem of the Alliance was melted while escaping the royal capital to prevent it falling into the Empire's hands. No, Rio is a water attribute mage. You can't burn it with water, can you? Nils made a very reasonable comment. Yes, normal water can't burn. In fact, water extinguishes fire. However, there is burning water, Rio answered. That answer was water plasma. By applying voltage to the water around, plasma could be generated. This plasma torch can reach temperatures of 10,000 or even 20,000 degrees Celsius. Most things will evaporate rather than just melt. Iron melts at 2,000 degrees. Which means it changes from solid to liquid, but when exposed to plasma, it can instantly become gas and disperse into the air. It literally disappears. In 21st century Japan, it had already gone beyond lab-level research and was commercialized. There were vehicle-mounted water plasma generators aiming to handle waste disposal. When waste is processed with water plasma, what comes out is hydrogen. For a society aiming for a hydrogen economy, it must be a fantastic method. If all the city incinerators were converted to water plasma incinerators, all the garbage that could only be disposed of by burying could be incinerated. And of course, no dioxins would be produced, and a large amount of hydrogen for societal use could be generated. However, unfortunately, Rio still couldn't produce it. Even a water attribute mage like Rio found it difficult. But I will definitely master water plasma someday. While firmly vowing this in his heart, he couldn't use it for the disposal of the golem parts in front of him. However, Rio knew one more type of plasma related to water. That was the mantis shrimp. Once, he had been knocked out by a shock wave from a huge version of the mantis shrimp in the ocean. That was what is called underwater plasma or liquid plasma. Though its name is similar to water plasma, it's completely different. As called cavitation and cavitation collapse, it is a phenomenon that occurs underwater. Mantis shrimp can generate a high temperature of 44.0 degrees just by snapping their claws together. Of course, since it's underwater, that high temperature quickly subsides. But if that's the case, just by placing the golem parts underwater and generating high temperatures on their surfaces, it should work. With underwater plasma, it's possible to generate a high temperature far exceeding the melting point of iron at 2,000 degrees. And Rio had already mastered the mantis shrimp's cavitation. He had used it to remove barnyard millet while managing the rice fields in Duke Rondo's territory. Indeed, many times every day, Rio filled the cargo area of one of the carts with water. Since all parts of the golem were made of metal, none floated and they all sank. He extended his right hand with thumb and index finger spread toward it, taking aim. Bang! Doggone. A considerable sound echoed in the water of the cargo area. The cart was transparent, allowing the outside to see inside. Ammon approached the cart to observe what was happening. "Rio, son, it's certainly melting, but just a bit." "Oh, really?" Rio hurriedly approached to confirm that, a hole the size of his fingertip. Bang 256, bang 256, bang 256, bang 256, bang 256. With each chant, a continuous low rumble resonated. Ammon, watching nearby, was captivated by the sight, while the five standing a bit away were worried about Ammon's safety. Of course, since this was happening inside the magically enhanced cart, there was no damage outside. After dozens of 256 consecutive shots, finally, "Rio-san, it's completely gone." "Amazing. With water attribute magic, this is a piece of cake." Ammon looked at Rio with admiration, and Rio declared while catching his breath, "Now just 2 more to go?" "Why, yeah. I'll do my best," Ammon said innocently, while Rio, aware of the difficulty ahead, was sweating nervously. The five watched them silently. Disposing of waste has always been a tough job. From further away, the leader Hugh McGrath observed the 7. "What are they doing?" "They mentioned something about disposing of golem parts earlier." DeLong, a member of the B-rank party, coffee maker, replied to Hugh's question. Currently, among the Kingdom adventurers, DeLong of Coffee Maker, who had the most experience in guarding, was assisting Hugh in organizing the adventurers in this delegation. Therefore, he usually stayed either at the front of the delegation or by Hugh's side. Now that you mention it," Kyushi Duchy said something like that. "I thought they would crush them with ice, but apparently something unknown to me is going on with those low rumbles." "Rio is special," DeLong replied with a wry smile to Hugh's musing. "It seems Rio is viewed as special even by the other party leaders. I feel like only someone like Abel could properly utilize Rio." "Your Majesty, Abel is special in a way too. A former A-rank adventurer king?" "That's true," and the two burst into laughter. "It seems Abel is also perceived as special by various people. Could it be that Rio and Abel are cut from the same cloth?" Naturally, the delegation from the kingdom arriving in Valpigara meant that the delegations from the Empire and the Alliance had also arrived first. "Leader McGrath, what a disaster you had. As expected of our kingdom's artificial golems, you've easily dealt with them. Congratulations on your safe arrival." Both former Emperor Rupert and former King Robert Perlo superficially celebrated the safe arrival of the kingdom delegation. The 3 great nations are, in potential enemies, so it is somewhat unavoidable. The itinerary after this was to stay 1 night in Valpigara and depart early the next morning. The accommodations for the delegation had naturally been prepared by Fundebi Kingdom. Of course, they were of the highest quality. However, that night, an unexpected visit occurred for the leader of the kingdom delegation. The foreshadowing of Bang in Part 2, Chapter 256 has been resolved. That's good, very good. Midnight, a shadow lands on the balcony of the bedroom of the delegation leader, Hugh McGrath, of the kingdom delegation. Silently, it opens the window and enters the room. Then, it looks toward the bed and freezes. Hugh McGrath, lying on the bed, turned his head to gaze at the shadow, his eyes wide open. "I am not a suspicious person," the shadow finally spoke with a woman's voice. "I remember. You're Morris from the hero party, aren't you?" Hugh said in a soft voice. Once near the kingdom's Kona village, they had fought together against the vampire, Count Kalanikos. Morris, who had been a scout for that party, was now in the room. Yes, Hugh recognized that it was Morris, but what he didn't understand was why she chose this moment to make contact. And why she chose such a method to approach him. As Hugh sat up, Morris moved closer. Then she pulled out an envelope from her pocket and handed it to Hugh. "It's a letter from Graham." "From Graham?" Graham had been the priest of the hero party. His position in the Western Church was that of an archbishop. This was a considerably high-ranking position. Moreover, just before being struck down, Count Kalanikos had muttered something about the Inquisitor General and a vampire hunter. Hugh wasn't exactly sure what those words meant, but he knew they indicated a significant status. The scout Morris, bringing a letter from Graham, carefully ensuring it didn't come into others' view, suggested that this was not a normal situation. After receiving the letter from Graham, Hugh lit an alchemy lantern, adjusting it to minimize the light, and read the letter. "The red lights of that waterfall in Kyushi Duchy have appeared in another location. Moreover, there's a high chance it's occurring in sync with our delegation." Hugh looked at the scout Morris in front of him, as if questioning her. However, Morris shook her head in a panic. "I don't know the details myself. I only know that the holy capital, Maramur, is becoming suspicious, or rather I should say the priests in the holy capital." So, is Graham in the holy capital?" "No, Graham is in the Rashar East Kingdom. He ranks first among the archbishops, so he will attend the papal inauguration. He should be in the holy capital in about 2 months." Wow, being the top-ranked Archbishop is impressive. Yes, it seems that it's unusual at that age. He's considered the leading candidate to fill a vacancy among the 12 cardinals. The hierarchy of the Western Church is structured as follows: Pope, Cardinal, Archbishop, Bishop and Abbot, Priest and Deacon. 1 Pope, 12 Cardinals, 24 Archbishops, 48 Bishops, 48 Abbots, along with many priests and deacons. This is how it is established, but in recent years the number below bishops has significantly increased. The most alarming part is that the delegation is under strict surveillance. Is that why Morris sneaked in here at midnight? Yes, it was shocking that, despite eliminating my presence and making no noise, Master McGrath noticed me. Well, I was an X-rank adventurer after all. Saying this, Hugh shrugged. However, as a delegation, they could not act recklessly. Having been sent as representatives of their country to the papal inauguration, they had no option but to attend. Attendance was decided. Until then, they needed to act in a way that would not sour relationships between the countries, about 3 months until the papal inauguration. I've heard that the fact that a delegation from the Central Nations has arrived is known throughout the Western nations, so I don't think anything will happen until the inauguration. Yes, Graham mentioned that too. Well, just be careful for these 3 months. What's with that conclusion? It seems that being careful is all that is required. The problem would be on the day of the inauguration or around that time. Well, I understand. Thank you for the letter. Please give my regards to Graham. Oh, by the way, how are the other members of the hero party? Hugh asked without any significant meaning behind it, but the group of 4 mages is doing well. But Roman, Morris continued with a sad expression. Roman is missing. The morning after Hugh received the midnight visit, the delegation was, of course, having a calm morning without any incidents. After breakfast in the dormitory dining hall, Hugh called Rio over. Rio, I think I should let you know that we are being monitored. Yes, but I think this is unavoidable. I won't say I fully understand it, but I grasp the situation, so don't engage with those who are watching us as much as possible. I understand. Hugh felt a sense of discomfort at Rio's overly compliant nod. Why, you didn't go and do something rash already, did you? Come on, there's no way I would do that. What do you think I am? Ahahaha, Rio replied with a refreshing smile. I see. Well, that's good then. By the way, it seems 10 people were watching this dormitory last night. What? But it's okay. They didn't do anything. Oh, what Hugh didn't know was that, in reality, the following conversation had taken place between Rio and Abel the previous night. Abel, there are suspicious individuals surrounding the dormitory. I will launch a preemptive attack. No, wait, Rio. Abel, don't stop me. No, I will stop you. Those are just the French monitoring us. They must also be providing protection. If some miscreant were to attack the delegation's dormitory, it would ruin France's reputation. Let's just be cautious, and if they actually attack, we can counterattack then. Is that really a safe strategy? Cautious, it's fine, so trust what I say. Is that so? I understand. I'll trust what Abel says. Thanks to that exchange, Rio's preemptive attack did not take place. The peace of the world may be maintained by people who remain unknown to anyone. With all this happening, it was now the 4th day since the delegation had departed from the city of Valpigara on the northern border. We will arrive at the holy capital Maramur this afternoon, right? Before that, it seems the dungeon to the north of Maramur is visible from the highway. Ammon asked for confirmation, and Ito added information that was hard to ignore. A dungeon? Rio naturally perked up. Yes, there are 4 dungeons around the holy capital Maramur, 1 in each direction, east, west, south, and north. The highway passes near the north dungeon, so it seems it's visible. Ito explained while looking at the travel brochure. What an incredible amount of information in that travel brochure. At that moment, Rio recalled the Dungeon Beginners Seminar he had attended in the city of Run. Indeed, the guild staff member who had played the role of the lecturer had said, I've heard that there are dungeons in the Western nations that have a teleportation function up to the cleared floor. Do the dungeons around the holy capital have that function? Rio asked, trembling slightly. If they did, he wanted to delve deep into the dungeons. After flipping through the travel brochure, Ito said, Oh, they do have that. The dungeon west of the holy capital Maramur has that function. Oh, Rio rejoiced. Although he hadn't delved much into dungeons in the city of Run, it didn't mean he wasn't interested. He didn't wish for something like clearing to the lowest level. But the maximum reached floor so far is written as 150 floors. 150? That's quite deep. Monsters at 150 floors must be incredibly strong. Ito provided the information. Ammon was left speechless, Nils was surprised, and Rio imagined the unseen monsters at the 150th floor and felt excited. All while Zeke and Gowan watched in astonishment from room 11. However, there was one person whose mind seemed far away. Harold, are you okay? Noticing Rio called out. Oh, yes. The swordsman Harold finally returned to his senses. The reason Herald was in this delegation was to dispel the demon's spirit curse of explosion. The method to dispel that curse was to drop a single drop of the Demon King's blood on the forehead. And it was said that the Western Church had the Demon King's blood stored. "You'll be fine. Hugh will negotiate well and sort it out. If it doesn't work out, I'll freeze the entire holy capital and get it back." "No, you idiot, stop." Even though Rio, trying to act like a senior adventurer, was trying to reassure his junior, he was denied by Nils. "Nils, how can you say such terrible things when your junior is in trouble?" "I didn't say that. Even without freezing the holy capital, we can." "And what specific method will you use?" Well, sneaking into where it's stored? That's a crime?" "I don't want to hear that from Rio." Hearing that conversation, Harold smiled just a little bit. Meanwhile, Zeke and Gowan placed their hands on Harold's shoulders from behind. 46, the final day of the seminar, has had its foreshadowing resolved. Dungeons with teleportation function, why are they different from other dungeons? I'm curious. Surrounding the holy capital Maramar, several cities, often referred to as satellite cities, are scattered about. Further out, there are dungeons in the east, west, south, and north. The dungeons are not evenly spaced. The North Dungeon is about a 3-hour walk from the holy capital Maramar. The area around the North Dungeon has become a small town. Adventurers come to the dungeon, and shops catering to those adventurers have been established. Additionally, there are inns for adventurers and merchants. It seems there is also a branch of the guild for those adventurers. However, no one in the delegation knows if it's the same as the guild in the Central Nations. That said, the delegation is heading directly to the holy capital Maramar this time. This town, conveniently referred to as North Dungeon Town, was passed by on the main road without entering. "Is there a great tsunami there too?" At Ammon's mutter, priests Ito and Zeke flipped through the travel brochure while saying, "That's true." However, it seems that information was not included up to that point. "I hope not," Nils murmured in agreement with Ito's hopeful observation. "That was troublesome," he added. 3 hours later, the delegation arrived safely at the north gate of the holy capital Maramar. The holy capital Maramar is a massive city with many gates, and among them the north gate is one of the largest. And most importantly, guarding the castle gate is Golem, Rio involuntarily shouted. 2 golems stood on each side of the gate, 4 in total. Each was 3 meters tall, about the same size as the golems from the Duchy. They stood with swords stabbed into the ground in front of them, both hands resting on the hilt. However, they showed no signs of movement. "Isn't the golem supposed to check identities or look for suspicious items?" "It seems they don't," Ito replied. "They say that the gates of the holy capital Maramar are always open. It's written that believers from the Western nations can enter the holy capital at any time." Rio made a face as if disappointed, while Nils affirmed it, and Ito provided information from the travel brochure. "Well, that's fine. If they're standing still, we can approach and take our time looking at them." "Don't do that." Nils grabbed Rio, who was swaying towards the golems, and pulled him back to the line. A scene reminiscent of somewhere they had seen before repeated. "Nils, please don't stop me." "No, I will stop you. The delegation is entering the city now." The Imperial delegation, Alliance delegation, and Kingdom delegation were scheduled to enter the holy capital Maramar in that order and attend the welcome ceremony at the Holy See. "I'll leave that part to you. I'll observe the golems." "Give it up." Rio resisted, but Nils held on to him. After several exchanges, Rio eventually gave up. "The golems won't run away." It seems he reassured himself and resigned. The other 6 watched with wry smiles as usual. At the welcome ceremony for the Central Nations delegation at the Holy See, Rio and the others were lined up, waiting for the ceremony to proceed. The Kingdom delegation was positioned behind the Empire and Alliance, with rooms 10 and 11 at the very back. Of course, the carriages were left outside the ceremony venue, and the bureaucrats who arrived in them were also lined up. From the back of the line, the Pope was too far away. "I can't see the Pope's face at all," Rio commented. "It's too far away for that," Nils replied. "The fact that he's at the top of the Western Church means he must have incredible magic, right?" Nils grumbled, Ito agreed, and Ammon expressed his excitement. The 3 in room 11 nodded as well. However, Rio kept tilting his head repeatedly. Seeing this, Priest Ito asked, "Rio, what's wrong?" It's just that. It's hard to explain in words, but I feel an incredible sense of discomfort." "Discomfort? Yes, how should I put it? It feels like the Pope's inside is empty." "Empty?" Both Nils and Ammon tilted their heads in question. To the other 6, the Pope's face was hardly visible, but his movement seemed normal, and he appeared to be addressing the leaders normally. In the end, the discomfort Rio felt lingered, and the 6 couldn't understand it as the welcome ceremony for the delegation concluded safely. The Imperial, Alliance, and Kingdom delegations moved to their assigned lodgings. The lodgings were massive inns adjacent to the Holy See. The inns of the three nations were lined up together. Since the holy capital Maramur is the center of the Western Church, it frequently hosts delegations from abroad. According to Priest Zeke, this group of inns adjacent to the Holy See is often used for that purpose. Finally, we've arrived, haven't we? Nils said as they entered the inn and reached their room. Yes, it took over a month one way. It really did take quite a while, Ito nodded in response. But compared to regular escort requests, this was nowhere near as tough, right? Ammon answered cheerfully. Surely after this, meteors will rain down from the sky, rivers will turn as red as blood, swarms of locusts will attack, and the cries of parents whose firstborns have been killed will fill the holy capital night after night. Hey, don't create such an ominous story. Rio spoke dramatically, while Nils frowned and denied it. Well, anyway, basically, my job as a guardian adventurer will end until the papal inauguration in 3 months. Everything concerning safety inside the holy capital, including movements between the inns and the Holy See, will be handled by the Fundebi kingdom. In other words, we'll be under surveillance. Well, that's been the case since entering the kingdom, Ito said, recalling that there were people monitoring the area surrounding the inn every night since entering the Fundebi kingdom. It's unavoidable. Even if we're just the delegation's guards, they're bringing suspicious people like Nils into the country. The kingdom would want at least some watchmen, right? It's not me, it's Rio. No, I'm just an innocuous, gentle water attribute mage from any perspective. Rio puffed out his chest, boasting. However, none of the 6 present agreed. Rio lamented the lack of understanding from those around him. This was the lodging for the Alliance delegation. In the leader's room were former King Robert Perlo, the leader of the Alliance delegation, and his captain of the guard, Groan. That's the Pope, huh? Former King Robert Perlo murmured, recalling the earlier welcome ceremony. Your Majesty, Captain of the Guard Groan inquired. That might have been a substitute. A substitute. It wasn't the Pope himself. Groan was surprised by Robert Perlo's words, and understandably so. It was unthinkable for a fake to welcome the delegation that had finally arrived after a long journey. That said, the common sense of the Central Nations isn't necessarily common sense in the Western nations. To call him the Pope is too mundane. No, it's so mundane that one could agree with calling him a puppet. But he did address you and the other leaders, didn't he? Indeed. That's precisely why. I just couldn't believe that he was the pinnacle of the Western Church which unites the Western nations. With that, Robert Perlo shook his head several times. Though he was a former king, Robert Perlo was also a well-known mage in the Central Nations. In fact, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he was one of the top-tier mages in the Alliance. It was precisely because he was Robert Perlo that he could sense it, the lack of power the Pope had just shown. If he is at the top of the Western Church, he should be able to use light attribute magic. Moreover, it should be beyond the level of an ordinary person. That should be the case. And if he's a mage, there should always be a slight leak of magic from his body. Or perhaps it's more accurate to say that magic would waft around him. The stronger the mage, the more pronounced it is. But there was no trace of that from the Pope at all, the magical leak that should be present in a powerful mage. But then Robert Perlo recalled. The only example he knew of that was almost an exception. And with a slight smile he said, "No, the first Duke of the Kingdom didn't leak magic, come to think of it." Unintentionally, Rio, seated around a stone table at the evening coffee party, remembered that he hadn't leaked magic. Of course, he had known beforehand that Rio was a powerful mage. There are exceptions like him, huh? That was a first experience in over 70 years of life. Powerful mages he had fought in the past. Ilalian Baraha from the kingdom, or Arthur Velasquez, for instance, had always wrapped themselves in magic. Of course, that was on a level that was different from the average run-of-the-mill mages. It felt like they were intricately woven with magic. Just facing them would send chills of terror. However, the first Duke of the Kingdom, Rio, was different. Yes, that was calm. I didn't sense any magic, but perhaps it was just the atmosphere. After considering that, Robert Perlo shook his head several times, and then he continued speaking. Well, it's fine. There are 3 months until the inauguration. By then, I should understand many things. The day after the delegation arrived at the holy capital Maramur, a meeting of civil servants was held. However, consider this. The Central Nations and the Western Nations are remarkably distant from each other. It takes more than a month to travel one way, and there are many difficult paths along the way. What kind of meeting could possibly be held between these two regions? In fact, this topic had been a subject of discussion among the various governments of the Central Nations, in the Kingdom, in the Confederation, and even in the Empire that led the delegation. However, the letter that first reached the Empire from France specifically stated, "We would like to conduct trade negotiations, so we would like to send civil servants as well." What does this mean? connecting the central nations and the western nations by sea. The kingdom's chief negotiator, Ignes, muttered upon hearing the content proposed by the civil servant from France. This was during the first trade negotiation meeting, where each nation, the Empire, the Confederation, and the Kingdom, had sent 10 of their top civil servants to participate. It seemed that not only the Kingdom, but also the civil servants from the Empire and the Confederation were hearing this for the first time. The entire Central Nations delegation was buzzing with excitement. This was understandable. Even by sea, it is said that there is quite a distance between the Central Nations and the Western Nations. Indeed, it is said. No one has accurately measured how far apart they are. At the very least, the data does not exist within the various government bodies. Of course, the exact sea route is also unknown, and as if it were obvious, there are sea monsters in the ocean. The more Ignes thought, the more problems sprang up. He literally held his head in his hands. At the moment, he couldn't see how things would go well. Even someone as experienced as he was could not have any clear outlook on the negotiations that would last for the next 3 months. For the civil servants, this was the real deal. As for the guards, they were basically free. Each was stretching their wings as they liked. The first and most proactive person to move was probably the kingdom's water attribute Mage. He had gone to the Kingdom Delegation Welcome Team, which served as the contact point for the Kingdom Delegation, and had made a certain proposal. The Welcome Team, located at the front desk on the first floor of the Kingdom Delegation's accommodation. Permission to observe the golems? They were taken aback by Rio's request. The request was simply for permission to see the golems. Yes, just to see. Not something hidden in the back of a warehouse, but to see golems standing like guards at the gate. It was to be expected that if he had asked to fiddle with them or to see their magic formulas, it would have been immediately rejected. After all, unless it was an unusual situation like when they were in Kyushi Duchy, it was understood that they would not show parts related to the golem's secrets to foreigners. Even Rio knew that. Thus, he had applied for permission to observe. It seemed that the welcome team had not anticipated this either, and discussions were held. After a lengthy discussion of 10 minutes, the request was granted. Rio, like a tennis player, repeatedly made small victory gestures and walked around in front of the desk, a sight that everyone witnessed, and some people breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness Rio didn't start talking about freezing the holy capital. Those who were relieved were the ones from Room 10 and Room 11. The 3 from Room 10 decided to go out into the city for a bit. They invited the 3 from Room 11 along, but Harold, Zeke, and Gowan politely declined. That was because they were not in the mood to venture into the city yet. This was, of course, due to Harold's spirit curse of explosion. Tomorrow, their leader Hugh McGrath was scheduled to negotiate with the Western Church regarding that, so they weren't in the mood. The 3 from Room 10 thought it would be the same for them, so they did not insist and went out. I wouldn't have minded if you had gone without me. Of course I wouldn't go. Right, Harold said. Zeke denied, and Gowan agreed. Zeke and Gowan had joined the delegation to the Western nations to lift Harold's spirit curse. Even though the outcome might be decided tomorrow, they weren't in the mood to venture into the city. That night, the 3 spent their time restless and uneasy, welcoming the morning. Led by their leader Hugh McGrath, the 3 from Room 11 headed to the Holy See. Of course, an appointment had been made the day before, so they were ushered into the reception room without delay. 1 minute later, an elderly man clad in scarlet robes entered the reception room. Nice to meet you. I am Cardinal Oscar, and I will be in charge of this matter. Thank you for your cooperation. Cardinals stand just below the Pope in the hierarchy of the Western Church, and there are only 12 of them. A big deal has come out. Hugh thought this as he sat down after the greeting. Now, what I understand is that someone has been affected by the spirit curse of explosion, and you wish to lift that curse. Is that correct? Cardinal Oscar asked calmly. Yes, our herald is afflicted with the spirit curse of explosion. Hugh indicated Harold, who was beside him. Oscar nodded once, but then furrowed his brow slightly as he continued. As you know, to lift the spirit curse of explosion, it is necessary to drop a drop of the Demon King's blood on the forehead. And since a few people are afflicted by the spirit curse of explosion each year in the Western nations, the Church keeps a reserve of the Demon King's blood. Normally, Hugh echoed back, also frowning. I sense an undesirable development awaiting. Actually, 2 weeks ago, the first storage vault where the Demon King's blood was kept was attacked by someone. The jar containing the Demon King's blood was shattered and it spilled. Hugh and the 3 from Room 11 were left speechless. There is a reserve in the second storage vault outside the Holy Capital, so I will arrange for that to be brought here. Ooh! It was either Harold or Gowan who unintentionally let out such a sound. However, we were planning to move it only after the repair of the first storage vault is complete, so since we have to contact them for the transfer, it will take about 3 days. I apologize for the inconvenience. With that, Cardinal Oscar bowed his head. No, 3 days is okay to wait, right? Hugh asked Harold. Yes, Harold nodded. His expression was brighter than it had been in a long time. Of course, there was no immediate resolution, but he understood that they would be able to lift the curse in 3 days. People become most anxious when there is no outlook. Once there is a prospect, waiting for a while becomes no problem at all. Then, we will contact you at your accommodation once it arrives in 3 days. 3 days later, after Rio observed the North Gate golems, and Hugh and the 3 from Room 11 visited the Holy See. With this, I have conquered the golems of the East, West, South, and North. Having enjoyed his visit to the West Gate golem and returned to the delegation's accommodation with the welcome team, Rio muttered to himself. Indeed, he had seen the North Gate golem on the first day, the East Gate golem the next day, the South Gate golem the day after that. And today, he had seen the West Gate golem. Now Rio had become a true golem enthusiast. Both the Kyushi Duchy golems and the golems of this holy capital are around 3 meters tall, but they have a certain presence. Our 1.5-meter models wouldn't stand a chance in combat. Rio, who had whimsically created a classification of 3-meter class versus 1.5-meter class, had become an amateur golem critic. By the way, the paddy field management golem Rio had built in Duke Rondo's territory was 1.5 meters tall. This was so that it could enter the paddy fields and manage them. Being taller, meaning a higher center of gravity, would cause it to topple over quite easily, so he made it low in height. After all, it was not intended for combat. It's not just about golems. The size of anything changes depending on its purpose. For some reason, Rio, who kept thinking of it in terms of combat between 3-meter and 1.5-meter classes, might have turned into a muscle-headed person. When Rio entered the dining hall of the accommodation, it was rather empty. Many of the civil servants had already been at the Holy See, and the guardian adventurers had gone into the city, so it was perhaps to be expected. However, Rio, son, Ammon, who spotted Rio entering the dining hall with keen eyes, called out. Around him were the members of Room 10 and Room 11, and even their leader Hugh McGrath was present. But it was strange. Today was the day when the Demon King's blood was scheduled to arrive from the second storage vault, and Harold's curse was supposed to be lifted. So why were Harold and Hugh here? I just got back, but why are Harold and the others here? What about the lifting of the curse? When Rio asked, Hugh's already furrowed brow deepened further. Then he said, the Demon King's blood has been lost. What do you mean by that? When Rio inquired, Zeke, the priest, began to explain in place of Hugh, who was crossing his arms and deep in thought. The second storage vault was attacked by someone, and during that time, the jar containing the Demon King's blood was shattered. Isn't that what happened with the first storage vault as well? Yes, the same thing had happened in the second storage vault as well. What on earth was going on? Furthermore, the cardinal in charge stated that the third and fourth storage vaults had also been similarly attacked, although it seems that there was no Demon King's blood stored there. It is unmistakably a serious situation for the church to be attacked. As a priest, Zeke likely felt uncomfortable about religious facilities being attacked. Are there any other places that store the Demon King's blood? It seems there are none. Apparently, the Demon King's blood cannot be stored long-term in regular jars. It needs specially treated jars through alchemy, and only the church possesses those. But if that's the case, it certainly troubles Harold, but others who have also received the spirit curse of explosion. Yes. In the Central Nations, Harold was the most recent person known to have been afflicted by this curse, but it is a common spirit curse in the Western nations. Thus, the Western Church had been storing the Demon King's blood. If that was gone, it would cause troubles for many. Hugh, who had been quietly contemplating with his arms crossed, finally opened his eyes. It can't be helped. Muttering this, he began to speak. Nils, Ito, Ammon, and Rio, I am ordering you to cooperate with the 3 from Room 11 to search for the Demon King's blood. All 7 of them spoke in unison. What do you mean by that? Nils asked, representing their confusion. More precisely, I want you to find the Demon King and collect his blood. This statement was met with utter speechlessness from all 7. The hero exists alone in one era. If one dies, a new infant will be born as the hero. The principle by which heroes are born is somewhat known. However, the Demon King is honestly not understood at all. The Demon King can appear in the Western nations as well as in the Central nations. Rumor has it that he may also appear in the Eastern nations. Additionally, according to the doctrines taught at the Central Sanctuary, one of the 4 demon princes that originated from the devil becomes the Demon King. That is what is taught. That demon prince was the one Rio sliced apart on the 40th floor of the Dungeon of Run. But is that really the case? In truth, it is not understood. It's just one of the hypotheses. After all, the only humans who have encountered a demon king are the heroes who subjugate them. From the human perspective, the method of the demon king's emergence, the source, the reasons for their appearance, or even what the demon king biologically is, are not understood. What is known is, the demon king can control monsters, a being that brings harm to humans, and they are said to be strong. There are no records of anyone besides heroes defeating them. In other words, anyone who challenged them besides heroes has always been defeated. They cannot possibly be weak. But the demon king was defeated by Roman 3 years ago, right? Rio mutters absently. Yes, the demon king was defeated by hero Roman. This information has also been conveyed to the Central Nations. Even Rio, who is somewhat out of touch with worldly affairs, had heard about it, so it must be quite widespread information. Yes, it was announced by the Western Church, Priest Zeke responds. If the demon prince has become the demon king since then, not much time has passed, so perhaps they aren't that strong. Well, I wonder about that. To be honest, there are priests who say that it's not certain whether a demon prince really becomes a demon king. In response to Rio's question, Priest Ito shakes his head slightly while answering. No, the demon prince isn't weak at all. Nils's exasperated remark makes Ammon, Harold, and Gowan's frontline group smile wryly. Hugh, who had gone back to the Holy See to arrange several situations, returned to the lodging in the evening. Hugh's son, the one who spotted him and called out, was DeLong, the leader of the B-rank party coffee maker. I heard you're being sent out to search for the demon king. DeLong asks quietly in a corner of the lodging lobby. Yeah, that's right. I just went to the Holy See, and apparently there's a proof of identity called the Holy Seal Certificate that they have to issue for them. I negotiated to get it, and it seems I can manage to have it. With this, we should be able to move freely within the Western nations. The Holy Seal Certificate is like an identity guarantee issued by the Holy See of the Western Church rather than the Fundebi Kingdom itself. Therefore, having it issued to foreigners in a case like this is an exceptional circumstance. Hugh was told this by Cardinal Oscar, who was in charge. In fact, it was Cardinal Oscar who persuaded the hesitant Holy See, and he has been on Hugh's side from the very start. Hugh was grateful for this fortunate turn of events. If the person at the window had been someone inflexible or someone who would say, "A raid on the storage, that's just how it is," things would have become much more difficult. While it's great that we got the Holy Seal Certificate still, it's going to be an incredibly challenging search. DeLong frowned as he spoke, and Hugh answered with a similar expression. An individual who is not at all familiar with the geography of the Western nations must search for an existence whose whereabouts are unknown, and that is certainly lurking in the hidden world. No one thinks it will be easy, however. But we have no choice. The spirit curse of explosion could activate at any moment. Once a spirit curse is received, it will not explode for 1 year, but after that, there are no guarantees. If the curse activates, Harold's body will literally explode. Although he still has a long way to grow as a human, he possesses precious royal blood. As a kingdom, they must do whatever it takes to save him. I understand, but Room 10 is a B-rank party. We're on equal footing. Even though Room 11 is led by the still inexperienced Harold, he listens to Nils, so it should be fine. And if Rio is going along, we can't ask for a better fighting force. Besides, they will remain in the Western nations until they are found. Yeah, that's right. 3 months later, if the papal inauguration has ended and the Central Nations delegation has returned without obtaining the Demon King's blood, the 7 will continue to remain in the Western nations to search. Of course, both Room 10 and Room 11 and even Rio understand this and have taken on the search. It is an excessively demanding exploration journey. Moreover, basically we won't receive support from the Fundebi Kingdom. What? What do you mean? We received the Holy Seal Certificate, but that was a kindness from Cardinal Oscar. Because of the raid on the storage, we can no longer undo Harold's spirit curse. The Fundebi Kingdom itself, of course, and the Church cannot be expected to provide support. On the contrary, they may even turn against us. No way. Because, you see, the Church also wants the Demon King's blood. In the Western nations, quite a few people have received the spirit curse of explosion. They need to do something about that. They will likely start searching for the Demon King soon, or they may have already started. From the Church's perspective, the 7 may seem like a troublesome presence that complicates things. Hugh's words left DeLong speechless. After a minute of silence, DeLong opened his mouth. Realistically, even if we find the Demon King, can we defeat it? Only heroes can defeat the Demon King, and Hero Roman is currently missing. That means I have considered a few strategies. After they withdraw, Coffee Maker will be the only B-rank party left. The burden will increase, but I'm counting on you. Of course. Leave it to us. Hugh bowed his head in request, and DeLong nodded vigorously in response. Compared to the adventurer companions who will be searching for the Demon King, no trouble seems too great. De Long thought so, sighing inwardly at the difficulties that lay ahead for the Seven. 2 days later, the Holy Seal certificate from the Holy See was successfully issued, and preparations for the journey were almost complete. Except for riding, that is. Well, it can't be helped. You can't learn to ride a horse in just 2 days, Rio said. Nils countered, and Ito and Ammon chuckled. The 3 from room 11 can ride, but the 3 from room 10 cannot. The ideal was for everyone to move mounted in terms of mobility, but that was impossible, so in the end, they had to settle for a larger 8-person carriage. Although there was a robust Nils, Gowan moved to the driver's seat since he could take on the role of the coachman, so it wasn't too cramped. Both Harold and Zeke have solid muscles, but they aren't particularly wide. Initially, Rio thought it would be nice to travel mounted. He likes riding horses. However, hearing the words of the rank adventurer king in his ear made him abandon that idea. Riding in the rain is hell. Well, there are some good points about taking a carriage as well. We managed to pack quite a lot of luggage. Rio decided to focus on the positive side of things. Such a change of perspective is surely necessary to survive in society. We packed a large amount of Kona coffee. Well, it seems we won't be able to get any Kona coffee here. Nils nodded somewhat in agreement with Rio's assertion. A cup of coffee is a precious enrichment to life. Also, we received quite a bit of exploration funding from the delegation. Priest Ito supplemented the information. Even if we run low, we can replenish it by stopping by the delegation along the way. He provided wonderful information as well. Oh, now first, we head north to the Rashar East Kingdom. That would be where Cleric Graham is. I hope we can gather information about the Demon King and Hero Roman there. Nils confirmed their destination, and Rio checked the details. Thus, the party set off toward the domain of Cleric Graham in the Rashar East Kingdom. At that time, in the Natore Kingdom of the Central Nations, His Majesty the King was holding his head in distress. He knew that Rio and his companions had left the delegation. Of course, this information did not come from the intelligence network of Marquis Heinlein, but rather through the echo of the soul. Even the intelligence network of Marquis Heinlein had not yet spread into the Western nations. The echo of Abel's soul that Rio possessed had detached from the delegation. This meant that information from the delegation would no longer come in. Naturally, he had no intention of blaming Hugh McGrath for his judgment. It was a perfectly correct decision. That was exactly why he was troubled, because there was nothing he could do about it. Even gods cannot grasp everything. This was one of the most famous phrases left by King Richard, known as the Restorer of the Kingdom. Abel muttered it. In the king's office, a young boy was ushered in. "Welcome, Lord Erwin. Over here, please," Abel said and gestured for him to sit on the sofa. "I apologize for the intrusion, Your Majesty." The boy, called Erwin, sat down gracefully. His name was Erwin Ortiz. He was the head of the Shullsbury Duke House, a great noble from the Eastern Kingdom. However, the Shullsbury Duke House was currently under suspension of ducal authority and was in the custody of the royal family. As it stands, once Erwin reaches adulthood, that is, when he turns 18, the suspension will be lifted and the Duke House will officially resume. Erwin's position was quite complicated. During the late reign of Stafford IV, the Eastern Kingdom was in extreme chaos. Many nobles died, succeeded each other, and lost their power. The Shullsbury Duke House, once the largest noble house in the East, was no exception. The direct line of descent had ended with Erwin, with all male and female heirs gone. Moreover, the Eastern nobles who had traditionally supported the Shullsbury Duke House were nearly exterminated by the imperial army. Since the War of Kingdom Liberation, the Eastern Kingdom had entered an abnormal state where almost all the traditional nobles had disappeared. Currently, much of the East is managed by the royal family. Some lands were granted as manors as a reward for the Liberation War, but many still remain under the royal family's management. However, this was not an ideal situation. If the area is too vast, it becomes difficult for the royal family to oversee, increasing the likelihood of corruption. It is ideal to have loyal and wise nobles govern and ensure proper taxation. Even though most Eastern nobles have perished, it is not that there are no successors at all. However, many of them are still minors, which complicates matters, just like Erwin of the Shullsbury Duke House. So you wish to return to the East and learn about governance? After hearing Erwin's hopes, Abel confirmed. It wouldn't be a problem if the return of ducal authority was delayed for 5 years. However, before that time, he wanted to learn about actual territory management, and that was why he had come to the royal capital. Yes, Your Majesty. For instance, I could not learn about territory management from my father. Also, the East currently has few nobles, and the people living there must be troubled with uncertainty about who will lead them. Of course, it is your majesty the king who leads the country, but I believe it is necessary to have nobles who are closer to the people, who can support them daily. I wish to become such a noble. To be honest, Abel was troubled by how to handle Erwin Ortiz. In a sense, he was a beacon of hope for the people of the East. While he was kept in the royal capital, most of the East was managed by the royal family. Naturally, the East's perspective on the royal family was not a favorable one, and keeping him in the royal capital offered no benefits to the royal family. I understand. I will consider it. I see. You will return Lord Erwin to Wingston. Wingston is the stronghold of the Shullsbury Duke House. After hearing this from Abel, Marquis Heinlein nodded after a moment of thought. Understood. I will arrange for Lord Erwin's entry into Wingston. I will also notify the entire country of this. Ah, thank you for that. However, as he said this, a hint of unease lingered deep within Abel's heart. He did not know what it was. In the Eastern Kingdom, Wingston, the Silverdale Knight Order was staying at an inn adjacent to the Lord's manor. In the case of the kingdom, the Knight Order held by a lord is usually referred to as a territorial Knight Order. For instance, the Knight Order of the Barony of Run, the Knight Order of the Marquisate of Heinlein, and so forth. Of course, they may sometimes be informally called the Run Knights or Heinlein Knights. However, the Knight Order of the Silverdale Duke House is referred to as the Silverdale Knight Order, even in official documents, not the Knight Order of the Silverdale Duke House. This is because the name of the Knight Order led by Rhine Stafford, who became the first Duke Silverdale during the time he was the younger brother of the Crown Prince, was Silverdale Knight Order. When he founded the Silverdale Duke House, he retained that name for the Knight Order and entered the territory, which is why it is still called that today. Due to its founding, the Silverdale Duke House is known as one of the leading warrior families in the kingdom. The current Duke Silverdale is the seventh head, Lawson. Silverdale holds territory in the central part of the kingdom where the royal capital is located. Lawson is there as well. However, for the past month, the next head, Face, had been conducting exercises in the Eastern Kingdom with half of the Silverdale Knight Order. Their lodging was in Wingston. This was a long-standing practice, as the Silverdale Knight Order traditionally used Wingston, the capital of the Shullsbury Duke House, as a place to stay during their exercises in the East. What? Lord Erwin is returning to Wingston? Upon returning from the exercises, Face heard this report in a room of the inn. It was quite an unexpected report. Erwin was still 13 years old. Since the royal capital was the most advanced in academics, local nobles often sent their children to the royal capital's academy until they came of age. Yet, returning to the territory at 13 was something Face could hardly understand. Well, that's fine. When will he arrive here? Yes, I have been informed it will be 2 weeks later. That's a long time. Our exercises will end the day after tomorrow, right? Yes. We will conclude our exercises the day after tomorrow, and then return to Silverdale. Even if we do not meet this time, surely we will meet again. Face concluded with that, pushing thoughts of Erwin out of his mind. When Erwin still had older siblings, he was supposed to be Face's fiancé. However, the Eastern Civil War and the invasion of the Empire occurred, and the plan was simply lost. Now, Erwin was the head of the Duke House. Face was to be the next head of the Duke House. There would be no marriage between those two. That's how the Duke Houses operate, in a room of the Holy See in the holy capital Maramer. The Holy Seal certificate has been issued. Just for mere adventurers, what on earth is going on? Yes, His Excellency Oscar. Honestly, such unnecessary things. So is the search for the Demon King and hero on our side progressing? No, hurry up. Eliminate any obstacles, especially those adventurers from the Central Nations. The timing is just too unfortunate. We must act before they learn any more unnecessary information. Understood. A new chapter begins from the next episode. 5 days after departing from Holy Capital Maramer, the exploration group consisting of Room 10, Room 11, and Rio arrived at Bakilta, the royal capital of Rashar East Kingdom. Of course, the exploration group holding the Holy Seal certificate was able to enter the city with almost no checks. Bakilta, being the capital of the East Kingdom, was quite a large city. The East Kingdom itself possessed above-average national strength among the Western nations. Whether it can be considered a major power is debatable, but it is certainly not a country to be underestimated as a middle power. Before finding an inn, the exploration group headed towards Bakilta Church. There was a chance they might need to depart immediately after hearing Graham's story. Bakilta Church was easy to find. The massive building stood at the center of the city. Being the church where the Archbishop's seat was located, it was undoubtedly enormous. It was certainly bigger than the central sanctuary in the royal capital of Natore Kingdom. The winter heating costs seem quite daunting, Rio muttered, but no one reacted to his comment. However, Rio was not discouraged. Upon entering, we would suddenly be surrounded by soldiers. Then the captain of the soldiers would come forward and say, "Kukuku, foolish adventurers from the central nations, you have fallen into our trap. Graham is already in our grasp. You too shall obediently offer your lives." Rio's sudden conspiracy story caused the three from room 10 to merely shake their heads slightly. The three from room 11 looked a bit surprised. They were astonished, but it seemed they were not impressed. Perhaps it was just too short of a story. If only I could connect it. That's right, and we would try to resist, but the enemy would reveal their trump card. That trump card would be a golem. And not just any golem, but an angel-type golem springing into action and attacking us. With magic resistance to all attributes, armor that cannot be cut with swords, beams shooting from its eyes, rocket-like arms, and finally, a self-destruct function. One by one, our group would be taken down. Nils falls, Nils is defeated, Nils exhausts all his strength. "Hey, why am I the only one getting taken down?" Nils interjected, prompting the other five to chuckle. There were some completely incomprehensible words along the way, but they decided not to worry about it. After all, it was Rio. Inside the church, there was an unexpectedly vast sanctuary. Oh no. I should have said that the winter heating costs seemed quite daunting at this timing. What a blunder. At this point, it was best not to mention whose muttering it was. That said, it was understandable for Rio to mutter that, given how wide and high the ceilings were. And as expected, stained glass was fitted into the ceilings and surrounding areas, causing the light that poured in to be exceptionally brilliant. Moreover, perhaps depicting the missionary activities of past saints or some legends of that sort, there were numerous sculptures adorning the surrounding walls. Despite its brilliance, it was also a solemn space. Many long benches were placed, and about 10 believers sat there with their eyes closed. Some were murmuring something, while others were shedding tears. At least none of them paid any attention to the exploration group. Leading the way, Nils advanced deeper. At the back of the sanctuary in front stood a sculpture of a man with a loving expression, arms outstretched as if to embrace everything. "That is likely the founder of the Western Church, Lord Nayu," Priest Ito explained in a quiet voice. "Not a god, but a founder's statue?" Rio asked. "Yes, in the Western Church it is forbidden to depict gods in statues or paintings," Ito replied with a nod. "Ito is a priest from the Central Nations, but it seems he has received some education on the doctrines of the Western Church." "You are correct." With those words, a figure presumed to be a clergyman emerged from a side door and approached the group. The clergyman bowed and continued speaking. "From what I can see, you seem to be a priest from the Central Nations?" "Yes, I am Priest Ito. We have come to visit your esteemed Archbishop, Graham. Would you kindly facilitate our audience?" With that, Ito presented the Holy Seal certificate. Upon seeing the Holy Seal certificate, the clergyman's eyes widened momentarily, but he quickly returned to a composed expression. "Understood, I will guide you to the bishop's palace. Please follow me." Saying that, the clergyman began to walk ahead. "You will need to wait here for a while," he said, and the group was made to wait in the dining hall of the bishop's palace. In many cases, the dining hall is also used as a substitute for meeting rooms or reception rooms. They waited for about 2 minutes. The door opened, and Archbishop Graham entered. "Oh, I had heard there were guests from the Central Nations, but if I remember correctly, your party is named Room 10. Nils, Ito, Ammon, and Rio. It has been since the vampire subjugation, hasn't it?" Graham smiled warmly, appearing a bit more genial than 3 years ago. Dressed in green and white, the Archbishop's robes and holding the same staff as 3 years prior, he had not changed at all. Judging from the flesh on his face and neck, he had not gained any unnecessary weight, which also remained unchanged. Even now he likely continued to exercise regularly, just as he had back then. Rio interpreted it this way on his own. "Archbishop Graham, it has been a while." When Nils spoke, Graham smiled wryly. "Well, it feels a bit odd to be called Your Excellency by old friends. Please just call me Graham as before." After taking a breath, Graham continued speaking. "So the reason for your visit this time is something from Master McGrath. No, I have heard that you have been in contact with the Grand Master, but this matter is not directly related. However, I do have the Grand Master's permission, of course." With that, Nils began to explain the reason for their visit. "I see the search for the Demon King." Graham nodded slightly and murmured, "To conclude, I do not know where the Demon King is. I can't even think of who might know his whereabouts." "I see." Nils nodded at Graham's words. "Could you tell us how the hero party reached the Demon King during the last subjugation? It might provide some reference." It was Ito who said this. One could wonder how many noticed the slight hardening of Graham's expression at that moment. It was a truly tiny distortion of expression, or perhaps a tremor of expression. "Well, that may seem like a roundabout way, but it could be the best method. I will show you a map later." Before that, Graham said this and turned to Harold as he continued speaking. "You're Harold, right? I hear you have been afflicted with the spirit curse of explosion. May I use magic to check on you? Harold looked at Nils upon being asked. Confirming that Nils gave a small nod, he replied, "Go ahead." "Then pardon me, evil search." Graham lightly extended his right hand and cast the spell. "I see it truly is the spirit curse of explosion." He said this, then opened his eyes wide and looked at Nils. "Nils, Ito, Ammon, no, all three of you, Harold too, everyone except Rio, what on earth happened to you?" "Huh," the other six except Rio responded in unison. They did not understand what Graham meant. "Recently, have you experienced anything abnormal? Perhaps something like an anomaly or an extraordinary event?" When Graham said this, Ito finally realized. "I have likely been temporarily displaced by a supernatural entity." "Oh!" Nils and Ammon nodded as they responded to Ito's explanation. It was the priest-like man who had shown an abnormal obsession with the concept of fall from grace. When speaking of anomalies or abnormalities, that incident was the first to come to mind. "I see, a supernatural being that uses teleportation, huh? It seems remnants are still attached to the six of you." "Attached?" Rio murmured upon hearing Graham's words. "It's fine. It's called holy smoke, a smoke that comes from sanctified incense, and if you inhale it, it will fall away. We can do that afterward as well. As expected of the Archbishop, he is quite capable. Now, ideally, it would have been best to have Morris, the scout from the hero party, guide you, but unfortunately he is currently moving around the Western nations. I will provide you with a portable map. Is that all right? Of course, you all have the Holy Seal certificate. Assisting those with such credentials is a natural duty for a member of the church." After taking their leave from Graham, the group exited the church. And immediately noticed, "They're here. 3 of them, I think," Nils and Ammon confirmed in a small voice. "This feeling, it's quite obvious, I'd say. It feels annoying." Harold, Zeke, and Gowan also seemed to sense it. "I see you all can feel it too. They weren't there when we entered the church, so they must have come while we were inside," Nils murmured. "They're here, at the Rindo Bakery." "Rio, I don't think that's what we're talking about." Rio pointed out the Rindo Bakery on the opposite side of the square, and Ito denied it with a wry smile. "I don't think there are many things more important than the Rindo Bakery." After all, to Rio, the Rindo Bakery, resembling an apple, was far more important than those lurking around the church, watching the Seven and the church itself. This was unavoidable. As the group stepped out, Graham was assisting with the cleanup in the dining hall of the bishop's palace when 3 men entered. They flicked their cloaks and appeared to be knights at first glance. "Archbishop Graham, we want you to tell us what you just explained to the adventurers from the Central Nations." One of the knights spoke in a high-handed manner, addressing the Archbishop no less. "What if I refuse?" Graham replied with a smile, already holding his usual staff. "Even a mere archbishop like you can be dealt with by us Templar knights if we set our minds to it." With that, the men drew their swords and pointed the blades at Graham. "You're saying something interesting." In an instant, a ghastly smile appeared on Graham's face. Gwa, ka." Literally, in the blink of an eye, 2 of the Templar knights doubled over, clutching their stomachs in agony, while the remaining one found a sword. A blade concealed in Graham's staff pressed against his throat. "Don't you know my?" Graham asked calmly. The man did not respond. When Graham shifted the blade slightly, a red line appeared on the man's neck. Blood began to ooze out. The blade had lightly grazed the skin of his neck. "Don't you know my vampire hunter, Master Graham?" The man answered Graham's second inquiry. "Not master, but doctor." Graham corrected him without changing his emotion. "I have been dealing with vampires, you know. Did you think I would fall behind a Templar knight? Fool." The man could say nothing in response to Graham's words. It was only natural, given the overwhelming difference in power being demonstrated. "Now then, who sent you? No, to be more specific, which cardinal, Adolfido or Camillo Sacarias?" Taking a breath, he continued. "Oh, Cardinal Sacarias, huh? To show up at this timing. Cardinal Sacarias, how interesting." "No, truly interesting. If you don't release me immediately, Archbishop Graham, you will have the entire Templar Knight Order as your enemy." The man tried his last show of bravado in response to Graham's words. "If I let you go like this, you'll be running off to Sacarias, won't you? Your memory will need to be rewritten." "Ah, don't worry, I won't take your life." The man trembled at Graham's words, spoken with a smile. He remembered what position Archbishop Graham had held previously. That rewriting memories were a trivial matter. After all, he had been the Inquisitor General. The foreshadowing of 158 Kalanikos was now resolved. Problem: what is the method to explore the Demon King? Answer: ask people who seem to know. It can't be helped. There are no jewels that will guide you to the Demon King when gathered together. There are also no alchemy tools that constantly tell you the direction of the Demon King. It's not possible to storm the Demon King's castle, because such a castle doesn't exist. If the Demon King's army were rampaging, there would still be methods available, but as it stands, there are none. Given that, we have no choice but to ask diligently. I'm going to visit the territories of those who were executives of the Demon King's army. But those territories aren't governed by humans, so, thinking about it normally, it's outrageous, right? Ito said, shaking her head. Well, yeah, even if we ask for information, they definitely won't tell us. There's no choice but to politely ask the body. What do you mean by politely asking the body? Torture, Rio answered Nils's question. Hearing that, Nils made a visibly disgusted face. That kind of thing is a bit. Nils is pretending to be a good person. Valuable information isn't easy to obtain, you know? I get that, but... Nils, while looking like he was a bit of a bully, apparently wasn't fond of torture. If Rio is going to torture someone, I hope it's done where we can't see it. I don't torture people, you know? I'm not good at that kind of thing. Huh, didn't you just say to politely ask the body? Of course, it's obvious that Nils will do it. Why me? Because you're a swordsman? That doesn't matter. It seems everyone is not fond of torture. Well, if someone claimed to be good at torture, that would be a bit scary. But, will the executives of the Demon King's army understand human language? Ah! Ammon's calm observation made Nils and Rio voice their thoughts in unison. This place is at the northern edge of the Western nations, the northern border of the Arapuragu northern country. While it is at the northern end, it isn't a world constantly covered in ice or a heavy snowfall area. However, the surprisingly steep mountain range means that human control has never reached the area north of it. Additionally, due to the terrain, it's also a region where military actions involving large armies cannot be conducted. This mountain range has long been referred to as the Demon King's Mountains. The exploration party of 7 arrived at the northernmost town of the Arapuragu northern country, Anj. Due to the steepness of the Demon King's Mountains, they couldn't continue with their carriage as they had before. They decided to leave their carriage in Anj and attempt to cross the mountains on foot. Thanks to the Holy Seal certificate, they were fortunate enough to be allowed to leave their carriage and luggage at the Anj church. The horses would be managed separately from the carriage, but there was no guarantee that no mischief makers would be around. Even if they were allowed to leave it at the church wouldn't be watching over it constantly. They had to protect their own belongings. All right, this should do. In front of the group sat a carriage encased in ice. It reflected the sunlight, sparkling astonishingly and creating a beautiful scene. The water attribute Mage, who had created this ice chunk, was patting it proudly. Hey, Rio, isn't the inside of the carriage going to be soaked? Don't worry, Nils, it's magical ice, so it won't get wet. And of course, when it melts, it will appear without any moisture at all. Rio confidently answered Nils's question. Having done this thousands or millions of times before, his confidence was natural. Even if the Anj church suddenly betrayed them and attempted to seize their carriage, they would be fine. According to Graham, the Western Church isn't a monolithic entity, and fierce power struggles are always occurring within. They've been warned to be cautious of factions that might take radical actions. Basically, the Church welcomes parties that arrive with the Holy Seal certificate with a smile. It's only natural since the Holy Seal certificate is a form of identification issued by the Holy See. That said, they should utilize the Church's resources as effectively as possible. In cases like this, it was like having a free luggage storage. After leaving their carriage at the Anj church, they arrived at the foot of the Demon King's Mountains 3 days later. By this point, there weren't even any small villages around. It wasn't because hordes of monsters were attacking from beyond the Demon King's Mountains. Humans' armies have never crossed the Demon King's Mountains, and it seems, based on records, monsters have never come over to this side either. Why is that? Upon stepping into the Demon King's Mountains, the group learned the reason. The cliffs that could barely allow a single person to pass. The deep, wide rifts in the ground that are impossible to jump over. Slopes that require constant awareness of falling rocks, and in such steep mountains there were strange women with wings. Another harpy. Ice wall layer 10, clank, 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 clank. Thanks to the ice wall that completely covered the group, they didn't take any damage, but they couldn't relax either. Harpy, boa, bear, rabbit, and even a snake. We can see an astonishing variety of monsters. Nils complained about the number of monsters appearing, while Rio expressed it differently. I don't need that kind of variety, Nils muttered under his breath. But thanks to Rio's magic, walking along the cliffs is quite easy, right? Ito praised him. Using ice path and ice wall, Rio allowed the group to traverse the Demon King's Mountains without falling into dangerous situations. Even the gaping chasms in the ground could be crossed by creating ice bridges. Though looking down made one's legs weak, they wouldn't fall, as long as Rio's ice didn't break. See. This is a golden opportunity to truly experience the greatness of water attribute magic, Rio said joyfully. Everyone feels happy when they are praised. However, the smoothly progressing exploration party fell into crisis on the 3rd day after entering the Demon King's Mountains. Ice wall layer 10, a fireball hit the ice wall that was nearly reflexively erected. What the? Nils shouted, An attack had been received without anyone noticing. That shouldn't be possible. After all, Room 10 is a B-rank party. Considering that A-rank parties rarely appear, it's not an exaggeration to say they are near the pinnacle of adventurers. For such beings to be attacked without noticing it until it hit is incomprehensible. And Rio, while he could afford to be relaxed on regular roads or in towns, since entering this mountain range where he didn't know when monsters would attack, he had been nearly constantly activating his passive sonar. Yet they were attacked despite that. Even Nils would shout, "What the?" in disbelief. The most surprised one was Rio. The cause was the power of that fireball. It was astonishingly powerful. Even Rio's current ice wall layer 10 would probably be shattered in 2 hits by such force. The only fire attribute attack magic that comes to mind that could surpass this fireball is from Demon Leonor or that guy from the Empire. Such an attack here in this mountain range? This is quite a formidable enemy, Rio warned seriously. The 6 who understood that Rio was completely serious tightened their resolve. Then they heard footsteps approaching them. "Those footsteps aren't human," Swordsman Nils muttered. "It's strange, isn't it?" Swordsman Ammon felt an oddity from the footsteps. "They are 4-legged, but it sounds like not much weight is on the front legs." Priest Zeke speculated about the reason for the oddity. Furthermore, there are hardly any monsters that use fire attribute magic. Priest Ito pointed out the abnormality of the earlier fireball. Typically, ground or flying monsters use wind or earth attributes. Swordsman Harold confirmed. "I've never fought a monster that uses fire attribute magic." Dual-wielder Gowan's opinion was met with nods from Harold, Zeke, Nils, Ito, and Ammon. Even the 3 experienced members of Room 10 actually hadn't encountered one. Only Rio wore a grim expression. He wasn't contemplating whether to classify Demon Leonor as a monster. Rather, he was recalling the devils they fought on the 40th floor of the dungeon. But those were fully bipedal. Then what was coming close now? As the sound drew nearer, the monster that came into view was red, a bear. What the heck is that? Ammon, Ito, and Nils could only utter those words, left speechless. No one spoke. Only the sound of the approaching footsteps of the red bear echoed. At a distance of about 25 meters, the red bear stopped. Its body length was around 2.5 to 3 meters. It was difficult to determine exactly due to its 4 legs. It is said that the body length of a superior species of bear, the greater bear, is about 3.5 meters. It felt slightly smaller than that. But more than that, what caught the attention was its body color, or perhaps its fur color, bright red as a cardinal or a chili pepper. Moreover, with a bear like that, it was only natural to be surprised. "Gah!" The red bear let out a roar. It was not just any roar. Harold and Gowan knelt down. It was a roar filled with magical power capable of breaking the hearts of those who heard it. "Harold, Gowan!" Nils's intense reprimand. At that, Harold and Gowan focused their eyes. However, the red bear did not wait. Fireballs were launched in quick succession. Ice wall layer 10, ice wall layer 10, the continuous generation of ice walls. The red bear's fireballs shattered 2 ice wall layers. In that case, we'll withstand it with continuous generation. A total of 10 fireballs were launched, but they were managed by 5 ice walls. Rio had noticed. All the fireballs had been aimed at the faces of the group. The red bear likely intended to blow off only the heads of the group and use the bodies for food. After all, fire attribute magic is not very effective for hunting. If it's too strong, it burns the meat or causes it to explode, making it impossible to obtain materials. While the salamander, known as a monster that uses fire attribute magic, sometimes defeats enemies with its fire magic. That's because it doesn't eat its targets in the first place. The salamander's main food source is magma. It can't exactly be called herbivorous, but at least it's not carnivorous. However, the red bear in front of them seemed to be a carnivorous monster despite using fire attribute magic. Using fire attribute offensive magic in a forest is quite difficult. There's a risk of catching trees on fire and causing a forest fire. Even though it was mountainous and rocky, it doesn't mean there are no trees at all. Did this monster consider that? 10 more fireballs were launched again, and once again they were withstood by 5 ice walls. Assessing the number, Nils made a decision. "All right, when the next 10 fireballs come, Ammon and I will charge in." "Understood," Ammon responded to Nils's command. Rio would take the attacks as a shield, while Nils and Ammon would attack as swords against the enemy. This was a very standard combat method for a counterattack at the party level. If it were the former, red sword, Warren, the shield user, would take the attack, and in the same moment the swordsman Abel would strike the enemy. Rio had anticipated this and had been using continuous generation instead of layered ice walls. When considering a counterattack, overcommitting can actually limit the options available. And indeed, for the 3rd time the red bear launched a continuous attack of fireballs. Ice wall layer 10, ice wall layer 10, ice wall layer 10. Rio withstood with continuous generation of ice walls. As the 10th fireball flew toward them, Nils and Ammon leaped out from both ends of their ice walls, and they ran straight toward the red bear. However, the red bear generated and shot off fireballs again. It wasn't limited to just 10 consecutive shots. That was within expectations. Nils murmured as he slashed at the fireball approaching him with his sword. Ammon also cut down the fireball coming toward him with his sword. As expected from B-rank swordsmen, by this point the red bear was right beside them. Finally, Nils and Ammon simultaneously dove into the red bear's range from both sides and swung their swords. They missed, both of them. Whether it was due to the bear's quadrupedal nature or something else. The red bear dodged with a backstep at a speed beyond what Nils and Ammon had anticipated. A bear dodging the deadly swords of 2 B-rank swordsmen. And without pause, 2 fireballs were launched. Bang, bang, they struck the newly generated ice wall in front of Nils and Ammon and exploded. The ice wall created by Rio using ice wall layer 10. Nils and Ammon held their swords ready, not letting their guard down. The distance between the retreating red bear and the 2 was about 10 meters. Neither side could move easily. The red bear was slowly, very slowly, backing away on all fours. Nils and Ammon exchanged a brief glance. In that moment they understood each other. What was important was not hunting the red bear. The goal was not to defeat the red bear. If that were the case, at a distance of about 15 meters, the backing red bear looked back and suddenly dashed away. The red bear was fleeing. Once they could no longer hear its footsteps, Nils and Ammon joined Rio and the others. "Well, we managed somehow, but what on earth was that?" Nils asked, somewhat absent-mindedly. However, there was no one present who could provide a clear answer. "I was surprised by the red bear, but even more surprised that it used fire attribute magic. I've never heard of a bear monster like that." Even Ito, who should be the brains of Room 10, could not think of any such monster. At least it understood that it couldn't win against us and left. It was a creature that could make a reasonable judgment. At Zeke's words, Harold and Gowan nodded. Indeed, wild creatures, unless they are particularly exceptional, will flee when they realize they cannot win. Only foolish humans do not flee, perhaps. In other words, the red bear just now knows defeat. It must have experienced that in the past. It was a splendid retreat. This means that there is something in these mountains that made that red bear taste defeat. Rio's words caused the group to widen their eyes in surprise. "I really don't want to meet something like that." Nils's words elicited nods from everyone, including Rio. Knowing defeat and growing stronger. Nils should know defeat too. But maybe Nils has already experienced plenty of defeats. "Shut up. There are plenty of guys stronger than me. I know that much. Maybe Rio should experience defeat more. You've probably barely experienced any, right?" Nils quipped back at Rio's joke. Of course, both were just jokes, right? It's because they are close after all, right? If said to someone they weren't close with, it would lead to a fight, wouldn't it? "I'll teach you something that Nils, who knows nothing, doesn't know. I've experienced defeat every day. Even in Duke Rondo's territory, I was defeated in sword fights every day. And in the first place, I'm the weakest being in the territory." What Rio had in mind were the days in the city of Run where he was defeated during mock battles with Sira, and the days he was defeated by the Dullahan, who was his sword master in the wetlands of the forest of Rondo. Moreover, the behemoths, griffins, and dragons that lived in Duke Rondo's territory. He hadn't been defeated by them, but he didn't think for a millisecond about fighting them. Without a doubt, Rio was the weakest. The 6 people were astonished at Rio's words. "No one would believe that Rio is the weakest," Nils said with a look that suggested it was just another of Rio's usual lies. "Nils, if you ever come to our territory, I'll introduce you." But you might get eaten." "Nils, you have good meat on you. If the neighbors try to eat you, I won't be able to stop that. Like I said before, everyone is stronger than me." "Rio, you're technically the Lord, right?" "Yes, that's right. But that's just me saying, I am the Lord among humans. It has nothing to do with the neighbors. In the first place, I'm the only human in Duke Rondo's territory." Rio stated the facts in response to Nils. "What on earth is Duke Rondo's territory like?" Harold, who would one day be a duke, mumbled, but his words did not reach Rio's ears. It was a showcase of the Red Bear's face. On May 31, 2021, at 6 p.m., the cover for Volume 2, Water Attribute Mage Part 1. Central Nations Arc II was released. The image below 318 has also changed to the second volume. This time it has a band on it. It's really red, so that it won't be mistaken for the first volume. It's red. I wrote a little about that in the activity report. The release date for the second volume is Saturday, June 19. Of course, the side story Fire Attribute Mage continues from the first volume, 24,000 words. Will Oscar be saved? Additionally, a total of 40,000 words have been added. It's mentioned subtly on the images band, includes the beginning of the first chapter of the comic adaptation. Yes, the beginning of the first chapter of the comic adaptation is included. Information regarding that will be released at midnight on June 10. So on that day, I will post as usual at 9 p.m. on June 9, and I will also post the next chapter 3 hours later at midnight on the 10th. Of course, I will post the next chapter again at 9 p.m. on the 10th. Please look forward to various things. The end of the Demon King's mountains began to come into view on the morning after the battle with the Red Bear. Finally, Nils muttered, and Sira responded. They say that a person traveling 100 miles is at the halfway point after 90 miles. Or perhaps it's said that the journey isn't complete until one returns home. Nils, don't let your guard down. I don't really understand, but I'll try not to let my guard down. Feeling that Sira had said something quite sensible, Nils answered honestly. Of course, he had no real understanding of what 100 miles or a picnic meant. Oh, a fairly vast land is spreading out. What's that lined up over there? It looks like riders. No, that's probably centaurs. Sira looked at the land, Ammon found something, Nils expressed his first impression, Zeke hinted at a recollection, and Ito confirmed it. Centaurs, long live fantasy, the surprised voice came from Sira. Meanwhile, Harold and Gowan remained silent in astonishment, which was understandable. Centaurs are monsters rarely seen in the Central Nations. Rather, encounters with wyverns are far more common, though thinking about it, that's a terrifying notion as well. I see. The reason Archbishop Graham told us to come here first was for this. Ito, Sira asked a question in response to Ito's words. Centaurs are intelligent monsters. They are certainly monsters because they have magic stones within them, but they are said to be able to converse with humans. They embody the spirit of martial valor. Or rather, they are a race where strength is everything. It is said that if you can survive the Festival of Battles, you will be able to obtain the information you seek. The Festival of Battles? Ito added more, and Sira murmured in excitement at the name. But those centaurs are part of the Demon King's army, right? We came here to meet the upper ranks of the Demon King's army, after all. Zeke expressed his doubts. Well, we'll find out once we actually go. After all, they're already tracking us. There's no option left to not go. Nils made a decisive decision like a leader. In situations like this, even Sira acknowledges Nils' decisiveness and boldness. As the group descended the mountain and entered the plain, a herd of centaurs, easily exceeding 200, lined up ahead. Then, one particularly splendidly armed centaur stepped forward. This land belongs to us, the centaurs. No one may invade it. In response, Nils answered from the group, We are not here to invade. We've come to ask the location of the Demon King. When Nils' words echoed, the centaurs gasped. It was a voice that couldn't form words. A stir began, clang. The splendidly armed centaur struck the ground with the tip of his spear, silencing the commotion. Very well, if you wish to know something, ask with a sword, that is our way. Saying that, he turned back and called out. Chiron? Yes, the centaur called Chiron responded and stepped forward. It seemed he was ready to fight. This is the Festival of Battles. What should we do? Zeke asked Nils. Hey, can you let me go? Huh, Nils? Surprisingly, Nils volunteered to go himself, leaving Ammon speechless and Sira with a puzzled expression. This was quite rare. Nils still had the appearance of a child leader, looking like a muscle-headed warrior, the very epitome of a frontline swordsman. However, he rarely expressed a desire to participate in mock battles. Of course, it wasn't that he was bad at mock battles. It's just that in such situations, Ammon usually goes as the representative of Room 10. That's probably why Ammon was left speechless. He had expected to be the one to go, and suddenly the party leader declared he would go instead. Of course, he had no dissatisfaction with that itself. But why? Feeling the 6 gazes upon him, Nils scratched his cheek with his finger and shyly said, Well, you see. When you think of centaurs, they're like the pinnacle of martial monsters. Opportunities to fight with all your strength like this are unlikely to come in a lifetime, so I just wanted to give it a try. Nils was just a boy too. He wanted to fight strong opponents, though there are plenty of girls who also love to fight strong opponents, like Sira and Leonor. Well, I suppose neither of them might be considered human. In the end, it seems like gender doesn't matter much. Nils, go for it. Ammon encouraged him with a broad smile. He probably understood Nils' feelings well. After all, they were both swordsmen of Room 10. The Festival of Battles doesn't concern itself with winning or losing. Of course, if you win, I'm sure there won't be any complaints, but if you lose, as long as it's something the centaurs could recognize, you'll be fine. Ito said that, patting Nils on the shoulder. Harold and Gowan nodded repeatedly, without a word. They were probably happy that their admired Nils was so motivated. I remember hearing that in the Festival of Battles, magic is not allowed. Zeke's words were met with Ito's nod of agreement. It was a battle of swords against swords. Nils, in times like this, Abel would definitely see it through, and right now Abel just said, "Nils, you can do it. Please fight with all your might." Sira conveyed the words that Abel had spoken through the echo of the soul. There was no way Nils wouldn't be motivated, being encouraged by the admired Abel. His body was filled with determination. "I'm going." Thus, Nils dived into the greatest battle of his life. "That's Chiron. I'm Nils." After exchanging a handshake, the two take a small step back. The Centaur has the lower body of a horse and the upper body of a human. As a result, his upper body is at a very high position. However, it seems he can bend down quite a bit, making it easy for him to shake hands with Nils, who is fully human. Chiron holds a spear in one hand and has a large sword hanging at his waist. Nils stands ready with a great sword that easily exceeds 1 meter in length, equipped with bracers on his arms. Previously, he had a small shield on his left arm, but now it's absent. If needed, he seems to prefer deflecting attacks with his bracers. While a completed swordsman like Abel would have a well-established fighting style, both Nils and Ammon are still in the midst of their growth. It seems the referee for this match will be the splendidly armed Centaur. "I will not allow a finishing blow. The match will end if I determine that one side can no longer continue or if either side surrenders." "Are both parties ready?" "Yeah, anytime," both Nils and Chiron respond. "Then let's begin." Nils firmly spreads his legs and positions the great sword prominently in front of him. After all, the Centaur has its head and heart at nearly the same height as a mounted human. In normal circumstances, it would be challenging to deliver a fatal blow. Of course, since this is a mock battle, killing is not allowed. However, considering the possibility of pointing a sword at the throat, that height cannot be overlooked. Therefore, Nils does not have the option to charge in from the start. Chiron's arms are positioned higher than Nils's head, which is 190 centimeters tall. From there, a spear about 3 meters long is thrust towards him. This is a battle between cavalry and infantry. Attacks from a high position are advantageous in many respects, whether in individual combat or group battles. From the very beginning, it was a disadvantageous fight for Nils. That said, Nils does not sulk or become despondent. He raised his hand and asked for this fight. He is well aware of his disadvantage. "Fast!" This was muttered by Gowan, the dual wielder. Next to him, Priest Zeke nodded in agreement. Chiron's spear was indeed fast. Thrusts, sweeps, and strikes showcased the spear's characteristics, closing in on Nils's body from every direction. However, Nils skillfully deflected each and every attack. Since it was a great sword, swinging it widely against a faster opponent was unwise. Instead, he moved it precisely, redirecting thrusts, dodging sweeps, and absorbing strikes. It was a perfect demonstration of a swordsman defending against a spear warrior's attacks. This performance garnered admiration even from the Centaur's side. The ferocity of the offense was evident even to amateurs. But the brilliance of the defense could be recognized by the discerning eye. Nils's swordplay was undoubtedly that of a B-rank swordsman. Yet, despite perfectly defending against every attack, Chiron remained completely unfazed. He wore an expression that suggested this level of skill was to be expected, having assessed Nils's ability to some extent the moment they faced each other. Just as Nils is an excellent swordsman as a B-rank adventurer, Chiron is also a highly respected warrior among the Centaur race. With rich combat experience and a sharp mind, I see that he is timing my spear's movements. Despite appearances, he is a wise and calm man. Chiron thought to himself and tightened his focus even more. The battle festival between the two had reached a stalemate. 10 minutes passed. To the untrained eye, it seemed they were still at a standstill. However, there were subtle differences compared to the start of the fight. The structure of Chiron's spear attacks and Nils's sword defenses had not changed. But Nils's method of handling the spear was gradually evolving. He flowed with Chiron's thrusts, dodged sweeps, and began to block strikes with his left bracers. Moreover, he started to close the distance. Of course, when Nils closed the gap, Chiron also retreated, maintaining their distance. The more discerning onlookers began to sense a change. The change that the spectators had been awaiting occurred suddenly. Nils took Chiron's spear strike with his left hand. Not only did he deflect it, but he also pushed it away significantly. As he deflected, he swiftly closed the distance. He stepped forward with his right foot and maneuvered the great sword with one hand, aiming for Chiron's waist, a part of his body that couldn't evade or lean back. Clang. Chiron, having his spear forcefully knocked aside by Nils's left hand, spun it around and countered Nils's thrust with the butt end. Then, maintaining that momentum, he spun the spear again and attacked Nils with its point. However, this was within Nils's expectations. Before the attack could rise from below, he stepped forward with his right foot, stomping down on the spear. He had fully entered the sword's range. Once again he thrust. Clang. Another metallic sound rang out. Chiron skillfully used his great sword, which hung at his waist, to parry Nils's thrust with the blade's body. At this point, the spear had been discarded, and it had become a clash of swords. Nils thrusts, slashes, and delivers crosswise strikes, followed by reverse cuts. The tides of battle had turned. The sword fight began with Nils attacking and Chiron defending. Both wielded great swords. Yet the speed at which they fought was astonishing, not at all what one would expect from great swords. Moreover, what started as Nils's offense and Chiron's defense soon shifted, with Nils defending and Chiron attacking. Before long, the roles reversed once more, with Nils back on the offensive and Chiron defending. The swordplay advanced vigorously with alternating attacks and defenses. With both wielding the same great sword and no significant difference in skill, stamina on both sides was ample, meaning the outcome would come down to the most basic elements. As was initially stated, attacks from a high position are advantageous in many ways. Chiron's downward strikes can utilize gravity to their advantage. On the other hand, Nils must endure under the weight of gravity when receiving those strikes. The most fundamental physical law. Objects fall from above to below due to gravity. Nils's stamina was gradually being drained as he continued to endure Chiron's powerful downward strikes. 3 years ago, under Ryo's guidance, he had earnestly worked to enhance his endurance since then. However, as a human, there are limits. He is likely among the more enduring of the B-rank adventurers. Yet the longer he handles the great sword, the more fatigue accumulates. It is simply unavoidable. Still, he has never slacked off during training. He has always trained to the limit. In practical combat, he takes a greater safety margin, but training is pushed to the edge. To be able to wield the great sword longer than anyone else. Chiron also wielded a great sword. He swung it downwards. So far, Nils had either defended against or deflected that sword, but now he dodges. At the peak of exhaustion, he thought he could receive it, but he cannot. Chiron's great sword, pulled by gravity, comes crashing down. In a panic, he tries to pull it back up, but Nils takes a large step forward, stepping on Chiron's sword and extends his arm, as if to plunge his sword into Chiron's heart. "That's enough," the voice of the referee echoed. Nils had won the battle festival. This is Nils's moment in the spotlight. Earlier, before 7 p.m. on June 2, I received an email from my editor. The first volume of the Water Attribute Mage has reached 7th place in the Kindle Light Novel rankings. If we limit it to unlimited and prime reading works, it comes in 4th place, following Saga of Tanya the Evil, Tiamun, and Mushoku Tensei. The first volume is now included in Kindle Unlimited. For those who have an unlimited subscription, please take this opportunity. The aim is to increase exposure and connect to reservations for the second volume. The publisher is also thinking of various strategies. I am grateful for that. And to think it's 4th place. Saga of Tanya the Evil and Mushoku Tensei are ultra-famous works that have also been adapted into anime. There's no need for the author to explain them at all. The anime adaptations have been crafted in an incredibly meticulous and enjoyable manner. And then there's Tiamun Empire Story. Naturally, I am aware of it. It is a super popular work published by Books, the same publisher that is bringing out the Water Attribute Mage. It has a strong fan base, alongside Ascendance of a Bookworm and The Sea of Awakening, of course, from Naru. The author of Tiamun, Mochizuki Nozomi, even has a regular article on Wiki and has already published over a dozen books. Moreover, she is a lecturer at the Amusement Media Academy's novel and script department. This department trains professionals in general literature, movie novelizations, character literature, historical novels, and manga originals. In other words, she is a professional nurturing other professionals. Indeed, many different individuals are writing novels in Naru. With that said, Volume 2 of the Water Attribute Mage will be released on June 19, Saturday. As shown at the bottom of this page, the second volume is red. That night in the Centaur village, a welcoming feast was held for the party. Of course, at the center of it all, receiving drink after drink, was Nils. Harold and Gowan watched from behind as if he were an object of worship. The faithful of the Nils religion, number 1 and number 2. Ito, Ammon, and Zeke observed Nils, who kept drinking continuously, with wry smiles while eating the feast. Ryo, with a proud demeanor, crossed his arms and nodded repeatedly while looking at Nils. "Nils has really become something," he murmured. At that moment, the opponent Nils had fought against approached him, holding a bottle of alcohol. The eyes around them widened in surprise at the sight of the bottle. It seemed to be quite a rare liquor. "Nils, well, have a drink." "Oh, Chiron, I'll take it." They exchanged drinks. Naturally, the centaurs who had been pouring drinks for Nils until now ceded the spot to Chiron. Although Chiron had been defeated, it seemed the perspective of the centaur tribe had not changed. In fact, it even appeared that they were showing more respect than before to those who exuded an air of experience. It seems they appreciated the content of the fight. Nils is strong. It was a good match. Thank you, Chiron said, emptying his cup for the umpteenth time. The outcome of the match is left to fate. I won this time, but who knows about the next? Nils responded by downing his cup in one go. Don't be humble. I lost to a strong opponent. The Centaurs respect the strong. Is that so? Just because I won doesn't mean Chiron's position is diminished or anything like that. It's fine, Chiron said with a laugh and continued with more words. Victory is an honor, but defeat is not a shame. Saying this, he downed another cup. Each time we experience defeat, we grow stronger. We Centaurs know this. Therefore, defeat is not shameful. With that, Chiron smiled. Nils looked at that smile, captivated. It was indeed a fact, but to say it so clearly was no easy feat. Indeed, it seems I'll grow stronger again. Ah, I thought so too. The two burst into laughter. A centaur dressed in splendid armor, though now he had removed the armor, approached Ito, Zeke, and Rio. I am the tribe leader, Kenlauder. I am Ito, and this is Zeke and Rio. I thought I'd let you know before you get completely drunk. With that, tribe leader Kenlauder smiled slyly. First, I must apologize. I don't know the current location of the Demon King. I see. From his previously sly smile, Kenlauder's expression shifted to one of apology. Ito responded with disappointment. With a determined look, Ito asked, If you did know, would you honestly tell us? What do you mean? Because it would help us reach the Demon King. Oh, I see what you mean, Kenlauder answered with a laugh. I wouldn't mind telling you. If the Demon King raises an army, we will have to follow him. This is due to the Demon King's factor that we possess, and there is no choice in the matter. However, since the Demon King hasn't raised an army at this time, we can say our relationship with him is completely non-existent. It doesn't matter what the Demon King or his other executives and aides are doing. The Demon King's factor? Rio murmured. Yes, it sounded familiar, similar to the mysterious term related to Rio, fairy factor. Currently, the Demon King has not raised an army. In other words, he has no intention of invading humanity. Well, that's right. In fact, for over 100 years, there have been no clashes between the Demon King's army and humans. Upon hearing this, Ito and Zeke were surprised. In the past few hundred years, most Demon Kings and heroes have been born in the Western nations. And regularly, the Western Church has announced that heroes have successfully subjugated Demon Kings. Thus, it could be said that the people of the Central Nations do not accurately know the relationship between heroes and Demon Kings. However, based on the announcements from the Western Church, they had vaguely thought that the Demon King's army clashed with humans and that heroes defeated the Demon King. The image people have of the Demon King is that of the King of Monsters, an eternal enemy of humanity, but perhaps the reality is different. Rio was lost in thought, considering such things in silence. I don't even know who the current Demon King is or what kind of monster he is, but honestly, I don't want him to raise an army. Kenlauder murmured with a slightly lonely expression. You don't even know what kind of monster he is? Rio, suspicious of Kenlauder's words, murmured. Since he was at it, he decided to ask. I've heard that the Demon King is one of the devils, a demon prince who evolves into one. That's half correct. There are indeed demon princes who become demon kings through that route. However, there are also those who are born as demon kings. What? Rio was astonished by Kenlauder's answer. Furthermore, Ito and Zeke also widened their eyes in surprise. Considering that Ria had previously mentioned at the central sanctuary that one of the 4 demon princes would evolve into the Demon King, it seemed they had heard the same. It appears that the people of the Central Nations know far too little about the Demon King and the Demon King's army. However, if that's the case, how can we search for the Demon King? Zeke frowned, deep in thought. Seeing this, Kenlauder spoke up. Lord Harold is afflicted by a demon spirit curse. He had explained right after the Festival of Battles why the party was searching for the Demon King. So Kenlauder said this. Indeed, to lift the demon's spirit curse, one must drop a drop of the Demon King's blood on the forehead. That's the only method. The church should have preserved the blood of the former Demon King for that purpose, but it seems that has been lost. In that case, the church will likely begin a Demon King hunt. A Demon King hunt, Ito grimaced at Kenlauder's words. A hunt, for those who are hunted, it only means a cruel fate awaits. But would a being simply called the Demon King accept the fate of merely being hunted? Perhaps this could trigger the Demon King's army to rise, leading to war with humanity once again. Could it be that those who attacked the church's vault are plotting to start a war? Such thoughts crossed Rio's mind. Of course, if the attackers were aiming for the Demon King's blood, that is. In the end, there was too little information to arrive at a proper conclusion. Yes, the only method to take at times like these is one. Don't think. Rio bit into the delicious bandit-style grilled chicken in front of him. Delicious food can stop your thoughts. While Rio stopped thinking, Ito and Zeke were asking one last question to Kenlouder. I understand that you don't know the current location of the Demon King, but can you tell us someone who might know where he is? Kenlouder seemed to have anticipated Ito's question. While nodding several times, he thought for a while about whether he should give the answer, then opened his mouth. Perhaps. There is someone who knows the Demon King's location for certain. Upon hearing those words from Kenlouder, Zeke quickly raised his face and asked, "Who is it?" By the Demon King's side, when he raised his army, there was always one advisor. His name is Marlin. I do not know what kind of monster he is, but he was said to have been present at negotiations with humans. At that time, he took on a form similar to that of a human. Always, Zeke murmured. That's right. For thousands of years always, and likely the same individual. He must belong to a long-lived species. Hearing Zeke's murmur, Kenlouder nodded in agreement. The fact that he was present at negotiations with humans means he can likely converse with them. And since he has always been by the Demon King's side, he probably possesses some means to sense or locate the Demon King's very existence. If it's Marlin, he might know the current location of the Demon King. But at that, Kenlouder hesitated. "Where is that Marlin?" Zeke asked eagerly. Of course it was crucial. Harold's life depended on it. "Well, this is something my grandfather reportedly heard from Marlin himself." Kenlouder hesitated again. Zeke said nothing but leaned forward. "It is a place even you might not be able to reach." "Reach?" Rio, who had returned from the bandit-style grilled chicken, murmured. "The holy capital Meramer, deep within the dungeon to the west. Here comes the teleportation-enabled dungeon of the holy capital in the west." The exploration party, having parted ways with the Centaurs, returned to Anj, the northernmost town of the Arapuragu northern country, after 3 days. Along the way, they did not encounter any red bears this time. Perhaps the bears avoided them. However, they were attacked by harpies once again. They protected themselves with an ice wall once more. The carriage they had entrusted was with the Anj church. Rio had encased it in ice to prevent any mischief, and around the carriage knight-like men were gathered. "They're here!" one of the men shouted, and knightly figures began to gather from all around. In the distance, trembling, the priests and deacons of the Anj church were watching them. They seemed to be bowing their heads repeatedly, as if apologizing. The knight-like men appeared to be quite intimidating. A figure who seemed to be their leader stepped forward and introduced himself. "We are the Templar Knight Order. I am Andre de Bashrel, captain of the 3rd Division." The Templar Knight Order. A water attribute Mage felt a surge of joy in his heart upon hearing the name. The Templar Knight Order. A knightly order of the same name existed in Earth's history. The Earth's Templar Knights were established in 1119 to protect pilgrims heading to Jerusalem after the First Crusade. Later, the land and assets donated to the Templar Knights became immense. From the 12th to the 13th centuries, they engaged in international finance in Europe, wielding such power that not only royal families, but even the Holy See opened accounts with them. However, in the end, they were subjected to the Inquisition by King Philip IV of France, who sought to seize the vast wealth of the order, leading to the order's destruction. Rio recalled this history in his mind. Perhaps that was why he was smiling just a little. Nils, who was watching from the side, muttered, "Rio is up to something again?" Ito stepped forward to respond. "What business do you gentlemen from the Templar Knight Order have?" His tone was polite, but there was power in his eyes and words. Normally a gentle and quiet priest, Ito's 3 years of adventurer life and his prowess as a B-rank adventurer were not to be underestimated. This was a manifestation of his strength as someone who served God, and the members of the Templar Knight Order, who were both knights and sacred officers, could certainly feel it. However, Captain Andre de Bashrel declared, "We would like you to hand over the information you have regarding the Demon King." "I refuse," Ito replied without hesitation. Wah, he clearly hadn't expected such a straightforward rejection. Captain Andre was left speechless. The other members, pressured by Ito's priestly aura, regained their senses and began to show signs of anger. "Do you know what will happen if you anger us?" Saying this, Captain Andre took a step forward. He slipped and fell. In shock, no one spoke. However, Zeke instantly understood what had happened, or rather, who had done what. He glanced at Rio beside him. Almost simultaneously, Nils, Ito, and Ammon also understood, but they didn't look at Rio. They merely sighed softly. "This," while attempting to stand, Andre said. "Whoa," he slipped and fell again. "You scoundrel!" Seeing this, 20 members of his party rushed out and they all slipped and fell. The sight was quite spectacular, and just as they all tried to get up, they slipped and fell once more. The nightmare had begun for them. Zeke kept glancing at Rio, who wore his usual expression, behaving as he always did. No one could possibly guess he was generating magic. It was that seamless. At the moment each of the 21 members attempted to stand up, Rio generated an ice path solely beneath the foot they were putting their weight on. Their timing for trying to stand was, of course, staggered, and Rio captured the real-time situation of all of them, generating magic instantaneously. This was an astonishingly intricate magical control. It was creating an astonishingly ridiculous situation. Yet the technique supporting it was of utmost precision. Harold and Gowan, who did not understand what was happening, were initially trembling, but upon seeing that Nils and the others were behaving as usual, they finally grasped it. Rio was doing something. Then they looked at Zeke. Zeke silently nodded. Deciding not to say anything, they continued to watch. As this scene continued for a while, Ito walked over to the priests and deacons of the Ange Church, who were huddled together, and spoke to them. "Priest, we will take our leave now." Yes, what about the knights?" The priest posed a common-sense question in response to Ito's words. "Well, I'm not sure what's wrong, but it might be an illness or perhaps a curse. They might recover in a few hours, but as a low-ranking priest, I can't do much. If there is a higher-ranking clergy member in a nearby large town, perhaps you should call for them." "I see. There is a bishop in the neighboring Dune city. I'll go call him right away. Andre, please wait here while I go get the bishop." As the priest called loudly, Captain Andre, still slipping, nodded and waved his hand as if saying go. He instructed the deacon to prepare the party's horses, and the priest immediately jumped into the priest's carriage and set off outside the town. By that time, the knights who continued to slip had given up trying to get up. They were waiting for the bishop to arrive. It seemed they had accepted that this was a supernatural phenomenon and that they could only rely on the bishop to handle it. Once the Templar Knights had confirmed that they had given up trying to stand, the exploration parties from Room 10 and Room 11 set out from the town of Ange. Inside the carriage, the problem was resolved quite smartly. At Rio's words, Nils shook his head slightly. Ito and Ammon smiled wryly. Harold and Gowan exchanged glances, and Zeke said, "Rio, son, could it be that you tried to make us fall at the Café de Chocolat in the royal capital before?" He asked a surprisingly direct question. Rio was most surprised by that very direct question. "Well, I don't know what you're talking about." As Rio tried to evade the question, Zeke pressed on, but was cut off. "Perhaps I am a C-rank adventurer, and in the future I will inherit a noble title. If an adventurer were to say something like that, then they might try to make you fall." Zeke was left speechless, while Harold's face turned bright red. If a respected person were to learn about his past, which he wanted to keep hidden, it was only natural for him to blush. Nils shook his head slightly upon hearing that. Ito and Ammon wore wry smiles more than ever. "Yes, I was in the wrong." In a small, truly small voice, Harold admitted his fault. He had grown in many ways since then. When they first met, Rio thought he was a really unpleasant person, but he acknowledged his growth thereafter. Of course, recognizing one's faults and growing does not erase past mistakes. However, a person who acknowledges their faults is far better than one who does not. That's what Rio thought. "Harold, if we can return safely to the royal capital, please be sure to properly apologize to the staff of the Café de Chocolat for the trouble we caused." "Yes." With Rio saying something so sensible, Harold nodded, and the party was satisfied. Acknowledging their mistakes, yet moving forward. That might be the way to expand one's character as a person. The next chapter will be an interlude from 323 to 325. Since 324 and 325 are short, it might be 3 chapters posted in one day along with the main story, 326. As expected from the Silverdale Knight Order, it's truly impressive. That's true, but just being impressed isn't enough. Still, it shows the weight of tradition. It's really fortunate that they didn't turn against us during the Liberation War. This place is the central training ground of the royal capital. A massive training ground that can be used by knight orders, magical associations, or noble knight orders affiliated with the royal family. Outside the royal capital, there are 4 other large training grounds, but this central training ground is often utilized when the king conducts inspections. It was built on the site where the manors of the nobles that were dismantled for siding with Raymond during the war were confiscated by the royal family, featuring the latest equipment made with alchemy. Currently, the Silverdale Knight Order is conducting drills at this central training ground. They are a duke's household that owns territory in the central part of the kingdom where the royal capital is located, known as one of the foremost martial families in the kingdom. During the Liberation War, the head of the household, Lawson, was imprisoned in the royal castle, which meant they were supposed to side with Raymond. It is said that the younger brother of the crown prince, Raymond, was relying on the powerful Silverdale Knight Order as a fighting force, but the entire order suddenly vanished. They disappeared not only from the Silverdale territory, but also from the area around the royal capital. The The number of Silverdale Knights was only about 300 at the time, which isn't many. However, their charge, mounted archery, and skills as dismounted knights were said to be on par with the peak performance of the former Royal Knight Order. When Raymond learned that he could not incorporate that fighting force into his plans, he allegedly threw the cup he was holding in anger. When the report reached the head, Lawson, he laughed heartily. That story of him laughing even when his life was at stake became well known in the royal capital after the war. Rumor has it that the vanished Silverdale Knight Order hid in the west and secretly assisted in the recapture of Wingston in the east. Wingston was traditionally a stay for the Silverdale Knight Order in the east, and their familiarity with the geography gave rise to such rumors. While there is some truth to it, the Silverdale Knight Order does not boast about it. Rather, it is said that they felt ashamed for not being able to join King Abel's forces. It couldn't be helped since their head was imprisoned. Among those watching the drills of the Silverdale Knight Order are the leader of the Valkyrie Knight Order, Imogen, and her deputy, Camilla. Imogen and her companions were former C-ranked adventurers from a party called Valkyrie. They have become the core of the newly formed all-female Knight Order after the Liberation War. At the time, they were informally called the Valkyrie Knight Order, but it has now become their official name. The Valkyrie Knight Order is officially a Knight Order directly under the Queen. 3 years later, the number of knights has grown to 500. Within that number, the Valkyrie Knight Order includes a magic unit, scout unit, and medical unit, allowing them to conduct independent operations. Of course, not all 500 are knights. Still, they boast 400 knights. However, honestly, we still can't defeat even these 300, Imogen muttered. The Silverdale Knight Order, performing drills right in front of them, had only half of their members remaining. After the war, the Silverdale Knight Order had increased to 600, but even facing half of that, the Valkyrie Knight Order of 500 can't claim victory. That was the current understanding of their leader, Imogen. We still need more training. The deputy leader, Camilla, likely shared the same sentiment. She nodded in agreement. Lord Face is impressive in his command. Imogen praised the silver-haired beauty leading the Silverdale Knight Order. Isn't she only 19, as expected from a prestigious warrior family? She must have been trained in various ways since childhood. Camilla nodded in response. Every time Imogen saw the drills of other Knight Orders, she was reminded of her own inexperience, especially her lack of experience in commanding group battles. Thus, she was repeating drills as much as possible. Experience cannot be gained overnight. She has confidence in combat at the party level. Perhaps coordinating with 3 parties would not pose a problem. However, that is precisely why she struggles with the gap when commanding dozens or hundreds. There's no need to rush. I still find group command challenging, she recalled her lord's face laughing heartily many times. Your Majesty! Imogen did not lower her gaze. Resolutely she raised her face and understood what she lacked. She acknowledged and accepted her shortcomings. She determined the path she should take and trusted herself and her comrades. She has comrades worth believing in, so everything will be all right. The next day, a portion of the Valkyrie Knight Order set out for drills. These were the mid-ranking members of the Knight Order, 50 knights, 10 mages, 5 scouts, and 5 medical personnel, a total of 70 people. Leading them is Commander Imogen. Magic Unit Captain Mew and Scout Unit Captain Abigail assist her. Deputy Leader Camilla and Medical Unit Captain Scarlet remain in the royal capital. The purpose of the drills is to improve their overall operational proficiency. They also plan to head to the southern part of the kingdom to subjugate large forest monsters. For training, they camped overnight. Naturally, no one in the vicinity complained about this. Even though they are the Knight Order directly under the Queen, there were no daughters of great nobles, except for Mew. Half of them are from commoner backgrounds, and the rest are mostly second or third daughters from houses below Viscount. These are the ones who did not run away from the severe training. The harsh training was enough to make even Zack and Scotty, who had come to support from the Royal Knight Order, break into a cold sweat. This was to be expected. After all, the Core 5 are C-ranked adventurers, and they are renowned for having survived many deadly situations. Since it is training imposed by them, it must be rigorous. There are moments that involve life and death. Soft training holds no meaning. Those who endured such training, that is the Valkyrie Knight Order. Imogen is still not satisfied, but compared to other territorial Knight Orders in the kingdom, they are by no means weak. Considering they have come this far in just 3 years, they deserve high praise. They reached a high level of proficiency. Typically, a journey that would take 7 days was completed by the Knight Order in 5 days, arriving in the city of Run. In the city of Run, they stayed at the Lord's Manor. This was because they believed they would learn a lot from the elite Knight Order of the Barony of Run, and the connection with Run, which is one of the strongholds in the south, was important as a knight order directly under the queen. Of course, both the current King Abel I and Queen Rhea had long-established connections in Run, where they had based their adventurer activities, maintaining a very strong bond. As evidence, in the square of the city of Run, there is an impressive statue depicting King Abel I's speech during the departure ceremony, and flowers are still placed there daily. Commander Imogen, welcome. Lord Alfonso, it's been a while. Saying this, the two exchanged a handshake. Alfonso Spinazzola has officially become the Baron of Run. The previous lord, Carmelo Spinazzola, has taken a quiet retirement, establishing a residence a bit away from the lord's manor to spend his remaining days. This time, a mock battle with my knight order has also been arranged. I'm looking forward to it. Thank you for the honor, Lord Neville. Neville Black, the commander of the Knight Order of the Barony of Run, also shook hands with Imogen. The next evening, after the mock battle, they were surprisingly strong. I never expected that all members of the Knight Order could cut magic. The scouts had nothing to do, huh? Commander Imogen expressed her honest thoughts, while Magic Unit Captain Mew was amazed by the content of the mock battle with the Run Knight Order, and Scout Unit Captain Abigail chimed in with unnecessary comments since she had no work. They were strong, weren't they? Suddenly they heard a voice from behind and jumped in surprise. Lord Neville. No, I'm sorry. I didn't expect you to be that surprised. Neville Black was even more surprised at the trio's shock. Oh no, thank you for the mock battle. No. Saying this might come off as condescending, but don't let it get you down. After Imogen expressed her gratitude, Neville spoke with a wry smile. The differences were that significant. To be honest, they were stronger than any knight order in the kingdom they had seen so far. Cutting attack magic with a sword is something only C-ranked adventurers with considerable skill can do. But does everyone in the Run Knight Order have that ability? Magic Unit Captain Mew inquired. Yes, basically everyone can do it. However, those with less experience are a bit shaky. But those who have been around for over 3 years can all do it. That's how they were trained. Neville responded while recalling something. Everyone was confident in one-on-one sword fights. Even the one who faced me did not flinch at all, Imogen said. She fought against a member of the Run Knight Order and ultimately defeated them, but the opponent showed no sign of fear whatsoever. Was that Nash? He's in his 5th year. Those guys know their stuff. Know their stuff? Imogen tilted her head, questioning Neville's words. They know the best sword fights among swordsmen. They were trained by those monsters. Sorry, but they won't flinch against any opponent. Naturally, they wouldn't flinch against me either, Neville said with a wry smile. The best sword fights? Imogen murmured. Right now, there's only one, but once upon a time, the Run Knight Order had a second swordsmanship instructor. One was an elf and the other a mage. It's a funny story, but the mage wields an unbelievable sword. The sword fights of those two were performed almost daily at the training ground. I went to watch and was captivated. It was a sword that seemed otherworldly. 2 masters of such swords were fighting right in front of me. Of course, I couldn't understand even half of what they were doing, but that didn't matter. I was fascinated, I admired them, and I wanted to get even a little closer to that. Even someone like me, who has dried up, felt that way, so I can only imagine the impact it had on the active members, right? Moreover, if such people were to train you, Neville's passionate words conveyed the heat of his memories. After all, he himself was one of those captivated. They were trained by such people. I'm sorry, but our members are the strongest in the kingdom, Commander Neville Black stated plainly. Excuse me, Lord Neville, who were those two? Imogen asked. One is the B-class adventurer, Lady Sira the Elf. Now she's the next representative of the Forest of the West and a prominent representative of elves in the kingdom. I see. I only know the name, but I am aware of Lady Sira. Imogen nodded. The tales of the defense battles in the Forest of the West have become classic stories that bards sing about. And the other? Imogen asked again. The other is a C-class adventurer, a water attribute mage. He is a close friend of King Abel and the foremost duke in the kingdom. His immense power in water attribute magic earned him the titles of Duke Silver or Icefall. That means, yes, Duke Rondo, Lord Rio. Tomorrow there will be 2 short interludes followed by 3 main chapters in one day. At noon, 324 interlude at 1 p.m., 325 interlude at 9 p.m., 326 main story. Kukuku, finally, I have returned. This is Wingston, the residence of the House of Duke Shrewsbury, the Lord's office. Seated in the office chair is a man, no, a boy, whose voice is restrained, but he cannot hide the joy on his face. One could say his expression resembles a sinister smile. At the very least, it cannot be described as the smile of a healthy 13-year-old boy. The yoke of Richard is sturdier than I imagined, but it's only a matter of time. Obtaining this body and being able to cast a spirit curse on him is significant. Both are closely tied to Richard's bloodline. Kukuku. The boy cannot hide his excitement. His appearance belongs to the current Duke Shrewsbury, Erwin Ortiz, who has had his ducal authority suspended. Still, I cannot comprehend why Finn from the south was released first. No matter how I think about it, I believed I would escape at least 100 years earlier. Did he perhaps acquire some special type of magical power? He retracts his sinister laughter and tilts his head, deep in thought. This behavior shows his true form as the 13-year-old Erwin. Well, it's fine. I have managed to return close to my main body. The Crystal Palace was just too far away, just a little more. Soon I will be free of this yoke. Kukuku, I can hardly wait. What shall I do? Destroy the Central Nations? Well, that's a given. But I also need to think about how to destroy them. Some fun method. Kukuku, I'm looking forward to it. Hope for the future. Isn't that a wonderful phrase, huh, Richard? You may no longer be here, but my future is filled with hope, you know? Kukuku. Today is the second chapter. I posted 324 Interlude at 12 o'clock. Your Excellency, here is a report from Dr. Frank. Doctor sending a report. That's rare. This is the office of the Allied Regent in the capital, Jaclia. Regent Lord Aubrey was receiving the report from his assistant, Lumber. Dr. Frank refers to Frank de Verde, one of the top genius alchemists in the Central Nations. He is currently in charge of all alchemy within the Alliance. It seems it was delivered directly from the Research Institute. While Lord Aubrey was going through the contents, Lumber explained the circumstances of the report's arrival. An anomaly in the behavior of magic stones? Yes, it seems to be observed in the entire western region of the Alliance. There are further investigation results written in the back. At Lumber's words, Lord Aubrey sped up the pace of flipping through the documents. Baron Luke Richico's notes. He was known as the foremost lore master of the northern region. He lost his life caught up in the turmoil. Yes, he governed the town of Matthew. In the notes compiled by the Baron, it mentioned that there were once anomalies in the behavior of magic stones. 900 years ago, related to demons? Reading that far, Lord Aubrey frowned. Of course, he also knew that someone had been afflicted by the spirit curse of explosion in the kingdom. He was also aware that the adventurer had been included in this delegation and went west. He had received explanations regarding the connection between the spirit curse of explosion and demons during that time. However, the idea that this is related to the resurrection of demons. I do not want to believe it. He did not want to believe it. No one would want to believe such a thing. But he also knew that just because one does not want to believe something, it does not mean it can be ignored in this world. After all, isn't there no way to deal with demons? Yes. In response to Lord Aubrey's question, Lumber also frowned and nodded. The same conversation that had been held in the royal castle was being echoed here. Indeed, dealing with demons was something that human power could not handle. The main chapter, 325, will be posted at 9 p.m. Actually, Luke Richico will be appearing frequently from here on out, also known as the Elder. Yes, those who are reading the ongoing serialization in the book version, Mage of Water attribute, the side story, Mage of Fire attribute, would know this. The first part of Mage of Water attribute, Central Nations Archive, is currently ranked 3rd in the light novel rankings on Amazon Kindle this morning. Thanks to everyone, thank you. Following Saga of Tanya the Evil and reincarnated as a sword in 3rd place. By the way, Tiamun is in 4th place, and I'm a villainess, so I'm taming the final boss is in 5th place. My work surrounded by famous titles. I know it's taboo to say something to those who are working hard or to the works themselves, but still, I want to say it. Do your best, live strongly. This is the 3rd story of the day. At 12 and 1 o'clock, 2 short interludes have been posted. We have departed from the holy capital and returned once again, Rio declares solemnly, exuding an air of importance. However, Nils knows better. He simply said it because he wanted to sound cool, so Nils lets out a small sigh and shakes his head. In response to Nils' reaction, Rio turns to him with a sad face and says, "I'll tell Abel that you're being mean." Hey, stop that. Inside the carriage heading to the holy capital, Maramar, the group reached a consensus to report to their leader, Hugh McGrath. There were concerns about returning to the holy capital, the headquarters of the Western Church, as it could be dangerous. But at least they weren't openly fighting with the church. As for the matter regarding the Templar Knights, they decided to attribute it to some supernatural phenomenon that incapacitated them. The fact that they possessed the official, Holy Seal certificate issued by the church was also true. Thus, it was judged that returning to report wouldn't cause any trouble for the delegation. Dungeon exploration, huh? It brings back memories, Rio remarks to no one in particular. No, Rio, you haven't really explored a dungeon, have you? Nils replies skeptically, looking at Rio. As far as Nils knows, Rio only goes down to the 5th layer to mine magic copper ore for alchemy. What are you talking about, Nils? I have the record for reaching the 40th layer in the Dungeon of Run. Rio puffs out his chest proudly, as if to say, "Take that." The three in room 11 widen their eyes in surprise, almost on the verge of looking at him with respect. "Ah, I heard that from your Majesty Abel before. You drilled a hole at the bottom with water all the way down to the 40th layer, right? That doesn't count as exploration." "Eh?" Rio freezes at Nils' calm observation. It seems Rio still considered it enough to qualify as dungeon exploration in his mind. "Even if it wasn't exploration, I still reached it." "Well, you did reach it, that's true, but that's all you did." Nils concedes somewhat to Rio's insistence. Seeing that the odds were turning against him, Rio turns to Ito for help. "Ito, say something to back me up." Oh, Rio, the dungeon west of the Holy Capital has the transfer function, right?" Ito says while looking at the travel itinerary. "Yes, it's recorded that it reaches up to the 150th layer in that travel itinerary, right?" "Yeah, it's pretty deep, but there's still more below, isn't there?" Rio continues, grimacing slightly. "How far do we really have to go?" The exploration team re-entered the Holy Capital. Of course, they faced no issues since they had the Holy Seal certificate. "What's wrong with you guys?" Leader Hugh McGrath was in the lodging lobby. He always stationed himself on the first floor for easy communication. The exploration team explains the situation. "The Western Dungeon?" Hugh falls silent upon hearing that. He seems to be deep in thought. The exploration team waits quietly with no one approaching them. Only the aroma of coffee wafts through the air. "Is there no other way to reach the Demon King?" Finally, Hugh opens his mouth to ask. A bit surprised, Nils quietly responds, "Yes, the Centaur is the most reliable way and I can't think of any alternatives." "I see. It can't be helped then," Hugh murmurs, glancing at Rio. He then says, "Rio may have heard from the Magical Association advisor, Arthur or Lord Elalian, but the Western Dungeon has a transfer trap." "Oh," Rio involuntarily mutters in response to Hugh's words. Now that he mentions it, he thinks he has heard about it before. If you get caught in a transfer trap, your party could be split apart. That's what makes it deadly. "I see." Ito and Zeke were the first to understand Hugh's concern. A party is essentially a single organism. Only by cooperating can they overcome various challenges, but if they are forcibly separated, limbs alone cannot survive. Of course, neither can a head alone survive. If the healer is gone, even a slight injury could prove fatal. If the shield bearer is gone, even a goblin could become a formidable enemy. If the attacker is gone, they would be left running away. Through an unfamiliar dungeon, however. "We have no choice but to go." It was Nils, the leader of Room 10, who firmly stated this. Ito and Ammon nodded in agreement. Indeed, there were no other options. If there's a possibility, they want to take the chance. This is perhaps what it means to be an adventurer, valuing the potential results over the risks. Even in situations where ordinary people would hesitate, they can take a step forward. That courage or recklessness. Yet there are those who are drawn to it. "Thank you." Standing tall, Harold bowed deeply. Soon after, Zeke and Gowan also stood up and bowed. Hugh silently observes the seven. At this point, even the Grand Master and leader of the delegation understands they must let them go. What stands before him are not only precious subordinates and companions, but also adventurers. If they wish to proceed after considering everything, there is no stopping them. Hugh nods deeply and says, "Understood, go ahead." "Hey, Rio, what is it, Abel? I'm in a good part right now." "No, I can see through the echo of the soul as well, so I understand. You know that and still choose to talk to me? What's with that? Honestly, I slightly regret sending Rio and the others." That was certainly unexpected for Rio. "Did something happen?" "No, I understand that they are adventurers, but is it really right to risk their lives for Harold? Harold is your precious nephew, right? That's exactly why. Is it really okay to put Nils and the others in danger for such a reason? What's with this king? Has he forgotten what's important since becoming king? What? Nils and the others are willing to risk their lives not just because he's the king's nephew. They would do it without hesitation for their fellow adventurers. Why? Because they have seen their respected senior demonstrate such resolve time and time again. To them, that's just the way it is. Abel, they are your juniors after all." The exploration team reported to Hugh and immediately departed the Holy Capital, moving towards the West Dungeon. "It's great that we received supplies." Yeah. Rio and Ito expressed their joy at the supplies they received from the delegation. "Mainly money and Kona coffee. No, we probably didn't lose much, did we?" "Honestly, what are you talking about, Nils? The fact that we received adequate supplies is the most important factor in carrying out our operations. If the leader doesn't have such insight, success won't come." Sorry about that." Rio lectured with an air of superiority, and for some reason Nils apologized. What he was saying wasn't wrong. It's not that he was wrong, but isn't the way you say things important? The West Dungeon, also known simply as the West Dungeon, was surrounded by a massive city. Before the delegation arrived at the holy capital Maramur, they had approached while glancing at the northern dungeon, which also had a city surrounding it. However, the scale of the city surrounding the west dungeon was on a completely different level. To put it plainly, a city the same size as Run, without castle walls, it has expanded outward. Apparently, there are only 3 dungeons with teleportation functions in the western nations, and the other 2 are said to be in the frontier. The holy capital Maramur itself is a central hub in the western nations, so a dungeon with teleportation functions right nearby is certainly attractive. Ito marveled at its scale. Ammon pointed out the city's expansion, Zeke provided information from the travel brochure, and Harold expressed the genuine feelings of adventurers, while Gowan nodded next to him. The fact that so many people are gathering here means, of course. Yes, it means delicious food is gathering in abundance. Just the two, Nils and Rio, had slightly offbeat reactions. No, considering the importance of food, perhaps it's the most valid reaction of all. At least, there was no one present who would deny their comments. The inn chosen by the exploration team for their stay was the best in the city. The inn's name was Holy Capital Minstrel. By the way, the exploration team didn't have to pay for the lodging. Thanks to Hugh's negotiations, the Western Church was covering the accommodation costs. The fact that they couldn't provide what they had promised to the national delegation, namely the Demon King's blood, was quite a serious issue. Furthermore, the team also presented a Holy Seal certificate at the reception. Perfect. With the Holy Seal certificate in hand, the church paying for the lodging, and being associated with a foreign delegation, even the best inn in the city had to treat them with top-class hospitality. With the inn's honor and pride at stake, they had to provide impeccable service. This ensures our safety at the inn is quite secured. Rio muttered to no one in particular, and Ito and Zeke nodded in agreement. Nils, Ammon, and Gowan were a bit nervous since they had little experience staying at such a high-class inn. Harold, being royalty himself, showed no signs of tension. Even though they were going to conquer a dungeon, it was a dungeon with teleportation functions. In extreme terms, it meant that after conquering several layers each day, they could return to the inn to refresh, and then head back to the dungeon again. Such a method was possible, considering that the inn, being a place of recovery from fatigue, should not be compromised. On the top floor, there were 10 rooms. All of them were guest rooms with open-air baths. The exploration team occupied 7 of those rooms. Now I can sleep without worrying about Nils's snoring. I don't snore, do I? Rio said, and Nils asked with a hint of anxiety. Yes, Nils does not snore. One might imagine that he would snore loudly while sleeping, but that's just an image. Now, during discussions, they would gather in Nils's room like this. With this, should we be all set regarding the inn? Ito asked, directing his question to no one in particular. When we're here, the inn will be quite attentive, but the real issue is when we're diving into the dungeon. There's a possibility that an intruder might enter our room. That's possible. But we wouldn't leave anything valuable behind, right? In response to Rio's remark, Ito tilted his head and answered. They generally kept valuables on them, money and the Holy Seal certificate, among other things. So there shouldn't be anything particularly troublesome to steal. That, Rio said, pointing. What he pointed to was the Kona coffee placed separately in Nils's room and Rio's room. Kona coffee? Nils murmured. No one else said anything. Nils continued to murmur. Why is it even in my room? Of course it's for everyone to drink when we gather like this. I see. Rio gave an unusually logical and perfect answer. Even Nils couldn't refute that. Rather, a murmured indeed could even be heard. Was it Ito or Ammon who murmured? In any case, it's certain that all 7 members of the team love coffee. Then Rio casually took out the coffee beans and began grinding them with an ice mill he generated in an instant. Just that alone filled the air with the fragrant aroma of coffee. He placed the ground beans into a newly created ice French press and generated hot water. He covered it up and flipped an ice hourglass he generated. Until this point, his actions were fluid and seamless. During that time, all 6 of them watched in fascination. It's not often that one gets captivated by coffee preparation. Ah, right. Nils, snapping back to reality, initiated the conversation. I think the beans we leave behind will have to be frozen by Rio. Well, yes, that seems to be the most practical solution. Nils proposed, and Rio nodded in agreement. Frozen coffee beans? Just reading it sounds not very practical, but among them it's the most realistic. There are all sorts of people in this world. By the way, the receptionist gave me this, Ito said, pulling out something resembling a small notebook. It was labeled Dungeon Map. It seems to be a map of the upper layers of the dungeon, from the 1st to the 10th layer, along with the types and characteristics of monsters that appear on each floor. Seriously? Ito explained, surprising Nils. This is what makes high-end inns great. They provide such services. It's not just about providing the basics. You have to make the guests happy and want to return. That's the fundamental principle of business, ensuring repeat customers. I see. What does hard mean? Rio said. Zeke nodded in understanding, while Harold tilted his head at the unfamiliar term. Whether in business or hospitality, the essence remains unchanged, whether on Earth or in this Phi. At such a high-grade inn, it's not uncommon for nobility and famous adventurers to stay. In fact, it's likely that only such individuals would choose to lodge there. That's why providing attentive service has become the norm. Could it be? If we tell the receptionist, they might prepare a set of equipment needed for dungeon exploration. No way. Ito was genuinely surprised by Rio's suggestion. The receptionist's response was, "We'll have it prepared at the reception by tomorrow morning." Remarkable high-end inn. In the end, the team drank the coffee brewed by Rio and ended the day without any preparation troubles. Everything went smoothly. This was a phrase that represented the start of the group's exploration of the West Dungeon. As promised the night before, the inn had prepared all the necessary equipment for dungeon exploration by morning. Of course, this was charged as an extra fee separate from the accommodation, but it was not a significant amount. Compared to gathering equipment in a completely new town by themselves, the stress was remarkably low. Moreover, as this was the first time the group was entering the West Dungeon, it was hard to believe they fully understood what was necessary. While some members had delved into the dungeon of Run multiple times, every dungeon was different. Items that were not valued in Run or were completely unnecessary could be crucial here. However, at an inn of this class, the staff knew the dungeons better than the average adventurer. It was unacceptable to prepare inappropriate equipment or fail to respond appropriately to the noble guests or famous adventurers staying there. Such failures directly affected the inn's reputation. That is why, as professionals, they had to be as knowledgeable about the dungeons as the adventurers who actually delved into them, if not more so. This was the hospitality of the inn. Equipped with such perfect gear, the group arrived at the dungeon reception located at the entrance of the dungeon. There, too, it was naturally conveyed from the inn that the group was visiting the dungeon, the number of people, and that they possessed the Holy Seal certificate as well. "Here you go. Please wear this around your neck. It's a transfer plate." What was handed to each individual was a small plate the size of a thumb. It was designed to be worn like a necklace. In front of the stairs leading to the next layers, there were human-sized stone tablets. These tablets had a recording function, and upon reaching them, the layer would be considered cleared. Once cleared, it would be possible to return to the entrance via transfer. Furthermore, from the next time onward, the transfer function of the entrance's tablet would allow them to jump directly to the cleared layers. Transfers could only be made from the entrance's tablet, only to the entrance's tablet. For example, someone who cleared the 10th layer could not jump from the 10th to the 5th layer. Similarly, it was not possible to jump from the 3rd to the 5th layer, only from the 10th to the entrance and from the entrance to the 5th layer. For everything else, they would have to descend normally using the stairs. Understood. No problem, Nils responded on behalf of the group to the explanation. Beside him, Rio trembled with excitement. Finally, the flag that has been broken continuously. We can finally experience the classic of reincarnation in another world. At last, a proper dungeon exploration. I have waited so long for this. I have waited for this day in the dungeon for countless seasons. Hehe, I have been waiting. Rio's muttering was so quiet that it wasn't clearly heard by anyone else. However, Ryo-san's expression is, "That's the usual thing. Something bad is happening again." Ammon pointed it out, Ito speculated, and Nils concluded. Thus, the group finally stepped into the first layer. The phrase, "everything went smoothly," only applied up to this point. "What's with all these people? There are just people everywhere," Ito unconsciously muttered, and Ammon agreed. The first layer was overflowing with people. There were no monsters in sight. However, the overflowing crowd was not merely chatting or loitering there. Many of them were holding pickaxes. "Mining for ore, I suppose," Nils stated. "Yeah. In Run, there are occasionally adventurers with pickaxes at the 5th layer where they can mine magic copper ore." Ito nodded, recalling the scenes from Run. "But not this many. Is it because it's the first layer?" Ammon also nodded in agreement. By the way, the 3 from Room 11 remained in shock. After all, the party affiliated with the royal capital, Room 11, was entering a dungeon for the first time. It was evident that anyone would be surprised by the vast gap between the dungeons they had heard about and the ones they were now seeing for the first time. For instance, Gowan was genuinely left speechless, his mouth agape. Rio was, on both hands and knees on the ground, in a pose of despair. Once again, the classic flag has been broken," he muttered, but by now no one was paying attention. According to the dungeon map we received, the first layer is said to be the lesser mouse layer, Ito explained. Of course, there wasn't a single mouse in sight. Let's hurry down. Right, Nils said with a sigh, and Harold nodded in response. Still in a pose of despair, Rio was lifted up by Ammon and Gowan. Rio's gait was, of course, weak. It perfectly matched the word shuffling. In front of the stairs leading down to the second layer, there was a tablet that recorded their progress, confirming that they had cleared the first layer. Not a single face among the group showed a hint of satisfaction. We cleared up to the 10th layer. Yeah, ... It's completely different from the Dungeon of Run. The fact that we haven't defeated a single monster is certainly not a figment of our imagination. Ito stated the facts, Nils agreed, Ammon compared, and Rio tried to avert his gaze from reality. The three from room 11 were silent. Observing the trio from room 11, Ammon spoke. However, our objective is to meet Miss Marlin. Indeed. Nils, Ito, and Rio said in unison. The three from room 11 nodded as well. Yes, they must not forget their objective. To meet Marlin, a strategic figure of the Demon King, ask about the Demon King's whereabouts, and with that blood lift Harold's spirit curse. That was why they were delving into the dungeon. Well, for now, let's head back for today. I heard there's a map of the layers below the 11th layer, so let's obtain that and come back tomorrow. Everyone nodded at Ito's suggestion. Entering the dungeon without information would be too reckless. That was common sense among adventurers. The next day, they consulted the inn again and obtained a map up to the 50th layer. The inn staff said that the commotion up to the 10th layer is a recent occurrence. I heard that the church is buying up large amounts of ore that can be mined from each layer up to the 10th. Seriously. How troublesome, Ammon said, Nils added, and Rio was outraged. It seemed that the layers below the 11th layer were unrelated to such commotion. Finally, Holy Capital Maramer West Dungeon, floor 11. Indeed, there is no one here, Ammon said, and Nils nodded in agreement. The 10th floor of the West Dungeon was like a cave or rocky tunnel. It was a layer with exposed bedrock, but the 11th floor was like a corridor with marble embedded in the floors, ceilings, and walls. Certainly, with this, mining for ore is impossible, Zeke murmured. Ito nodded in response to that. According to the dungeon map, it seems that the West Dungeon changes drastically every 10 floors. There are even dungeons at much lower levels that have open blue skies. That's amazing. In stark contrast to yesterday's dejected and slow walking, Rio was now beaming with joy. This is it, this is what I've been looking for, he said, but no one responded to him. Everyone just watched with wry smiles. Up ahead, 4 lesser wolves are approaching, Rio announced, detecting the monster's approach with his passive sonar. The group had already formed a dungeon exploration formation. In the first row, Nils in the center, Harold to the right, and Gowan to the left. In the second row, Ito and Zeke. In the third row, Ammon and Rio. It is preferable for the front line to have a swordsman capable of both offensive power and responding to initial enemy strikes, or perhaps a shield user. For that reason, there were swordsmen Nils and Harold, along with dual-wielder Gowan. Ito, who cannot be said to have high defensive or endurance capabilities, was in the center, along with Zeke. The reason for this positioning is that it makes it easier to deal with injuries, no matter who gets hurt. And at the very back, Ammon, who was blossoming into his talent as a swordsman, was placed there because responding to attacks from the rear is extremely difficult, and that response is critically important. In a dungeon with a ceiling, unlike a wide-open plain, there are sudden attacks directly from above, making the rear the most challenging position. It is necessary not only to cover himself, but also to cover the heads of the priests in the second row. Rio, being a jack-of-all-trades, was at the most troublesome back position. However, from the back, he could spot enemies approaching from quite a distance, so that was not a problem at all. Then they encountered the 4 lesser wolves. Nils, Harold, and Gowan each took one down with a single strike, one that slipped past the 3. Icicle Lance! It was pierced by an ice spear shot into its mouth and died. Since they are lesser, there's no point in collecting magic stones. The remains will be disposed of by slimes, so let's move on, Nils said, and everyone nodded. The magic stones from lesser monsters are very small and nearly worthless. It's more regrettable to waste time collecting them, and above all, there's the truly convenient slime. It's a straight path, but it's much wider than up to the 10th floor. After diving into the 11th floor and walking for about 3 hours, Ammon casually remarked, "Basically, it seems that the deeper you go, the wider it gets," Ito replied with information from the dungeon map. 3 hours later. "Hey, isn't this a bit strange?" Nils asked, speaking casually. "We've been on this 11th floor for 7 hours. Excluding breaks, we've been walking for 6 hours. Since it's a straight path, we shouldn't have gotten lost," Ito replied, and Ammon supplemented. The 11th floor still continued. Since the marble corridor was entirely a straight path, it was unlikely that they had deviated from the proper route. Of course, the dungeon map didn't mention anything like that. In fact, the dungeon map for the 11th floor had no map at all, just a single sentence. Just keep walking down the corridor. Nothing else, except for information about the appearing monsters. There was no information about traps either. If it's not written, it either means they don't understand it or it doesn't exist. It's hard to believe that there haven't been many explorers in this layer. In other words, there are no traps on the 11th floor. No traps, just a straight path, yet they still hadn't reached the end point. Ryo-san, what do you think? Ammon, walking in the third row at the back, asked Ryo, who was walking beside him. Well, I've been occasionally using magic to scout the surroundings, but within a kilometer ahead and behind, there's no goal. Plus, we haven't encountered any enemies in the last 2 hours, right? Ah, indeed, we haven't met any. We might have been teleported to a dimensional rift. For some reason, Ammon noticed a slight excitement in Ryo's tone. He didn't quite understand the meaning of terms like dimensional rift. So Ryo-san is saying that this is no longer the 11th floor? Zeke in the second row glanced back at Ryo before asking. There's a possibility, but if we were forcibly transported, wouldn't we feel something? Yes, I felt a momentary sensation of floating, Ammon replied to Ryo's inquiry. He recalled the forced transportation experience in the fallen nation of Bordren, responding while remembering. But since we've entered this 11th floor, we haven't felt anything like that at all. It was at that moment. Ryo's passive sonar certainly indicated that there was nothing and no one until just before this. Yet an old man suddenly appeared before the group. He had white hair, a wide red hat, a red robe, leaned on a staff and looked slightly down. Ryo hesitated. Should he cast an ice wall between the red old man and Nils and the others? But his hesitation lasted only a moment. In the next instant, he made a judgment. It would be pointless to do that against this opponent. If that is the case, it's better not to take any hostile actions until the last moment. Who are you? Nils asked, placing his hand on his sword but not drawing it. Harold and Gowan next to him also refrained from drawing their swords, seeing that Nils hadn't drawn his. That's my line. Who are you? The old man's words were calm. Yet the sharp golden eyes peeking out from beneath his hat were piercing, golden eyes. I feel like I've seen them somewhere before. Where was it? Ryo was curious about the old man's golden eyes. For a while, no one answered the question posed to them. Nils was trying to decide whether or not to respond. Then he concluded that he should respond. He released his grip on his sword. It was uncertain whether this person was an enemy or ally, but it was a fact that they could at least converse. Excuse me, we are a delegation from the Natore Kingdom of the Central Nations. We entered this dungeon to meet someone named Marlin and ask about the Demon King's whereabouts. Nils spoke frankly. Ryo was surprised but quickly understood. In this case, it was better to speak the truth openly. There was no point in lying. Oh, that's interesting. The red old man said nothing more and fell silent. Seeing that the old man had stopped speaking, Nils deliberately asked, Excuse me, but who are you? The red old man seemed to smirk. Me, I am the caretaker of this dungeon. I heard that some interesting individuals have arrived, so I came out to greet you. Indeed. Remarkably interesting. With that said, he turned his golden gaze toward Harold. You are cursed with explosion. You've caught the attention of a troublesome one. Harold was taken aback. At least on the surface, no one could tell that he was afflicted with the spirit curse of explosion. Sometimes, Harold himself even forgot about it, but the old man before him pointed it out as if it were obvious. And 2 priests of the goddess of light. It seems they are indeed from the Central Nations. Glancing at Ito and Zeke, he spoke, but then immediately fell silent. His golden eyes were clearly directed at Ryo. And then he said, The problem is you. There was no mistaking that he was looking at Ryo. Ryo was aware of that, and the others understood it as well. Thus, Ryo introduced himself. I am Duke Rondo Ryo Mihara. Demon, at midnight on June 10th, some information regarding the book version of Water Attribute Mage will be released. Therefore, the next chapter, 330 Golden Eyes book version information release commemoration, will be updated at midnight on June 10th. Important information will be included in the afterword. Please read it along with the main story. Chapter text, information release commemoration early post. The next chapter, 331, will be updated today at 9 p.m. as usual. A demon! Nils's murmur was so quiet that it barely reached Ryo's ears. No one else could even utter a word. For a full minute, a time passed where no one spoke and no one could move. I see, quite interesting. The words of the Red Elder were spun slowly. Why do you think I am a demon? Those golden eyes? In response to the Red Elder's question, Ryo answered. Ryo remembered. He recalled where he had seen those golden eyes before. They were the same golden eyes as the demon of the south that had been unleashed near Kona village. I see golden eyes. It seemed not only Rio, but also Ito realized it and murmured the same. Perhaps they heard that word. The Red Elder inquired further. Is it true that not only the child of the Fairy King, but also others recognize these eyes? I have not heard of anyone living in the human world. The child of the Fairy King? Nils seemed interested in that phrase and murmured it. However, Rio ignored it and continued. 3 years ago, a demon was unleashed from its shackles. We were present at the scene, he spoke honestly. I see, that is heavy. Nodding once, the Red Elder said. Then he looked back at Harold and continued speaking. Is it another's burst different from the one who was unleashed? You should resolve that quickly. The deadline is still far off, but carrying such a burden brings nothing good. We are searching for the Demon King to break that curse, Harold answered himself. Of course he had the desire to resolve it. There should be the Demon King's blood in the church, right? If you donate, they might give you a drop to put on your forehead. The other day, the church's vault was attacked, and it seems the jar containing the Demon King's blood was broken, so the blood is gone. The Red Elder asked, and Ito responded. What did you say? The Red Elder was left speechless, and after a while he continued speaking. That is quite bad. After about 5 seconds he said, Sorry, but I no longer have time to speak with you. Come again another day. May I ask your name? My name is Marlin. In response to Zeke's question, Marlin answered and then disappeared. At the same time, the end point of the 11th layer appeared before the group, abruptly. Marlin was a demon. Yeah, Ito nodded in response to Nils's words. This was the first-floor lounge of the Inn Holy Capital Minstrel, where the exploration party was staying. The group had returned immediately from the teleportation monument of the 11th layer. After that incident, they were certainly not in the mood to challenge the 12th layer or below. What should we do? Nils murmured, then looked at Harold and continued speaking. Harold, what do you want to do? Harold probably did not expect to be questioned at this moment. Nils was the leader of the group, and Ito was the sub-leader. The group's course of action was determined by Nils, and if advice was needed, it was offered by Ito. If there were hopes of Room 11, it was often Zeke who spoke up. However, the leader of Room 11 was Harold, and for the sake of breaking his spirit curse, the group was putting themselves in danger. Harold's opinion mattered greatly. I honestly feel really sorry for putting everyone in danger. Hey, that... Nils tried to say something but was interrupted as Harold continued. No, I understand, but that's my genuine feeling. At the same time, now that we've come this far, I want to meet Marlin again and ask if it is possible to break this spirit curse through you. If you cannot do it, then I would like you to tell me where the Demon King is. Taking a breath here, he continued further. I know it is indeed scary to think that I might anger you by doing so, but I do not want to end things without asking. He said it firmly. Upon hearing this, Zeke and Gowan nodded. They felt inseparable with Harold, or so they thought. If Harold were to lose his life, they might even think that they would go down with him. Well, that's the only option, Ito said with a wry smile. Ammon silently nodded. Understood. Then starting tomorrow, let's delve into the dungeon. Marlin said to come again later. If we keep diving, he will probably make contact again, and for now, there is no other way. Nils nodded vigorously and said this. The course of action for the group was set. Except for one, the water attribute mage who had been enjoying a delicious cake throughout this time. Of course, he had been listening to the conversation and occasionally nodding, and as soon as Nils made his decision, he finished the cake, looking satisfied for a moment. He quickly glanced over at the cakes lined up in front of the others. Moreover, he kept peeking at the employee standing at the lounge entrance. As if he wanted to place an additional order, seeing Rio like that, Nils spoke gravely. Rio, yes. Weren't you limited to 1 cake per day? How do you know? I told Nils before. Abel, you traitor, sharing information is very important. In special circumstances, it is determined that this limit does not apply. Special circumstances. What kind of special circumstances? Rio struggled to come up with an excuse while Nils asked. That is, yes. When the course of action is decided from here on and I feel motivated to do my best. Like now, this kind of special situation, that is a special circumstance. From beyond the echo of the soul, Abel's exasperated sigh was heard. It seemed Abel did not recognize it as a special circumstance. I cannot see how that is a special circumstance, but, well, fine. Nils said this and called over the employee. Rio, looking delighted, ordered additional mille-feuilles. Nils is a good person. Yeah. I will make sure to tell Abel how much Nils has grown, whether he likes it or not. Leave it to me? All right, I'm counting on you. With a heart of fish, one must also have a heart of water, give and take. Yes, the world is about mutual support. The Water Attribute Mage Part 1. Central Nations Arc II will be released on June 19, 2021 Saturday. In relation to this, several pieces of information were released today at midnight. First, the book version of Water Attribute Mage has been confirmed for production up to Volume 4. As for Volume 5 and onward, it depends on sales. Initially, it was guaranteed publication for the first 2 volumes, but due to the sales of the first volume, it has been decided to produce up to Volume 4. Thanks to all the readers who purchased it. Thank you very much. Therefore, the pattern of stopping at Volume 2 has been avoided. You can rest assured and purchase the second volume that will be released on June 19, Saturday. This information is included towards the back of the second volume. From this second volume, with around 40,000 words added, the differences from the narrow version will gradually start to appear. And in the third volume, something incredible happened mainly for the author. The first draft of that third volume has already been sent to the editorial department. Yes, something incredible has happened. Details on that will come later. I will write in the afterword or activity report after the second volume is released. First, the second volume will be released on June 19, 2021, Saturday. The continuation will also be properly released, so please feel free to purchase it. And finally, the comic adaptation is coming. Rio and Abel will be in the manga. The first 7 pages of the comic adaptation will be included towards the back of Water Attribute Mage Part 1, Central Nations Arc II. The comic adaptation will be done by Bokutengu Sensei. A manga publication commemorating the 90th anniversary of Osamu Tezuka's birth is launching. Popular authors tribute classic works such as Dororo, Ribbon no Kishi, and Kiko. In Tezuki Kami, he is working on Kyoto Beast story based on the original work Bampia. You can read the battle scenes on the above Tezuki Kami website, and they look cool. That Kyoto Beast story recently won a skill award at the 6th CGWORLD Awards, announced on May 6, 2021. In other words, it is not an exaggeration to say he is one of the best manga artists making use of CG in Japan today. First of all, this is not an award that individuals typically win as far as I researched. Only one person won in the first edition, and it is the first time a manga artist has won an award. Of course, that makes sense. This is an award for a group specialized in CG. For example, for the grand prize nomination, the development team of Square Enix Final Fantasy VII Remake, Studio Backhorn, which won the Work Award for Don't Mess with the Film Club. And for the Work Award nominations, Movie Monster Strike the Movie, Lucifer Dawn of Despair XFLAG, Anima, Dynamo Pictures, Netflix Ghost in the Shell Sack 2045, Sola Digital ARTS, Tensui no Sakanaheim Edelweiss. Yeah, it's quite an amazing world. In such a context, an individual manga artist winning is incredibly impressive. And this incredible person will be in charge of the comic adaptation of Water Attribute Mage. I'm looking forward to it. The second volume of Water Attribute Mage, which contains various information, will be released on June 19, 2021, Saturday. Thank you very much. This is the second chapter for today. At midnight, I posted 330 Golden Eyes book version information release commemoration. Please read that first. In the afterword there, I also wrote about the future of the book version. From the next day, the serious West Dungeon exploration began. In the West Dungeon, basically there are no floor bosses or floor masters. However, it is known that extremely powerful monsters appear on the 50th floor, the 100 floors, and the 150th floor. And unless they are defeated, the stairs downward will not appear. The deepest floor reached was the 150th floor, right? Could it be that? Yeah, apparently no party has defeated the monster on the 150th floor. Could it be that even monsters once defeated reappear after some time? Looks like it. Rio and Ito were talking like that while looking at the dungeon map. Even while talking, the group was advancing through the dungeon. Currently the 49th floor. From the 41st floor, the dungeon is like a cave with rocky terrain. There, bat-type and wolf-type monsters appear. Bats from above and wolves from below make quite a troublesome combination. They are by no means weak, but when it comes to this exploring party, Ice wall package, Rio creates a roof made of ice, preventing the bats from attacking the group. On top of that, the 4 frontline fighters reliably slaughter the wolves. After finishing off the wolves, they cancel the ice wall and then take down the bats. Perfect coordination. All right, the 49th floor is done. The group arrived at the end point of the 49th floor. Tomorrow is the 50th floor, Rio said happily. He was glad they could properly explore the dungeon. Apparently, only one boss monster appears on the 50th floor. Whoa, Rio's excitement rose even more with Ito's explanation. The tricky part is that the kind of monster that appears changes from time to time, and the floor's affinity also changes. Floor affinity? Rio tilted his head. Yeah, for example, a floor where fire, birds, and magma erupt. What? An astonishingly brutal combination. For an ordinary party, the challenge would be quite difficult. Isn't it really tough to beat such opponents? Yeah. In fact, the clearance rate for the 50th floor is said to be below 1%. How awful. Moreover, it seems you can only clear it if you get a pretty lucky boss. So normal so-called farming parties stop their exploration at the 49th floor. I see. It's different from a game. Lives are on the line for the entire party. It's not a place you can just give it a try and go in. What about retreating? Yeah, you can't retreat from the 50th floor boss. You can retreat from the 100 floors boss, but the door to the 50th floor boss closes once you enter. So you either defeat the boss and record it on the monument, or you either get wiped out without defeating it. Ryo confirmed, Ito nodded, and Nils agreed. The 50th floor serves as a filter for whether the party seriously aims to conquer the dungeon. Thinking about it, it seems there's no need to force a conquest, Harold said. Right, their goal is to meet Marlin again. To do that, they don't actually need to advance the exploration. But Marlin said he's the manager of this dungeon. He probably won't appear again before those who can't defeat the 50th floor boss. As Nils said, the group thought, this applies to everything. Show strength. Otherwise, people won't move. If you show undeniable power, others can't ignore you. Who would listen to someone who can't show power? No one has that much free time. To demonstrate that power, the group will conquer the 50th floor. The next day, the group stepped onto the 50th floor. There stood a huge stone door with double doors. The door was carved with a huge relief. A very imposing door. Ryo crossed his arms in front of the door and gave an authoritative comment. As I said yesterday, 2 rows, the 4 of us in front, Ryo, Ito, and Zeke in the rear. Everyone don't die? Yeah, Nils said, and everyone responded. The stone door opened smoothly. Once everyone entered, it closed automatically. The room was wide like a playground with a high ceiling, over 40 meters perhaps. It was probably designed to handle flying monsters. The ground was bare rock. There were torches burning for light. As the group advanced, it appeared. A skeleton? King, I've never heard of it, Ito murmured. Ryo was initially surprised by its appearance too, but soon his attention was drawn elsewhere. It was a sense of incongruity, a feeling he had experienced before. Several times, come to think of it, he had heard before that the West Dungeon has such a trap, that feeling of incongruity. No way. Magic nullification space. The foreshadowing from Abel's line in 35 Monster Showdown. There's apparently a trap like that in a dungeon in the Western nations, a room that nullifies magic. Ryo, what did you just say? Nils asked fearfully. It wasn't just Nils. Everyone's faces were tense. Their gazes were fixed on the Skeleton King, but it was clear they were also aware of Ryo's words. This room has likely become a magic nullification space. As Ryo said this, Ito and Zeke began to test something. I can't use magic. Yes. Both Ito and Zeke's faces were tinged with despair. The fact that we can't use magic means our opponent can't either. No, they might still be able to use it. Huh, Ryo replied, and Nils raised his voice in disagreement. Behemoth's Bichan had sealed the magic of the Wyverns with magic nullification, but it had still used magic. The principle was completely unknown, but it was possible that the Skeleton King could use magic alone. First of all, we don't even know what kind of monster that Skeleton Bastard is. If I could use Turn Undead, Nils muttered, and Zeke sighed in frustration. I see. A magic nullification space that also prevents Turn Undead, Ryo surmised. At that moment, something began to rise from the ground. More skeletons, knights! Hey, is it not just one? Ammon pointed out, and Nils grumbled further. The boss on the 50th layer was supposed to be one entity. The boss is one, but could it be that it can summon others? Ito said, and Harold and Gowan nodded. 8 summoned skeleton knights appeared. Ammon, take care of the boss, be careful. Harold, Gowan, and Zeke will help me take them down. Ryo, please protect Ito. Understood. Nils gave his orders, and everyone sprang into action. Ammon, whose strength as a swordsman had begun to surpass Nils, engaged the boss. The remaining 3 frontliners and Zeke, who could handle close combat with staff technique, started taking down the skeleton knights that were swarming around. Meanwhile, Ryo guarded Ito, who had almost no attack or defense but absolutely must not be allowed to die. In a sense, Nils had entrusted Ito's safety to the man he trusted most. Of course, Ryo understood that. In a situation where magic couldn't be used, protecting Ito from multiple foes was an incredibly difficult order. But trust cannot be betrayed. Ryo drew Murakumo and generated a blade of ice. Indeed, even in this magic nullification space, Murakumo could still be used. Ito, fall back to the door at the back. We'll hold them off there. Okay. If they were attacked from all directions, it would be impossible to defend successfully. At the very least, securing safety behind them and placing Ito between that safe zone and himself was the only way to hold their ground. In this situation, the door they had entered through was likely the safest spot. As for the other walls, There was no guarantee that new skeleton knights wouldn't emerge from them. While scanning for presences from all directions, Ryo concealed Ito behind him and engaged in swordplay with the skeleton knights coming from the front. While trading blows, he slowly retreated. Constantly, he positioned his body between the skeleton knights and Ito. Occasionally, he would deliver a large horizontal slash, sending the skeleton knights flying, and at that moment he would retreat significantly. Whether as an individual or as a group, a retreat is the most challenging operation, continuing a nerve-wracking retreat after a few minutes. "Ryo, we reached the door. Got it." Ito behind him reported they had arrived at the door. Finally, they had managed to secure a safe zone behind them. "Now it's time to counterattack." The moment Ryo said this, the skeleton knights have increased. In front of Ryo and the others, meaning between Ryo and the four, 8 new skeleton knights appeared. Ryo lunged forward. Deflecting the sword of a skeleton knight that had swung down at him, he stepped forward with his right foot. Shifting his weight onto the stepping right foot while returning the sword that had been left behind to deflect, he decapitated the skeleton knight. Through their previous retreat, they had understood that they could defeat a knight by either decapitating it or shattering the magic stone in its chest. A retreat is also an information-gathering operation for a counterattack. The moment he decapitated it, he shifted his weight to the left foot he had thrust forward and stepped further with his right foot. At the same time, he released his right hand from Murakumo and thrust forward with his left hand. Left-handed one-point thrust. The tip shattered the magic stone in the chest of the skeleton knight in front of him. "Wow!" Ito muttered at Ryo's consecutive 2 kills. Ito was completely out of her depth in close combat. To contribute to the party, she had equipped a small repeating crossbow, allowing her to attack from mid-range. Of course, her arrows wouldn't work against skeletons, so she had no means of attack this time. Even so, someone like Ito, who was out of her depth in close quarters, could still understand that Ryo's sword technique was extraordinary. Even as a novice, she had watched Nils and Ammon train and had fought alongside them. They had subjugated countless monsters and bandits. She knew the level of a B-rank swordsman. Compared to them, Ryo was not ordinary. The principles of his sword were different. Yes, perhaps that was the case. Ammon seemed to have learned the basics of Hume-style swordsmanship. Nils was mostly self-taught. Ryo's sword was completely different from both. Ammon had had the opportunity to observe sparring between him and Ryo on their way to these Western nations. However, it had only lasted a single exchange. Thinking back, it might have been the first time she had truly seen Ryo's swordsmanship. After all, when they were together in Room 10, Ryo had mostly used magic. In a place like this, a magic nullification space, there had been no opportunity for swordplay. But still, his sword was smooth. While Ito was pondering this, Ryo continued to take down the approaching skeleton knights. But the most important thing on his mind was Ito's safety. He couldn't afford to be reckless. Constantly, he placed his body between the skeleton knights and Ito. At times, he would retreat right up to where Ito stood. That was the nature of the battle between Ryo and Ito at the door. While Ryo and Ito faced off against the boss, Nils, Harold, Gowan, and Zeke were engaged in battle against the skeleton knights. Already, 8 skeleton knights had appeared twice anew. Damn, are they going to keep spawning until we take down the boss? That might be the case. Nils grumbled and Harold agreed. Of course, even while they spoke, their swords did not stop. They continued to move, continued to swing their swords. Normally, swords are at a disadvantage against skeletons. Bludgeoning weapons like clubs or hammers would work better. However, even B-rank and C-rank adventurers can defeat skeletons with swords. They become capable of shattering bones with thrusts. C-rank and above are elite. Compared to Nils, Harold, and Gowan wielding swords, Zeke with his staff could attack over a wide area. In particular, his wide swings had proven effective. He would swing it overhead with one hand like a spear or sweep sideways with both hands as if swinging a bat. Thrust with a spear, sweep with a naginata, holding a takai. An old saying that describes the characteristics of a staff. Of course, Zeke was unaware of such a saying, but he wielded his staff to its fullest. In some cases, his staff could obliterate a skeleton knight in a single strike, because it was a staff blessed with holy power. It proved to be the ultimate weapon against undead such as skeletons. Now, what about the 3 who wielded swords? The skeleton knight's swords were, frankly, quite formidable. In terms of adventurers, they could be C-rank, or perhaps even B-rank, that troublesome level of swordsmanship. Even Nils found them difficult to take down easily, but while it wasn't easy, they could defeat them if they didn't rush. And they had created a situation where rushing wasn't necessary. The biggest concern, Ito's safety, was entrusted to Ryo. This was indeed a magic nullification space, and Ryo was a mage. But still, Ryo would handle it. He would absolutely protect Ito, complete trust, Perhaps Nils trusted Rio even more than himself when it came to protecting their comrades. Ammon had engaged the boss. He had already surpassed Nils in sword technique, and Nils himself recognized this. Moreover, Ammon still had room to grow. Without a doubt, he was a sword genius. Nils felt no regret about this at all. On the contrary, he wanted to see how far Ammon could go. That feeling was strong. He had talent and was not afraid of hard work. Furthermore, he had a straightforward personality. There were few people with such potential to grow. Nils saw the figure of King Abel, whom he respected, in Ammon. That's why he had entrusted the boss to Ammon in this situation. If it were Abel, he would definitely achieve results in such a scenario. Ammon would surely. The Skeleton King was an astonishing swordsman. Without a shield, wielding a sword with both hands or one, he swung his blade with lightning speed. In life, he must have been a swordsman said to surpass even a nation. His skill was truly magnificent. Receiving that swordplay, however, Ammon was smiling. Or perhaps it would be more accurate to say he looked happy. The exchanges of swordplay leaned in favor of the Skeleton King. The Skeleton King attacked and Ammon defended. It had been that way the entire time, but Ammon's expression showed no sign of strain. He was not contorted in despair. Each of the Skeleton King's attacks was received with precision. Interesting, or the Skeleton King prefers thrusts, he would mutter. What was remarkable about this duel was undoubtedly the Skeleton King's number of strikes. While engaging in swordplay, he even launched rocks at Ammon, intertwining magic within sword exchanges at cross ranges. It was certainly not ordinary. Ammon recalled the battle he had once seen between King Abel and Princess Fiona. Fiona also incorporated magical attacks within her swordplay. Perhaps it was because he had seen that. Ammon adapted perfectly. Even for Ammon, whether he could have responded on his first encounter was uncertain. Furthermore, in this magic nullification space, he recalled Rio's words, the opponent might cast magic. In fact, it was being cast. While he did not understand the exact reasoning, Ammon felt that the magic nullification space warped for just a moment when the Skeleton King unleashed magic. Only the area between the Skeleton King and himself was devoid of magic nullification. If that were the case, it would explain why only the Skeleton King could use magic. That's some extremely difficult magical control, isn't it? Ryo-san mentioned something similar before, Ammon said with a smile. The Skeleton King, of course, did not respond. Being a skeleton, his expression did not change. However, he felt as if he had smiled just a little. Of course, it must have been Ammon's imagination. Even so, it felt like he was saying, impressive, right? The swordplay between Ammon and the Skeleton King continued relentlessly. Since the Skeleton King was undead, he didn't tire at all. Therefore, as the fierce swordplay continued for longer, it became increasingly disadvantageous for the humans. Because humans tire, of course. Ammon, being human, was at a disadvantage, yet he showed no signs of fatigue. On the contrary, he had even begun to counterattack. While the structure of the Skeleton King attacking and Ammon defending had not changed, Ammon had started to launch his attacks little by little. He began mirroring the attacks the Skeleton King had shown him. Should I pull back a bit faster? Or it might be better to keep my weight slightly back. Or, I see, transitioning to one hand here is to return the sword, he would mutter. If the Skeleton King had any emotions, he might have felt a sense of unease. Despite being in such a fierce battle, Ammon showed no signs of fatigue. Moreover, he was copying the Skeleton King's techniques, and his defenses showed no openings. He might have felt unease beyond that, perhaps even starting to panic. The longer this went on, the more the swordsman before him absorbed his techniques and grew stronger. In reality, Ammon was enjoying himself. The more he crossed swords, the more he felt his techniques increasing, and he could even feel himself growing stronger. This is something that occasionally happens in serious matches. Not only in the world of swords, but also in many fields, people can experience this. But it is also true that some may die without ever having such an experience, or that some may go through it without ever realizing it. That is also a fact. Ammon was different. He experienced, realized, and grew. At this very moment he was growing. For the umpteenth time, he copied the Skeleton King's technique and unleashed it. Crack! He broke one of the Skeleton King's ribs. He unleashed a technique that surpassed what the Skeleton King had shown, exceeding the Skeleton King's expectations. It was a moment when the copy surpassed the original. The Skeleton King was especially skilled at thrusts. Ammon, who also liked thrusts, understood that. The Skeleton King had unleashed thousands of thrusts up to this point. And again, 3 consecutive thrusts, 4 consecutive thrusts, 5 consecutive thrusts. An unending barrage of thrusts, an overwhelming series of thrusts. Did you know, the moment a thrust fully extends the arm and sword is when power is concentrated, but at other times. As Ammon muttered this, he received one of the Skeleton King's thrusts with the belly of his sword. It was unexpected for the Skeleton King, and the moment when the power wasn't concentrated. The Skeleton King's sword was deflected backward. As he received it with the belly of his sword, Ammon stepped forward with his right foot, simultaneously releasing his left hand from the grip and sweeping sideways with his right hand. It was a stance akin to the drawing technique of Japanese swordsmanship that Ryo had shown him before. That sword reached the Skeleton King's neck, and in a single breath he beheaded it. The skull that tumbled down felt like it smiled a little, and it seemed to have uttered words. "Well done," it seemed to say. "The foreshadowing of Simulation Battle 279 has been resolved." It was indeed a simulation battle between Ryo and Ammon that ended in one exchange. This time, it seems the main character was Ammon. While Ryo is familiar with magic nullification in a sense, this was his first party battle. He can manage things alone, but protecting his comrades changes the nature of the difficulty. The moment Ammon decapitated the Skeleton King, all the Skeleton Knights disappeared. At the same time, the discomfort that Ryo had been feeling also vanished. "Did the magic nullification wear off?" Ryo muttered as he turned around to confirm. "Ito, are you all right?" "Yeah, I'm fine." Ito nodded vigorously in response. Thus the two began walking forward to reunite with Nils and the others. "Is it over?" As all the Skeleton Knights vanished, Nils murmured. "Yeah," Zeke replied, breathing heavily. Harold and Gowan were too exhausted to respond. In the latter half, they had no choice but to concentrate on protecting themselves. The expressions on their faces were filled with regret. They had keenly felt their lack of stamina. The three from Room 10 had been relentlessly taught by Ryo about the importance of endurance since 3 years ago, and they had trained hard themselves. That's why they managed to fight through. Endurance is sustained combat ability, and in battle, the one who stands until the end is the victor. No matter how amazing your skills are or how powerful your magic, if you fall before the end, you lose. And for adventurers, losing means death. If that's the case, building endurance directly increases the chances of survival. "Harold and Gowan, you need to build your endurance too." "Yes," Nils said, and the two responded. Zeke, having trained since he was small, continued to defeat the Skeleton Knights until the very end. Even so, at the moment it was over, he was gasping for breath and could hardly stand without leaning on his staff. It was at that moment that Ryo and Ito joined them. "Are you injured? I'm glad." Ito looked over them all and sighed in relief. "It's tough for swordsmen when there are many enemies." Ryo, who fought as a swordsman this time, said while observing the fatigue of the members from Room 11. "Ryo, you're still not tired, huh?" Nils said, seemingly exasperated. "Phew, it's because my training is different," Ryo replied pompously. In fact, he hadn't even broken a sweat. Finally, Ammon joined them. "Sorry for being late," he said, giving a slight bow, whether he was late to join them or late to defeat the enemies. "No, you did well, as expected." Nils praised him without reservation. Beside him, Ryo crossed his arms and nodded in agreement. Ito patted Ammon's shoulder, praising him. The three from Room 11, having finally caught their breath, lowered their heads in unison. Upon receiving such praise, Ammon smiled happily. There was nothing left where Ammon had defeated the Skeleton King. Even the bones had disappeared. It seemed they had vanished. Then the door ahead opened, revealing a monument that was recording. After recording, the group waited for a while, but Marlin did not appear. "Is this not enough?" Nils frowned and muttered. "Simply put, maybe he went out somewhere and hasn't returned to this dungeon yet." Ryo replied. "Went out?" Ammon tilted his head. From the way he was acting, he likely went to see the Demon King, since the blood of the previous Demon Kings that was being stored has been lost. The church probably judged that they need the current Demon King's blood. Ito speculated, yet it was a highly plausible speculation. The three from Room 11 nodded. "Well, if that's the case, let's try to continue THE Chinese letter from here. But for now, let's head back for today. I'm quite tired," Nils said with a wry smile, shaking his head. While physically he could still keep going, the mental fatigue had accumulated considerably. Nils was a man who grasped this aspect quite well, though he looked completely muscle-headed on the outside. He was not a muscle-brained person. "I hear there's no dungeon map below the 50th layer, so OUR Chinese letter will be slow from now on," Ito reported. "Well, I was surprised by the magic nullification space, but it's good to have proven that it doesn't work against modern mages." "No, it's a stretch to consider Ryo as a typical modern mage," Ryo said, and Nils jumped in. Thus, THE Chinese letter of the 50th layer by the group came to an end. On the way back to the inn, the Holy Capital Minstrel, "I feel the gazes of quite a large number of people." "Yes, there are over 20. Usually it was just 5 or so, right?" Nils muttered, Ammon replied, and Harold compared it to usual. The group was being eyed with unsettling gazes. In fact, this was a common occurrence. Since entering the town of the West Dungeon, they had been watched since the next day. However, they did not attack or interrogate them, they just felt the gaze of an unseen presence. Yet, they felt that it was not like those stealthy types like the assassination cult they had experienced before. They were more blatant than that. They were probably from the Western Church. Wait! Finally today, they revealed themselves, as expected. It was someone they had seen before. Templar Knight Order? Rio said happily. Nils looked at him with a frown. He could not understand why Rio was so happy. Rio's joy was merely because the Templar Knight Order overlapped with the historical Templar Knights from Earth. There was no relation to actual historical figures or groups. We are the Templar Knight Order. I am Andre de Bashrel, captain of the 3rd Division. The knight in front introduced himself. That was the guy from before, Rio murmured. Ah, Nils nodded slightly. Ito stepped forward to respond. We met the other day as well. It's good to see the curse has been lifted, so. What business do you Templar Knights have? Her tone was as polite as last time, but there was power in her gaze and words. Some among them might have recalled the ice path hell, their faces stiffening. The others were somewhat intimidated by Ito's atmosphere, which was wrapped in a dignified aura that was uncharacteristic of her usual gentle demeanor, as if she were a clergy member. However, Captain Andre de Bashrel spoke firmly. Hand over all the information you have obtained regarding the Demon King. I refuse, Ito immediately declined. What? Andre was furious at being rejected so swiftly. Do you understand what happens when you anger us? Saying that, Captain Andre tried to step forward but stopped. It was clear he was recalling the last encounter. Of course, Rio had no intention of using the ice path to trip them up again as he did last time. Miracles don't happen twice. If the same thing were to happen again, the method would be discovered regardless. So he would take a different approach. Rio looked up at the sky and shouted, "Something's coming from the sky. Ice wall package." He surrounded just the group with an ice wall. At that moment, something fell from the slightly cloudy sky. Clang, clang, clink, clang. Ouch! Whoa! Ow! Something fell in large quantities from the sky. They hit the armor of the knights, creating a resonating sound. What is this? Hail? Zeke muttered. Depending on the situation, some were as big as half a fist, and if they hit in the wrong spot, they wouldn't die but would be knocked unconscious in one hit. The Templar Knight Order fell into a great panic. In a hurry, they tried to hide under the eaves around them, but perhaps due to their rush, quite a number of Knight Order members slipped and fell. Of course, it wasn't that they slipped continuously and couldn't stand up, they just slipped and fell once. But then hail came pouring down, 3/4 of the knights were knocked out. This is abnormal weather. I'm glad we noticed it early, Rio said in a slightly louder voice than usual. The other 6 had already sensed something. However, wisely, they said nothing. While the hail continued to fall, the group slowly moved towards the inn, protected by the ice wall. The inn, Holy Capital Minstrel, was safe. Of course, the Templar Knight Order had requested an audience at the inn, but the inn's management had politely declined. I later heard that the innkeeper was well connected with a certain cardinal from the church, so even the Templar Knight Order could not act rashly. After all, high-class inns have their own advantages. The next morning, the group was transported by the carriage prepared by Holy Capital Minstrel to the entrance of the West Dungeon. It was only a little over a 5-minute walk, but the inn had taken various considerations into account. The hospitality of a high-class inn is indeed impressive. Thus, the group's dungeon exploration began once again. In the end, they met the Red Elder named Marlin only after completing the 80 floors of the dungeon. To conquer 10 floors a day without a map is quite incredible. The old man with white hair, a wide red hat, a red robe, and a cane suddenly appeared in front of the group at the stone tablet before the 80 floors. I wanted to meet Lord Marlin as soon as possible, Nils replied. Is that so? I apologize for that. I just returned yesterday. I was surprised when I saw the records. No, that's all right. So the reason you wanted to meet me is? Yes, I would like to ask for the location of the Demon King. Is that to lift their spirit curse of explosion? Marlin looked at Harold and asked after Nils' response. Yes. Of course, it would be quickest if Lord Marlin could lift it. Well, you seem to understand, but I can't lift it. Only the person who cast it or the Demon King's blood can do so. Marlin shook his head slightly and said, Well then, standing here and talking is not ideal. Come to my room for a bit. The moment Marlin said that, a fleeting sensation of levitation hit everyone, and before they knew it, they were inside a room that resembled an office. In the center was a rather large round table suitable for meetings. There were 8 chairs. Please take a seat there, Marlin said and promptly sat down himself. The group exchanged glances. However, there was no other choice but to sit. As they sat down, coffee appeared in front of them. Marlin explained the coffee. This is a fine product sourced from the Dark Continent. The Dark Continent? Rio exclaimed softly. That too was an exciting word. Though it was a word from fantasy, it also had its place in historical terms. In the history of Earth, there was a time when terms like Dark Ages and Dark Continent were used. These were not merely slang but appeared in papers as well. The Dark Age referred to medieval Europe. The Dark Continent referred to the African continent. The reasons for these terms falling out of use? That's a story for another time. Anyway, as someone with a background in Western history, Rio automatically linked the Dark Continent to the African continent in his mind. The most famous coffee sourced from Africa would probably be Kilimanjaro, right? Of course, there are many other brands, but Rio happily took a sip. The perfect balance of acidity and bitterness. Moreover, the flavor spread in his mouth, delicious. Combined with the perfect aroma, it was truly wonderful coffee. Ah! A satisfied sigh escaped Rio's lips without thinking. Seeing this, the other 6 also took a sip. Marlon nodded slightly and began drinking himself. No one spoke. The air was filled with the aroma of coffee. If satisfaction were to take a shape, it would likely resemble this space. That was delicious, Rio said honestly. Of course, he loved the coffee from Kona village. He also adored Hawaiian Kona that he used to drink on Earth. But this coffee was also great. Delicious things are delicious. Delicious things are justice. It seems you were satisfied, which is delightful, Marlon said with a slight smile. Yes, it was very delicious, Rio replied with a satisfied expression. Now then, shall we get to the main topic? With Marlon's words, everyone's minds were pulled back to reality. First, let me state the conclusion. I personally have no objections to you meeting the Demon King. The group was taken aback by Marlon's words. They had thought there was a 50-50 chance of being granted the meeting. From the perspective of the Demon King or Marlon, they could not see any benefits in meeting the group. That's the honest truth. We are grateful for the opportunity to meet the Demon King. However, what advantages would that bring to you? Zeke asked. Yes, for the group there were only benefits, but it seemed there would be no particular merits from the Demon King's side. That's the crux of the matter. From the Demon King's side, they wish to lift that spirit curse of explosion. In exchange, they would like the blood provided, which they want you to pass to the higher-ups of the church. What? It was Rio who was left speechless, but the other 6 could not find words either. The Demon King is offering their blood of their own accord. There's no need for the Demon King to be killed for blood, right? Marlon said. Indeed, Ito nodded in agreement. What the church desired was solely the Demon King's blood. That was also for the purpose of lifting the spirit curses on those afflicted with the spirit curse of explosion. If that were the case, it would be fine for the Demon King to provide it. Nils looked at the other 6. Ito and Zeke were the first to nod. Ammon also nodded. Harold and Gowan nodded repeatedly. Rio? Only Rio tilted his head in confusion. Ah, no, I am in favor of that proposal. I think it's the best solution, however. Why us? Why you ask? In response to Rio's question, Marlon returned with a question of his own. The most reliable way is to deliver it yourself. Well, I understand there are various difficulties with the church, but there is still a chance we might betray you. Hey, Nils interjected at Rio's words. Ahahaha. How amusing, yes, very amusing. Marlon laughed. It was probably the first time since their meeting that he laughed out loud. If you ask why I trust you, the answer lies with you. Me. Marlon looked directly at Rio and said. The reason for trusting the group was Rio. He couldn't make sense of it. How could I not trust someone who has received the Fairy King's favor? Rio completely did not understand. That's incredible, Rio. Nils was saying something. What a confusing compliment. It didn't feel good at all. Why favor and? Rio asked because he didn't quite understand. Could this demon see the fairy factor that was overflowing from Rio just like Sira and the others? It's your robe and sword you wear. They were given to you by the Fairy King, weren't they? Ah, that made sense. Why someone favored by the Fairy King could be trusted was beyond him, but, well, whatever. Rio stopped thinking about it. He wasn't going to understand this kind of topic anyway. Moreover, it had been said that there were no benefits for Rio or even humans. So, specifically, how will we meet the Demon King? Ito brought the conversation back. Indeed. If by any chance the church's people follow and go to the Demon King, it would be troublesome. Well, there's no one other than the hero who can defeat the Demon King, so rather than worrying about the Demon King's safety, it would be concerning if the church's people were killed, and that became apparent. That's true, Nils nodded. Yes, the Demon King cannot be defeated except by the hero. At least, there are no records of anyone other than the hero defeating them, and the current hero is Roman. That Roman is missing. In other words, at this point, there is no one who can defeat the Demon King. It will take some time to prepare the Demon King's blood. I've just started gathering it little by little each day. A week from now would be good. I will transfer you from this dungeon. What? The one who raised a voice of surprise at Marlon's words was indeed Rio. However, the other 6 were also gaping in shock. People open their mouths when they are surprised. At least it's quite rare to be astonished, but keep your mouth closed. So, come back again in a week's time. Finally, a prospect was set for lift. 1 week later, the group returned to the holy capital Maramar for the sake of reporting to the delegation. In the lounge at the back of the first-floor lobby of the delegation's lodging. I see. I understand the situation, said the leader, Hugh McGrath, as he nodded greatly after receiving the report. I had also heard from Cardinal Oscar that the so-called Templar Knight Order is moving. Cardinal Oscar is one of the Church's key figures responsible for hosting the Central Nations delegation. Particularly regarding Herald, he had provided significant leeway to the delegation from the very beginning, including issuing the Holy Seal certificate. Ice floors and hail. If I were to say it's typical of Rio, it indeed is. His murmurs were quiet enough that they did not reach Rio's ears as he enjoyed a delicious cake and coffee. But Nils and Ido, who were reporting right in front of Hugh, did hear it. Well, if they didn't remove it by force, then there shouldn't be a problem. Any excuse can be made, Hugh said without much concern. That means the Demon King's blood is next. While it's said to be delivered to the upper echelons of the Church, well, there's only one option for who to deliver it to. That would be Cardinal Oscar. Yeah, since he's one of the negotiators with the delegation and is stationed in the Holy Capital, he should be able to meet with us anytime. Of course, there's no guarantee that Cardinal Oscar will always be on our side. But well, that's how it is. However, the fact that Marlon is a demon is quite concerning. Hugh seemed to be troubled by the fact that Marlon was a demon. The Grand Master? No, we encountered the Demon of the South when it was released, right? And now we have this demon. Neither of them gives off the destructive vibe that is usually heard in legends. Hugh answered while recalling the past. Indeed, the Demon of the South was like that. However, this time, Marlon has apparently been serving as a strategist for the Demon King's army, fighting humans for thousands of years. So we can't know what his original form is like, Nils stated. I see. The fact that we can say he's friendly this time is... Hugh paused and looked at Rio, who was savoring the cake. Because Rio is here. Yes, Nils nodded in response to Hugh's confirmation. Well, since demons aren't something that humans can fight and win against anyway, Hugh's murmur came out with a sigh. A week after making a promise with Marlon, the group delved into the 80 floors. Immediately after the transfer, Marlon appeared before them. Welcome, now shall we proceed? As soon as those words were said, a floating sensation struck the group, and they soon landed on the ground. The ground was a meadow. Looking up, they saw a blue sky. In their visible range, there was a small house. In the distance, a forest could be seen. Something feels off, Marlon muttered quietly. At that instant, a shadow rushed in and targeted Nils, who was on the outermost edge of the group. Clang! The shadow's rapid strike was intercepted by an ice sword. Roman, watch out! Rio-san? The shadow that rushed in was the hero Roman. I apologize, hero Roman said in apology. No, Nils couldn't continue his words. Roman's holy sword Astaroth would shatter if blocked with an ordinary sword, right? I'm glad it was my Murakumo, Rio replied, nodding in a pleased manner. Hero, what on earth happened? Lord Marlon, it seems we have been surrounded by enemies. By the Church? What? Hero Roman explained the situation, leaving Marlon speechless. So I suddenly sensed a presence and thought the enemy was charging in. That's why you rushed in. Roman continued to explain, and Ido nodded in response. Now what shall we do? I had at least wanted to explain it first, Marlon murmured. To buy some time, should we cover this area with an ice wall, it should take the enemies some time to break through. Ice wall, right? Rio's suggestion was met with a nod from hero Roman. Very well, then I entrust it to you. Marlon nodded as well. Ice wall package. He covered the house and its surroundings with an ice wall. With this, they should have enough time to explain. Inside the house was a cute girl with a lovely face. She looked to be around 15 or 16 years old. When the group entered, she stood up and greeted them. Hello, I'm Nadia. Seemingly nervous, her face was slightly red. Yes, nice to meet you, Rio said, while the other 6 bowed silently. Nadia is the current Demon King. I see. Marlon explained without any particular pomp, and Rio attempted to nod but failed, while the other 6 became frozen in place. The first to recover from the frozen state was Rio. The figure was human, a girl. She seemed not to have horns on her head, no tail. It seemed she didn't have that either. Her eye color was dark brown, not red or gold. She had 5 fingers, and her nails didn't seem particularly sharp. Her teeth didn't appear to have developed canine teeth either. In conclusion, she was human. Nadia-san is human. Right, yes, Nadia nodded in response to Rio's confirmation. In other words, that means humans can become demon kings. This isn't the pattern of a demon prince evolving into a demon king. Seriously, Rio confirmed while Nils murmured. It's an extremely rare case. I have always accompanied generations of demon kings and seen over 100 demon kings, but I've only known 2 humans to be demon kings, Nadia and one other. Even Marlon acknowledged it as a rare case. Rio noticed. The Nadia in front of him clearly looked to be in her mid-teens. Since she looked human, she was probably just as she appeared, if that's the case. Could it be that the announcement of defeating the Demon King 3 years ago was actually false? Yes, it wasn't true. We provided the church with false evidence. Hero Roman candidly admitted, well, if such a lovely girl appeared, Roman probably wouldn't be able to defeat her even if he was told to. Rio accepted this. Moreover, it seemed that there hadn't been any conflicts with humanity in the last 100 years, unless she had raised an army of demons and opposed humanity. If so, there might not be a need to forcibly defeat her. Well then, let's resolve the delegation's issue first, Marlon said, looking towards Harold. Ah, yes, please, Harold stepped forward. Roman drew his holy sword and pointed its tip at Nadia. Nadia placed the tip of her right index finger against the holy sword and cut it. Then she reached out and let her flowing blood drip onto Harold's forehead. At that moment, light burst forth. Whoa! It was either Zeke or Gowan who exclaimed in surprise. The light subsided. The spirit curse has been lifted, Nadia said with a smile. Ah, thank you. In Harold's eye, something glimmered slightly. Zeke and Gowan hugged Harold, who had just been freed. I'm glad. Yeah, Rio murmured and Ammon agreed. Nils and Ito nodded at each other. Finally, Harold had been liberated from the spirit curse of explosion. Now, next is our side's problem, Marlon said. Hero Roman nodded and brought a jar from the back. It was not a ceramic jar, but a metal one with quite luxurious decorations. Its capacity seemed to be about 2 liters. This is a jar that has undergone simple alchemy. It can't preserve for decades like those from the church, but it can keep blood fresh for several months, Marlon said as he opened the lid. When Nils peeked inside, he saw it was filled with blood. I understand. I will take responsibility and deliver it to the church. The arrangements are in place. Very well, I leave it to you. Nils took on the task and Marlon nodded. However, we can't resolve that without escaping from here. That's not a problem. We can transfer to my dungeon, which is the opposite of earlier. But the problem is, Marlon cut off his words and looked at Nadia and Roman. You 2 can no longer stay here. Yes, Marlon announced, and both Nadia and Roman answered in unison. The area was surrounded by the church's forces. Even though they were encircled by the ice wall, the church likely had powerful mages. Or perhaps there were magics from the Western nations that Rio and the others were unaware of. Eventually, they would break through. Escaping is easy. Just go to my dungeon. But the problem lies beyond that. Staying holed up in the dungeon for long, the dungeon has too much magical power concentrated in it. It would be a harsh environment for the Demon King. Ito quickly proposed this idea, but Marlon rejected it. I would prefer somewhere beyond the reach of the church, but there are no such countries. Most of the Western nations are heavily influenced by the Western Church. The only country that advocates for complete separation of church and state and can be said to be free from the church's control is the Mafalda Republic. But even there, church spies are everywhere. If the 2 of you enter, you'll be exposed immediately. Marlon murmured. There's a republic, huh? Rio was surprised at this revelation. To his knowledge, there were no republics in the Central Nations. He became slightly interested. You 2 plan to hide together, huh? Yes, Nadia and Roman answered in unison in response to Zeke's confirmation. Nadia's face was bright red. Roman looked straight at Zeke as he answered. Well, that's how it is, Marlon grinned and replied. I see. Rio nodded repeatedly, somewhat pleased. Yes, if there is love, differences in species shouldn't matter. Oh wait, they're both human. Yes, if there is love, even a demon king and a hero could be united. Well, that seems like a common trope in light novels. Considering they don't have a place in the Western nations. Rio's murmurs were audible only to Nils standing beside him. Abel, please respond urgently. No, I heard you. I assumed you'd make such a proposal. Wait, you know what I'm trying to ask? You want to know if we can accept Roman and that Nadia in the Natore kingdom, right? Exactly, you're spot on, Abel. What do you think? If funds are a problem, I can afford to reduce a bit of my noble pension. Money isn't an issue. Besides, Rio isn't receiving a pension from the country. He's only getting a little from his position as a special advisor to the king. Well, that's aside from the point, of course. The kingdom is willing to accept the 2. Fortunately, the number of nobles is still low, so if they wish, they can be granted noble status, or if they prefer a quiet life, living in the countryside would be fine. They can decide that after living in the kingdom for a while. It's okay to make decisions gradually. It was a swift decision. This speed of judgment is one of the points Rio highly values in Abel. The shock that he was not receiving a pension was a bit surprising, though. Light novel knowledge might often be mistaken. Roman and Nadia, would you consider coming to the Central Nations? The two were surprised at Rio's proposal. It seems they hadn't even considered moving to the Central Nations. I've just confirmed it. The Central Nations, Natore Kingdom welcomes your relocation. What does that mean? Natore Kingdom's King Abel I has granted his direct permission. Abel. Are you talking about Mr. Abel, the one with the red sword? It seemed Roman didn't know that Abel had become king. It was understandable since he had been living in the Western nations. Yes, that Abel. Due to various circumstances, I'm able to speak directly with Abel, and I've just received his permission. What do you think? Roman, you visited the kingdom once and you know Abel well, right? After all, you both engaged in a deadly battle in the streets of the royal capital. Ha ha! Roman chuckled bitterly at Rio's words. However, the other 6 in the group were astonished as they heard this for the first time. And Nadia was also surprised. I'm a demon king, though. Is that still okay? Yes, it seems they are willing to accept both hero Roman and demon king Nadia. Rio responded with a smile, nodding affirmatively. Interesting, very interesting indeed. Marlon seemed pleased about something. The Natore Kingdom isn't that the country ruled by that Richard. Blood is undeniable, be it depth of character or capacity. Very interesting. It seemed Marlon knew of King Richard, the restorer of the kingdom. Then he said something shocking. If it's from my dungeon, I can send you directly to the Natore Kingdom's royal capital, Crystal Palace. Seriously? Nils couldn't help but murmur. Well, after sending you once, if I come back, my stored magical power will run low, so I won't be able to use it for a few years. But if it's for the two of you, it's not a waste, Marlon said with a smile. Roman and Nadia looked at each other. They didn't exchange any words, their eyebrows didn't flutter, nor did their lips move. However, both nodded as if in unison. Then Roman opened his mouth. I will go to the kingdom. Everything was for the final chapter of the second part, and for the third part and beyond. For a hero and a demon king to unite is the righteous path, right. Cardinal Oscar, here is the blood of the demon king. What the? Truly? Hugh McGrath placed an intricately decorated metal jar on the desk. Oscar seemed at a loss for words in his astonishment. Shall I take a look inside? Of course. Oscar opened the lid. Inside, the jar was filled halfway with blood. Oscar nodded once and whispered something to the cleric standing by his side. 3 minutes later, the cleric returned with a man. This man is afflicted by the spirit curse of explosion. May I test if we can perform an exorcism on him? Of course, Oscar asked, and Hugh nodded. Oscar smeared blood on his fingertip and let it drop onto the man's forehead. In that moment, light burst forth. Seeing this, Cardinal Oscar gave a significant nod. Indeed, this is the blood of the Demon King. Captain McGrath, I thank you. With that, Oscar lowered his head. The following day, the secret order for the Demon King exploration issued to the Templar Knight Order was rescinded. One night, in the Archbishop's office of the Bishop's residence in the royal capital of the Rashar East Kingdom, Cardinal Graham was writing, not lifting his head as he asked, Is that you, Morris? You're sharp, Graham. I thought I was successfully hiding my presence. From the shadows emerged Morris, the former scout of the hero party. Perhaps you should quit being a cleric and become a scout instead. That's not an option. So were you able to meet Master McGrath? Yes, I brought this. Saying this, Morris placed a clear and beautiful large bottle, perhaps made of crystal, on the table of the reception set. It seemed to hold about a liter. That's quite a stylish bottle. If it's made of crystal, it's worth a fortune. Is it glass? It must have been tough to bring it without breaking it. Not at all. It was made by that water attribute mage. It's made of ice. Lord Rio, huh? In that case, it definitely won't break. With a sigh, Morris replied, and Graham chuckled wryly. He then tried to open the lid. The lid won't come off. Ah, sorry. It seems you need to chant a spell while pouring in magical power to open it. Morris said this as he pulled out a piece of paper from his pocket. He handed it to Graham. Open sesame. As Graham channeled magical power and recited the words, a slit appeared, allowing him to remove the lid. Is this alchemy? Quite sophisticated, Graham murmured softly. I see. So this is the blood of the Demon King. By the way, do you have any messages from Master McGrath or Lord Rio? Master McGrath had nothing special to say. Lord Rio said that if the blood of the Demon King, which is stored in the church, were to be lost again, please use this. He said to use that achievement to secure the Cardinal's position. The kingdom's first duke is quite the schemer. Graham sighed lightly, shaking his head at Morris's message. Honestly, what about you, Graham? What do you mean? Do you think you could become a cardinal? Since Lord Gesualdo passed away, it's been 6 months. That position has been vacant, hasn't it? Ah, yes, I just received word from the Holy See yesterday. I will be appointed as a cardinal next month. Oh, Morris exclaimed in surprise at Graham's words. However, Graham wore a troubled expression. Why do you look so gloomy? The Holy See is a stressful place. Reflecting on it now, I realized that during my journey with the hero party, as well as my life here, my heart was at ease. Is it really that? Difficult at the Holy See? Morris asked, shaking his head slightly at Graham's complaints. During my time away from the Holy See, my emotional fluctuations have become too evident. Before I return, I must readjust how my expressions present themselves. What do you mean? Graham's pained smile made Morris frown. It almost seems that the Holy See is no longer a suitable environment for human life. Well, that's fine. I used to do it before. More importantly, what about Roman and the others? I've often thought that if I had been quicker, I might have been able to help Roman and the others. That's something we can't help. Even if you had become a cardinal sooner, I don't think you could have protected Roman and the others. Unless you became a pope. A pope? You seem to have far more ambition than I do, Morris. Why is that? Graham chuckled as he said this, and Morris denied it. Well, for Roman and Nadia, there was no place of refuge in the Western nations. Yes, it's the hero and the demon king, but if it's the Central nations... if it's Lord Abel, no, if it's your Majesty Abel, I could trust him without worry. Graham gazed off with distant eyes. He might have been imagining Roman and the others, who are already far away in the Central nations. Someday, we must ensure that Roman and the others can visit the Western nations without fear. His whisper was small, yet filled with surprising strength. Hearing this, Morris nodded quietly. That day, the former exploration party, namely the 7 people from Room 10 and Room 11, had a day off. Well, they were essentially on break until the papal inauguration. Rio had come alone to the city of the West Dungeon in the Holy Capital since morning. Why did I come all this way alone? I have many secrets that should not be known to others. Rio answered, exuding a mysterious hero vibe. What do you mean by that? If a bad person finds out, I might get captured and dissected to uncover my secrets. Ah, well, it's true that anyone who would do that is a bad person. Yes, because you never know when those in power will show their fangs, so you must be careful. Are you talking about me? Of course. There's a chance that Nils and the others might capture me and dissect me on Abel's orders. That won't happen. Well, it probably won't, but you never know when Abel might go mad. Rio shook his head slightly. Besides, capturing people and dissecting them wouldn't happen even in our country. Is that true even for the Empire? If it's the Empire, then it could be possible. See, the Natore kingdom might start down the path to the Empire at any moment, so we should be careful. Rio really has a lot on his plate. Abel had given up on a lot of things. Rio showed the Holy Seal certificate he had borrowed and entered the dungeon. He promptly jumped to the 80 floors. Miss Marlin, are you here? His voice wasn't particularly loud. There was no need to shout. Marlin was supposed to be like the manager of this dungeon, so if she wasn't absent, she would likely hear his voice. As expected, shortly thereafter, an old man with white hair, a wide-brimmed red hat, a red robe, and a staff appeared, slightly hunched over. I'm the child of the Fairy King. What do you want? Yes, I have several questions I'd like to ask you, Miss Marlin. You are human. No, you're probably human, and I am a demon, right? Aren't you afraid? Not really. I've battled against humans for thousands of years as part of the Demon King's army. Aren't you terrified? Not at all. Oh, and the coffee you gave me the other day was incredibly delicious, so I thought I would like to have it again. That's one of my biggest reasons for coming. Oh, coffee? Well, it's wonderful that you appreciate it. All right, then. With that, the two were transported to the same room as before. There were 2 chairs. Please sit over there. Yes, excuse me. As Marlin offered a chair, Rio sat down politely. Rio could manage at least this much. Before reincarnating as Phi, he had been a working adult on Earth. As soon as Rio sat down, coffee appeared just like before. He had also wanted to ask about this coffee. But first, thank you for sending Roman and Nadia to the kingdom the other day. No need to worry about it. I thought that was a very good solution. I am the one who should be thanking you. As Rio expressed his gratitude, Marlin returned the sentiment. First, they needed to build a relationship, and if they wanted to establish a connection. Well, one side was a demon, but they should quickly build their relationship by complimenting or expressing gratitude for the other's actions. Very few people feel bad when they are thanked. Your Majesty Abel was especially pleased. Really? That's good to hear. Being able to communicate with the Central Nations is thanks to that alchemy tool you're wearing on your left ear, right? Marlin pointed to the Echo of the Soul, hanging from Rio's ear. Yes. An alchemist adjusted it specifically for me. I'm not saying I would take it from you. Rio likely made a face that conveyed he wouldn't give it up. Marlin chuckled as he responded. As the precious child of the Fairy King, I certainly want to maintain a good relationship with you. Marlin said this before taking a sip of coffee. At that moment, Rio also took a sip. Once again, the perfect balance of acidity and bitterness flooded his mouth. Ho! A sigh escaped involuntarily. Marlin looked pleased watching him. Even without words, seeing that someone was happy was indeed a joy. Unbeknownst to Rio, such straightforward and unpretentious actions were very helpful in building relationships. After taking another sip, Rio opened his mouth. As for being the child of the Fairy King, before that, did we perhaps forget to introduce ourselves? I remember introducing myself as Duke Ryo Mihara, but I don't know the others. What? That was careless of him. The exploration party had not introduced themselves from start to finish, except for Ryo. Introducing oneself is the most basic step in building a relationship. Well, don't worry about it. When you've lived this long, you tend to care less about names, Marlon said with a laugh. I guess. Anyway, my name is Ryo. Ryo, I remember. Well, someone who has been loved by the Fairy King like you is hard to forget. Marlon laughed again. Is that so? Indeed. Firstly, the one who is given the robe of the Fairy King appears only once every few thousand years. That's how rare it is. Really? Furthermore, the sword of the Fairy King. And yours is of water, right? I've only seen the sword of the Water Fairy King once in my thousands of years. Really? This was the revelation of a rare piece of equipment. Ryo, you are a user of water magic, right? Yes, that's correct. You were taught magic by the Water Fairy King, weren't you? No, I wasn't taught any magic. He is my sword master. What? Ryo recalled having a similar exchange before. Well, the master-disciple relationship varies from person to person. So what was Ryo's purpose in coming here today? Is your role, Miss Marlon, to stop the Demon King? Oh. Marlon narrowed his eyes slightly at Ryo's sudden question. Why do you think that? Firstly, you tried to escape without instigating Nadia and without making her confront humans. If I let her escape and let her grow up, she might be trying to incite the Demon King's army, you know, Marlon said with a slight chuckle. Of course, he likely didn't mean it that way. In that case, there's no need to relocate her to the Central Nations along with Hero Roman. Until now, Miss Marlon, you have always served as an advisor beside the Demon King and his army, but I previously researched and found that there aren't many records of the Demon King's army causing massive damage to humanity. Ryo had access to the Royal Castle Library. Moreover, he even could delve into the restricted library. The Demon King had only recently appeared in the Western nations, but he had previously appeared in the Central nations as well. The records from that time were detailed and stored in the restricted library of the Royal Castle. Ryo elaborated on all of this to Marlon. Marlon, who had been listening in silence, sighed and smiled slightly. Well, you're partially correct, he muttered. Then he continued. Essentially, the Demon King isn't that strong. No, if you think in terms of humans, he's incredibly powerful, but when compared to, say, the Dragon King, not at all. The Dragon King? Ruin, is it? What? Do you know the Southern Dragon King as well? Marlon showed genuine surprise at Ryo's confirmation. Ruin is a neighbor of mine. Your neighbor is the Southern Dragon King. Perhaps you are from the Londo continent. This time, Ryo was the one surprised. It was the first time he had heard the terms Londo continent or Forest of Rondo since reincarnating as Phi. Of course, excluding the residents like the Dragon King Ruin. Yes, I have territory in the Forest of Rondo. What? So you are Duke Rondo? I see, that makes sense. It would be reasonable to think that if you're a disciple of the Water Fairy King. Ryo explained about his territory, and Marlon realized something he had overlooked. Oh dear, I digressed. The Demon King is troublesome, primarily because he can manipulate all monsters with the Demon King's factor at will, regardless of their intentions. Why can only the Demon King do this? Don't ask. I don't know that either. Speaking of which, a Centaur mentioned something similar. I see. They are also manipulated by the Demon King's factor. Marlon shook his head slightly and said, Is it possible that your participation is also due to the Demon King's factor? No, that's not it. We do not possess the Demon King's factor. In fact, we don't even possess magic stones within us. That was a shocking revelation. An entity called a demon that doesn't possess a magic stone? Ryo muttered in astonishment. Seeing his expression, Marlon smiled slyly. You look surprised. Yes, while we are called demons, we do not possess magic stones. Originally, we referred to ourselves as Spellno. Thus, even ancient beings like dragons still call us Spellno. I believe humans began calling us demons, but I don't know when or why. It's a story from long before I can remember. With that, Marlon finished the rest of his coffee. Immediately afterward, a new coffee appeared on the table. Ah! Ryo murmured as he saw it. Then a new coffee appeared before him as well. Thank you very much. After taking a few sips of the new coffee, he felt refreshed. In times like this, it was best to transition to a new topic. By the way, regarding this coffee, I heard it was harvested from the Dark Continent. Yes, that's right. Marlon nodded in response to Ryo's question. Where exactly is the Dark Continent located? I see, those from the Central Nations are unaware. The Dark Continent is a land stretching south of the Western Nations. Well, to be precise, it is thought to be a continent. Trade only occurs along the coastal regions. It seems no one from the Western nations has ventured into the depths and returned in several hundred years. What? A continent stretching south of the Western nations. What a dreamlike phrase. The coastal areas are greatly divided into eastern and western nations, but it is said that there are ruins of ancient civilizations in the depths. How interesting. Marlin smiled slyly as he said this. Perhaps Marlin knew something, however he likely wouldn't answer about it. I wish to visit there someday, Rio murmured. In the end, they discussed various topics, and it was afternoon when Rio finally took his leave from Marlin. It seemed he had been talking for over 4 hours since diving in at 9 in the morning. Before parting, Marlin offered a piece of advice. Be wary of the demon known as Garwin, sealed to the east of the Natore kingdom. He is the one who has caused the explosion among your companions. He generates many soldiers and controls them, destroying cities. He also has high-ranking kin who always accompany him. Among demons, he has an exceptionally strong destructive impulse. His tastes and thought processes are completely different from mine. Well, I don't know when the seal will break, but you should have King Abel tell the royal family about it for generations to come. Tomorrow, I will post 3 chapters. 2 short interludes and 1 main chapter will be posted tomorrow. 12 a.m. 337 interlude 1 p.m. 338 interlude 9 p.m. 339 main chapter. The main chapter, 339, concludes the 3rd chapter. I made a slight correction around Rio's self-introduction. Rio was the only one who introduced himself upon his first appearance. Announcement to all Naru readers, as I wrote in the afterword and activity report before, the first volume of the Water Attribute Mage is now available on Amazon Kindle Unlimited. Perhaps because of that, for the past 10 days, it has maintained the 2nd and 3rd positions in Amazon Kindle's light novel bestseller rankings. It was also in 3rd place at noon today, June 15th. The promotional strategy from Book's marketing department has been a big hit. My work is doing well, all thanks to everyone's support and encouragement. Truly, thank you. I wanted to report this with a feeling of gratitude. By the way, the ones in front are the Saga of Tanya the Evil and the Flash of Hathaway Part 1. In the back are the Flash of Hathaway Part 2 and the Flash of Hathaway Part 3. As expected of the Gundam brand, the Flash of Hathaway is strong. The movie premiered on June 11th. The novel was released several decades ago. In fact, I remember reading it quite some time ago. The Saga of Tanya the Evil has, of course, been adapted into both an anime and a movie. Surrounded by these adapted works, my work, even though it's going to be adapted into a comic soon. Lastly, the comic adaptation of the Water Attribute Mage will be published starting this summer. Once I receive information such as release dates, I will report it in this afterword or activity report. I look forward to both this novel and the comic adaptation. Today I am posting 2 interludes and 1 main chapter, making a total of 3. This is the first chapter. Damn it, damn it, damn it, the voice of a curse echoed. This is the basement of the house of Duke Shrewsbury in Wingston, Eastern Natore Kingdom. Why was the burst undone? That shouldn't be possible. The only one who could undo the burst could it be the Demon King's blood, but it shouldn't exist in the Central Nations, damn it. It was Erwin, the current head of the house of Duke Shrewsbury, who appeared to be 13 years old. Whether he was truly Erwin inside was unclear. Damn, I was so close. I was lucky enough to have blood close to Richard's. No, well, it's fine, at least I have this body. Saying this, Erwin placed his hand on his chest to confirm the beating of his heart, and then he laughed ominously. This one also has blood close to Richard's soon, very soon. The generals will be resurrected. If they all come back, it may not just be the Central Nations that are affected. Kukuku. Either way, there's no one left to stop my resurrection. And there's no one who can seal me either. Richard, the fate of your country will soon come to an end. 1 p.m., interlude 9 p.m., main chapter I will be posting. Chapter text, today is the 2nd episode. In the Natore Kingdom's royal capital, in the king's office at the royal castle. It's been a while, Roman. Your Majesty, No, we're old acquaintances. Let's skip the formalities. As Hero Roman was about to greet him, Abel interrupted. Lady Nadia, it's a pleasure to meet you for the first time. I am King Abel the First of the Natore Kingdom. Your Majesty, it's an honor to meet you. My name is Nadia. I am grateful for your approval of our relocation. With that, Nadia bowed her head. Hero Roman and Demon King Nadia, Abel had permitted their relocation to his kingdom. Don't worry about it. If it's a recommendation from the first Duke of our kingdom, it's only natural to accept you. Rio-san has become the first Duke, hasn't he? Roman was genuinely surprised that Rio, who had fought alongside him in the past, had risen to such a high position. Of course, it was also surprising that the adventurer Abel had become a king. So, I'd like to hear your hopes regarding how you want to live in our kingdom. Abel said this and looked at Count Heinlein, who was nearby. Yes, your Majesty, whether noble or commoner or any other special status, there are no problems with any of them. For now, I believe it would be best not to announce that you are a hero yet. Count Heinlein gave an answer that indicated anything was possible. If possible, I would prefer not to be of noble status, regardless of the territory. Having subjects is a bit. Both Nadia and I come from a village, so we are good at growing wheat and the like. Roman modestly expressed his hope. What do you think, Count Heinlein? In that case, how about a wealthy farmer from the southern region? In the city of Run, it's just outside the city, but as your majesty knows, there are many farmers living outside of Run. One of them, a rather large wheat farm, has recently lost its couple of owners, and their heir has joined the Royal Knight Order, so they are selling the house and land. The purchase costs can be covered by the kingdom. How does that sound? I feel like I've heard a similar story somewhere. Abel tilted his head in question at Count Heinlein's explanation. Roman and Nadia exchanged glances and both nodded. Please, we would like that, Roman answered clearly. Wait, Count Heinlein, I'd like to confirm something. Who is living next door to that house? I mean, who is adjoining? Abel seemed to have something bothering him. Yes, they are about 500 meters away, so there shouldn't be a concern, but living there is a mage with a water attribute. Of course. It's right next to Rio's house, Abel responded, nearly slamming the desk as he declared of course to the calm answer from Count Heinlein. Rio sons? Roman looked surprised. Yes, next door lives Duke Rondo Rio Mihara. Well, he is currently in the Western nations, and even otherwise he tends to spend more time in the royal capital. He has his own territory too, so it seems he hasn't returned to Run's house much lately. Count Heinlein paused for a moment before continuing. Well, the city of Run is one of the most stable and safe cities in the kingdom. It's certainly a recommended place for relocation. Roman and Nadia nodded in agreement. Please, we would like to go there. As usual, I will post the main story, 339 at 9 p.m. Chapter text. Around the time when Run's new neighbor was decided, there are no official records of whether Rio was sneezing repeatedly. Having lifted Harold's spirit curse and asked Merlin a few questions, Rio's current concerns had vanished. Naturally, this made him crave something sweet. This month's mille-feuille, I'm a bit curious about this. The lounge of the Kingdom Delegation's residence serves quite delicious cakes, but unfortunately there aren't many varieties, which means he has eaten all of them. However, next to the residence, there was a cafe. Café Roma, with a decent level of coffee and delicious cakes, it naturally became one of his favorite places. After much deliberation, he ordered the mille-feuille of the month, along with a Roman blend coffee, allowing Rio to finally look around. Seated diagonally 2 tables away was someone he recognized from somewhere. They appeared incredibly fatigued, with a drooping posture and looking quite troubled. However, when the ordered cake set arrived, they brightened up with a smile and began to eat it deliciously. Before long, Rio's mille-feuille and coffee arrived as well. They both finished eating and exited the cafe at the same time. Ignis son, the man was Ignis, the chief negotiator of the Kingdom Delegation. Rio son. We ended up at the same place. The cakes here are delicious. Though the negotiations seemed tough, he still had his sense of taste. Rio knew that as long as someone could appreciate good food, they were likely doing okay. Of course, Rio himself had no direct experience, but he remembered acquaintances from Earth who had become so overwhelmed with work that they lost their ability to taste. Negotiations. Looked tough, yes, well, even though they were both from the same delegation, he couldn't disclose the details of the negotiations. Ignis smiled wryly and gave an ambiguous response. Rio decided to speak discreetly. If there's anything you'd like to discuss with Abel in the royal capital, you can consult through me. If it comes to that, just let me know. After all, I am the first Duke, so I have considerable authority to access classified information. As he said this, Rio gave a thumbs up with his right hand. Ignis probably didn't understand the meaning behind it, but, with your majesty, is that true? Rio had not informed Ignis about the echo of the soul. Aside from the exploration party, only the leader, Hugh, knew, and that was something he had reluctantly conveyed only recently. Yet seeing Ignis in such a fatigued state, Rio couldn't just leave him be. Of course, he had not been explicitly told not to share information about the echo of the soul, and he probably wouldn't get scolded. Well, I can't use it too frequently, but it's possible with alchemy. That being said, he needed to make it clear that being relied on too much would be problematic. Rio may be kind-hearted, but he was also a strategist. Thank you. If necessary, I might seek your majesty's opinion. Saying this, Ignis bowed his head. He seemed much less burdened than before. That alone might indicate that Rio's suggestion had been worthwhile. Being on the front lines of negotiations between nations brought unimaginable pressure. After parting ways with Ignis, Rio shook his head slightly. Upon returning to the residence next to Café Roma, he found Hugh McGrath, the leader, with a serious expression as he looked over several documents and letters in the lobby. Rio, not particularly conscious of it, tried to walk past him, but then he was caught. Rio, Huh, he hadn't expected Hugh to call out to him. Without thinking, Rio gasped in surprise. Sorry, but I need a favor from you. Hugh waved him over and showed him a letter. I need you to deliver this letter to a mage in the Mafalda Republic. A mage? In the Republic? Rio tilted his head in response. Then he suddenly realized, what about Nils and the others? Oh, I've just sent them on urgent business to room 10 and room 11. Earlier today, I mean just a bit ago, the workload for the guards suddenly increased. All of them had to forego their days off. Wow. Hugh also looked apologetic, and Rio winced at the image of the Guardian adventurers wearing disappointed expressions. So, you're the only one I can ask for a task like this alone. For some reason, I received a direct request from the Cardinal. To be honest, it feels a bit suspicious. But I believe you can manage it, right? Hugh grinned. Even knowing it was a trap, jumping in felt like an adventurer's bad habit. Rio thought about this, but he was perceived as the one most likely to plunge in and break through the trap by force. How strange. The Mafalda Republic is 5 days by carriage. Can I count on you? Understood. I'll be on my way. Thus, Rio took on the task of delivering the letter. More than a job, it should probably be called an errand. The destination was the Mafalda Republic. It was Phi's first time going to a republic, a country that had piqued his interest after hearing about it before. With a bit of excitement, Rio left the residence. The 3rd chapter, Demon King Exploration, is over. A new chapter will begin tomorrow. After a long time, it will be Rio's solo adventure with Abel's Echo of the Soul. Stay tuned. Chapter 4, The Mafalda Republic begins. Usually, when moving between towns like this, there should be a group of noble ladies attacked by thieves or monsters, and we would help them, creating good relationships with the local influential people. But nothing is happening. Well, if such things happened frequently, it wouldn't be a proper country, right? The security would be completely in shambles. Seriously, Abel has no understanding of the pathos of things. What is this pathos of things? Abel interjects into Rio's disappointed thoughts. That is indeed a very common scene. Inside the carriage heading towards the Mafalda Republic from the holy capital Maramar. Of course, since the carriage is rented, Rio is elegantly sipping coffee. And through the echo of the soul, they are exchanging such unsettling conversations. It's proof that one shouldn't be deceived by appearances. That said, with ample funds, fragrant coffee, and a robed mage, they must be considered top-tier guests in the carriage. Is that really the case? The absent king, a swordsman, raises a question, but Rio ignores it. If the atmosphere is right, it seems that way from the outside. Show a face that seems valuable, and then the world will attach value. In the afternoon, Rio finally crossed the border into the Mafalda Republic. Having traversed 2 countries from the holy capital Maramar, the border security seems exceptionally strict compared to them. Abel, the border security is extremely strict. Oh, I see. That republic is the only country that goes against the wishes of the Western Church, right? Well, it's not so much going against their wishes. They practice complete separation of church and state, meaning they separate politics and religion. Honestly, can a country really function like that? What do you mean? For governing the people, reason through laws and emotion through religion. What Abel is saying is, in a sense, a fundamental principle of historical state governance. Even on Earth, the separation of church and state is proclaimed, but in reality, such states have never really existed. Well, strictly speaking, no such state exists. The closest would be a communist country. In a country that is the bastion of democracy, the president swears an oath with their hand on the Bible. So there is not even a millimeter of separation of church and state. Religion is not inherently bad. The governance theory that Abel has learned is surprisingly realistic. Religion itself is never a bad thing. What you need to be careful about is if religious forces begin to interfere too much with politics. Then various problems can arise. Please be cautious about that. Strict separation of church and state is impossible, and in reality, there are few nations that can be said to have succeeded in doing so. That said, some degree of separation between politics and religion is thought to facilitate state governance. Well, there are historical instances, like in the late Roman Empire, where the emperor tries to incorporate religion into the state. By the way, considering how that affects the citizens, it becomes a rather complex conversation. While Rio is pondering such things, it was Rio's turn at the border inspection. The coachman dismounted and completed some formalities before knocking on the door. Please come in. Excuse me. When Rio said that, the door opened and a guard entered. It was quite a large carriage. Due to formalities, may I ask if you have a border crossing permit or an identity proof issued by the Republic? An extremely polite inquiry. Rio, who had imagined a haughty guard leading to a troublesome exchange and forcibly breaking through the border with great magic, was taken aback. No, if that happened, Rio would be in trouble. Somewhere a king is saying something like that, By the way, Rio, of course, doesn't have a border crossing permit issued by the Republic. What he has on hand is, then here it is. He presented the Holy Seal certificate, which he had borrowed since going to the West Dungeon town. So far, it had not been a problem when passing through the 2 previous countries with this Holy Seal certificate. However, this Mafalda Republic, the guard's eyes narrowed slightly. I'm sorry. The Holy Seal certificate requires additional time for inspection. His tone remains polite, but the content is severe. How much time will that take? About a week. That's long. The word slipped out unintentionally. Rio became troubled. Then a revelation. How about using Lord Rondo's plate? That's it. The guard was about to call for someone outside. Then here. Rio hurriedly handed over the identity plate he was wearing like a necklace. Oh, you were a noble. Please wait a moment. After saying that, the guard spoke to someone outside. Bring the inquiry plate. A few minutes later. Natore Kingdom, Duke Rondo, First Duke. Your Excellency, I apologize for the inconvenience. The inquiry is complete. You may pass. Yes, thank you for your hard work. Rio entered the Mafalda Republic. First Duke of the Natore Kingdom. Natore is in the Central Nations. Why is someone from such a place? Oh, there is a delegation from the Central Nations in the Holy Capital, is that it? Moreover, the First Duke, is it really him? No, if he presented the identity plate, it must be him. And he was the one who first showed the Holy Seal certificate. I don't get it. Barley, what do you think? Well, what do you mean by that? For now, I think our only option is to keep watch and observe the situation. This is the official residence of the head of state, the capital of the Mafalda Republic, the office of the head of state. A conversation between head of state Cornbano della Russo and chief advisor Lord Barley. Head of state Cornbano stands at a robust height of 190 cm and weighs 90 kg. Rather than the top of the Republic, he is more fittingly described as a frontline swordsman. He is in his late 40s with dark skin and short-cropped hair. His dark brown hair is already starting to mix with white, and the most distinctive feature is his left eye. He wears an eye patch. At this point, he might resemble a pirate boss more than a frontline swordsman. Cornbano is originally a man of the sea. On the other hand, sitting on the sofa is Chief Advisor Lord Barley. Though said to be nearly 80 years old, his gaze remains sharp. His long white hair is tied back, giving him an intelligent appearance. If you look closely, there is a large staff used by mages beside him. Nonetheless, it is certainly an astonishingly untimely moment. That's true. Head of State Cornbano lets out a deep, heavy sigh. Then he starts rubbing his temples with his fingers. It's a habit of his when he's thinking of something unpleasant. At this timing, when it seems a war is about to break out. Rio entered the capital of the Mafalda Republic, Musselent, 2 days after crossing the border. The capital, Musselent, is a trade city facing the sea and is bustling with activity. Rio nodded repeatedly as he gazed out of the carriage window at the lively scene. It's very vibrant, isn't it? It felt somewhat pompous. The carriage stopped in front of a visibly luxurious inn, located near the city center yet occupying a spacious area. Thank you very much. Rio said this as he handed the driver a tip, of course, with some extra cash added. Since he received funding from the delegation, he had plenty of travel expenses. In the meantime, employees from the inn came out to carry the luggage from the carriage into the inn. Everything was smooth. There was not a moment of delay, nor did he feel a shred of stress. That is what top-notch service is all about. In a good mood, Rio stepped through the inn's door. Inside was a huge lobby. With 3 stories and ample glass used throughout, it was very bright. Even Rio was overwhelmed. Until now, the best inn he had stayed at while working for Phi was the one he had stayed in during the delegation to the Marquisate of Heinlein in Twilight Land. Being directly managed by the great noble house of Heinlein, it was perfect in every aspect. However, this inn seemed just as good, if not better. Welcome to Doge Pietro. The receptionist had a lovely smile. Hello, for now I would like to stay for 3 nights, please. Rio's job was simply to deliver a letter directly to the recipient. Since it was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon, he wouldn't be going out today. Once it reaches 3 o'clock, it's time to unwind for the day, right? It's not good to visit someone without an appointment at this hour, no, it's definitely not good. Well, anyway, since he was just delivering a letter, it should be done quickly. But Rio seemed to be planning to stay for 3 nights. In Rio's mind, a plan for a city tour was already forming. The source material was, of course, the travel itinerary. He had borrowed an extra copy when leaving the lodging, surprisingly. The travel itinerary contained quite detailed information about the only republic in the Western nations and its capital, although he wasn't supposed to be going to the Republic this time. Yet it was included. The depth of the travel itinerary remains unmeasured. How terrifying. The room Rio was shown to was on the top floor, the 8th. The room easily exceeded 100 square meters and, as expected, had a guest room open-air bath. Is it standard for luxurious inns in not only the central nations, but also the western nations to have guest room open-air baths? Well, it's best if he can spend his time comfortably. However, there were those who had been monitoring him since crossing the border. They were from the Republic Intelligence Agency. They were not only engaged in intelligence activities, but also possessed skills in close combat that surpassed ordinary knights, making it no exaggeration to say they were the elite supporting the Republic's independence from the shadows. However, even these elites had faced a pressing situation in recent days. Is there still no replacement coming? Yes. The main office has insisted that we continue monitoring as is. Damn, the church's people are infiltrating too much. We don't have enough personnel. Indeed, in recent days, many associates from the Western Church had entered the Republic, and a significant number of personnel had been mobilized for monitoring. Of course, many of those who entered had gone through regular procedures, so they couldn't be imprisoned. However, there was a possibility that those engaged in sabotage might have entered. They couldn't let their guard down. As a result, Rio was being monitored by the same individuals constantly. Team leader, Bangon; deputy leader, Ameria; member, Shuri, these three. Normally, the regulation called for a 5-person system, with the 5 alternating every 24 hours for monitoring, but due to the aforementioned reasons, they were severely understaffed. Team leader Bangon: how will we handle monitoring inside the inn? With just 3 of us. Deputy leader Ameria confirmed the monitoring policy. This time, it was far too different than usual. They lacked personnel, had no replacements, and the monitoring target was not a church-related person or an enemy from a hypothetical nation, but an important person from the delegation coming from the central nations. Moreover, they were staying at a top-notch inn. When it comes to inns of this class, gathering information by bribing employees is practically impossible. After all, the employees were all carefully selected individuals. It can't be helped, we'll have to have someone stay on the same floor. I will. Team leader: that's unfair, just because it's a luxury inn that we rarely get to stay at. What are you talking about? I'm staying there because I can handle anything that happens, not because the dinner here is delicious or anything like that. Deputy leader Ameria criticized, while team leader Bangon offered an explanation. Member Shuri, watching from a distance, shook her head slightly. Afterwards, the infiltration was ultimately called off. Due to new instructions from the main office, another monitoring target had been added, requiring them to send Member Shuri there instead. Left behind, team leader Bangon and deputy leader Ameria continued their monitoring outside the inn, sighing repeatedly. The next day, a delicious dinner, a comfortable sleep, and a delightful breakfast. Everything was perfect. After the meal, Rio did some light stretching before leaving the inn. He was there to carry out the task he had been assigned, delivering the letter. Naturally, the 2 from the intelligence agency monitoring Rio, team leader Bangon and deputy leader Ameria, kept a certain distance as they followed him. Their main task was to find out why this first Duke of the Kingdom had come to the Republic. Additionally, they were permitted to swiftly prevent any potential sabotage attempts. For this reason, both had been trained in close combat. Rio deliberately set out on foot from the inn. Although the inn offered to arrange a carriage for him, he had declined. He wanted to walk around the town a bit, and also, I'm being monitored constantly. It's only natural for the country to keep an eye on a suspicious water attribute mage. Some king who assumes the worst about people from the start. The world could be filled with kinder people, I think, just like me. If it weren't for that last comment, some might have actually agreed. Such conversations were taking place through the echo of the soul, unknown to those around them. The 2 monitoring him, of course, had no idea. The address is around here, but would it be good to ask the 2 monitoring me? No, idiot, stop. Don't start a conflict on purpose. Rio's suggestion was shut down by the king far away in the royal capital. It's a classic case of someone not on site not understanding the struggles of those at the scene. With no other option, Rio entered a nearby cafe. I was rejected by Abel, so I had to ask at a cafe. Yes, this is a matter of necessity. It's definitely not because the delicious Rindo's tart caught my eye, okay? I mean it. Yeah, I see why you chose that cafe. However, the reason was lost on the 2 who were monitoring him. I've entered Café Royal. I'll monitor from outside. Team leader Bangon, it's Café Royal, you know. The one famous for Rindo's tart, said to be the best in the West. And it's exceedingly luxurious to the point of popping your eyes out. No, I get that, but... Under deputy leader Ameria's pressure, team leader Bangon was sweating bullets. They had thought about separating to monitor from a distance, but since it was standard for either a pair or a group of 3, they had no choice. They could see Duke Rondo sitting by the window. He was enjoying Rindo's tart with a look of delight on his face. I'm envious. Ameria's true feelings slipped out without her noticing, yet the two were unaware of the fact that they were being watched. Tomorrow, June 19, 2021, Saturday, is the release date for Volume 2 of the Water Attribute Mage, Part 1 Central Nations Archbishop. If you search for Water Attribute Mage on Twitter, it seems that some stores have signed copies available. Therefore, to commemorate the release, at midnight on June 19, I will post 342 Neil Anderson early posting to celebrate Volume 2 release. This is not a side story, but part of the main story. Of course, there will be a continuation posted at 9 p.m. as well. 343 Cesare, stay tuned. In celebration of the release of Water Attribute Mage Part 1, Central Nations Archbishop, today I am posting 2 chapters. The next chapter, 343 Cesare, will be posted at 9 p.m. as usual. Rio, who had just come out of the Café Royal, was filled with happiness, and it was only natural. The cafe he entered to ask for an address served surprisingly delicious cakes. He was grateful for his good fortune. This must be the result of my daily deeds, right? Huh! The king, connected through the echo of the soul, seemed to have some dissatisfaction, but Rio ignored it. The address he was given was across the road from Café Royal. It was a slightly larger, ordinary house. Rio didn't know that the land prices in this area were quite high, so anyone owning a house around here could frankly be considered wealthy. "Excuse me, I have a letter to deliver to the mage Neil Anderson," Rio said, knocking on the door and showing the letter to the maid who came out. "I am terribly sorry. My master is currently out," the maid replied apologetically. "Ah, I was told by the client to deliver it directly to him," Rio properly explained the situation. If he suddenly said, "I'll wait until he comes back," it could lead to a serious situation if it took several days for him to return. "I believe my master will be back shortly. Please wait inside. Then I will excuse myself." It didn't seem like it would take much time. Rio was being watched from the same place as in the cafe by Captain Bangon and Vice Captain Ameria. And there were others watching the two of them. 20 minutes later. "I'm back. Is anyone here?" "Welcome back, my lord. There is someone here with a letter to deliver directly to you." Hearing the maid's voice from behind him, the man opened the door and entered the reception room where Rio was waiting. He was almost 2 meters tall but had a slender build. His short white hair was neatly trimmed, and he had a hooked nose with a monocle on his left eye. He gave off a slightly nervous and intimidating impression. Rio stood up to greet him. "I am Rio. I have brought a letter." Saying this, Rio handed over the letter. Mage Neil Anderson said this as he took the letter and looked at the sender. "Cardinal Sacarias," he mumbled as he read it. "Now, why this all of a sudden?" Rio could hear him muttering. "If there is a reply, would you like to receive it?" Rio asked just to confirm. He had been told by Hugh that he wasn't sure if there would be anything. "No, it's fine. It's about my recruitment. I've turned it down dozens of times in the past, and there hasn't been any lately. But why now?" Neil Anderson suddenly looked at Rio before him. "You are," called Rio, "right. You are not from the church, are you? Why did you bring this letter?" "Yes, I am actually part of a delegation from the Central Nations." He gave a brief explanation. "I see," Neil Anderson said, and then sat down in a chair. He invited Rio to sit down as well and continued speaking. "Those who were outside, were they with you?" "No. The 2 watchers have been with me since I crossed the border, so they must be from the intelligence agency of this country. However, the ones watching those 2 have increased today, so I'm not sure." "If you are aware of that much, there's no need for me to interfere. The person who had you carry this letter is likely aiming for you, Lord Rio, not me." "Oh." Hugh had told him that there might be something going on. "I would like to ask about the current situation in this country, as I don't quite understand it. If someone from the delegation of the Central Nations were to die in the Republican territory, would that cause a significant problem?" Rio decided to ask directly. It seemed like the mage in front of him was well-versed in various national-level circumstances. He also seemed to be someone the Cardinal had tried to recruit multiple times. "Well," Neil Anderson continued after thinking for a moment, "right now, the Republic is about to go to war with the neighboring Stahin United Kingdom to the west." "What?" "Well, the Republic often gets caught up in wars, so that part is nothing out of the ordinary. But this time it appears to be quite severe. I can't say the exact reasons here, but there's a possibility of losing. After all, the Stahin United Kingdom is a military powerhouse, and in terms of pure combat strength, it's tough. This time that will likely show. At the same time, there's a very high chance that other countries, or rather the Church, will intervene." "The Church?" "Yes, if the Church intervenes, it means the Fundabi Kingdom's army will intervene." "But France does not share a border with this republic, does it?" Rio answered while picturing a map of the Western nations in his mind. "Yes, but that does not matter. All countries except the Republic are under the control of the Church. They can pass through the territory as they please." I see. For hundreds of years, this republic has been a thorn in the side of the church. This time presents an unprecedented opportunity to destroy it. Even if it's an important time when they are welcoming a delegation from the Central Nations, I believe they will send their military, probably the Golem Legion. The Golem Legion? Rio couldn't help but exclaim in excitement. Neil Anderson looked at him suspiciously. Oh, my apologies, I am just interested in golems. Oh, from the looks of it, you seem to be a mage, right? Do you also dabble in alchemy? Yes, I'm still quite inexperienced, but I love it, Rio said with a smile. Neil Anderson looked at that smile as if he were dazzled by it. It was as if he had encountered a passion he had once held but had now lost after a long time. I have heard that the pinnacle of alchemy is very high. Do your best. Yes, thank you. Oh, that's right. You were asking about what would happen if something happened to you. To be clear, if you were to die, the Fundebi Kingdom, which is currently welcoming the delegation from the Central Nations, would intervene without hesitation. Oh, well, they will probably intervene even if you don't die. It's just a matter of whether or not they have an additional justification. I don't want to die for something like that, Rio sighed and shook his head at Neil Anderson's vague explanation. He didn't want to die, and being killed just to provide another justification was too much. Setting aside the two who are watching, are the other watchers here to kill me? No. From what I can see, though I haven't actually seen it, it seems that the main objective is to kill the two from the intelligence agency. If there's an opportunity, they might try to kill you as well. It was at this moment that Rio learned for the first time that the Republic's intelligence agency was called the Special Agency. After discussing several other topics, Rio took his leave from Neil Anderson. I never expected to go to Neil Anderson. Is he also an alchemist? Captain Bangon and Vice Captain Ameria consulted as they watched Rio enter Neil Anderson's home. Afterward, they began to speak to a small box that could fit in the palm of their hands. Occasionally, they held it to their ears to listen to something. It seemed to be a communication device. I reported to the headquarters. They said to keep monitoring Duke Rondo as is. What about a replacement? Ah, none, Captain Bangon replied with a sigh. Vice Captain Ameria also sighed in the same way. Also, they mentioned something concerning. It seems the communication with the Lusha squad has been cut off. The Lusha squad was monitoring someone related to the church, right? Yes, the cardinal who entered the country 5 days ago, Cardinal Zacharias. Has the church started to make moves? I'm not sure. As the two were talking about such matters, Rio emerged from Neil Anderson's home. Abel, if it were you, where would you launch an ambush? What's with the sudden question? Since you were an experienced adventurer, you must have ambushed many people, both guilty and innocent, right? What places are easier to ambush? I feel like I was just asked something incredibly unreasonable. Well, if you think about it, it would be a place with little foot traffic. Also, nighttime would be better than during the day, right? No, at night I would be in the outdoor hot spring of my guest room, enjoying a delicious dinner and sleeping soundly in a fluffy bed, so that's not an option. I thought you would say something like that. While exchanging such conversations through the echo of the soul, Rio made his way through the city and gradually walked toward the outskirts. As far as his passive sonar could sense, the 2 agents from the special agency, along with 6 others pursuing them, were still following. This should do, Rio said, stopping and turning to look back. Then he shouted, to the 2 from the special agency, your lives are in danger. He sensed their surprise. They probably didn't think their surveillance had been discovered, and they likely didn't suspect their lives were being targeted either. Clang, clang. From the bushes where the 2 were hiding, the sound of something hard deflecting throwing knives could be heard. Panicking, the 2 rushed out from the bushes. Both of you over here, Rio shouted. Without much thought, the 2 started running. From behind them came the throwing knives attacking. Clang, clang, the same sound as before. An invisible ice wall had deflected the throwing knives. They must have realized they couldn't take them down with ranged attacks. The 6 assailants revealed themselves. On this day, June 19, 2021, Saturday, it is the release date for Water Attribute Mage Part 1, Central Nations Arc II, the continuation of the spin-off. Fire Attribute Mage, that was included in the first volume, is here 24,000 words. Will Oscar be saved? Of course, the next 3rd and 4th volumes will also continue the story. In the main story, we will finally diverge from the web version. New characters are set to appear. As a result, the final chapter of the first volume in the print version will differ from the web version. Cough, cough. I can't say more than that. The second volume has been significantly expanded with about 40,000 words and numerous revisions. Like the first volume, it is a substantial 230,000 words. That's more than 2 volumes of a paperback. What a great deal! Towards the back of the second volume, there are the first 7 pages of the comic adaptation. It's great. It's looking good. The comic adaptation is illustrated by the talented Bokutengu-sensei. The author loves his battle scenes. Surely, the battle scenes of Water Attribute Mage will be beautifully illustrated. You can read a preview of his Kyoto Beast story on the Tezuki Kami special site. As I wrote in the afterword of 330 Golden Eyes, the printed version of Water Attribute Mage has been confirmed for production up to Volume 4. The decision for Volume 5 will depend on sales. So there won't be any abrupt ending in Volume 2, so please feel free to purchase it. In a little while, we will also release information about the third volume. The third volume will undoubtedly make every reader reading it on the web want to buy it. After all, the author himself wants to reread it multiple times. Look forward to that information. Today I'm posting the second chapter. At midnight I posted the previous chapter 342 Neil Anderson. Please read it from there. Now, do you know who those 6 people are or what kind of people they are? Ryo asked the 2 who had fled to his side. The 2's eyes were wide open. Most likely, one of the assassination squads from the church, Captain Bangon murmured in response. One of them, they have so many assassination squads. How terrifying. Ryo shook his head repeatedly as he spoke. According to rumors, there are said to be 13 assassination squads, each led by one of the 12 cardinals and the Pope. Vice Captain Ameria replied. As expected of the intelligence agency, they seem to be diligent in gathering information about the enemy. Then, we should capture them and make them talk, Ryo murmured. That's true, but they must be exceptionally skilled, Captain Bangon answered in a low voice. Vice Captain Ameria was swallowing hard beside him, appearing quite tense. The 6 members of the assassination squad were inching closer. Well then, shall we proceed? Ryo murmured and cast a spell. Ice Coffin 6. In an instant, 6 blocks of ice were created, trapping the members of the assassination squad inside. "Eh!" Bangon and Ameria exclaimed in unison. As Ryo approached the ice coffin, he said, all right. I was a bit worried since it's been a while since I used ice coffin, but it seems fine. My skills haven't diminished." He patted the ice, nodding in satisfaction. Aren't we supposed to capture them alive?" Captain Bangon asked with a fearful expression. Perhaps he was imagining what would happen if that magic was directed at him. "Oh, don't worry, they're alive." Alive. In this situation, Vice Captain Ameria's murmur was only heard by Bangon beside her. "We could interrogate them here, but we don't have any interrogation skills." Just as Ryo was about to say more, he suddenly moved. "Ice wall level 10, crack sizzle, a massive flame spiraled toward Ryo. The ice wall that blocked it melted down to the 9th layer. Impossible! Such power even surprised Ryo. The flames that could melt the ice wall could only belong to Leonor or that blazing flame mage. Or perhaps a red bear. Could they really be that level? The 5 appeared suddenly. Teleportation. No, this feels different. Ryo had experienced the sensation of those who appeared via teleportation several times before. To be precise, he understood how the passive sonar perceived those who teleported. The 5 before him felt different. In fact, they were more akin to that Rafflesia imposter plant monster. Of course, that was a form of optical concealment. But this felt like the concealment was an upgraded version. What an appearance. "I can't believe my fire breath couldn't penetrate," the man at the center, with flaming red hair, said in a rather flat voice. He seemed to be in his late 20s, standing about 180 centimeters tall. His clothing was white, resembling a military coat more than a robe. "Cesare, what should we do? Kill them all, follow my lead." Saying this, the red-haired man known as Cesare raised his right hand to shoulder height and chanted, "Fire cannon!" At the moment he chanted, countless fire projectiles were launched from Cesare's right arm. "Fireball!" The other 4 chanted as well, unleashing dozens of fiery orbs. "Ice wall level 20. Ryo moved in front of the 2 from the special agency and created an ice wall in front of him. However, even Ryo's ice wall, "It's melting! What tremendous power!" To his astonishment, the flames melted and pierced through his ice wall. Each time he had to renew the ice wall. But those people, Vice Captain Ameria's murmur could be heard. Looking, he saw the 6 he had frozen. The ice coffins were being attacked and were being mercilessly destroyed, those trapped inside. "They're not allies." Captain Bangon's strained voice was filled with bitterness. Though they were the 6 who had tried to kill them, they had lost their combat abilities. There was no need to attack and kill them on purpose. Ryo glanced briefly at Bangon and Ameria beside him. This is a tough opponent to fight while protecting them. He made that judgment. Once that was decided, things moved quickly. He grabbed Bangon's waist with his right hand and Ameria's with his left. Furthermore, he reinforced them with ice to ensure he wouldn't drop either. "Eh?" The 2 voiced their doubts in unison. "I'm escaping." Before they could react, he rapidly chanted, "Ice mist, layered ice wall level 20, water jet thruster." Amidst the ice mist, he shielded them with ice walls and took to the air with water, retreating, though two of them fainted along the way. When Bangon and Ameria regained consciousness from their fainting and arrived at the headquarters of the intelligence agency with Rio, they needed to report to their superiors, and within the capital, this was undoubtedly the safest place for the two of them. "I can't believe such big shots showed up," Bangon's murmur reached Rio's ears. "Do you know who those people were?" "Yes, they were called Cesare." In response to Rio's question, Bangon nodded. However, it was Ameria who answered. "Cesare, is he really the Pope's direct third bishop, Cesare?" "Yes, he's one of the 4 bishops leading the Pope's assassination squads. Their magic was beyond rumor." Bangon nodded. "Indeed, it was amazing magic." Rio also nodded. However, there was something bothering Rio. When the 5 activated their magic, the brooches they wore glimmered ever so slightly, and if Rio's perception was correct, that light was. It was the light that activates alchemy. "I won't be able to answer if you ask me about alchemy, will I?" Abel of the Echo of the Soul was a busy king and an outsider when it came to alchemy. "It's something that only the busy Abel can handle, so I have no choice but to bring it up." "Yes, it's unavoidable. That's right, it's unavoidable." "Oh, okay. So what do you want me to do?" "I want you to check with Kenneth about fusion magic in detail." Rio thought that their extraordinarily powerful magic was the result of combining alchemy and magic, and he remembered hearing from Kenneth and Alalian that it was called fusion magic. But that meant there was a genius alchemist behind them, on par with Viscount Kenneth Hayward. This could lead to a lot of troublesome situations. Then the 3 entered the special agency. Rio was left alone in the reception room, while the other 2 went to report. Could it be? Rio realized something. The Noble Lady Rescue Intimacy Principle didn't activate, but could it be the activation of the derivative team member Rescue Intimacy Principle? Finally, the often broken, typical tropes of another world fantasy have activated. He was overwhelmed with emotion. 2 minutes later, just as he was about to drink the coffee placed in front of him, the door was violently flung open. Then guards entered and surrounded the sofa where Rio was sitting. "Hey!" Rio was bewildered. The man who seemed to be their commander declared, "I arrest you on suspicion of identity fraud." Today, June 19, 2021, Saturday, is the release date of the 2nd volume of the Water Attribute Mage. I posted an activity report around noon on the Amazon Kindle Light Novel Rankings 3rd. The Water Attribute Mage, Volume 1 4th. The Water Attribute Mage, Volume 2, both books made it into the top 5. My children are doing their best. This is all thanks to the readers who always support and purchase my works. Thank you very much. To Books also introduced this with proof images on their Twitter. By the way, the first place is Welcome to Classroom of the Elite Year 2 Edition 4.5, and the second is Ray 0 Volume 27. Both are popular works that have been animated. By the way, the 5th place is Hathaway's Flash Part 1. Among these animated works, my children are shining brightly. I'm incredibly happy, and I think it's a wonderful thing. I will continue to update on Narrow, so I hope you enjoy reading it. Please continue to support me. 7 guards, seemingly security personnel, surrounded the sofa where Rio sat, keeping their distance. Rio was dumbfounded, remaining seated on the sofa. The last man to enter through the door appeared to be in charge. "Director, what is going on?" It was Captain Bangon speaking harshly to the man. Right behind him was Vice-Captain Ameria. "Bangon, this man is not a Duke of the Natore Kingdom. He deceived us, thinking we would not know anything. But I heard that you verified his identity using an identity plate at the border. Faking an identity plate is practically impossible. He must have forged it using some method we are unaware of. We too can obtain internal information from the Church. Naturally, that includes information about the Central Nations delegation. There were no Dukes of the Kingdom among the delegation." "What?" As the man referred to as director explained, Bangon was rendered speechless. At that moment, Rio finally understood. Once he understood, he could calm down. That is how people are. Ice Wall Layer 10, he decided to create an ice wall around himself. It would be troublesome if he were suddenly attacked. Adjusting it, he made sure the coffee in front of him was safely behind the wall. With a small sigh, Rio pondered what to do. In this matter, Rio was completely innocent. He had saved the lives of 2 people. Yet he was on the verge of being arrested due to a misunderstanding. In other words, this was a fight he could absolutely win. Rio smirked internally. However, it was unlikely that the misunderstanding would be cleared up in this situation. That couldn't be helped. Battles do not always conclude in the immediate moment. Nonetheless, the cards Rio held were strong, remarkably strong, if his hand couldn't lose. If it was a royal straight flush, then there was no need to fold at all. Rather, what he should do here was to raise the stakes as much as possible. "You understand, don't you?" Deliberately, Rio spoke slowly. He crossed his legs and took a slow sip of coffee. The significance of arresting the first Duke of the Natore Kingdom. He paused, looking at the man referred to as director. In his eyes, a suppressed anger leaked through. I am not a demon. If you acknowledge your mistake and apologize here and now, I will forgive you. His voice, different from usual, carried the composure and strength of a person in a high position. He took another sip of coffee. Fool, don't make a mockery of me, the director shouted angrily. It seemed he had no intention of apologizing. There is evidence, he spoke with absolute confidence, but what if the source of the evidence was flawed? Let me tell you what is wrong. Rio smiled faintly, just barely. To those surrounding him, it appeared eerily surprising, and to the director it was close to fear. Clearly, he felt the pressure from Rio. The party you should confirm with is not the church. You should check with the delegation itself. What? In reality, there were quite a few members of the Central Nations delegation who knew of Rio, but not many knew he was the first Duke of the Kingdom. Of course, most of the kingdom's guardian adventurers were aware. But when Rio acted as an adventurer, he wanted to be treated as C-rank adventurer Rio, so they interacted with him as usual. Finishing his coffee, Rio stood up. Well then, I will be heading back to my inn. Wait! At the director's voice, a guard behind Rio reached out, but was obstructed by an invisible wall. What is this? A physical barrier? A completely transparent ice wall and a physical barrier might be indistinguishable to an ordinary human. Literally, no one could intervene. As Rio advanced, the people in front were pushed back by the ice wall. Keeping their distance, no one dared to act, and Rio exited the special agency's gates. He saw Captain Bangon and Vice Captain Ameria bow deeply on the other side of the director. They seemed to be good people. The negative impression Rio had of the entire special agency was somewhat alleviated by the two. Welcome back, Rio-sama. The receptionist at the inn where Rio was staying, Doge Pietro, recognized him and bowed respectfully. The receptionist during this hour was a nice young man. Information sharing must have been perfectly executed. He recognized Rio without needing an introduction. I'm back. While Rio responded, his gaze was drawn to the small blackboard in the lounge to his left. Excuse me, what is the blackboard cake of the month in that lounge? Yes, this month it is chocolate mousse covered with chocolate glaze, which is our chef's original new creation. It was somewhat unclear, but it certainly sounded like a delicious cake. However, there was a more important word. Glaze, chocolate, mousse, chocolate. Thank you, I'll give it a try. Saying this, Rio moved to the lounge and ordered the blackboard cake of the month along with a mocha coffee. When the cake was served, indeed, chocolate. Yes, it was the first time Rio, reincarnated as Phi, encountered chocolate. The cake was cylindrical, and its surface could be described as coated with chocolate glaze or simply covered in melted chocolate. Naturally, it was solid now. He inserted a fork into it. The chocolate coating cracked with a crisp sound. He cut out a bite-sized piece and brought it to his mouth. Oh, sweet! The chocolate was sweet. It was not like 100% cacao, but rather the sweet chocolate that an ordinary earthling would think of when they heard chocolate. Yes, this kind of chocolate especially. It goes well with coffee. Rio relished a moment of bliss. As he finished the cake and sipped his coffee, he heard something. Rio-san, can you hear me? Huh, Kenneth. Basically, what Rio was using in his ear was the echo of Abel's soul, so he should have been hearing Abel's voice, but this time he heard Kenneth's voice. Well, it was indeed a tool developed by Kenneth. Ah, yes. I hurriedly created a new alchemy tool, allowing me to speak directly with Rio-san. However, of course, it is still Abel-san's echo of the soul, so Abel-san is still touching that new tool. During that time, we can talk like this. It seemed he had created a new tool. Moreover, it seemed that for him to converse with Rio, Abel had to constantly touch that tool. Surely, Abel was touching the tool with his left hand while signing documents with his right hand as usual. His Majesty the King must always be busy. Yeah, I kind of get it. So with Kenneth coming to me, it must be about that fusion magic, right? Yes. I heard that Rio-san encountered fusion magic in the Western nations. Yeah, probably. Saying this, Rio talked about the man named Cesare and those around him, about the power of the magic and the brooches as well. I see. If the power is that great, then the possibility of fusion magic is high. The magic level in the Western nations is said to be higher than that of the Central nations, but even so, it is hard to believe that Rio-san's ice wall would be broken through 9 layers in one hit. However, if fusion magic is used, it's not impossible. Oh, that was a terrifying thing. Everyone desires to increase the power of their magic, and that is something every mage would think and wish for. The alchemy that makes that possible in fusion magic. They are not to be underestimated. As I mentioned before, the easiest and most effective way among fusion magic is to stack spells. I believe those people also stack the same spells to increase their output. In other words, they cast multiple spells in one incantation. Yes, that's right. You are not mistaken in that understanding. But in that case, the magical power. Exactly. If they stack 5 times, they will consume 5 times the magical power. I see. Sacrificing endurance to increase maximum instantaneous output, huh? However, it seemed there might be more to it than just that. Typically, if you stack 5 times, you consume 5 times the magical power. But depending on the quality of the magic formula used and the magic stones used in alchemy tools, it seems that it could be done with about 3 times the magical power. I've recently realized that magic power reduction is possible. What? There's a little trick to the loop mechanism within the magic formula. Ryo's knowledge related to alchemy had progressed significantly compared to 3 years ago, but the explanation was still complex enough for him not to fully understand. He vowed in his heart to study more. That said, he understood a certain level of it, sacrificing endurance to increase instantaneous firepower. But fusion magic was announced by Kenneth, right? To adopt it so quickly and achieve this level of completion is quite impressive. Yes, it is impressive. Ryo felt as though Kenneth on the other side was nodding enthusiastically multiple times. If it were Frank de Verde who created the artificial golem for the Alliance, then it might be feasible. I'm not so sure about the Western nations, but I think there are quite a few skilled alchemists. Ryo-san, please be very careful. Yeah, got it, thank you. The next day, a delicious dinner, a comfortable sleep, a tasty breakfast. Indeed, it was perfect. Ryo, after lightly stretching post-breakfast, was about to leave the inn when he noticed someone standing outside the entrance. Standing at attention, it was the person referred to as Director yesterday. As Ryo exited the inn, he said, "I apologize." He bowed deeply. It seemed confirmation had been made. To confirm so quickly from yesterday to today was rather impressive. "Have you confirmed it?" "Yes, Your Grace, I am truly sorry for this. Since it's not appropriate to talk here, let's go inside that lounge," Ryo said, leading the way into the lounge where he had enjoyed delicious cake yesterday. The director followed him in. In fact, it seemed some of his subordinates or aides were waiting at a distance and entered behind him. A total of 10 people. Ryo once again ordered this month's blackboard cake, along with a mocha coffee. The director and his subordinates only ordered coffee. Ryo had properly asked them, "How about you all?" However, the director likely thought it was inappropriate to order without his approval, so they politely declined. It seemed that the hierarchy in the workplace was quite challenging, no matter the time and place. Ryo enjoyed the delicious cake and sipped his coffee. As before, it was a wonderful cake. Meanwhile, the director remained silent. Cold sweat had not stopped. It was only natural. Even though it was far away in the Central Nations, he had tried to mistakenly arrest the number 2 power of that great nation. Moreover, he had completely denied what the other party had said. "If you want to apologize, now is the time." In most countries, that led to the death penalty. In some nations, the entire family could be implicated. Such was the nature of the aristocracy. Finally, Ryo opened his mouth. "So, about the director's apology?" "Yes," the director gulped. "I am not familiar with the laws of the Republic, but it seems in a kingdom the death penalty, meaning execution, would apply." Ryo had confirmed this with King Abel yesterday, so there was no doubt. "Yes, it is the same in the Republic." It appeared to indeed be a grave offense. "I see. However, it is understandable that you acted impulsively for the sake of the country or your subordinates. Therefore, I will let this go under one condition." "Ah, really?" "Yes, really," Ryo nodded with a smile. "So what is the condition?" If it were something very difficult, the director would find himself in a bind in another sense. "It's a simple matter. I have heard that the Republic has a thriving shipping industry. Moreover, that the fleets even travel to the Dark Continent. I would like to see the navigation technology that allows crossing seas with monsters. Of course, it doesn't have to be state secrets. Civilian-level information would suffice. But if possible, I would prefer the best that civilian-level offers." Ryo still remembered that there were sea monsters like the kraken in the ocean. Yet fishermen would go out to fish in such seas. It seemed even fishing villages once ruled by vampires had some sort of sea monster repellent. If that was the case, then in a country with such developed shipping, they would likely possess considerable technology. Of course, if he asked for national secrets, the director before him would be in a difficult position. However, if not, he might provide various conveniences. The director thought for a moment and then nodded. "I understand. If it's at a civilian level, my family is in the shipping business. I haven't taken over since I entered this world, but my brother has taken over, so I will talk to him." Oh, this was truly a win-win situation. That afternoon, Ryo visited the Franzoni Shipping Company. This was the family of Director Bonifacio Franzoni. By the way, Ryo was already off the watch list of the special agency. It seemed various confirmations had been made. Ryo was pleased, but it appeared the special agency had its own issues arising. In the Republican territory, special agency operatives were reportedly being attacked. Indeed, yesterday, Cesare and others had attempted to kill not only Rio, but also Commander Bangon and Vice Commander Ameria. Moreover, the first ones to attack and turned into ice were actually the commander and vice commander. Relations between countries can lead to various unseen incidents. Thus, Rio, who visited the Franzoni shipping company alone, was treated very politely. In the morning, the director had contacted them, ordering them to provide the best possible as much as they could. The director did not seem like a bad person at all. Rio had assumed that the head of an intelligence agency would be a terrifying figure. While Rio was sparkling with excitement over the navigation technology at the Franzoni shipping company, serious discussions were taking place in the meeting room of the Republic's official residence. So, war is unavoidable. Yes, Chief Advisor, the Stahin United Kingdom's First and Second Armies have already departed the capital and are heading toward our borders. Furthermore, there is information that the United Kingdom's Navy has left its naval base as well. In response to the Chief Advisor Barley's inquiry, Chief Advisor Rash answered, "The First Army means that the king himself is leading the troops." The one-eyed head of state, Colombano della Russo, murmured, "The Stahin United Kingdom is classified as a major power among the Western nations. In particular, it is said to rank in the top 5 in military strength. The Republic of Mafalda has fought against the Stahin United Kingdom many times before. As a marine nation, the Republic is unrivaled in naval battles, but it does not have a resounding victory in land warfare. While they have repelled all invasions, they have never come out unscathed. It is a very troublesome neighbor. Moreover, this time, the movements of the church infiltrators within our territory cannot be ignored." Chief Advisor Barley inquired. Indeed, this time the church had infiltrated the Republic significantly. They recognized that the Republican army was in a considerably precarious state, viewing it as an opportunity to annihilate the Republic itself. And now, the Republic's biggest problem. Still, the golems are not moving? Yes, 50 golems that had become the backbone of the Republic's defense were all inactive, and the cause was unknown. Of course, this was a state secret, but both the Church and the United Kingdom likely had some knowledge about it. Suddenly, the door to the meeting room swung open, and someone carrying a report burst in. "Your Excellency, it's an emergency." Immediately, the report was handed to Head of State Colombano. After a quick read, "What is this?" He read it again. Then he passed the report to Chief Advisor Barley beside him. "The Golem Legion from Fundaby Kingdom has left Fundaby. They are likely headed toward our country. It seems that Fundaby is truly intent on destroying the Republic." "Ah, indeed, everything here is quite intriguing. I'm glad to hear you are satisfied." In the chairman's office of the Franzoni Shipping Company, seated in the lounge set were Rio and Chairman Girolamo Franzoni. After completing the tour, Rio visited the chairman's office because Girolamo himself wanted to say a few words in conclusion. Chairman Girolamo would like to ensure that he honors his brother's request for polite hospitality to the guest. Moreover, he was the first Duke of the Central Nations. Confirmation of satisfaction was indeed necessary, and both parties were satisfied. Just as Rio was about to excuse himself, loud voices echoed from the hallway. "That's not right. With this design it will sink. I told you this water is." After that, it seemed someone was explaining something, but the voices were not audible beyond that. Looking on, Chairman Girolamo smiled wryly. "Lord Anderson, as always, your voice is loud." Anderson, it was a name that seemed familiar. Ah, the person to whom he had delivered a letter yesterday was indeed Neil Anderson. Could it be Mr. Neil Anderson? "Oh, Duke Rondo, do you know Lord Anderson?" "Yes, I met him yesterday." However, Rio had met him not as Duke Rondo, but simply as an adventurer delivering a letter, so he hesitated slightly about whether to meet him here. But the situation did not wait for him. The door was knocked loudly, and before Chairman Girolamo could respond, it was opened, and Neil Anderson entered. "Chairman, sorry, but this design is not good. Oh, I see we have a guest. My apologies. You were the one who came to see us yesterday, Lord Rio, wasn't it?" "Yes, Mr. Anderson." "Hello, Lord Anderson, this is His Grace Duke Rondo of the Natore Kingdom." Chairman Girolamo introduced. He had not mentioned such things when they met yesterday. Neil Anderson's eyes widened in surprise. "What? From the kingdom?" Rio felt a slight sense of discomfort. What kind of discomfort it was, he wasn't sure. Of course, it was not the magic nullification discomfort this time. But there was something about Neil Anderson's words. From today's Twitter post of Chosen Book Tower 6/218F/light novels the best sales of last week. First place, Water Attribute Mage Part 1. Central Nations Edition 2. Thank you to everyone who purchased it. How nostalgic it is to think of Chosen Book Tower in Akihabara, a place I frequented during my university days. The next day, a delicious dinner, a comfortable sleep, a tasty breakfast. Needless to say, it was perfect. Rio, after completing a light stretch following breakfast, headed to the reception. Today, he would check out of the inn and leave the Republic to return to the holy capital. The checkout was stress-free as expected, truly perfect. It was a wonderful inn. If I ever come back to the Republic, I will stay here again. We look forward to your next visit. Up to that point, everything was perfect. As Rio was about to leave the reception, an employee rushed in from the back with a piece of paper in hand. And then, Rio-sama, yes, there has been an announcement from the official residence of the head of state. It seems that all borders of the Republic have been closed. Rio's figure was in the lounge. He had asked the inn to gather detailed information while he enjoyed some cake and coffee. There's no point in panicking. It's important to stay calm. Hey, Rio, actually I just woke up. Kings usually go to bed at 2 in the morning and wake up at 3. That's not possible. Rio took a sip of his coffee and continued. It's true that ordinary citizens are not informed of anything until just before the war starts. Well, it would be troublesome if a great chaos ensued. Information controlled to prevent panic. Since there's nothing effective they can do anyway, citizens should take it easy and not panic. While he was contemplating this, a staff member approached Rio with the paper. Rio-sama, regarding the border closure. Yes, it seems that a war is about to occur. Ah, I knew it. A clash between the First and Second Armies of the Stahin United Kingdom and the Republic's defense force was imminent near the western border of the Republic. However, within the Republic, a covert struggle could already be noted. Initially, the Lusha squad that was monitoring Cardinal Sacaria's lost contact, and then 10 units in quick succession. To think that our own capital would have its intelligence units hunted down. Director Bonifacio Franzoni of the intelligence agency muttered regretfully. Among them were those he had personally trained. None of them were the type to be easily defeated, but still, I heard that Cesare is involved. Is it in that area? It was understandable that a battle against the 4 bishops of the Pope would be a tough one. He was searching for Cesare and the others, but what to do if he actually found them? That decision had not been made in Bonifacio's mind. It would be ideal to surround and defeat them. Using sheer numbers is often an effective means. However, if they could not defeat them, the operational units of the special agency would face devastating consequences. Yet, on the other hand, they could not just leave it be. The operational units were already being hunted down, and they could not fully monitor the people of the opposing faction within the Republic. If a clash occurred between the regular armies, for example, if sabotage were to happen at the military headquarters or an attack on the official residence of the head of state were carried out, the nation itself would be doomed. That was one thing they absolutely wanted to avoid. Fighting was not only for those who went out to the battlefield. In a certain house in the capital of the Mafalda Republic, Mussolent, the head of the house, Kyropepe, was a legitimate noble with a viscount title. Even in a republic, there were nobles with noble titles. However, Cairo, such a noble, was bowing deeply in front of a man sitting on the sofa, almost like a servant, bringing drinks and arranging food. What a wonderful result, to dispose of more than 50 members of the special agency in just 2 days. The man on the sofa said, slowly sipping his coffee. With a smile, he had a very gentle expression. Standing beside him, as if to report to him, was Cesare, one of the 4 bishops of the Pope. Without saying anything, he simply nodded. If someone familiar with the circumstances within the Western Church were to see this scene, they would find it somewhat strange. Because Cesare was one of the Pope's bishops. It was not an exaggeration to say that this was an assassination squad directly under the Pope, and the other cardinals also had their own execution units. While some of them could not be called assassination squads, perhaps they should be termed loyal subordinates. In a way, they were all rivals, though they would not say they never collaborated for the purpose of spreading the teachings of the Church. Even so, it was unthinkable for a cardinal to give orders to the assassination squad directly under the Pope. In the first place, it was fundamentally impossible to meet one-on-one. Thus, the current situation at Kyropepe's mansion could be described as somewhat unbelievable. Nonetheless, the head of the house, Kyropepe, of course, said nothing, because the lives of himself and his family were the most important. If he were to say anything unnecessary, or if such things were to leak outside, that moment would be the end of their lives. Soon, the armies of the United Kingdom and the Republic will clash. When will the attack on the official residence of the head of state and the headquarters of the special agency take place? Cesare inquired. Naturally, plans were already in place for sabotage against the official residence and the special agency. Well, let's wait until the battlefield settles before we go for the special agency. After that, we will move on the official residence. Isn't it now? Why not? There's one thing I want you to prioritize. The man on the sofa answered smoothly to Cesare's question. A C-rank adventurer from the Central Nations delegation has come to the Republic to deliver a letter. Please kill him before he leaves the Republic. Fortunately, the borders were closed this morning, so he won't easily get out of the country. Here's his likeness. As the man on the sofa spoke, Caro Pepe handed a piece of paper with a likeness drawn on it to Cesare. May I ask why? How rare? Is there a problem with this target? At the first questioning of Cesare, the man on the sofa opened his eyes slightly in surprise. Because to his knowledge, it was the first time Cesare had asked for a reason. He was the man who interfered when we attacked the special agency. Oh, the man on the sofa looked at Cesare with interest. However, he said nothing more. He understood that saying too much would put Cesare in a bad mood. There was no need to do that. Anyone who would say something that would lower the success rate of their task was just a fool. What came out was the answer to Cesare's inquiry. By this adventurer dying in the Republic, the Church will gain a justification for sending troops into the Republic. The Church and France will not be able to ensure the safety of a member of the Central Nations delegation, whom they have been graciously welcoming. This implies that they cannot guarantee the safety of French diplomats or French citizens staying in the Republic. The Republic does not have the power for that. Thus, France will send troops for the protection of its citizens. I see. Troop deployment for the protection of one's citizens. A common story. Understood. Let's kill that man. His name is Rio, a C-rank adventurer from the Natore Kingdom. He is staying at Doge Pietro, a nice inn. I don't care how he is killed. Just please refrain from attacking at the inn. I like that place as well. Understood. Chapter text: 5 people, and those same 5 from before. Yeah, what do you want me to do with that information? I thought that someone as experienced as Abel would provide some great advice, which is why I brought it up. Oh, right. If it were me, I would somehow create a one-on-one situation and take them down one by one. So you're suggesting we take them out individually? It's conventional wisdom, but it's a hassle. So I'll deal with them all at once. There's really no point in asking me. Is there? I respect Abel's opinion. Let's just say it wasn't meant to be this time. Rio said something that sounded like a line from a human resources officer, in a slightly open area on the outskirts of the city. Rio stopped there and turned around to say, "All 5 of you come out." 5 people dressed in military-like robes, centered around Cesare, stepped forward. "Did you realize we were following you?" The man to the left of Cesare spoke. "You were discovered. Nonsense." The woman to the right of Cesare murmured, "That's right. I'm very interested in that. What kind of technique is it? Is it magic, alchemy, or perhaps some method I'm unaware of?" Rio was very curious about their concealment technique. Yes, the technique of concealment as well. Additionally, they must have something valuable, and he was interested in that too. In this context, being interested obviously meant wanting to acquire it. To do that, I need to secure them without killing them. The troublesome part was that all 5 of them were mages. Mages cannot be frozen in an ice coffin. It's not completely impossible, but quite troublesome. Even if I capture them alive, if they retaliate or escape, it would be meaningless. The most reliable method is to knock them out. However, in reality, knocking someone out is very difficult. Even if I hit the carotid artery with a chop, they don't faint easily. I don't have chloroform on hand. A punch to the stomach causes agony but doesn't knock them out. The most reliable way to knock someone out is with a chokehold. This is certain, in judo or mixed martial arts, and sometimes even in professional wrestling. They can be knocked out by squeezing the carotid arteries and vertebral arteries. This Chinese letter, but 1 against 5 is difficult. As Rio pondered such things, he faced the 5 individuals. He had a plan for what to do after incapacitating them. "I guess I have no choice but to try," Rio murmured. "Cesare, I'm going in." The man to the left of Cesare stepped forward with those words. "Is he going to fight one-on-one?" "No, Bartolo, we'll all attack together," Cesare declared in a monotonous voice just as before. Bartolo, the man referred to, looked surprised. That guy is a mage from the Central Nations, right? Mages from the Central Nations are hardly any good. It was blocked last time. Well, that may be true, but that was because of the tools from the special agency. Mages from the Central Nations are thought to be of lower level compared to those from the Western and Eastern nations. If they need to chant spells and can only produce low-power magic. Once, a mage from the hero party that came from the Western nations said just that. All of this is exactly as the Lord Ancestor of the vampires envisioned. To keep the magic culture of the cultural sphere at the level he set. To put it bluntly, it's absurd. Rio knew of no one in history who had succeeded in such a feat. Of course, in the history of Earth. However, that Lord Ancestor went out of his way to make the magic used by the people of the Central Nations, spells that require chants and yet are of low power, so that vampires could live comfortably there. Incredible. Well, as a result, they are being treated this way. The man before us is strong, don't underestimate him, attack with full force altogether. It seems Cesare has a high regard for Rio. What Cesare says is correct, Rio provocatively said. What? Bartolo asked in return. Truly one of the 4 bishops of the Pope, I'm in awe of such keen insight. Rio said this while performing an exaggerated bow. Despite being an adventurer from the Central Nations, you seem to know a lot, Cesare remarked. Huh, does he not know that I am Duke Rondo? Rio was slightly surprised. Although the intelligence agency of the Republic had grasped Rio's identity, it seemed the assassination squad in front of him did not know. Or perhaps they were deliberately kept in the dark. I'm particularly interested in that brooch. When Rio said this, the expressions of the 4 people, excluding Cesare, clearly changed. I can't believe fusion magic has already been put to practical use. I'd love to know who created it, Rio said while smiling brightly. At this, even Cesare seemed taken aback. He appeared to be a man with little change in expression. As expected, you must be acquainted with Anderson. Cesare's whisper was not very loud, but it reached Rio's ears. Anderson? Neil Anderson? Why is he involved? The sense of discomfort Rio had felt before grew stronger. He felt there was something off concerning Neil Anderson, but he couldn't pinpoint what it was. Nevertheless, that was not important now. He needed to focus on the problem at hand. There wasn't much information he could draw from the conversation, but it couldn't be helped. The reason he had engaged in conversation before fighting was that he thought he might obtain some information. When dealing with someone he would kill, they might slip up, right? After all, since he was going to kill them and silence them, they might as well say something. In reality, not much had come out. That said, from the reactions of the 5, it seemed that the fusion magic brooch was still quite rare even within the Western Church. That alone was a good enough outcome. The targets are the fusion magic brooch and the something that enables their concealment. Specifically those 2. Now Rio, while being a mage, had actually not engaged in pure magical combat much. At most, it was in the battle with the leader of the assassination cult, Hassan, even that encounter. With Leonor and that blazing flame mage, the so-called strong opponents were typically involved in close combat. It was puzzling. With that in mind, he decided to go with magical combat this time. As I said, we all attacked together. Follow my lead. Understood, Cesare said, and the other 4 responded. Fire cannon, fireball. Cesare's fire cannon combined with the 4 fireballs. Countless flames flew toward Rio. Dynamic steam mined the steam between Rio and the 5 turned into mines. Countless. At that moment, the flame attack magic dove in, creating tens and hundreds of annihilations. The light of annihilation danced around. It was blinding. Icicle Lance 5, Icicle Lance 5, ice spears with rounded tips. The first strike aimed for the solar plexus. As he bent forward from that, the next strike came from below, hitting the jaw. Like a boxing uppercut. Of course, those might not knock someone out. The first hit forced the air out of their lungs, and the hit to the jaw shook the brain, causing a concussion and immobilizing them, and on top of that, this was the real deal. Water Collar 5, a water collar lunged at them. It combines the surrounding steam into water and strangles the target. Simple yet effective. The 4 were caught in the water collars and successfully knocked out. Yes, 4 of them. Only Cesare remained unscathed. He had dodged both the initial icicle lance to the solar plexus and the one to the jaw. As for the last water collar, he wrapped his arms in flames and deflected it away. One person is on a different level, Rio murmured. Fire Dragon, as Cesare chanted, flames pulsed forth from both of his hands. Then, like a dragon, he evaded the drifting steam mines ahead and lunged at Rio. No way, Rio exclaimed involuntarily but quickly chanted. Ice wall level 20 package, not just in front, but ice walls were constructed in all directions around him. The moment the construction was completed. Boom, flames erupted not from the front, but from the ice walls on the left and above. It was a magic that could move flames freely to attack from various directions. Icicle Lance 128, he deliberately launched ice spears straight ahead. Magic barrier clang, clang, clank. The magic barrier that Cesare cast was clearly thick and solid. Rio's icicle lances could not penetrate the barrier. However, even so, after taking 128 ice spears, he could not remain uninjured. It cracked. Icicle Lance 128, then another 128 ice spears flew. Magic barrier, the barrier was raised again. This was repeated 5 times. Icicle Lance 128, as Rio chanted simultaneously, Cesare did not re-establish the magic barrier but chanted. Fire cannon full boost, the number of flame masses that generated was clearly different. No less than 1,000 were shot forth from his hands. Out of the flame masses, 128 of them disappeared in annihilation with the ice spears, but the rest rushed towards Rio. Finally, layered ice wall level 20, ice walls built up in layers directed toward Cesare from Rio. Even if the strongest attack was enhanced by fusion magic and likely used the last of his magical power, it was impossible to shoot through all the stacked ice walls. The information Rio had received from Kenneth proved useful, trading endurance for instant firepower. That was how to use that fusion magic. When it came to endurance, he knew he would win. Rio had known that even before he started. Cesare, having used nearly all his magic power, fell silent. Water collar strangled by the water, Cesare fell unconscious. Just like the other four. Phew, success, Rio said, waving his hand widely. At Rio's signal, the 5 who had run from afar arrived. Wow, one of the 5 who had just arrived murmured. It was Captain Bangon. I can't believe you actually captured them alive. Vice Captain Ameria also murmured, shaking her head. The other 3, whom Rio did not know, were expertly cuffing the 5 members of the assassination squad from behind and locking some sort of handcuff around their wrists. What is that? Rio asked with interest. These are magic sealing handcuffs. When worn, it prevents the use of magic. Really? It was a tool Rio had never seen in the Central Nations. Once secured, it began to glow faintly. The light emitted by alchemy tools. In other words, this was an item that sealed magic through alchemy. I must see how it works. Rio firmly pledged to himself. You mentioned you had a method for transporting them? Captain Bangon looked at Rio and asked. Yes, Cart 5. The 5 members of the assassination squad were loaded onto ice carts and followed Rio as they were transported to the main office of the intelligence agency. To really capture them? Thank you, Your Grace. In the office of the special agency's director, Rio deeply bowed his head. The one bowing was Director Bonifacio Franzoni, along with Captain Bangon and Vice Captain Ameria, who stood beside him. No, it just happened to go well, Bonifacio replied. This could be considered a form of Japanese humility. So, can you really hand over all 5 of them completely to the Republic? Yes, of course. There's no point in me keeping them. Rio answered with a smile to Director Bonifacio's confirmation. In fact, that was true. However, there was something else he desired. Just as samples, I'd like 2 of their brooches. Also, if you could share the concealment technique they were using when you find out about it, I'd appreciate it. Certainly, I've already heard from Bangon and the others about that. Of course, that's fine. Director Bonifacio nodded enthusiastically. Oh, and I'm also a bit interested in those magic sealing handcuffs, so if possible, I'd like to see those as well. I see. Since only law enforcement agencies own those, I can't give them to you, but it's fine if you just want to take a look. Director Bonifacio was accommodating to Rio's additional request. Capturing those 5 was a significant achievement for the Republic. After all, handing over brooches related to fusion magic wouldn't cause any loss to the Republic. They were items obtained from prisoners. If he could acquire the 5 in exchange for such items and minimal information, it was a bargain. It was understood that they had attacked our special agency's inspectors. Eliminating that threat is greatly appreciated. Director Bonifacio nodded multiple times. Then, after about 30 minutes, as promised, Rio received the information about the magic sealing handcuffs and 2 brooches. His face was truly happy. Why 2 instead of 1, Rio? The king of the royal capital asked. One is a souvenir for Kenneth, the other one is for myself. I see. Yes, Rio had obtained a souvenir for his friend and master, Viscount Kenneth Hayward. Rio was a man of deep friendship. It seems you still don't know about concealment. If you're going to stay in the country for a while longer, I'll let you know. Ah, the border has been closed, hasn't it? I apologize, but it seems you'll have to stay in the Republic for a while. That's right. I think staying is unavoidable, but the delegation in the Holy Capital might be worried about me. Is there any way to address that? Understood. I will convey that to the Kingdom delegation through our channels. Thank you. The day after, Rio confidently stated, the confirmation is with the delegation. He managed to get that confirmation, so it was reasonable to assume there would be some route available. For now, there would be no worries even if he returned late. If he were to return late, surely they would be worried, right? They must have been worried, right? They definitely had to at least pretend to be concerned. I will be staying at Doge Pietro, so please let me know if you find anything out. Yes. Understood. Thus, Rio ended up extending his stay at the recently vacated lodging Doge Pietro, a perfect inn in every aspect. There was no alternative option. At Cairo Pepe's mansion. Could it be? All 5 of them captured? Yes, we received a report from someone infiltrated in the special agency. They are said to be imprisoned in the underground prison of the special agency headquarters. Cairo Pepe answered the question from the man sitting on the sofa. The man on the sofa was tapping his forehead with the middle finger of his left hand. After a while, his finger stopped. We will help Cesare escape. Huh! Cairo Pepe could only respond with that to the man's statement. Cairo Pepe was a viscount of this republic. Therefore, he knew just how severe the prison in the underground of the Special Agency headquarters was. At the very least, he understood it was not a place where someone could escape. However, the man on the sofa in front of him was not even a citizen of the Republic. He was from France. He probably did not comprehend the difficulty of the situation. He tried to open his mouth to convey how challenging it was, but, "It's fine. I'll have my men do it. Well, even if I don't act, Cesare might escape by himself, so it's better to do it sooner rather than later. You keep gathering information from the man infiltrated in the Special Agency. Is that understood?" "Yes, understood." Caro Pepe could only say that, in a certain room of the Holy See headquarters in the holy capital Maramar. "It seems Cesare has been captured by the Republic's intelligence agency." A man's voice delivered the information. "Well, he was the weakest among us 4 bishops. It can't be helped." A young woman replied, sounding exasperated. "Truly, it's a disgrace for the 4 bishops. If he were to die, that would be one thing, but being captured alive is unacceptable." A young man's voice spoke with disdain. Only 3 people were in that room. There were 4 chairs at the massive round table in the center. 1 chair was empty. That was likely Cesare's seat. Even if he were to return alive from the Republic, it was uncertain whether he could sit in that seat again. Failing the mission and being captured alive by the enemy was a blunder that could not be taken lightly. As a being that stands by power, if deemed lacking in strength, one would be eliminated. Is that something that can be deemed unavoidable? The next day, at the western border of the Republic, in the Juzvala Plain, the 1st and 2nd armies of the Stahin United Kingdom began combat with the Republic Defense Force. This would later be referred to as the Battle of Juzvala. "Your Grace in Juzvala?" At this moment, Chief Advisor Rash faltered in his report. "What happened?" The one-eyed head of state, Cornbano della Russo, urged him to continue. "Yes, our Republic Defense Force has been decimated. The forces of the United Kingdom are advancing while capturing the city," Rash reported regretfully. "Indeed, it seems we were no match without the golems," Chief Advisor Lord Barley said, shaking his head multiple times. "What do the engineers and alchemists say?" "Ah, they still do not know the cause," Rash replied to Cornbano's question. "Damn it, we can't wait any longer. We have no choice but to summon him. However, if we ask for his help even once, he has a stipulation to leave the country. It can't be helped. At this rate, our nation will truly perish." Cornbano said this with a bitter expression. "I will go directly, prepare the carriage." "So it's the fusion magic brooch. That is indeed very interesting. Is it really all right to receive such a souvenir?" "Of course. I acquired it as a gift for Kenneth. Please look forward to returning home." Rio and Viscount Kenneth Hayward were conversing using Abel's Echo of the Soul. During this time, Abel himself had to keep his left hand on the device. Being the king is tough. "By the way, I heard you saw the design of a new ship using alchemy the other day?" "Yes, indeed. It was quite impressive. I thought the rain shooter was amazing when I saw it in Witnash, but this one had several new features just in the design alone. The shape resembles a clipper, and it should be quite fast. I was surprised to find that Neil Anderson was involved in the design, the same Neil Anderson I delivered a letter to." Rio spoke while recalling the new ship design he saw at the Franzoni Shipping Company. However, Kenneth's demeanor changed at that moment. "Rio-san, what did you just say?" "Huh, several new features." "No, the next part, clipper." "No, the next part. Ah, Neil Anderson, the mage I delivered a letter to, Neil Anderson. No, could it be the possibility of having the same name?" Kenneth murmured something. "Kenneth, excuse me. Rio-san, what type of person is that Neil Anderson?" "What do you mean by type?" "He is nearly 2 meters tall and has a slender impression. His white hair is trimmed short, he has a hooked nose, and wears a monocle over his left eye. He seemed a bit nervous. That's quite a detailed description, but it sounds a lot like the appearance I've heard about." "Huh, Kenneth, do you know Neil Anderson?" Rio was surprised. He never expected Kenneth to know a mage from the Western nations. "Yes, if he is the same Neil Anderson I know. He is a former alchemist of the Empire." "Huh." At that moment, the discomfort within Rio melted away. When the chairman at the shipping company had introduced Rio as the Duke of the Natore Kingdom, Neil Anderson had murmured, "What a kingdom." That was strange. If he were from the Western nations, he wouldn't have said such a thing. There are many kingdoms in the Western nations. When they hear kingdom, they should think of the ones located in those Western nations first. Hearing Natore Kingdom and saying, "What a kingdom," indicates someone from the Central nations. If, as Kenneth said, he is a former alchemist of the Empire, it makes sense. Then Rio remembered something else. It was quite some time ago, before he met Kenneth. The first time he was recommended a book on alchemy in this Phi at the South Library in Run, he was introduced to 3 books, all 3 of those books. The authors were Neil Anderson. "Ah, Neil Anderson has left behind numerous works," Kenneth supplemented. Neil Anderson is an alchemist from 2 generations before my friend and master, Frank de Verde. He was an exceptional alchemist. That's quite impressive. Yes, indeed. To put it bluntly, alchemy in the Central Nations had stagnated for hundreds of years since King Richard's time. He was the one who reignited it, Neil Anderson. One could say he laid the foundation for the empire as a great alchemy nation. That's amazing. But if he is 2 generations above Frank, he doesn't seem that old. Frank appears to be in his mid-70s, but Neil looks a bit younger. That is indeed strange. Neil Anderson, if alive, would probably be nearly 120 years old. Once one mystery was solved, another arose. In the capital of the Republic, the Neil Anderson residence, 2 men sat facing each other. One was Neil Anderson, the master of the house. The other was the head of state, Cornbano della Russo. So you mean this is a formal request? Ah, Neil Anderson asked, and Cornbano nodded with a face filled with distress. My assistance is limited to the private sector. If I lend a hand to the national project as agreed when I moved here, I will have to leave this country, but you still wish for that. That's right, Neil Anderson questioned again, and Cornbano nodded, his expression still filled with distress. The situation left him no choice. Anyone with foresight might say he should have sought cooperation before the Battle of Juzvala happened, which is true, but to rely on Neil Anderson is truly the last resort. If Neil Anderson were to disappear from the private sector of the Republic, it would mean decades of stagnation in the art of alchemy for the Republic. But weighing that against the nation's destruction, this time it is unavoidable. I see. Neil Anderson murmured this and fell silent. He understood both the predicament of the Republic and the anguish of head of state Cornbano. At that moment, Neil Anderson suddenly looked out the window. A man in a robe entered from the porch. That's definitely. Hello, I'm Rio, the adventurer who visited the other day. I don't have an appointment, but I would like to meet Neil Anderson. I'm sorry, the master is currently with a guest. Oh, as I thought, it's the carriage out front. A splendid carriage was parked outside. As Rio pondered what to do, the inner door opened and Neil Anderson appeared. Behind him was a well-dressed individual. You're Rio, aren't you? What brings you here? Neil Anderson, I apologize. I have a few questions I would like to ask. At that moment, Rio noticed that Neil was about to go out. Given his attire, you can just call me Neil. I can answer a few questions, but time is of the essence. Yes, it seems that way. You are headed out somewhere, aren't you? I mean, this isn't particularly urgent, so maybe another time. Neil looked at Rio's left ear and at Murakumo's sheath, pondering for a moment, for about 3 seconds. You mentioned you dabble in alchemy, Rio? Yes, I have just started learning. In response to Neil's question, Rio answered bashfully. At that point, Neil said something astonishing, not to Rio, but to the person behind him. Head of state, it would be fine to take this Rio along. He could be of help. And no, that would be troubling. This is, after all, a matter of national secrecy. The man was taken aback by Neil's words. Rio, this is the head of state of this republic, His Excellency Cornbano della Russo. Your Excellency, do you know this Rio? No, I'm sorry, but I do not know him. Suddenly introduced to such an important figure, Rio was surprised, but he understood that Neil's gaze was urging him to introduce himself. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Rio Mihara, the first Duke of the Natore Kingdom. Rio executed a polite bow. Having been thoroughly trained by Abel 3 years ago, he managed to perform it quite well. Duke Rondo? Ah, I had heard of that in the reports. I apologize for my rudeness. I am Cornbano della Russo. Cornbano, wearing an eye patch over his left eye, had the appearance of a man of the sea, but his mannerisms were elegant. Position cultivates character. Now, I was informed earlier that this Duke Rondo has cooperated with the intelligence agency to capture a member of the 4 bishops of the Pope, who had been hiding in our republic. A surprisingly powerful mage, and he also dabbles in alchemy. From what I observed, he seems to possess quite original knowledge of alchemy. I believe it would be best to seek your cooperation once more for the republic. Neil stated to head of state Cornbano. Cornbano hesitated for a moment but ultimately nodded. I understand, Duke, I would like to ask for your cooperation. Rio completely did not understand. What are they asking for? Rio, we are about to head to repair the Republic's Golem Legion. I would like you to accompany us. You had an interest in golems, right? If that's the case, then definitely, Neil said with a smile, and Rio agreed without hesitation. Inside the carriage. Now we have some time until we arrive. Rio, you must have come to visit me to ask something, right? Ah, yes. At that, Rio glanced at head of state Cornbano. It's okay. Your Excellency knows most things about me. Rather, are you concerned about that? Do you want to know where I came from? Neil asked playfully. So you are indeed from the former empire? Yes, that's correct. I used to practice alchemy in the Duchy Empire. Neil nodded in response to Rio's question. He looked a bit nostalgic as he did so. I see. The first alchemy book I read was one authored by you, Nilsson. Oh, is that so? My work has guided someone new to the path of alchemy. There is nothing more delightful than that. Neil responded with genuine happiness at Rio's words. Then Neil's expression turned serious as he asked, "The earring on your left ear is an alchemy tool, isn't it?" "Yes, an astonishing piece of craftsmanship." "No, it goes beyond that. It's something made by an alchemist who can be described as exceptional in this age." "What?" Neil praised Rio's craftsmanship, surprising Corbano. The fact that there exists an alchemist whom Neil praises this much. "My master made it for me," Rio replied with a smile. He felt pleased to hear Kenneth praised. "I see. But it's quite well made, that tool." "Huh. It must be a long-range communication device, right? It probably exceeds 1,000 kilometers and can communicate at any time. It's a magic power reduction I can hardly imagine. Or could it be the reverse? An unimaginable level of magical power from you, Rio?" Neil mumbled those words almost like a monologue. Then his gaze shifted to Rio's waist. "That sheath on your waist was made by someone else, though it isn't as refined as the earring. Is that you, Rio?" "Yes, I still have a long way to go." Rio understood he could not compare to Kenneth. So he accepted that with humility. "No, I wasn't critiquing it. The alchemy embedded in that sheath is something I can't comprehend. And you, Lord Anderson, cannot understand it." "Such a thing exists?" Corbano was astonished by Neil's words. "Yes, it has an entirely different design philosophy from the earring. I wonder what will happen if the alchemy in that sheath is activated. It's very intriguing." With that said, Neil laughed joyfully. Rio smiled wryly. It was only natural that the design philosophies differed. After all, this was based on the alchemy connected to the assassination cult's Hassan. It could be called Rio's first major work, born from the trial and error he did with the black notebook left behind by him. However, Rio was even more surprised. While the earring was one thing, the alchemy embedded in this sheath typically goes unnoticed unless activated. Even Kenneth had not noticed, yet Neil saw right through it. Perhaps this difference comes not from ability but from experience. In the kingdom, the only alchemist capable of making such an earring would be Frank de Verde, I suppose? "No, he is my master's disciple. He is still in his early 20s, but it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he's already one of the leading alchemists in the Central Nations." Rio answered confidently to Neil's inquiry. He knew well that Kenneth was truly an outstanding alchemist. "In the kingdom, a new generation of alchemists is being cultivated," Neil said with delight. Then he continued speaking. "Alchemy has not yet declined." His expression was filled with satisfaction. It was the expression of a man who had gained the conviction that the path he once devoted himself to would undoubtedly continue now and into the future. Finally, at long last, the foreshadowing laid down for Neil Anderson in 49 South Library has been resolved. In fact, this is a very important piece of foreshadowing in the story. It might even connect to the final part, not the final chapter of the second part. I have no idea how many years it will take for the final part to be written. The author must not forget this. This work has no plot, no design documents, and not even character sheets. Everything exists only in the author's mind. So if anything happens and I lose my memory, it will all be over, yes. Sometimes I post character sheets, but it has turned out to be a good output. The human brain is incredible, isn't it? If I were to transfer everything in my head onto paper, it would easily exceed several thousand pages. It retains what I need, brings it forth when necessary, and unconsciously connects various pieces, and thus creates the story. Long live humanity. The carriage entered a building located a short distance from the official residence of the head of state. Inside the building, the three descended from the carriage. The coachman unloaded a large bag that had been on top of the carriage. It seemed to be Neil's tools. "Follow me," said head of state Corbano as he began to walk ahead. Behind him followed Neil, Rio, and then the coachman. They descended a staircase to the underground and walked for quite some time. Finally, they opened a door and entered to find a vast space filled with dozens of golems lined up. "Oh!" A small gasp of admiration escaped Rio's lips involuntarily. It was a sight that could indeed be described as spectacular. However, from another perspective, it also resembled a battlefield. Moreover, it was a battlefield on the verge of defeat. Many people were connecting lines to several golems and were looking at something that resembled tablet devices. They were shaking their heads repeatedly. It was clear to anyone that things were not going well. Neil approached the nearest golem and looked at the documents laid out. He further examined the tablet-like device. A member of the Legion's alchemists, noticing this, attempted to speak up. However, head of state Corbano approached the alchemist and whispered something into his ear. "That is Neil Anderson." A small murmur spread throughout the area. By the way, Rio was peering over Neil's shoulder, trying to catch a glimpse of the documents, and the golems themselves. After a while, Neil began to operate the tablet at a furious speed. Furthermore, he intentionally started projecting some of the documents onto paper. It appeared there was something resembling a printer. It seemed that going paperless was not being considered. Rio continued to peek at Nils' work from behind. Although he couldn't fully understand it, he grasped the general idea. Over the past 3 years, he had reached a level where he could somewhat understand. Now what Nils had pulled out was, "Lord Rio, have you noticed anything?" This was a verbal examination. He wasn't asking for opinions. He was inquiring if Rio had found an answer. Rio honestly expressed his thoughts. "Well, I think the values in the magic power reduction circuit are strange. With those values, while it may activate, I feel the magical power would disperse too much, making it impossible to move the golems themselves." A murmur arose. The alchemists and mechanics who were watching around them stirred slightly at Rio's words. Among them were some with hostile glares. However, Rio had a degree of confidence in his answer. This was because, regarding magic power reduction, he had the opportunity to disassemble the golems of the Kyushi Duchy and tinker with them thoroughly before coming to the holy capital. Among the Western nations, the golems of the Kyushi Duchy were exceptionally advanced in magic power reduction, and Rio had learned a great deal from them. Indeed, Lord Rio is interesting. That is correct. The values in this magic power reduction circuit are abnormal. I don't know the reason, but the alchemist who instructed to fiddle with this must be quite skilled. In fact, even the alchemists of this legion didn't notice it. How did you figure it out, Lord Rio? Actually, I had the opportunity to disassemble the golems of the Kyushi Duchy. Oh, such an opportunity I have never had even myself. The golems of the Kyushi Duchy are said to excel in magic power reduction, I see. Nils nodded greatly. Then he began issuing instructions to the surrounding alchemists. "Now, Your Excellency the Head of State, there is one thing I would like to confirm." "Lord Anderson, thank you very much. And what is it that you wish to confirm? Are these golems set to face the golems of the United Kingdom?" "No, it will likely be the Golem Legion of France." In response to Nils' question, Head of State Kornbano frowned and continued speaking. "The Golem Legion of France has broken through the eastern borders at an astonishing speed and is making its way straight to this capital. This is in contrast to the Royal Army of the United Kingdom, which is taking down one town at a time." "How many are there?" 80. The Golem Legion of France was the strongest among the Western nations. Rio had heard of this. 80 of them were approaching. Well, the Golems of France, if they are the Holy Knights, then with 80 of them, it would be tough for these 50 even if they could move. "Tough, you say?" At Nils' words, Rio tilted his head and muttered, "What shall we do, Your Excellency the Head of State? If it's just for one battle, we can manage to exceed the power of the Holy Knights. However, their magical power would be completely depleted, so there's no guarantee we could deploy them for the subsequent battle against the United Kingdom." Nils' words were, in essence, a gamble. However, Head of State Kornbano almost immediately answered, "That will do. If the capital fell to France, the Republic would end at that moment. Therefore, they must find a way to deal with the golems of France, the Holy Knights. The Royal Army of the United Kingdom would be thought of later, despite being unavoidable. Is it really all right for the Head of State to act so rashly? I understand Rio's feelings, but there are times like this. It seems that due to prioritization, one cannot help but proceed like this." Abel seemed to have been listening through the echo of the soul. He promptly responded to Rio's question. Words from the head of the nation sometimes appear strange to those beneath them. However, it is merely the oddity reflected by the difference in the information at hand. An ordinary citizen, if put in the same position, would likely utter the same words. Probably, maybe, hopefully. I wish it were so. Positions differ, and thus everything varies. The world seems to be a complicated place. Your Excellency, the Head of State, how much time do we have until we encounter the Holy Knights? I have heard it is 25 hours. Humph, it requires full disassembly, and to roll out a single unit in 30 minutes. My long-lost passion surges forth. Nils said this and laughed. It was a laugh Rio had seen many times before, usually on the battlefield. Yes, like the smile that the demon Leonor had worn, a horrific grin. One that was not typical of a human called an alchemist, nor of one who would perform maintenance or adjustments. Yet, for some reason, it seemed perfectly fitting for Nils Anderson at that moment. Head of State Kornbano returned to the official residence. Currently, in the grand conference room of the official residence, the Capital Defense Command was stationed. It was placed there as it was the highest located conference room in the capital. From the 4 windows, one could see outside the city walls of the capital. The Supreme Commander of Capital Defense was Head of State Kornbano. However, while Kornbano was adept at naval battles, he frankly had no experience commanding land battles or sieges. Thus, Lord Barley, the chief advisor, was filling the role of Deputy Supreme Commander. Lord Barley was a man who had commanded countless land battles. "How is it?" Cornbano asked Lord Barley in a low voice. The Holy Knights are advancing towards this capital at a speed that is the worst of what we anticipated. Indeed, 25 hours then? Indeed, we will have to confront them in the Rent Plains where the capital is located. A siege against the Holy Knights would be impossible. They will break through the physical barrier and magic barrier of the walls, right? Correct. Thus, a siege makes no sense. We must somehow defeat them in the Rent Plains. Lord Barley's complexion was poor. Although he had examined various tactical plans, he saw no chance of victory no matter how he looked at it. Currently, Neil Anderson is performing repairs on the golems. I've heard he seems to be making them operational. Ah, that's not all. Although it's just for one battle, he says he can get them ready to fight against the Holy Knights. All 50 of them? Ah, indeed. Lord Barley's eyes widened in surprise. I've heard that even normal maintenance takes 2 hours per golem. I have heard that too, Barley confirmed, and Cornbano nodded in response. Indeed, maintaining golems took a considerable amount of time. For maintenance without replacing parts, it took 2 hours. For maintenance requiring parts replacement, such as joints, it took 3 hours. If they were fully disassembled and reassembled, it would take over 10 hours. This time was for top-notch mechanics. He said full disassembly was necessary. Is he suggesting it can be done in 30 minutes when it usually takes 10 hours for one? That Neil Anderson, to put it mildly, is an abomination. While shaking his head slightly, Lord Barley responded, expressing his honest opinion. He was likely using some form of magic or uniquely developed alchemy tools. However, even if so, it was abnormal. It was a relief that such an abnormal man was not on the enemy's side. The two felt that thought deep within. It was good that they had tinkered with the Duchy's golems. 25 hours later. All right, it's finished. Go ahead. As Nils said this, the last golem from the Republic left the hangar. Thank you for your hard work, Rio said, handing him a glass of water. At times like this, drinking water is the best. Thank you, Neil replied, taking the glass and gulping it down. Ah, this is delicious water. Lord Rio, are you a mage of the water attribute? Yes, Rio said, feeling moved. It was his first experience being impressed by the maintenance. Neil's maintenance was that remarkable. I never expected that the tools you brought were for a construction-type maintenance assistance golem, Rio said, looking at the golem standing about 1.5 meters tall beside Neil. I thought I would have to maintain the Republic golem. Thanks to this, we made it on time, Neil said with a cheerful smile. Sir Anderson, Duke Rondo, you are requested to come to the command center by the head of state. You can see the battlefield from there, a soldier approached and said to the two. I see, let's go, Neil nodded and Rio followed suit. Lord Anderson, you made it just in time. I sincerely thank you. As they entered the command center, the head of state, Cornbano, immediately extended both hands for a handshake. Lord Barley, the chief advisor, also bowed deeply. Everyone else present there lowered their heads to Neil Anderson. Everyone understood. Without Neil Anderson, they wouldn't have been able to stand against the golems and holy knights from France. Even Neil was smiling wryly. Well, I've gotten stronger, but I can't say whether we can win or not, Neil said as he headed towards the eastern window. From there, a battle between golems was about to commence in the plains. Meanwhile, Rio was already glued to the window, captivated. Real robot war. Rio's murmur went unheard by anyone. The golems from France, the Holy Knights, and the Republic's golems, the civilians, were facing each other. Both were 3-meter-class golems, designed and manufactured with the premise of fighting on the battlefield. The Holy Knights held a small shield in their left hand and a sword in their right hand, lined up in a formation of 10 across 8 rows. The sight of 10 3-meter golems lined up side by side was quite imposing. In contrast, the civilians held a great shield that nearly concealed their bodies in the left hand and a spear in the right hand. They too were lined up in 5 rows of 10. It seemed that the front lines of both sides would clash head-on. Basically, combat-type golems can act autonomously after being given simple commands. For instance, if commanded to break through the castle gate, they can think of and take the best actions to accomplish that task on their own. There's no need to issue detailed commands like run, jump, thrust with the sword in your right hand, or defend with the shield. It's impractical to give orders to dozens of golems. The battle unfolds in real time. The ones issuing commands to the golems are the command and control vehicles stationed behind them. They appear to be large box carriages, but it seems they are filled with various equipment. This setup is used when there are dozens of golems on the battlefield, with one behind each of the holy knights and civilians. Around the command and control vehicle are likely the commanders, a few individuals. If they launch an attack on them, there's a chance it could end, Rio murmured, then quickly shook his head. That would be too tactless, settling the matter through a duel between golems. This is the beauty of the battlefield. There's a certain aesthetic aspect to it, akin to a knight's one-on-one duel, or so he interpreted on his own. In this battle, the command given to the Holy Knights was to defeat the civilians right in front of them. After that, the Holy Knights would take optimal actions. The Holy Knights were equipped with data collected by France on various country golems. Included in that data was, of course, information about the Republic's civilians. Considering that they are currently the hypothetical enemy state, it can be said that this data is the most detailed analyzed. Based on that data, the Holy Knights began to move. The Holy Knights surpassed the civilians in both offense and defense, with durability almost equal. To put it simply, in a head-on clash, they should not lose. If it's 80 against 50, even if all 50 of the opponents were destroyed, over 60 of their own side would remain. The Holy Knights charged head-on. The civilians charged head-on as well. Have they increased their speed? Nils murmured with a grin, and only Rio could hear him. Both sides collided head-on. However, the difference in weapons became apparent, sword versus spear. The spear of the Republic's civilians reached first. The Holy Knights from France, having the accumulated data, should have been able to comfortably deflect the thrust from the spear with their small shield. Or so it was supposed to be. However, the thrust speed of the civilians, enhanced by Nils' adjustments, was different from the previous data. It pierced the throats of the front row's 10 golems. All 10 were struck in the throat simultaneously, lifted up at the same time, and ceased functioning. In a way, it was a magnificent spectacle. For humans, it would be grotesque, but for faceless golems, it wasn't quite the same. Perhaps if it were golems that Rio had created, such feelings would evaporate. The second row of Holy Knights adjusted for the difference in speed of the attack suffered by the front row. Since they were autonomous golems, this was a natural occurrence. The Paddy Field Management golem Rio created still lacked this type of function. However, Rio's knowledge and skills in alchemy had improved due to this journey to the Western nations. It wasn't easy, but he had begun to gain confidence that he could incorporate such functions. Due to the difference from previous data, the Republic's civilians successfully launched a surprise attack, eliminating 10 enemies without taking damage. However, the Holy Knights, having adjusted their data, would not be successful with the initial attack again. Second row may not be the same, right? Nils' murmur was still only heard by Rio. In the clash of the front rows, the spear tips of the first row of civilians remained embedded in the necks of the first row of Holy Knights. Towards this, the second row of Republic civilians charged in, and despite their 3-meter size, they lightly placed a foot on the back of the front row of civilians and jumped. Leaping, their landing target was the second row of Holy Knights. Swinging their great shield overhead, they struck down as they fell. A shield bash with all their weight behind it. Thanks to the jump height surpassing the previous data, it crushed the heads of the second row of Holy Knights. "What a terrifying shield bash," Rio murmured, to which Nils laughed a little in response. "We've finally crushed 20 of them, but there are still more Holy Knights. Currently, there are 60 Holy Knights from France and 50 civilians from the Republic. The front 2 rows enhanced the performance of the civilians themselves, but the 3 rows behind are different. The power they drew has been utilized as weapons." "Weapons?" Rio tilted his head at Nils' words. Certainly, the front 2 rows exceeded expectations by increasing their explosive power. However, that expectation would soon be corrected again. Predicting that, they used the weapon. Wait, the power drawn, the spear tips held by the third row civilians glowed red. "Flame," Rio murmured. They thrust with spears enveloped in flames, the Holy Knights that received it with their small shield. However, the small shield melted immediately. Thrust in quick succession. The Holy Knights dodged, but they couldn't continue to evade everything. As the spear grazed, various parts of the Holy Knights melted away. In the end, after taking a fatal blow, the third row of Holy Knights fell. However, unlike the front 2 rows, they didn't fall in a single strike. Naturally, the fourth row of Holy Knights joined the fray, as did the fourth row of civilians. A chaotic battle ensued, while the battle became chaotic. The Holy Knights from the 5th row onward did not join the fray. Why? It was due to the weapons held by the 5th row civilians. Their spears, too, glowed at the tips, but instead of red, they shone white, from the spear they had raised before. A mass of white flames was launched. "What is that?" Rio gasped in shock, but he quickly remembered. Once in the Duchy of Inberry, he saw the artificial golems of the Union generating plasma at the tips of their arms. Was something similar happening? Or rather, did they manage to do that with a full breakdown every 30 minutes? Rio felt a sense of dread about that. If we can hold them back with long-range attacks, we can disrupt the enemy's formation. Nils had customized them with anticipated battle developments in mind. He wasn't just any alchemist. His capabilities were terrifyingly strong. To begin with, he had never heard of golems being able to cast long-range attack magic. However, the artificial golem's plasma from the Union could not be launched. Go ahead, golems can use long-range attack magic, huh? Rio honestly expressed what he was thinking. However, Nil laughed and denied it. That's not correct, Lord Rio. That mass of flame is simply a result of the spear being a type of alchemy tool. The golem holds a magic stone within its body, meaning it operates using magical power. When that magical power flows into the spear, the magic circle embedded in the spear is activated, and that mass of flame flies away. It's just that simple. Indeed, as a concept, it wasn't particularly difficult or complex. However, this also meant that it was now possible to equip golems with projectile weapons, a spear that launches a mass of flame when magical power flows through it. Creating such a thing was not particularly difficult. Rio was witnessing the advancement of weapons in warfare. As anticipated, the 20 holy knights engaged in chaotic battle were completely wiped out. However, the civilians couldn't claim to be unscathed either, as 3 of them were severely damaged and ceased functioning. 47 to 40, we've finally surpassed them. Now it's a battle of strength. Nil nodded decisively. Things were progressing as expected and they could finally see the way forward. His expression relaxed a bit. Seeing that, Rio thought it was a chance to ask a question. There were many questions, but if it was something that could expect a short response, it might be okay to ask. Nil, was the red flame wrapped around the tip of the spear in the 3rd row by any chance an enchantment? Ho-ho. Lord Rio knows about enchantment. It's supposed to be a type of magic that doesn't exist in the Central Nations. Nil was more surprised by Rio's question, and it seemed Rio's prediction was correct. Enchantment is a type of magic that temporarily grants magical attributes to weapons or even enhances their performance. The mages who perform this magic are called enchanters. And enchantment is not part of the magical system in the Central Nations. Yes, I once met an enchanter. Among the hero party that came to the Central Nations, there was an enchanter named Ashken. Thus, Rio knew about enchantment. Indeed, the magic formula for the enchantment is inscribed on the golem. What did you say? Rio was astonished by Nil's reply, and he began to get restless. Nil understood well why Rio was feeling that way. For an alchemist, it was only natural. Lord Rio, you wish to see that magic formula, don't you? Yes, definitely, Nil asked with a smile, and Rio answered clearly. After that, Rio's mind was filled with thoughts of the magic formula for enchantment rather than the battle between golems. In reality, the golem battle was transitioning to one where the civilians were gradually crushing the holy knights, minimizing their own losses. It was only a matter of time before a conclusion was reached. 1 hour later, the golem battle reached its conclusion. 80 holy knights were annihilated. On the civilian side, there were 6 severely damaged units, 14 lightly damaged units, and 30 nearly unscathed. It was a resounding victory. The 44 units that can move on their own should be moved to the hangar after this and have their power turned off. Once turned off, they cannot be moved immediately. Make sure to turn them off in the hangar. After storing them, begin refilling using the castle wall's magical power as instructed. Nil sternly instructed the messenger soldier. It's because the magical power will be completely depleted, and there's no guarantee they can be deployed in the subsequent battle against the United Kingdom, Rio deduced. But more than that, he was concerned about the magic formula. Lord Rio, let's go see the 6 severely damaged units. It's impossible to return them to the front lines quickly anyway, so we can take our time looking at them. Yes. Wow, I learned a lot. Is that so? Rio said with a big, cheerful smile. He was surprisingly able to understand the enchant magic formula himself. It seemed like it could be applied to the Paddy Field Management's specialized golem in the forest of Rondo. Of course, no one knew how to actually apply it to the Paddy Field Management golem. Moreover, he could disassemble the ruined holy knights however he liked. However, to be honest, this was not particularly interesting. The golem from France, known as the best in the Western nations, was essentially a standard golem that raised its output by using an incredibly large magic stone. The essence of the French golem lies within the Imperial Guards known as the Holy Guard, Nil said to Rio, who had slightly sunk due to the lack of things to learn. It goes without saying that Rio's eyes sparkled again upon hearing that. Someday, I want to disassemble the Holy Guard. Rio's murmurs went unheard by Neil Anderson, who was sitting beside him. Through the echo of the soul, the king who was far away heard it, but he chose to remain silent. Perhaps he thought that saying anything would be meaningless. The two were walking back to the castle, but Neil Anderson kept glancing at Rio's back. Behind Rio were 6 carts, slightly larger than usual, lined up. Each cart was carrying a severely damaged civilian. Rio was helping to transport them to the hangar. When Neil first saw such carts, he was startled and widened his eyes. I would prefer to study the magic of that cart of Lord Rio. Nils' words were too quiet for the cheerful Rio to hear. They placed the 6 ruined bodies in the hangar. Of the remaining ones, the ones with minor damage had already begun repairs. Moreover, the almost intact 30 bodies had some thick cables attached to them. Those were probably linked to the magical power drawn from the castle walls. "Nil, can I ask a fundamental question?" Still smiling brightly, Rio turned to Nil and opened his mouth. "Of course," Nil answered, satisfied after confirming that all the work inside the hangar was proceeding smoothly. "Well, it seems that the Republic's civilians were inferior to France's Holy Knights in almost every aspect, but I want to know how you managed to surpass them. I understand that the Holy Knights had incredibly large magic stones, providing significant output and endurance. How did you achieve that?" Rio asked directly. It's a simple matter. We made sure to fully utilize the magical power stored in the magic stones." "Fully utilize it? Isn't it usually impossible to exhaust it all?" "Yes. Normally, once about 80% is released, it is said that the magic stone is depleted. In reality, you cannot draw magical power beyond that point. It may be something like the magic stone's self-preservation. Even humans, when they say they've given it their all, still have some stamina left. This is because if they exhaust everything, they would die. They need to keep some power for their heart to beat and to breathe right. It seems that Neil Anderson managed to make them use everything. If magic stones were alive, it would have been a huge problem. As you know, magic stones have the ability to store magical power. They also have the capability to release the accumulated magical power. Monsters possessing magic stones convert the magical power stored in these stones into their own strength, allowing them to perform extraordinary magical feats. Since Neil's explanation was something Rio already knew, he nodded. However, it has been discovered that magic stones can actually increase the magical power they have stored by themselves. The amount is very small and slow, but yes, it's like a self-replication of magical power. In other words, if left alone, given enough time, the depleted magical power inside the magic stone will naturally refill. However, when you perform the operation to empty the remaining magical power within the stone, that self-replication of magical power will also stop. If you multiply 1 by 100, you get 100, but if you multiply 0 by 100, it remains 0, right? It's the same. Thus, a magic stone that has completely run out of magical power ends up looking like that. Saying this, Neil pointed to one of the civilian magic stones. It was a pitch-black magic stone. Looking at it, Rio somehow remembered the dark crystals he had seen on the way back from the 40th dungeon. It's completely black. Yes, when it reaches that state, it will no longer naturally accumulate magical power. Therefore, this time, we are forcibly charging the magical power needed to create a barrier on the castle wall into the magic stones. The royal army of the United Kingdom is approaching from the west. To be honest, I don't know if we'll make it in time. Neil shook his head slightly as he said this. For now, France has been driven back. Next is the United Kingdom. In the command center, Lord Barley said, and head of state Cornbano nodded. It will take about 3 days for the United Kingdom's army to reach this capital. Yes, we can only hope that the plan goes well. After saying that, Cornbano let out a big sigh. If I were there, it would have been a sure thing. Your Excellency cannot go to the front lines. However, even if I were here, I wouldn't be of any use, Cornbano complained. Of course, he understood it in his head. The role of a head of state is to remain firmly seated at the supreme command, making various decisions and taking responsibility for the war. However, being originally a man of the sea, someone who had always exposed himself to the front lines in naval battles, waiting for results far from the battlefield in the official residence made him restless. Being at the front lines would be much more comfortable. There should be results by today, Cornbano said with a sigh. Even if that goes well, it would be troubling if the United Kingdom's army continues to advance as they are, Lord Barley added, sighing as well. In the end, both of them let out big sighs and fell silent. The strategies of head of state Cornbano and Lord Barley had 2 parts. If neither of them succeeded, they wouldn't achieve the desired results. And the strategies were already out of their hands. Whether it would go well or not, as well as the results that would arise from it, was already beyond their control. However, they were the ones who had to bear the responsibility for the outcomes. The 2 waiting for results were feeling restless. At that moment, what was Rio doing? In a corner of the hangar filled with golems, he was engaged in a lively discussion about alchemy with Neil Anderson. Both of them seemed to be enjoying themselves. While it was natural for Rio to be beaming, Neil, who should be over 100 years old, also looked truly happy. When asked, he said that his passion for alchemy had diminished considerably over the past several years. However, due to the various events that had occurred today, his passion was beginning to rise again. But, Are you really going to leave the Republic once this is over? Rio was surprised. Surely there would be new ships from the Franzoni shipping company, but why? Yes, I have made such a pact. It's a bit disappointing, but it can't be helped, Nils said with a wry smile as he sipped coffee. It was brewed from coffee beans produced in the Dark Continent, brought from the official residence of the head of state. Holding up that coffee, Nils said, I plan to venture into the Dark Continent. Oh, Rio expressed his agreement, surprised by Nils' decision. The Dark Continent? Just the sound of it was somehow cool. People from the Western nations only trade with the coastal countries of the Dark Continent. I'm curious about what lies beyond. I understand. Rio nodded repeatedly in agreement with Nils' words. Someday he wanted to go there. There might be alchemy there that I still don't know about. When I was in the Central Nations, I had no idea about enchantment. When Rio heard, he found out that Nils had assembled the enchant magic formula himself. While enchantment as magic isn't common, it's not completely unheard of. However, Nils was the first to manifest the magical phenomenon of enchantment through alchemy. That's amazing. Rio genuinely praised him from the bottom of his heart. The enchant magic formula inscribed on the civilian was indeed beautiful. Sometimes there are equations in mathematics that are considered beautiful, and perhaps this was the magical equivalent. The first alchemy book Rio read was one written by Nils. Thus, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that one of the fundamental aspects of Rio's alchemy came from Nils' teachings. Perhaps that's why. Rio felt that the enchant magic formula created by Nils was beautiful. Nils, on his part, seemed very interested in the future of alchemy in the Central Nations after he left, and he asked many questions about it. If he had the time, Rio would have been sprawled out on some king's sofa, engrossed in reading alchemy books. That would have indeed allowed him to learn about the development of alchemy in the Central Nations over the past several decades. For that reason, he was able to smoothly answer Nils' inquiries. Both of them were enjoying a delightful discussion on alchemy, and finally, a swift horse arrived at the command center from the front lines. I have a report. A signal fire has been raised indicating that we have successfully annihilated the supply unit of the United Kingdom's army and burned their stored supplies. We did it, Lord Barley involuntarily exclaimed. Head of State Cornbano repeatedly made small victory poses. It was the long-awaited report. However, it was still only half the battle. Next, we need the sea. The fleet. Well, those are your subordinates whom you trained. We can only wait and trust them. Barley answered with half a laugh at Cornbano's murmurs, and 2 hours later, once again a swift horse arrived at the command center from the front lines. I have a report. We have successfully captured the United Kingdom's fleet off the coast of Grun Island, sinking all support ships. Yes. Head of State Cornbano raised a flashy victory pose. Lord Barley nodded repeatedly, saying, both strategies have succeeded. Yes, most importantly, we have driven back the Golem Legion from France, which they must have relied on. Without their strongest reinforcements and no supply from land or sea, we have done everything we could. Surely the United Kingdom's army can no longer continue the war. The report that the United Kingdom's army, aiming for the capital of the Republic from the western border, had turned back toward the border came 2 hours later. However, not everything was going smoothly. In the Republic Intelligence Agency, Director, it's terrible. Cesare has escaped from the underground prison. What? We stopped the escape of 4 of Cesare's subordinates, but in the end, they all committed suicide. What a blunder, Director Bonifacio Franzoni groaned. Rio decided to stay for another night before leaving the Republic, once again booking a room at Doge Pietro's. The next day, delicious dinner, comfortable sleep, tasty breakfast. It was, of course, perfect. After breakfast, Rio did some light stretching before heading to the reception. This time, he would check out and leave the Republic to return to the holy capital. Indeed, it was a wonderful inn. Thank you for accommodating me even though I extended my stay on short notice. If I ever come back to the Republic, I will stay here again. Thank you very much. We look forward to your next visit. He could say it countless times. It was perfect. After that, Rio headed to the intelligence agency. Before leaving the Republic, he wanted to ask about the concealment that he had previously promised to hear about if there were any updates. However, I apologize, Your Grace. The director, Bonifacio, personally apologized. It was a blunder involving Cesare's escape and the suicide of 4 other individuals. As a result, there had been almost no analysis of the promised data regarding concealment. However, we did find out that the bracelets worn by all of them are alchemy tools and seem to be related to that concealment. Oh. It was a bracelet made of silver or something similar. Now that he mentioned it, all 5 of them seemed to have been wearing them on their left wrists. That being said, we failed to gather the promised information on concealment, but as a substitute, I wonder if you would allow me to give you one of these bracelets. I see. Director Bonifacio proposed this while sweating profusely, and Rio nodded solemnly. Is that officially permitted by the Republic government? Of course, the approval from the official residence of the head of state has already been granted yesterday. Understood. Then let's proceed with that. It goes without saying that Rio felt a joyful leap in his heart. If he tinkered with it, he might learn something. Frankly speaking, he was happier about this than just receiving a report. Rio then stopped by the official residence of the head of state to say goodbye before departing the capital by carriage. It could be said that it was quite a fulfilling stay. Especially in terms of alchemy, Rio was able to gain a lot of experience. At the same time, Neil Anderson's residence, to come directly, how rare. Yes, this time I have something I would like to ask of you, Neil inquired as the visitor responded. The visitor was a man sitting on Cairo Pepe's sofa. Oh, Cardinal Sacarias himself wishes to speak. I'm almost afraid to ask. Please, no need for jokes. Cardinal Sacarias laughed cheerfully at Neil's words. His face was smiling and his eyes were laughing as well. But Neil knew, deep inside, he was not smiling at all. At this level, one could even make their eyes appear to smile properly. If one didn't, they wouldn't survive in an organization where they had climbed near the top, having experienced challenges so severe that intense would be an understatement. So, yes, I hear that Lord Anderson is leaving the Republic. I don't know where he is heading, but before that, I would like to ask you to please stop by the Holy Capital. Refuse? No, it is not myself, but your Holiness who wishes for this. Before Neil could outright refuse, Cardinal Sacarias interjected with a decisive statement. Oh, the Pope wishes? That was indeed surprising even for Neil, and for a certain reason he was interested in that invitation. That reason was, he harbored suspicions that the new Pope might not be human. A Pope like that inviting me, that is certainly intriguing. It was indeed intriguing, but there was even more concern. What if I were to refuse? Of course, that would be unfortunate. That can't be all, can it? If Lord Anderson were to refuse, there would be nothing we could do. But Cardinal Sacarias still smiled. The maid here and her family may not know what will happen in a few dozen days. Well, I figured as much. At this point, Neil would never say something like, that's despicable. For the men before him, such matters were commonplace. If there are those who do not submit, they must be either threatened or won over, nothing else. If left alone, there is a high possibility of major calamity. Thus, whether to threaten, win over, or in the worst case, eliminate. At the very least, there would be no letting it go. Leaving it alone brings no benefit, so that is only natural. You could just kidnap me without all this trouble, couldn't you? Oh no, that would be too much of an honor. There is no need for that, right? Cardinal Sacarias shook his head in response to Neil's suggestion. There was no need to resort to kidnapping. After all, there was no other choice than to come to the Holy Capital. Imposing pressure on the people around him, such as his family or loved ones, is far more effective than direct pressure on the individual themselves. This has been true in every age and every world. In some cases, just implying this is enough. It offers excellent cost performance. Of course, it is not something anyone would enjoy hearing. Honestly, Neil sighed once before continuing. Very well, I will go to the Holy Capital. So do not lay a hand on those connected to me. No, guarantee their safety. Ensure that no accidents or illnesses happen to them. Can you do that? That is quite a heavy guarantee, but very well. I shall guarantee it. Thus, Neil Anderson departed the Republic and headed toward the Holy Capital. Rio was inside a chartered carriage, returning to the Holy Capital. Wow, that was a fulfilling trip to the Republic. Is that so? I'm glad to hear that. In response to Rio's cheerful voice, Abel's tone was heavy. He was probably buried under paperwork again today. Rio felt a sense of pity for the king. Abel, why don't you take some time to inspect the country? Inspect? Yes. Since your ascension 3 years ago, you haven't had a chance to tour the country, have you? Your illness has healed, so how about making an appearance to the citizens you govern? Even though you are His Majesty the King, it's not wise to neglect popularity among the people, right? Rio suggested a domestic inspection. Abel was a very popular king due to his background and the fact he was a former A-rank adventurer. That's why Rio thought that if he toured the country, the citizens would be even more delighted. It is always better for a ruler to have the people on their side. The best way to win the people's favor is through the creation of prosperity. This is a truth that remains unchanged in any era or world. The second way to gain the people's support is through the ruler's visibility. However, this must be done after ensuring prosperity. The order is important. If you go before the people while the economy is still struggling, it could lead to unfortunate outcomes. To put it bluntly, historically speaking, as long as there is prosperity, the citizens generally don't care about the political situation. Revolution, demonstrations, what if things get worse than they are now? Therefore, throughout history, excellent rulers have focused on improving the economy. Thinking about that, Rio shook his head slightly and said, I don't want to see you being dragged down by the citizens, Abel. What do you mean by that? Aside from the post-war period, normally during the recovery period of a country after a war or civil war, the economy tends to improve unless something very strange happens, so I'm sure Abel will be safe. After disconnecting from the echo of the soul, Marquis Alexis Heinlein visited Abel, and he proceeded with the scheduled report. That concludes today's report. Ah, thank you. After saying that, Abel paused for a moment to think before opening his mouth. Alexis, regarding the domestic inspection you suggested earlier, I've decided to go. Upon hearing those words, Marquis Heinlein's eyes widened in surprise. It was true that he had previously suggested it, but he thought that the busy Abel wouldn't agree. In fact, when he proposed it, Abel simply said, Impossible. I understand, Your Majesty, what caused this change of heart. Just now Rio told me to at least tour the country once. He mentioned that even though I am the king, I shouldn't neglect my popularity with the citizens. I see, as expected of Duke Rondo. Marquis Heinlein said this and nodded vigorously. For some reason, he holds Rio in high regard. That said, we certainly don't have the luxury to cover the entire kingdom. You're right, it seems you already have some ideas about the areas we should visit. Most likely the north and east when thinking normally. Many of the nobles in the northern regions sided with the younger brother of the crown prince, Raymond, and were stripped of their titles. These territories became royal properties at first, and through the merit-based rewards from the Liberation War, they were redistributed to nobles who contributed, or new nobles were appointed to the north. As a result, there was a fair amount of territory held by nobles with bases in the south and west that emerged in the north. Moreover, the new nobles who acquired land in the north have only been there for 3 years, so their positions are still quite unstable. The north, of course, borders the empire that lies even further north, meaning that if something were to happen, it would become the front line. Defending it is impossible for the royal family alone. Thus, they want to place nobles there to help protect the kingdom. However, it can't be just anyone. Like during the Liberation War, traitors would be a problem. The establishment of new northern nobles and the inspection of royal territories. This is why the focus is on the north, and also the east. During the Eastern Civil War before the Liberation War, many noble houses were wiped out or lost power. The power referred to here includes military and economic strength. The Knight Order was decimated, commercial associations and workshops were destroyed, and the peasants were exhausted. Recently, Erwin Ortiz, the center of the Eastern nobility and the house of Duke Shrewsbury, returned to the east. Abel believes this may be a signal fire for further recovery. If they can support that, His Majesty the King is also contemplating various matters. Starting tomorrow, there will be 3 stories about Room 10 and Room 11. However, this is not an interlude but a full-fledged chapter. I hope you enjoy reading it. While Rio was on an errand in the Mafalda Republic, what were the 6 people in Room 10 and Room 11 doing? After finishing the task requested by Hugh, they were challenging the West Dungeon of the Holy Capital. Let's take another look at the composition of the 6 members. Room 10 consists of 2 swordsmen and 1 priest. Room 11 consists of 1 swordsman, 1 dual wielder, and 1 priest. With 4 in the front line and 2 in the back line, the balance doesn't seem too bad at first glance. However, in truth, there were no mages or scouts. This is not a balanced setup for a dungeon conquest party at all. Normally, they would have quite a hard time. Yes, normally. Room 11 aside, Room 10 was definitely not normal. This might be because they had been witnessing a very abnormal water attribute mage for the past 3 years. Or perhaps they originally had such potential. The dungeon conquests resumed from the 80th layer and had finally reached the 100th layer. The West Dungeon has a boss layer every 50 layers at the 50th, 100th, and 150th layers. In the boss layer, only powerful monsters known as bosses and their minions appear. However, what appears as the boss seems to be random, so there is no point in preparing for it in advance. If the party isn't capable of handling whatever comes out, they can't progress beyond that point, and this time the boss that appeared was a wyvern. Nils' mutter captured everything perfectly. A wyvern, that is the nightmare of the skies. A wyvern is not a monster that adventurers can never hunt. However, there are minimum conditions to hunt a wyvern. Gather at least 20 adventurers of C rank and above. Gather as many mages as possible. Ideally, high-damage fire attribute mages are preferred. Continuously attack with magic until the wyvern's wind barrier dissipates. Then, drop it to the ground and deliver the finishing blow. When considering this, Rooms 10 and 11 were lacking in a major aspect. Indeed, all were C-rank adventurers and above, but the number was only 6, and above all, there wasn't a single mage. The 100th layer. We can retreat, right? Nils quietly checked with Priest Ito by his side. Yes, the boss of the 100th layer can be retreated from at any time. There are no disadvantages. Ito nodded in response. It was different from the 50th layer. The 50th layer was, in a way, questioning whether they truly intended to progress further and conquer the dungeon. If not serious, they should stop here. Therefore, retreating was not an option. It was either breakthrough or death. However, the 100th layer was different. It could be considered a trial layer. Even if it was a trial layer, both Nils and Ito understood that the situation was desperate. Even if retreating was always an option, the possibility of death was, of course, present. Looking around, both Herald and Gowan were shaking their heads slightly. Everyone thought about retreating, until they noticed someone who appeared visibly excited. Ammon looks really excited, though. Could it be that Rio's bad habit rubbed off on him? Ito pointed out, and Nils sighed softly in agreement. It's unfortunate for the water attribute mage who isn't even here but is being blamed. Our Zeke is also filled with motivation. With Herald's report, Nils and Ito turned to look at Zeke. Indeed, there was a slight smile on his face. Zeke is an excellent priest, but perhaps at heart he might be a frontline fighter, Priest Ito murmured, shaking his head again. However, realistically speaking, 6 people cannot take down a wyvern, right? I heard that you once hunted a wyvern with 9 people, Nils' son. Herald questioned Nils. Yeah, that's true, but we had someone extraordinarily powerful like Goriki from Raqqa, and the wyvern was in a relatively low position, which made it possible. But the ceiling here isn't exceptionally high either. In response to Nils' explanation, Ito looked up at the dungeon's ceiling. The ceiling was just over 10 meters. Considering that they would be hit by air slashes from several dozen meters up, it would be impossible to conquer it without a distance-attacking mage. It might be better than a typical wyvern, but nevertheless, the 6 members had no means of attack that could reach a height of 10 meters. It's just our light javelins and this for now, Ito said as she raised the repeating crossbow mounted on her left arm. The range of the repeating crossbow is a maximum of 15 meters. It could reach, but against the wyvern's wind barrier, it would be completely powerless. However, there was actually a trump card. We should use that thing. We've been told we need to submit practical reports to the royal castle. Right, if it's against a wyvern, your majesty Abel would be pleased, Nils said, and Ito smiled in agreement. Before they knew it, they were leaning towards fighting the wyvern. In the end, everyone was an adventurer. Hearing the conversation between Nils and Ito, Herald and Gowan tilted their heads. It's a top-secret request undertaken by a B-rank party affiliated with the royal capital. Seeing the two tilting their heads, Ammon added with a laugh. It seems to be a suggestion from your majesty, a former adventurer, because they likely face more powerful monsters than the Knight Order. Your majesty Abel is truly impressive? Ito elaborated further, and Nils nodded vigorously. Even now, the adventurer Nils respects the most is Abel. First, we need to draw the wyvern's attention to us. Gowan, I leave the protection of Ito to you. Understood. Nils assigned roles, and dual-wielder Gowan nodded firmly. Ammon and I will lead the charge from the front, with Herald and Zeke as the second wave. Okay. Nils spoke, Ammon nodded, and Herald and Zeke responded. Ito, I'll leave the timing to you. Got it. In response to Nils' words, Ito raised the repeating crossbow mounted on her left arm and nodded. If it becomes impossible, we will retreat. There's no need to push ourselves. Yes. At Nils' final confirmation, everyone nodded. Thus, the conquest of the wyvern by the 6 began immediately after the start. Nils rushed towards the wyvern from the right and Ammon from the left. The wyvern, remaining on the ground, finally recognized its enemies. Graua! Its roar would confuse any low-rank adventurer. However, those present were B-rank and C-rank. Herald, though still underage, had not reached C-rank at this age for nothing. He had fought a considerable number of times against monsters and was well trained. A wyvern's roar meant nothing to them. The wyvern seemed to understand that the 4 approaching it would not hesitate at all. It swung its wings wide, unleashing an invisible magic air slash. Normally, the air slash released by a wyvern is incomparably more powerful than that of a human wind attribute mage. However, the air slash from a grounded wyvern isn't that formidable. At most, it's several times more powerful than that released by a human. Even so, it was considerable, but it was still an air slash. In other words, if one observed and timed it properly, swish, it could be sliced with a sword. Nils and Ammon cut through the approaching air slashes with their swords, dispelling them. They moved in closer to the wyvern and attacked its head almost simultaneously from both sides, but the wyvern slightly lifted itself and retaliated with its arms. Clang! The two received the wyvern's arms, which were at the end of its wings, with their swords, and in the meantime, the second wave, Herald and Zeke, landed a blow on the wyvern's eyes. But they were just a moment too late. The wyvern swung its head violently, knocking the two away, and with a powerful flap it began to ascend. At that moment, From Ito's left arm, which had remained completely still, 5 arrows were rapidly released. There were flames lit near the tips of the arrows. Just as the wyvern began its ascent, the arrows' paths overlapped. Bang, 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 the sound of explosions echoed. Yes, explosion sounds. These arrows had been crafted using black powder produced in the Eastern Kingdom, something that could almost be called gunpowder. This was the party's trump card. The main effect of the explosion was more about the sound than the destructive power. Especially the effect of explosion sounds on wild animals is surprisingly significant. This is well known in Earth's history. In fact, the power of what Ito released wasn't that great. Since it was launched from her arm, if it misfired and her arm was torn off, that would be problematic. Of course, even though Ito could use extra heal to heal even a missing limb, the arrows were designed with emphasis on the explosive sound rather than destructive power. Moreover, this was a dungeon. The sound would echo significantly. Now in this fight, the effects of explosion sounds on wild creatures had been revealed. Although the opponent was not an animal but a monster, a sudden explosion sound, 5 in succession. Even the wyvern found itself confused. Horses rushing on the ground would become bewildered, throwing off their riders, and in some cases they would fall to the ground or run amok. The wyvern was in the air. What happens when one becomes confused while in the air? First, one loses their sense of up and down. This is called spatial disorientation. If this had been in open skies, it might have been different, but this was a dungeon. The ceiling was about 10 meters high. If the wyvern got confused and flew a little, it would bump into the ceiling, then the ground, and again into the ceiling. Finally, it collided with the ground. "Let's go!" With Nils' command, Ammon, Harold, and Zeke charged towards the fallen wyvern. If they could stab their swords into it while it was unconscious. But that was too optimistic, perhaps because it had crashed to the ground. Did it understand that it was on the ground? The wyvern was recovering from the confusion caused by the explosion sounds. With wide-open eyes, it unleashed an air slash without hesitation. And this time it did not jump. It must have thought that if it flew, it might encounter another explosion sound. At the very least, if it remained on the ground, it wouldn't crash into various places in confusion. It seems its learning ability wasn't low. In fact, Ito was ready to set a new arrow in the repeating crossbow and could launch it as soon as it was ignited. The wyvern did not take to the skies. While flying wyverns are indeed the most troublesome, a grounded wyvern isn't an easy opponent either. But if it's on the ground, Sonic Blade won't come, Nils muttered. One arrow splits into 5, a wind attribute range attack magic Sonic Blade. Once the wyvern lands, it can no longer use this Sonic Blade. Of course, it could still unleash air slashes, and its wind barrier that protects its entire body remains, so unless it runs out of magical power or faints, they wouldn't be able to stab it with swords. However, even so, there were weaknesses. That was its eyes. There was no wind barrier for its eyes, so if they stabbed a sword and it reached its brain, it could be defeated. If it was on the ground, those eyes would be at a height reachable by swords. As Nils contemplated this, the wyvern flapped its wings once and lifted slightly. About 2 meters, perhaps. If the wyvern extended its legs a little, it could reach the ground. At that height, even if confused, it can quickly extend its legs to the ground and somehow manage. For a monster, it's surprisingly intelligent, Nils cursed. In reality, the weapons of the 4 approaching could not reach the wyvern's head at all. The height of its head was over 4 meters above the ground. Nils glanced at Ito. Ito understood his intention with just that look and nodded. Ignite and immediately fire a volley of 5 shots. Bang, 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 bang. The sound of another explosion echoed. However, the wyvern did not seem to panic. It appeared to tremble slightly, but it was not confused. The moment Nils clicked his tongue, Ammon's voice rang out. "Zeke, lend me your staff." At those words, Zeke tossed his staff, his weapon, over. "Nils, son, throw me up. Throw you up." Ammon, holding the staff, ran towards Nils while shouting, with momentum. This allowed Nils to understand what Ammon was planning. "Come," Nils said as he turned to face Ammon, who was running towards him, and positioned his palms together in front of his body. On top of those palms, Ammon balanced the staff. With that, Ammon kicked off the ground like an acrobat, putting all his weight on the staff, and without hesitation, Nils lifted the staff. Ammon found himself standing on 1 foot atop the staff, being lifted up. And finally, Nils hurled the staff. At the same time, Ammon kicked off the staff and leaped into the air, reaching a height exceeding 4 meters. In that moment, Ammon saw it, the surprised expression of the wyvern. Combat technique. Complete penetration. With that look of surprise still on its face, the wyvern perished. Ah, it ended without any issues, didn't it? Heh. 6 people defeating a wyvern, huh? As expected of those who form a party with the child of the Fairy King. How interesting. Saying this, the old man with white hair, a wide red hat, a red robe, and a staff laughed. If he were there, he would know almost everything that happens within the dungeon he resides in. He had been watching the battles in Room 10 and Room 11 on the 100th floor with great interest. Just how well could they do without the child of the Fairy King, Rio? The result was quite satisfactory, but I'm curious about this gaze they have. The red old man muttered with a slight frown. It feels unpleasant, surprisingly so. I can't shake the feeling that they're like those guys, but why do they care? If they were concerned about the child of the Fairy King, I could understand. However, even though they defeated the Wyvern as a party of 6 from the dungeon, that's quite an achievement for humans. It's impressive, but it shouldn't be something for them to be concerned about, right? No one answered the red old man's words. The party from Room 10 and Room 11, after breaking through the 100th floor, left the dungeon immediately. Although they had defeated the Wyvern as 6 people, the mental fatigue was indeed substantial. But at the same time, their joy was equally high. For now, they returned to the inn they were staying at in the city of the West Dungeon, called Holy Capital Minstrel, to wash themselves, and gathered in the dining hall on the 1st floor. Naturally, they felt fatigued, but alongside that, they savored their joy. Congratulations on breaking through the 100th floor. Congratulations! A banquet of just the 6 of them was held. It would have been nice if Ryo-san were here. Ah, he probably went to deliver a letter to the Republic, right? And he still has the Holy Seal certificate with him. If Ryo-san were here, I feel like we wouldn't have struggled at all against the Wyvern. That's possible. Ammon mentioned Ryo's absence. Nils stated the fact. Zeke touched on Ryo's combat strength, and Ito agreed. Harold and Gowan, who were listening nearby, nodded vigorously. Both of them had sparred with Ryo, so they knew his strength. Well, not exactly, but they knew he was quite strong. No matter how much Ryo is, it wouldn't be easy against a Wyvern, right? Nils said while eating a pile of bandit-style grilled chicken. But I can't really imagine Ryo-san struggling, Ammon pondered while eating steak. As the group was discussing such things, the inn's receptionist brought over an envelope. "Excuse me for interrupting your meal. This envelope has just arrived for you all." "Ah, thank you." Nils received it and opened it to check inside. "The captain says we should return to the Holy Capital. It's good timing, so let's head back tomorrow." "Yeah, we just conquered the 100th floor. I want to continue when we have more time." Nils suggested returning the next day, and Ito agreed. The other 4 nodded as well. Thus, the following day, the party left the West Dungeon and headed toward the Holy Capital. Just as they reached a point exactly halfway between the West Dungeon and the Holy Capital, the ground shone. "What is that? A magic circle?" After Nils and Ito's words, everyone's vision went dark. They were enveloped in complete darkness. All 6 of them remembered something, an experience from the past. Could it be? Nils's voice, which he squeezed out, trembled. Then a light appeared before them. The ground was once again cobblestone, just like back then. Ammon's murmur was tinged with distinct fear. The light rose and stopped at a height of about 5 meters, and before them stood a man resembling a priest, the man who had forcibly teleported the 6 of them at the crossroads of the long-lost country of Bordren. "Hey, it's been a while." The priest-like man spoke in the same voice as before. However, there seemed to be a slight hint of irritation mixed in. "You came all the way to the Western nations, to the Holy Capital, yet you haven't done anything," the priest-like man said while shaking his head slightly. "What in the world are you talking about?" Nils retorted. "Fall from grace. I'm not saying you should spread the concept of fall from grace, but I would expect you to at least confront the church folks with the concept of fall from grace, right?" "Naturally, right? That's only common sense, isn't it?" The priest-like man seemed agitated and excited. It appeared very unstable. Seeing someone in such a state made people uneasy, because you couldn't predict how they would act next. What happens to an existence that falls from grace and distances itself from God? What must that existence do to avoid disappearing? That is one of the reasons you were summoned from the Central Nations. Huh. What do you mean by that? The one who reacted to the priest-like man's words was Ito. "Honestly, and yet you foolish ones do nothing. What would make you act? Would someone here need to die for you to move? Or would you move to avoid being killed next? Well, I suppose that's somewhat understandable." "What are you saying?" The priest-like man's words already sounded incoherent. Nils felt a bad premonition. No, everyone present felt it. Who would be good? Well, I suppose we don't need 2 priests. The one who didn't know the concept of fall from grace isn't needed. The priest-like man said this and looked at Zeke. Zeke couldn't move. He understood that his life was in danger. He comprehended it in his mind, but his body wouldn't respond. "Die!" In that instant, crack, the world shattered. The red old man fell before the party. Tomorrow, a battle with non-humans. Gravity, the moment the red old man cast his spell, the priest-like man was crushed. He was squashed in the space. However, it was only for an instant. In the next moment, as if nothing had happened, the priest-like man was standing again. Are you Spellno?" the priest-like man asked in surprise. "The demon? It's annoying enough that you appear right next to my dungeon, but to think you would take action against them." The red old man was not just annoyed, he was angry. Lord Marlin?" Ito asked the old man in front of him. "This one is troublesome. I'm not sure if I can win even if I try. You all stay back." The red mage Marlin said this and readied his staff. "To think I revealed myself near the holy capital. I never imagined there would be a dungeon inhabited by Spellno nearby. What a blunder!" The priest-like man, the demon referred to by Marlin, laughed as he said this. The content of his words expressed his regret for his own mistake, but his expression was the exact opposite. Yes, it was a laugh that could only be described as grotesque. "Well, since we've crossed paths, we have no choice but to fight. That's right, this can't be helped. It's not my fault. The flow of various events was unfortunate. There was no way to avoid it. Yes, it can't be helped." The demon said this while laughing. Thus, the curtain was raised for the battle between the mage Marlin and the demon. "Gravity," Marlin chanted. There was no incantation and not even a build-up. The moment he cast, the demon was supposed to be crushed, but he wasn't. The demon moved the instant gravity was activated. "I saw that earlier. Oh, flame!" While teleporting rapidly, the demon cast. Huge fireballs were released from all the afterimages of his teleportation. Reverse, the moment Marlin swung his staff and cast, all the fireballs' trajectories flipped and flew back to where they came from. Upon reaching their destination, all the fireballs disappeared. Perfectly as if there was nothing there to begin with, all had been erased by the demon. The demon continued to teleport, with a grotesque smile on his face. "This is troublesome, truly a troublesome Spellno." The demon said this while laughing and cast again. Stone icicle, invalid. The moment the demon cast, stone icicles began to form from the ground where Marlin stood, but when Marlin cast, they immediately disappeared and returned to the original ground. Pillar of ice, the moment the demon cast, ice spears emerged from all directions and rushed towards Marlin. Probably there were hundreds of them. Reverse, as Marlin swung his staff and cast again, the icicles returned to the direction they came from. However, thud, gwa! The moment Marlin swung his staff, the demon appeared right in front of him and stabbed the sword he had somehow obtained into Marlin's abdomen. "I had to make you swing your staff," the demon said, wearing a smile that could be described as ominous. However, Marlin smirked back. "You finally stopped moving." Implosion, Marlin grabbed the sword that had been thrust into his abdomen and with a grotesque smile of his own cast the spell. At that moment, the demon in front of him was subjected to pressure from all directions and vanished. If Rio had been there, he might have said, "Explosion! Kukuku, that was quite interesting, Spellno. But you seem to be sleep-deprived. I'd like to fight again after you wake up. Those who know of the fall from grace must act properly until we meet again." Such a voice echoed around. He had been crushed, but the demon was not dead. Marlin collapsed, kneeling down. "Lord Marlin," the group rushed over. "I'm fine. In a little while it will restore on its own." Marlin answered with a steady voice, despite his face contorted in pain. "But you all have attracted the attention of a troublesome one. Lord Marlin, who on earth is that? Well, we call them demons. Haven't you heard of them?" "No," the group shook their heads, looking at each other, except for one. "I remember Ryo-san mentioning such a term." "What?" When Ammon replied, recalling his memory, the other five all looked at Ammon at once. "Oh, the child of the Fairy King knows about demons, huh?" I'm not sure if I know about demons themselves. But about coffee. He once said it is as black as a demon, as hot as hell, as pure as an angel, and as sweet as love. To Rio, it seems coffee is on the same level. Nils seemed to be misunderstanding Ammon's explanation terribly. Ho, that's quite extravagant. For some reason, Marlin also seemed to be misunderstanding terribly. "Well, putting aside the child of the Fairy King, usually those demons are troublesome. You can't win even if you fight. This time they seem to be playing around, so it ended like this." "Playing around with that?" Ito's mutter was heard by Zeke, who was next to him. Zeke, similarly to Ito, frowned and shook his head softly, muttering, "That magic is not something a person can handle." Harold and Gowan also nodded. "Speaking of which," Marlin began, looking towards Ito as he continued, "that demon mentioned something about the fall from grace." "What is the fall from grace?" "Oh, that is," Ito explained what he had heard from Rio about the fall from grace. "I see." Marlin nodded once and seemed to be deep in thought. "Lord Marlin," after a minute Ito asked softly, "Oh, pardon me, that demon is probably connected to someone in the higher-ups of the Western Church, or, no, let's just say one of the higher-ups. I believe they want to connect this to someone who has fallen from grace and see the reaction from the Western Church." "Then, why wouldn't the demon itself do that? It could just ask, pretending to be human." Ito replied, questioning Marlin's explanation. By the way, by the point of Marlin's initial explanation, the other 5 were still staring in shock with wide-open eyes. Well, I've heard that for demons, everything is a pastime. Probably this incident and the fall from grace are all just a way for them to kill time. What a troublesome existence they are, Marlin said while shaking his head slightly. After that, the group, who had been secretly protected by Marlin, arrived in the evening at the holy capital Maramar. Upon reaching the kingdom delegation's accommodation, they found a water attribute mage in the lounge at the back of the lobby, enjoying some delicious-looking cake and coffee. Ryo-san, at Ammon's call, the water attribute mage turned around and waved back with a smile. Mages vs. Demons Round 1 concluded. Advertisement. It seems that Bokutengu-sensei, who will handle the comic adaptation of Water Attribute Mage, will appear in the special distribution for regular subscribers of CGWRLD, creators as they are, on July 5th at 7 p.m. He was awarded recently, right? It's rumored that everyone doing CG in Japan, regardless of being professional or amateur, reads CGWRLD, even though the hurdle is high since it's for regular subscribers only. If there are any regular subscribers among you, there may also be a mention of Water Attribute Mage in the distribution. It would be nice if it comes up even slightly. Since everyone is taking too long, I'm eating first. No, I don't understand the meaning of that. In response to Ryo's words, Nils shook his head slightly. The 6 of them went to take a bath, leaving Ryo behind. Ryo had already finished bathing, so he remained in the lounge. It seems everyone has gotten involved in something troublesome. Even if you say something, it doesn't quite convey. Since Ryo was somewhat bored, he started talking about the king in the royal capital, and Abel would respond somehow. Abel was a good guy even after becoming king. I'll ask for more details during dinner later. Ryo is going to have dinner soon. But is he eating cake now? How did you know? The Echo of the Soul shows not only sound but also images. Ah, right, I wanted to report or ask Abel something. This time it's about the negotiations with the delegation in France. Saying this time implies that the usual situation isn't like this. I understand that, so I'm not angry or anything. Is that so? Well, Chief Negotiator Ignis seemed to be having a lot of trouble regarding trade by sea. Well, it seems that there's quite a distance even by sea. If the kingdom were to trade with the western nations via sea, wouldn't the central port be Witnash? And that reminds me, there was that super cool ship called the Queen Rain Shooter in Witnash. Ah, I see. Suddenly, Abel's reaction became poor. I thought it would be good to use that ship for trade with the western nations since it looked fast. That ship was commissioned by the royal family, right? If Abel permits, couldn't we use it? Ah, Ryo said it in a way that suggested it was a brilliant idea, but King Abel's reaction was quite bad. I mean, I am suggesting this after considering it as a noble of the kingdom, but what kind of reaction is that from Abel? If you have something to say, you should say it clearly. Well, actually, the Queen Rain Shooter doesn't exist anymore. What? I'm sorry, could you say that again? I think I misheard. The Queen Rain Shooter doesn't exist. I'm sorry, I must have misheard. No, you heard it right. The Rain Shooter is gone. It disappeared a year ago. It's gone. Ryo became intensely depressed. It had nothing to do with him whether it existed or not. The Queen Rain Shooter was a trimaran, called a Revolution in Ships, revealed at the Witnash Port Festival 3 years ago. Its appearance was astonishingly beautiful, and of course, Ryo and the 3 from Room 10 were entranced by it. Additionally, its navigation method involved using water attribute magic below the waterline and wind attribute magic above the waterline, propelling it through repulsion, which was a hybrid navigation method. It was a ship ordered to be built by the royal family. A ship that cost 370 billion florins has disappeared. Ryo's muttering was transmitted through the Echo of the Soul, so naturally, Abel heard everything. You knew the construction cost well. Abel sighed deeply in response. Ryo could understand that Abel himself was very disappointed. A year ago it set sail from Witnash for ocean research, and hasn't returned since. What a situation. Wait, could it be that it was a sacrifice to the Kraken? Ah, that's a possibility. Besides the Kraken, there are also huge monsters in the sea. Of course, it was armed with powerful monster repellent. Well, that's why the Queen Rain Shooter is no longer here. It was a sad story. What about building another one? I believe they were constructing a different ship specialized for transport, but it will still take a while to complete. I see. That's unfortunate. Hey, demon! Ito, did you just say demon? Ryo's voice slightly cracked in surprise. I knew you were aware of it after all. You said before that coffee is as black as a demon, as hot as hell, as pure as an angel, and as sweet as love. Nils nodded, and Ammon added. Yeah. Ryo, while appearing to want to clear up a slight misunderstanding, accepted it nonetheless. It was true that he had quoted Talleyrand. You were lucky to encounter a demon and come out unharmed. Ryo genuinely felt relieved about that. Lord Marlin saved me. Nils replied. I see, Miss Marlin, the battle between the demon and the mage sounds incredible. Yes, it's a magical combat that's a bit beyond comprehension. That was magic, right? Probably magic, Rio imagined, Ito said, and Zeke agreed. It was something beyond the common knowledge of magic in the Central Nations, something even Ito and Zeke couldn't comprehend. From the explanations given by the two, Rio somehow understood. No, to be precise, he didn't fully understand. I would love to have seen that. Rio's thoughts came from the bottom of his heart. Especially that demon's teleportation-like ability, I'm interested in that. But Miss Marlin's magic is also amazing. Gravity type? I wonder if there's something like that. And then she reverses the flames and ice that come flying at her. Is it interference with inertia? No, Einstein said, what we think of as gravity is actually the curvature of space. So if you can manipulate gravity, that means you can bend space, right? That Jimu nukes, I see. If that's the case, returning the opponent's attack by bending space would be easy. The fact that it's not water, fire, earth, or wind means it's attributeless magic, right? I'm curious about that. Speaking of which, the Demon of the South also floated when released. I remember thinking anti-gravity. Could it be that the demon is skilled at that kind of magic? Is it a racial trait or something? Next time I should ask Miss Marlin to show me. All those words Rio thought he was keeping inside ended up spilling out. I see Rio-san thinks about these things. You're thinking of asking Miss Marlin. You really are thinking of something unwholesome, aren't you? Ammon nodded, Ito chuckled, and Nils shook his head while expressing his thoughts. There shouldn't have been any ominous words, but perhaps it was due to the image they had of Rio. He was a pitiful mage. By the way, what exactly is this demon? I understand that it's a supernatural existence different from us humans, but it felt different from the so-called monsters. Different from demons and Lord Marlin as well? Zeke asked, addressing no one in particular. Perhaps it is something that exists outside the biological system of this world. Rio's mutter was not loud at all. In fact, it should have been one of the quieter murmurs, yet it reached the ears of all six. Rio-san, what do you mean? The one who reacted the most was Zeke. No, I just thought that somehow. Rio felt flustered under Zeke's intense gaze. Rio, exposed to Zeke's strong stare, decided to give up and share some things. I don't know that much either, but I actually know a demon. In response to Rio's confession, all six were left speechless. When I say no, it doesn't mean we're close. I did help him once, but that was more of a rescue. The six listened silently to Rio's words. I fought him 3 times as well. I felt like I almost died each time. Seriously? Nils involuntarily let the words slip out. To think that Rio had been through such dangerous encounters without them knowing. With a being like that, at that moment Rio remembered. When he last fought the demon Leonor, he received information about the Western nations. He recalled the words she said just before they parted. By the way, I remembered something that demon said. She warned me to be careful because there are other demons like her in the Western nations. I see, that's the demon this time. Ito nodded in response to Rio's explanation. At the same time, Rio recalled another thing Leonor had said. She had mentioned a keyword, sacrifice. He remembered it, but at the moment, he still had no idea what it meant. Perhaps something would become clear in the future, but even so, it was an ominous phrase. There were many unknowns, sacrifice, fall from grace, the new demon that would be involved, and the mage Marlin who would fight against it. Furthermore, as experienced in the Republic, wars were occurring among nations within the Western nations as well. It was completely unclear. Stop thinking about the unknowns. After all, once the information is gathered, it will become clear on its own. Until then, it would be pointless to worry. In times like this, the best thing to do is to eat delicious food to your heart's content. Deliciousness makes you forget everything. And with that, Chapter 4, Mafalda Republic, comes to an end. Starting tomorrow, we will begin Chapter 5, The Holy See. Rio murmured and mentioned the subtitle Jimu Nukes. This is part of the Divine Formula. The Divine Formula, just the name alone sounds cool, right? The Divine Formula is not a fantasy term. It's a formula dealt with in cutting-edge theoretical physics on modern Earth. Or rather, it should be said that it's something that genius physicists worldwide are desperately trying to complete. It represents everything in this world with just one formula. That is the Divine Formula. Now, what does Jimu Nukes represent in that context? It represents the curvature of spacetime, or rather the way spacetime bends, see. It's just like the magic of the demon Marlin, right? When it comes to Japanese fantasy or light novels, gravity types or dimension types are common, right? It's cool, isn't it? It must be correct from a physics perspective. Sorry, that was a bit too casual. Now, the Divine Formula, to be precise, seems to be the action of the standard model of elementary particles combined with the action of gravity. The initial part, or the first term where Jimu Nukes is included, is the action of gravity. But The way of saying it is definitely better as divine formula. Well, it goes without saying that, even if you have no interest in physics at all, you can enjoy reading the water attribute Mage without worries. If you can't enjoy it, worrying about difficult things will just tire you out. Ha ha ha. Chapter 5, The Holy See the next day. Hugh McGrath, head of the Kingdom delegation, set out for the Holy See accompanied by his entourage. The entourage consisted of Nils, Edo, Ammon, Rio, Harold, Gowan, and Zeke. I am Hugh McGrath, the head of the Natore Kingdom delegation. I have come to convey my congratulations to Cardinal Graham. This was agreed upon. The group was immediately escorted deep into the Holy See. They were not taken to a room near the front where they would usually meet Cardinal Oscar, but much further inside. It was likely a place that outsiders rarely entered. The only people passing by were those cloaked in the robes of the church. If we were suddenly ambushed, that would be pretty bad. Rio, for some reason, joyfully spoke about the crisis. Why do you sound so happy? Nils chimed in, keeping him in check. Recently, Rio had come to highly appreciate Nils's sharp retorts, which rivaled even Abel's. Edo stifled a laugh while Ammon smiled wryly. The three from room 11 wisely kept their expressions unchanged and listened quietly. Rio, don't say such ominous things. It was Hugh who admonished him with a very sensible remark. Among the 8, the most rational individual was the strong-looking giant of a leader. He might appear muscle-headed at first glance, but he was sensible and had a sharp mind. The room they were taken to was surprisingly spacious. Would it be understood if I compared it to the size of a school gymnasium? It was as large as 2 basketball courts. Inside were conference tables that could seat 20 and a reception set that could accommodate more than 10. And at the very back there was a desk with one person sitting at it. It was Cardinal Graham. Thank you for coming, Master McGrath and everyone else. Having said that, Graham looked at the group with suspicion. He then continued speaking. I apologize for the imposition, but have you encountered any anomalies again? Yes, Edo answered Graham's question. The other 5 nodded in agreement. Hugh's eyes widened in surprise. Of course, he had heard reports that the group had encountered something supernatural, but he couldn't understand why Graham had noticed it. Excuse me for a moment. Evil search, Graham chanted, and after a while he nodded several times. Indeed, it is the same as before. Let's cleanse it with holy smoke. There's some burning right there. Although they didn't know why it was burning, it was fortunate for the group. There seemed to be some deeper reason that they didn't know about, but for some reason, it felt like now wasn't the right time to ask, so even Rio decided to stay silent. However, this holy smoke can also purify poison. There's always a possibility of poison being released while you're in this room. Considering the possibility of invisible poison, we always keep it burning. Additionally, this holy smoke can prevent eavesdropping through magic. It's quite a versatile smoke, you see, Graham explained, still smiling, even though his life might be in danger. Is that really all right? Hugh asked with concern. Well, it can't be helped. This is such a place. Graham's smile transformed into a wry grin. We have strayed far from what Lord Nayu desired. With that, Graham shook his head slightly. Especially since I'm a newcomer, my power base is weak compared to the other cardinals. I don't even have an assassination squad, so to speak. A priest having an assassination squad? Hugh muttered, shaking his head at Graham's explanation. Of course, he wasn't criticizing. He was lamenting the gulf between ideals and reality while accepting that distance to the ideal. Between individuals, laws, contracts, and agreements can help uphold trust. However, between those in power, trust can only be maintained by strength. At Rio's muttering, Graham looked a bit surprised and widened his eyes. Indeed, as Rio-san said, have you learned about the grasp of power somewhere? No. I just read about it in a book in my hometown library long ago. A library that has books on the mindset of those in power, huh? Harold's muttering was only heard by Zeke beside him. Zeke nodded in agreement. Of course, the passage Rio recited was a line from Machiavelli's The Prince. Since it's The Prince, it's natural for it to include insights on the mindset of rulers. First and foremost, one must solidify the foundation immediately. One must be prepared to implement what others have been planning long before, without delay upon taking office. Right, that's how it is. For that reason, I summoned a few familiar faces as soon as I was appointed cardinal. Among them are the mages who were with me during the Roman party. Hugh nodded vigorously at Rio's words, thinking of the party members who had worked alongside Hero Roman. Mages like the Fire Attribute Mage Gordon, the Wind Attribute Mage Alicia, the Earth Attribute Mage Belrock, and the Enchanter Ashken. All of them were top-tier adventurers. Hero Roman had secretly sought asylum in the Central Nations, along with the Demon King, yet those who remained were still powerful members. Gathering strong pieces for one's faction was a natural course of action for those in a power struggle. I don't want to do this, Hugh thought to himself and shook his head internally. I believe it will be officially announced today, but the negotiation contact for the Central Nations delegation will switch from Cardinal Oscar to myself. Is that so? Hugh asked in surprise, returning to Graham's statement. Well, since I know Master McGrath and, of course, the former Emperor of the Duchy Empire, it would be said I am suitable for the role. For that reason, I think there will be more exchanges, so I look forward to your cooperation. No, the pleasure is mine. The group took their leave from Graham and stepped out into the hallway. They were on the 3rd floor. From the window, they could see the courtyard. Rio suddenly looked out at the courtyard. A familiar face was walking there, surrounded by 4 monks. Nils' son? Yes, it was Neil Anderson with whom he had discussed alchemy in the Republic. It was definitely him. There was no mistake. He said he was going to the Dark Continent. But did his plans change? He had no way of knowing the reason. However, for some reason, it lingered slightly in Rio's heart. The next day, Rio was again present at the Holy See. Mr. Graham, I've come to deliver today's report. Rio-san, I don't recall there being an arrangement for that. Indeed, there was no such arrangement. While it was true that documents exchanged hands daily between the delegation and the Holy See, and negotiations took place, that was the responsibility of the officials handling the negotiations. It was certainly not the job of the Guardian Adventurers. We decided that since the trips back and forth are dangerous, it would be better for the Guardian Adventurers to handle the delivery of the documents. That was nonsense. The delegation's lodgings and the Holy See were literally a stone's throw away from each other. They were positioned just across a large street. Furthermore, it was in the most secure area around the Holy See in France. There was no reason for the trips back and forth to be dangerous. However, Rio had managed to persuade not only the leader Hugh McGrath, but also the chief negotiator Ignis to take on this job. The meaning of the phrase "managed to win" was rather complicated, though. The reason Rio created this job and secured the role was so that he could enter the Holy See every day. After all, he was still concerned about Neil Anderson, whom he had seen yesterday. That was the biggest reason. Of course, once he passed through the gates of the Holy See, a guiding monk would accompany him to Graham's office, and he couldn't stray from the route. But still, curiosity doesn't wane. Naturally, this wasn't a bad arrangement for Chief Negotiator Ignis, who was responsible for all negotiations of the delegation. In reality, the officials had many cumbersome tasks. Among those, there was an astonishing amount of work submitting documents to negotiation parties. That was a fact. It was much appreciated if someone from the surplus of Guardian Adventurers could take it over instead of allocating valuable officials. Thus, when Rio proposed the idea, Ignis accepted it without hesitation. Hugh was the one who hesitated. "Rio, don't cause any trouble, okay?" How many times had he said those words? Of course. "I haven't caused any trouble up until now, have I?" Rio had answered like this each time. In fact, for some reason, Rio had the image of being a troublemaker, but he had not really caused any significant issues that inconvenienced others. Or at least he hoped so, probably, maybe, yet he was still told this, and it was all about image. Image was important. "Huh, I see." After hearing the sequence of events from Rio, Cardinal Graham nodded. To Graham, Rio's daily delivery of documents presented no issues. After all, it was just Rio replacing someone from the officials who would bring the documents anyway. What had been almost daily became every day. "Well then, understood. I'll inform the relevant parties. Although you can't move freely within the Holy See, at least the odd looks will decrease." "Thank you very much." Graham nodded and said this, and Rio expressed his gratitude and bowed. "I have also heard of Neil Anderson's name. He is a famous alchemist, after all. He had been staying in the Mafalda Republic for a long time. I believe France has tried to invite him several times in the past, but he always declined. If he is indeed within the Holy See, it certainly piques one's interest." After saying this, Cardinal Graham looked down as if deep in thought. Is it Adolfido pulling the strings behind the scenes, or Camillo, or perhaps Zacharias? Or someone else entirely?" Graham's murmurs were inaudible to Rio. From the following day, rumors began to circulate gradually within the Holy See. Every morning at 9 o'clock, a robed, mage-like adventurer from the Central Nations appeared. When there were few documents, he would carry them in a shoulder bag. That was fine. However, sometimes he would come carrying an enormous quantity of documents, the kind of quantity that would require many people to transport. Even then, that adventurer came alone, with a transparent cart or something resembling a hand truck trailing behind him. That sight was very strange. It was likely a cart generated by magic, but it was a type of magic no one had ever heard of. However, the real shock came after it passed by, as it perplexed the monks. The Holy See had many stairs. How did those carts move through the stair-laden Holy See? The next time they encountered the adventurer and the cart, they began to pay attention to how it would handle the stairs. The moment the cart reached the stairs, A layer of ice appeared, forming a slope, and they were once again astonished. Half of them thought, "I see," impressed, while the other half expressed surprise, wondering, "Is that even possible?" In the Western nations, the level of magic in the Central nations was generally considered low. It had been thought that way for a long time. That was largely true, thanks to a certain vampire's lord ancestor who had orchestrated it over a century. Of course, it did spread the use of magic to wider reaches. However, due to this delegation's adventurers' actions, perceptions among the monks of the Holy See were beginning to change. Magic from the Central nations should not be underestimated. Of course, it was gradual. 10 days had passed since Monk Carl had begun to guide the mage-like adventurer carrying documents from the delegation. Carl took it as his utmost pleasure to care for Cardinal Graham, whom he revered and respected, and thus, being in a place where his voice couldn't reach was initially a sad role for him. However, after hearing, "Ryo-san took great care of me when I went to the Central Nations with Roman," he began to devote himself wholeheartedly. In reality, this adventurer known as Ryo had not been ordinary from the very start, especially with the magic he called cart. Naturally, when one thinks of following the caster, the golem would come to mind first. And a golem could follow without concern for steps, walking on 2 feet. In that regard, one could say the golem was superior to his cart. However, golems cannot be dismissed at will. Yet this cart could be created and erased freely. Moreover, its size could be altered at will. When Monk Carl first saw it, he stood there agape. It seemed that Cardinal Graham, upon witnessing that sight, had chuckled softly. How embarrassing! Before a week had passed since Carl was assigned this role, everyone in the Holy See had come to know him. He began to receive many inquiries from colleagues. What is that adventurer? Carl wanted to know too. What that adventurer was, to be frank, he had no idea. Of course, the adventurer known as Ryo was not arrogant or rude in any sense. On the contrary, he was exceptionally polite. There was none of the roughness or clumsiness one might imagine from those labeled as adventurers. On one occasion, after delivering documents, he had even stayed to have tea with Cardinal Graham, and his mannerisms were very refined. He had heard that a good number of adventurers from the Central Nations came from noble families. Especially when sent abroad like the current delegation, it was said that those aspects were taken into account. If that were true, then this adventurer named Ryo might have been born into nobility. Of course, he couldn't directly ask such questions. Once, he had mustered up the courage to ask Cardinal Graham about it. The Cardinal's response was, "That's a secret." He had replied with a faint smile, so it was likely true. Recently, Carl had taken to answering his colleagues' inquiries in this manner. He's someone with very refined manners, likely from the upper class. Ryo had noticed. Among the gazes directed at him, there was one he recognized from a previous encounter. However, although the size, breathing, and mannerisms remained unchanged, he felt that the way of movement was slightly different. He was only using passive sonar since he didn't want the other party to know he was probing. Well, the accuracy of passive sonar has improved compared to before. Daily effort is essential. The reason Ryo deliberately stood out by using a cart was to probe quietly with passive sonar from behind. People's attention would naturally gravitate toward the noticeable cart. They wouldn't expect someone doing such things to simultaneously be probing with sonar magic. Ryo asked Brother Carl, who was walking ahead. "What's on the 3rd floor beyond that courtyard?" Brother Carl's reaction was unusual. Ryo regretted it. It was the wrong question. "That area is a corner where we mere monks cannot set foot. If possible, I think it would be better for Ryo-san to avoid getting too close." His voice trembled slightly. "Yes, I understand. I won't get close." Upon hearing that, Brother Carl sighed in relief. It seemed he genuinely cared about Ryo. There are good people like Carl, and then there are terrifying individuals like the one whose gaze he recognized. The last time they met, he was surely a bishop. Even among the same clergy, there are various kinds. Ryo himself has never had any aversion to religion, nor has he been overly immersed in it. When he was on Earth, he had read the so-called Bible as part of his studies, both the Old Testament and the New Testament. It was natural for someone majoring in Western history. Some classmates even succeeded famous shrine priests. There was also a language teacher who inherited a temple from the Muromachi period. In conclusion, just like those involved in religion, there are good people and bad people among those who aren't involved. He had come to such a conclusion on his own. From that perspective, Brother Carl in front of him, the owner of the gaze, and even Cardinal Graham, who sometimes gave off a slightly ominous feeling, were not particularly out of the ordinary. Yes, after all, the black booklet of alchemy that Ryo inherited was created by Hassan, who formed the assassin cult. In short, assassins aren't necessarily bad people. No, perhaps it does seem that assassins are inherently bad. "Grandson, here are today's documents." Ah, thank you for your hard work. Rio had successfully completed his work for the day. From here on, it was private. For that reason, he sometimes asks a few questions of the cardinal in front of him. Grandson, I'd like to ask you something. What is it? While I can't say I have a lot of spare time today, I can spare 2 or 3 minutes. Graham was in a high-ranking position close to the apex of the Western Church, but he wasn't buried under paperwork like some king. From what Rio had heard before, a lot of the work for cardinals involved words rather than documents. Wonderful, since time was limited, Rio decided to get straight to the point. I want to know about the papal direct third bishop, Cesare. That is. Even Graham seemed taken aback by the unexpected question. He struggled to find words. The reason Rio knew this information was, of course, because it came up in a conversation with Captain Bangon and Vice Captain Ameria when he saved their lives in the Mafalda Republic. One of the 4 bishops who leads the papal direct assassination squad. That was almost all the information Rio knew about Cesare's position. Before I answer, could you tell me why Rio-san knows about Cesare? Ah, yes. Actually, a little while ago, Hugh-san asked me to go to the Mafalda Republic, and during that time I had a small skirmish. Did you perhaps defeat him? Was the defeated Cesare handed over to the Republic's authorities? Yes, you are well informed. I see. It seemed Graham had pieced together something from Rio's explanation. After thinking for a moment, he continued speaking. There had indeed been rumors that Cesare was captured by the Republic. He seemed to have escaped a few days later, though. Ah, that's right. He had received such explanations at the special agency before leaving the Republic. Graham began to explain about Cesare and the 4 bishops. They are called the 4 bishops of the Pope. As their name suggests, they are directly under your holiness, possessing status and power that far surpasses that of other bishops. In some cases, they may even hold greater authority than archbishops. Their names are Abelard, Bridget, Cesare, and Dionysius. Each of them leads about 20 assassination squads and engages in underhanded work, like the recent interference with the Republic. Graham paused to take a sip of coffee before continuing. While leading troublesome assassination squads, their individual combat abilities are even more concerning. It's said that they could easily sneak into a Lord of the Realm's bedroom and strike them down. Some even say that one of the reasons most of the Western nations never oppose the Church's intentions is because of their existence. I see, Rio nodded at Graham's explanation. Basically, it said they do not exercise their power within the Holy See. There are restrictions in place. However, personally, I don't believe in such things. Rio-san. Well, your combat abilities might be fine, but still, please be careful. It is not always one-on-one. Yes, I will keep that in mind. Brother Carl? Graham called a bit louder, and Brother Carl, who had been waiting in the next room, entered. Yes, Your Excellency. Please guide Rio-san outside. I will be heading to research with the 8th priesthood. Understood. In the corridor where Cardinal Graham was heading to research with the 8th priesthood. Grandson? Oh, Cardinal Adolfido, hello. The man referred to as Adolfido was in his mid-60s, about 150 centimeters tall, completely bald, giving off a very remarkable and undeniable presence. Of course, he wore a friendly smile. Among the 12 cardinals, he was said to be the best at underhanded tactics, knowledgeable in covert work, and willing to go to any lengths for his goals. However, such a reputation could not be gleaned from his appearance at all. Of course, this was not something that could only be said about Adolfido. The same could be said for other cardinals. None of them exuded even a hint of malice, and that was only natural. After all, they were high-ranking clergy of the Western Church. There was no way a person exuding such a wicked atmosphere could rise to a high position. It's a given. This was, of course, also true of Graham. Are you heading to research now? Yes, I'm discussing the sacraments of Founder Nayu with the 8th priesthood. Adolfido inquired cheerfully, and Graham answered in kind. Founder Nayu refers to the founder of the Western Church. Cardinal Graham's papers on Founder Nayu have all received high praise. I hope to be able to join the research someday. Yes, definitely. Adolfido spoke cheerfully, and Graham replied just as cheerfully. Then, yes, excuse me. After exchanging greetings, the two parted ways. Of course, they remained cheerful throughout. Naturally, there were no tongue clicks, sighs, or murmurs. Even their breathing remained normal. That is the Holy See. It's a suffocating place both now and in the past. Graham thought this without changing his expression, his breathing, and certainly not his pace. Only when he thought of Founder Nayu, whom he revered from the bottom of his heart, imagined his sacraments, and traced the path he walked, could he find true solace. This place is no longer what Nayu desired. Graham sighed inwardly as he headed toward his research. Rio delivers documents to Cardinal Graham of the Holy See every morning. This is done to discreetly explore the insides of the Holy See. Of course, he doesn't roam around, but uses magic akin to passive sonar. He hopes to catch a glimpse of Neil Anderson, whom he had seen before, But unfortunately, he hasn't seen him since then, nor does he appear on the sonar. Instead, he can sense Cesare's gaze, always from the same spot, the corner room on the 3rd floor across the courtyard. It's unclear whether he can leave that room or not, but he is always there. After delivering the documents to Graham and exiting the Holy See, he finds himself constantly being watched. This isn't by Cesare, of course, it's by someone else, about 3 to 4 people. After leaving the Holy See and crossing a larger road, he finds himself at the Kingdom Delegation dormitory. Therefore, being watched is not a problem at all. That said, Rio doesn't always stay holed up in the dormitory. There are those known as the Kingdom Delegation Welcome Team who serve as points of contact for the Kingdom Delegation. These individuals are straightforward watchers. Their ostensible job is to facilitate various conveniences for the delegation members. Of course, their true purpose is as watchers to prevent delegation members from going to unnecessary places or learning unnecessary things. But as long as they are presented as the welcome team, they will work to fulfill many of the delegation's requests. For instance, they assist water attribute mages in researching at the specialized library in the holy capital Maramar. Initially, Rio suggested this, but recently, Priest Ito and Zeke have also been spending time in the specialized library. For these priests, who also have aspects of truth seekers, the origins of the Western Church are fascinating matters. It differs significantly from Rio's engrossment in alchemy-related books. In any case, Rio occasionally visits the specialized library. It's about 2 blocks away from the dormitory, and even while walking, Rio remains a subject of constant observation. 3 people at this time again. I was also being monitored in the Republic, but they were more refined than the 2 at that time. Rio has a lot going on, huh? The king, connected through the echo of the soul, expresses concern for Rio, but in reality, he doesn't think much about it. I know that, no, that wasn't my intention, but I'm sorry about it. But, Rio, you want to be attacked, don't you? Yikes. The king, who has been associated with Rio for a long time, sees right through his desires, and no way. But still, if that were the case, how could I have someone attack me? You do want to be attacked, don't you? For example, Abel let out a deep sigh. If it's just observation, they won't attack no matter what, certainly. And then Rio suddenly had a realization. There is a term in the world called force majeure. I will pretend I didn't hear anything. I will just tell the Grandmaster to stay vigilant from this royal capital. The king seems to have a hands-off approach. Today, he's particularly active. This was the thought of the surveillance squad leader on that day. For the past 10 days, they had been monitoring the target with 3 people in a team, rotating every 8 hours. They switch with the previous squad at 2 in the afternoon and hand over to the next squad at 10 at night. Currently, it's 4 in the afternoon. It has been 2 hours since the handover, but the movements are different from usual. The target goes back and forth between the Holy See and the dormitory every morning at 9. After that, he often reads books inside the dormitory. Sometimes, he heads to the specialized library. When he returns, he usually carries about 5 or 6 books. Naturally, the specialized library does not lend out books, but the target seems to have negotiated with the welcome team and obtained permission to borrow them. By the way, the returns are handled by the welcome team. The target, who only goes to the Holy See, the dormitory, the specialized library, and occasionally to Café Roma, entered a local diner today. Since this diner has a back entrance, the squad leader watches the back entrance while the other 2 watch the front entrance. That's the surveillance procedure. At the very least, all the blueprints of commercial facilities in this holy capital are stored in the minds of these watchers. Thus, escaping is not an option. Of course, they are aware of all the paths. Whether it's night or not, they can navigate to their destination, even with their eyes closed in some cases. They are that knowledgeable. Bang. The sound of the front door of the diner closing. However, it was slightly louder than usual. The 2 subordinates appeared flustered. The target had bolted out of the diner. Damn, what's going on today? The squad leader couldn't help but grumble inwardly. And he's fast. The 2 subordinates managed to keep up, but the squad leader was slightly delayed as he was watching the back entrance. This is bad. That alley over there is complicated. The alley the target turned into was filled with obstacles. The path was narrow and there were few people around. Even at this evening hour, it was quite sparse. Thinking that, the squad leader rounded the corner of the alley. Did I lose sight of him? No sounds could be heard at all. With so many obstacles, he couldn't see ahead. Moreover, where did his subordinates go? It was almost a reflex. He suddenly felt a presence right behind him. The squad leader's mission was surveillance, but of course, he was trained in close combat. In some cases, he would even take on assassination missions. If given the master's orders, he would do anything. Therefore, it was only natural that he instinctively drew his sword and swung at the presence that suddenly appeared behind him, enveloped in murderous intent. A moment's hesitation could easily lead to losing his life. They lived in a world where such things were reality. Clang, the squad leader's sword was deflected by an invisible wall. "You attacked me, didn't you? That constitutes self-defense," the shadow behind him said with a smile. In that instant, the squad leader saw it. It was supposed to be the target he was pursuing. That became his last memory. The squad leader awoke. First, he confirmed that his hands and feet could not move at all. No, even more than that, neither his body nor his head could move at all, not even his mouth. The ceiling was low, and there were no windows in sight. Is this some kind of basement? In front of him, he could see his two subordinates. But both of them, are they frozen in ice? They were encased in unnaturally transparent ice, and the squad leader realized that he too was trapped in a similar block of ice. What is this? "You've noticed, I see?" A voice echoed around him. It was a familiar voice. If his memory served him right, it was the one who had recently become a cardinal. Cardinal Graham? What appeared was indeed Cardinal Graham. The target was certainly delivering documents to Cardinal Graham every morning. It was easy to imagine that there was some connection between the two. Investigating what kind of connection, that was also a task assigned to the squad leader, but in that moment the ice around the squad leader's head melted away. Cough, cough. The squad leader instinctively coughed at the sudden change from the ice-encased state. The recoil made him inhale. His consciousness became hazy. His willpower was fading. Really, Ryo-san sure takes risks, and makes reckless demands too. Saying that, Graham smiled wryly. "I'm sorry." Ryo scratched his head and smiled sheepishly. "Well, it's quite beneficial for me too, so it's fine. You're the former Inquisitor General, right? You remembered that well. Did you hear what the vampire said back then?" "Yes." It was a story from near Kona village. "You're also good at making people spill secrets they don't want to share, aren't you?" "Well, yes. For now, let's extract information from these three, erase their memories, and have them hand over to the next ones around the delegation dormitory by 10 at night." "Thank you," Graham said with a charming smile. Ryo also returned a charming smile. A smile that doesn't deceive anyone is surely like this. In reality, he's deceiving a lot, however. Such words from the king of the royal capital were completely ignored by Ryo. "Mr. Graham, here are today's documents." "Ah, thank you for your hard work." Ryo successfully completed his job today as well, so after this it would be his private time. "Mr. Graham, about yesterday's matter." "Yes, I was planning to inform you. I have set aside time this morning, so let's go over it." In response to Ryo's question, Cardinal Graham replied and instructed him to sit on the reception set. Soon, fragrant coffee was served. It was probably coffee produced in the Dark Continent. "Let me tell you what I've found out. The one monitoring Ryo-san was a subordinate of Cardinal Adolfido." "Oh, I see," Graham explained, but of course, Ryo had almost no knowledge of the church, so he had no idea who Cardinal Adolfido was. Cardinal Adolfido is said to be the most skilled in behind-the-scenes manipulation among the 12 cardinals. Behind-the-scenes manipulation. Ryo frowned at Graham's grand explanation. It seemed he had attracted the attention of a troublesome person. It seems that Ryo-san was aware that he was being monitored in 3 shifts of 8 hours each, but their intent does not appear to be to cause harm. Instead, they aimed to probe my relationship with you. Their main objective seems to have been to investigate whether information within the Holy See was leaking to external parties. Not to the delegation, but rather to a potential enemy nation like the Republic. The fact that Ryo-san had just returned from the Republic seems to be the reason for this. "Oh, I see." Ryo found Graham's explanation very convincing. If a man who had just returned from a republic that had opened hostilities was entering and exiting the Holy See every day. Indeed, it felt only natural for someone well-versed in covert operations to be suspicious. So that Cardinal Adolfido is a good person acting for the Church's benefit, right? I can't definitively say he's a good person, but this surveillance itself might be for the Church and France's benefit. That much is certainly true. Graham responded with a wry smile to Ryo's somewhat naive impression. A nation cannot survive on just lofty ideals. Of course, if there's evidence that Ryo-san is leaking information to the Republic or others, it seems they received orders to eliminate him discreetly. I retract my previous statement. He's not a good person at all. With the additional information from Graham, Ryo reversed his earlier statement. Not a good person, but rather a very bad one. Ryo's life is the most important thing to him. However, they mentioned something concerning. Something concerning? Yes, they, the subordinates of Adolfido, are primarily focused on monitoring Ryo-san, but they occasionally see other watchers present. One group is monitoring the Alliance delegation. The other is monitoring the kingdom's officials. While the Alliance is one thing, our officials. Ryo frowned at Graham's explanation and shook his head slightly. If the officials became targets for those skilled in assassination, they would likely lose their lives easily. Which official from the kingdom are they monitoring? Probably Gladys Aldi's, the negotiation officer from the Ministry of Military Affairs. Oh, she's the most important official related to the military. Rio knew about her. Well, to be precise, he didn't know her personally, but he was familiar with the military official who was her bodyguard. Due to that connection, he knew about Gladys Aldi's as well. What exactly are they monitoring Gladys for? Oh, and who ordered the surveillance on her and the Alliance delegation? Archbishop Goon. I'm not very familiar with him, but it seems he is a close subordinate of Cardinal Camillo. Therefore, it is highly likely that Cardinal Camillo is behind this. Cardinal Camillo is, simply put, the second most skilled in behind-the-scenes manipulation after Cardinal Adolfido. Are there many cardinals skilled in behind-the-scenes manipulation? Rio expressed his rather extreme thoughts on Graham's explanation. However, Graham nodded seriously and continued speaking. That is indeed the case. If it weren't, one couldn't rise through the ranks, not in the current church. It sounds like a terrifying place. One can ascend through merit. Such large organizations do not exist. It's merely a fantasy. Unless an astonishing number of coincidences and incredible luck align, it is impossible. Whether it's a religious organization, a corporate organization, or a governmental organization, in any organization of a certain scale, those without the skills to climb the hierarchy cannot ascend. Some might refer to it as social skills, but it is not a good state for the organization as a whole, nor for its future. Many people realize that it is not a good state. However, even if they understand it, nothing changes and nothing can be changed. Rio even thought that this might be a sad nature rooted in the fundamental aspects of humanity. Looking back at history, one could list countless examples. Almost every large organization falls into this affliction. If that's the case, it is no longer merely the karma that humanity universally possesses. As long as people remain human, it is something they cannot escape. Rio shook his head gently. Graham continued to speak with a sad smile. What founder Nayusama wished for was certainly not this kind of church. Has time changed it? Or is it something else? Either way, there are still those among us who wish to correct it. That is a fact. Even if it is human nature and karma, to resist is also human, to control poison with poison. It is a place where one has no choice but to do so. Though troubled, Graham might also be one of those who resist. Just a brief promotion for Volume 3 of Water Attribute Mage. Excerpt from my activity report, yes, Volume 3. Not the recently released Volume 2, but Volume 3, for which reservations haven't even started yet, okay. Just a little bit, because the author has done it. Yes, I did it. I really did. Volume 3 has an additional 117,000 words. This isn't a revision. It's the newly written content that has expanded to 117,000 words. Volume 3, as always, boasts a whopping over 230,000 words, with half of that being completely new content that none of the narrow readers have read before. Among that, the standout is the new chapter Duchy of Volturino, which is just under 70,000 words. What could that possibly contain? The adventure tale of Rio and Abel. Yes, they will go on an adventure together. It's not just a journey for two, it's a solid adventure. In this 70,000 words, 80 to 90% of it involves them acting together. There are battles and, of course, plenty of conversations. Naturally. You want to read it, don't you? You must want to read it. Because the author has crafted a chapter you'll want to revisit multiple times. This is a secret, but it's quite interesting to read. When looking at the entirety of parts 1 and 2, there haven't been adventures featuring just Rio and Abel. Only journeys for two, but this is a completely new work. Originally, the range of Volume 3 was Interlude, Empire Part, and Duchy of Inberry, but it turned out to only be 120,000 words, so I added a substantial amount. Of course, this is not an SS or side story, but an increase in the main story. The characters introduced here will appear again in the future. From now on, the book version will completely differ from the Naru version. Whether it's the book or Naru, I'm taking the approach that as long as both are interesting, it's fine, and I'm writing as if I'm working on two separate works. So why am I promoting Volume 3 at this timing? To evoke feelings in those who haven't purchased Volume 1 or 2, but really want to read Volume 3? Once Volume 3 is out, I can just buy Volume 1 and 2 then. Some may have thought that way. However, I honestly can't imagine Volume 1 or 2 being on the bookstore shelves by that time. Unless it's a large bookstore in the city. I believe many bookstores only carry new releases for light novels, except for anime adaptation works. But now, Volume 1 and 2 are still likely available. Maybe, so I think it's best to purchase Volume 1 and 2 while you can. Well, the 4 bookstores around me have only Volume 1 or just Volume 2. Such is the situation. That said, situations vary across different areas. Please make choices based on the circumstances of your location. Using online orders is also an option. The most certain way to ensure you get Volume 1 and 2 before Volume 3 comes out is to order directly from To Books Online. You can place an order directly with the publisher and have it delivered to you. This is guaranteed. Moreover, it comes with special SS that are different from the electronic version. The SS in both Volume 1 and 2 features Rio as the main character. There are other various things about Volume 3, quite a number actually. But I'll save that for another day. There are some things that cannot be disclosed at my discretion, so please prepare early for everything. Thank you very much. The Deputy of Negotiator Gladys Aldi's at the Ministry of Military Affairs. That was the current position of Ashley Backland, the former person in charge of the East Gate of the Royal Capital's Defense Unit. After the War of Kingdom Liberation, Ashley was transferred from the Western Garrison Forces to the Royal Capital's Defense Unit, where she carried out her duties as the person responsible for the East Gate very reliably. During that time, she sometimes found herself caught up in the whimsical behaviors of the Mage who had recently become the first Duke, which were often beyond common sense. But overall, she was able to enjoy her work. It wasn't long after Ashley was transferred to the main office of the Ministry of Military Affairs that the news of a delegation to the Western nations came through, and she was assigned as the deputy to Gladys Aldi's, the head civil servant of the Ministry of Military Affairs, to go to the Western nations. Gladys, in her mid-50s, had some experience on the front lines, but was particularly known for her skills in logistics and organization, being regarded as the best in the Ministry of Military Affairs. Ashley was appointed as her deputy because it was said that Gladys herself had requested it. Ashley had extensive experience in departments that required physical strength on a daily basis, though not necessarily on the front lines of war, having served in both the Western Garrison Forces and the Royal Capital's Defense Unit. Visually, she could be described as a delicate woman, but in swordsmanship and martial arts, she was among the best in the defense unit. She had never lost to a man. Moreover, her ability to handle paperwork was also high. With such outstanding skills, it was impossible for her to be overlooked. In regard to negotiations with the Western nations, the involvement of the Ministry of Military Affairs was quite minimal. At most, it would be about how to limit the number of military personnel sent on trading ships. If relations progressed to the point of establishing embassies in each other's countries, numerous negotiations would arise concerning the stationed military personnel, the scale of the garrison, and the status agreements of the stationed troops. But at this point, such matters were not yet on the table. Therefore, to put it plainly, Ashley could be said to have quite a bit of free time compared to other civil servants. For this reason, as the deputy to negotiator Gladys, Ashley also had her break time. More than that, when Gladys was in the dormitory, she was told she could spend her time freely. However, when going outside the dormitory, Ashley would go along in a protective capacity. While Ashley was enjoying cake and coffee in the lounge on the first floor of the dormitory, a suspiciously robed mage appeared. "Excuse me. May I sit here?" "Yes, wait, Duke Rondo." Ashley managed to hold back from shouting at Rio's inquiry, but let out a sharp voice, albeit quietly. Ashley was aware that Rio was part of this delegation. However, with over 300 people in the Kingdom delegation alone, and being civil servants and guardian adventurers, she hadn't had any particular interaction with him. Moreover, she knew that Rio was acting as an adventurer rather than as a duke. But today, being suddenly greeted by him took her by surprise, making her refer to him as Duke. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to surprise you that much," Rio said, smiling wryly as he realized Ashley was more shocked than he expected. "Oh no, I apologize. Should I call you Rio, son?" Ashley decided to call him Rio, knowing that those around him always referred to him that way. After a while, the Rindo's tart and dark coffee that Rio ordered arrived. It seemed to be called dark coffee because it was made from coffee produced in the Dark Continent. "Here, please have some too, Ashley, son," Rio said, taking a bite of Rindo's tart. As the perfect balance of sweetness and acidity spread in his mouth, he couldn't help but smile. Seeing that, Ashley's tension, which had been there until then, eased. A smile can lighten the mood in any situation. Once both had finished eating their cake and were left with only coffee, Rio began to speak. "Actually, there are people monitoring negotiator Gladys Aldi's." "Huh," Rio stated the fact without embellishment. Deputy Ashley was slightly surprised, but thought after a moment that it wasn't particularly strange. It seemed natural to monitor foreign individuals, especially military-related personnel. "However, this isn't ordinary surveillance. It's quite secretive. I don't yet know the purpose, but I thought it would be good to inform you as deputy and protector, Ashley, son." "I understand. Thank you very much." When Rio said this, Ashley bowed her head in gratitude. Yes, this isn't exactly enemy territory, but it's not her own country either. Safety is not guaranteed at all times. While the inside of the dormitory is manageable, once she steps outside, it seems necessary to be even more vigilant about protection. With that sense of renewed determination, Ashley bowed her head in appreciation to Rio. "Oh, no, Ashley-son, you've always taken care of me on the walls of the royal capital," Rio said with a smile as he walked away. He had done everything he could think of. In reality, since he had no idea why negotiator Gladys was being monitored, all he could do was tell the protector Ashley to be cautious. "I won't mention things like, 'If you put her in ice like I did, she'll be safe,'" the king of the royal capital said with a sulky tone. Abel is special. Rio spoke the truth. The term special can mean something good or something bad. In that sense, it was the truth. Maybe I should tell the Grandmaster as well. The Grandmaster that Abel referred to is Hugh McGrath, the leader of the group. Indeed, that would be better. Abel sometimes comes up with useful opinions. Why do you have to sound condescending? Abel is His Majesty the King. He must see himself at the top, right? When someone remains in such a position, they sometimes get carried away. Someone has to firmly point that out, and I reluctantly took on that role. Oh. I thought this might be part of the first Duke's role, but I had to do it, right? No one else could do it, I see. Thank you for that. No, not at all. Rio felt shy for some reason. This was something that could happen only because of the good relationship between the two. If others tried to do something like this, it would probably lead to a breakdown in their relationship. And in some cases, it could escalate to a civil war that would divide the country, a terrifying thought. Interesting, so they are monitoring Gladys. After listening to Rio's explanation, Hugh muttered as he pondered. That said, the realistic options were limited. If they were actively making a move, it would be one thing, but merely monitoring offers little that can be done. In fact, the possibility that nothing happens is high. After all, they were delegations between countries, and among them Gladys was a key figure. She comes from a prestigious family. She is the next Wildmuir Marquis. The current head is in his mid-80s, so she will likely inherit soon. Oh, I see. Rio listened carefully to Hugh's explanation. Hugh was set to inherit the Forsyth Count family, which is owned by his wife Elsie's father. In other words, he will be the next Count. And despite how Rio appears, he is the first Duke. He doesn't know much about the movements of the kingdom's nobility, but he is somewhat conscious of retaining incoming information. By the way, she also possesses a holy sword. A holy sword. She wields a holy sword? Rio responded, surprised by Hugh's words. Holy swords and magic swords are not something that exists in great numbers. The Grandmaster before him also possesses a holy sword, but the Wildmuir Marquis originally descends from a saint. Since then, the holy sword has been passed down. I've only heard it called Sword of Evil Breaking, but she must always keep it on her person, so she probably brought it with her to this delegation. Oh, I definitely want to see that. Ah, but holy swords look like regular swords, unlike magic swords, right? Rio asked, recalling the holy sword of Hugh and the magic sword of Abel. Hugh's holy sword looks like an ordinary sword, while Abel's magic sword glows red when he holds it. That's right. A magic sword glows when its master holds it, but a holy sword does not. However, when the chosen wielder unleashes the power of the holy sword, it shines brilliantly. Probably a chosen wielder like a hero. I see. I remember hearing there are 3 holy sword wielders in the kingdom. Is Gladys one of them? No, that's not accurate. There are 3 adventurers with holy swords in the kingdom, well, including former adventurers. I see. So Gladys is not among them, Rio nodded. Holy swords are even more temperamental than magic swords. There are even holy swords that will drain the life force of anyone who they do not recognize as their wielder. That's scarier than a magic sword. Well, that's why the wielder always carries it on them. If someone were to grab it after it's left in a bad place and the sword gets upset, that would be a disaster, wouldn't it? Certainly. Rio imagined it as being similar to a pet dog or cat. It's hard to lift and carry them except for their owner, so even if someone steals a holy sword, they can't use it, right? That's right. Normally it is passed on when the owner dies. Hugh said this while glancing at his holy sword. Hugh's holy sword was precisely something that had been passed on at that moment. When Rio heard that Gladys possessed a holy sword, he thought it might be the purpose of the monitoring, but it seems it might be different. If it can't be used even if stolen, they wouldn't go so far as to attack a key figure of the country's delegation to take it. But then, that raises the question, why is she being monitored? After all, the reason for the surveillance is a mystery. Indeed, Rio said, and Hugh nodded in agreement. It's always a tough situation. Guessing someone's motives is never easy. I'm being monitored in the office of the negotiator at the Ministry of Military Affairs, which is essentially Gladys Aldis's private room. It was a simple room with a modest reception set. There Gladys tilted her head at the report from her deputy Ashley. Yes, those individuals are reportedly monitoring you, Gladys, and someone from the Alliance delegation. Ashley shared everything she had heard from Rio. Of course, Rio had suggested that it would be best to do so. And where did this information come from? How reliable is the information? The source of the information is Duke Rondo, and it is almost 100% certain. He didn't go into too much detail, but he said he would inform us once he caught them. The rumored first Duke? You have mentioned him, but he really is quite an interesting person, Gladys said with a smile in response to Ashley's explanation. In that case, it's best to remain cautious, although the options we have are limited. Yes, both Gladys and Ashley said with slightly furrowed brows. In reality, there was no option other than to be more cautious than before. Whenever they went outside the dormitory, Ashley, the deputy, was always by her side, and many of the other civil servants affiliated with the Ministry of Military Affairs were skilled swordsmen. They would also provide protection whenever Gladys went outside. Of course, Gladys herself, as the eldest daughter of the Wildmua Marquis house, had been trained since childhood as the successor. Even after surpassing 50 years of age, her swordsmanship showed no signs of decline. If possible, I'd also like to know who among the Alliance delegation is being monitored. If I know that, it might allow me to deduce something from our commonalities. Ashley nodded at Gladys's words. The next day, Rio delivered documents to the Holy See at 9 o'clock as usual, then returned to the Kingdom delegation's dormitory. Immediately, he headed towards the adjacent Alliance delegation's dormitory. Since both delegations were from the Central Nations, they frequently exchanged information, making visits between the dormitories quite common. Of course, it was not Rio himself making these visits, but the clerks. Thus, Rio's approach to the Alliance dormitory did not stand out too much. However, the message he conveyed at the reception desk did catch some attention. I am with the Kingdom delegation. Please relay my request to meet with Lord Robert Perlo. The dormitories assigned to the 3 Central Nations were originally run as regular inns. During this period, the Holy See had leased them. Therefore, the dormitory had a reception area. However, the person at the reception was a member of the Alliance delegation. Excuse me, but do you have an appointment to see His Majesty? The receptionist did not appear to be an adventurer. Their manner of speaking was somewhat refined. Rio couldn't help but harbor such an incredibly rude impression. No, I do not. However, if you could let them know that Rio, the adventurer from the kingdom, wishes to meet His Majesty the former king, would likely order for me to be brought in. Rio said confidently. Why can you always say that with such confidence? A voice filled with disbelief from another, Your Majesty, echoed in his mind. Abel might not know, but negotiations between nations often hinge on the personal trust established between their leaders. Therefore, it is always best to build a proper relationship. I feel like Rio is more suited to be the head of the nation. That's a misunderstanding. I do not possess the endurance to handle mountains of documents like Abel. Well, I am confident in that one aspect at least. Abel sighed deeply and responded. As Rio waited at the reception, a knight came down the stairs. Surely he was the captain of Lord Robert Perlo's guard. I am captain of the guard, groan. Lord Rio, please come this way. With that, he began to walk ahead. Rio followed closely behind. They arrived at the central room on the 4th floor. Ah, Lord Rio, it's rare to see you here. Please take a seat over there. When Rio entered, former King Robert Perlo stood to greet him. The reception was more fitting for the first Duke of the Kingdom than for a mere adventurer. I'm not sure who the target is, but it seems someone from my delegation is being watched by Archbishop Goon's associates. Yes, Robert Perlo nodded once, then placed his hand on his chin, contemplating. Actually, similar reports have come in. Is that so? Groan, please provide the details. Robert Perlo instructed the captain of the guard, Groan, who stood in the corner of the room, to explain further. For the past 10 days, we have confirmed that there has been covert surveillance separate from the welcome team. There are 4 observers. The target is likely to be former His Majesty the King. I see. The Alliance delegation had been aware of the surveillance. If the target was the leader, it would indeed be easier to notice. After all, he was the most heavily guarded individual. Well, I am accustomed to being watched and targeted. Robert Perlo laughed as he said this. It was said that when he was the current king, he was constantly hunted by the Alliance's regent, Lord Aubrey. Whether that was true or not remains a mystery only Lord Aubrey could clarify. However, while I have received such reports, it is also true that I find them hard to accept. What do you mean by that? I can tell when I'm being watched or targeted for assassination. After half a century of it, one cannot help but notice. But this time, I do not feel that sensation or pressure. It feels as if the target is not me, but something I possess. Or perhaps something around me? I see. To be under constant watch and the threat of assassination for 50 years, Rio could hardly imagine such a world. An opinion based on such incredible experience was not something to be dismissed. So it is highly likely they are targeting your Majesty's possessions? Indeed. However, despite appearances, I am one of the heads of the nation's delegation. Would such a person be targeted? If it were to be made public, the negotiations would fall apart. I do not have anything worth stealing that would warrant such lengths. With that, Robert Perlow smiled wryly. He certainly had not brought any national treasures. In fact, most of those had been passed on to the current king. I do not understand it well. That is true. As Rio shook his head slightly, Robert Perlow also shook his head in agreement. The day after Rio met with His Majesty Robert Perlow, he delivered documents to Cardinal Graham as usual. Then, while walking through the corridors of the Holy See, guided by Brother Carl, he was called out to. "You are Lord Rio of the Kingdom Delegation, are you not?" A voice called out from the side of the corridor. It was a very composed voice. When Rio and Brother Carl turned to look, they saw 3 men and women standing there. The moment Rio saw the 3, he sensed a tremor from Brother Carl. "Bishop," Carl bowed his head, his voice trembling. "I am Rio from the Natore Kingdom," Rio replied, bowing his head as well. At that point, Rio could somewhat tell who the 3 before him were. He recognized the atmosphere of a bishop he had encountered before. "Nice to meet you. I am Bishop Abelard, Bishop Bridget, and Bishop Dionysius." As Rio called out their names, the man who had first spoken smiled brightly. "It is quick to talk to someone who knows our names. We would like to speak with you. May we have some of your time?" It was a proposal, but one that could not be declined. In other words, it was akin to saying, "Come with us right now." Archbishop Rio's son is Bishop Carl. I apologize, but please convey that to Cardinal Graham." The man who had first spoken, still smiling, addressed Carl. While smiling, there was an undertone of intimidation. "I will speak with them for a moment, Carl. Please let Graham know that I am speaking with the 4 bishops and that it is fine," Rio said with a bright smile. This smile held no malice at all. "Understood," Carl managed to say, bowing his head. Rio was taken to the 3rd floor, across the courtyard, to the room next to that infamous corner room. During that time, the 4 of them, including Rio, remained silent. Along the way, they passed several priests, all of whom bowed respectfully. After all, the title of bishop was not lowly at all. At the top was the Pope, followed by cardinals, archbishops, and bishops. Below them were priests, deacons, and so on, with a disproportionately large number below the priest level. In the Western Church, less than 0.001% of the clergy are bishops or higher, as this was the Holy See. Merely being here marked one as a kind of elite, but even among bishops, those who were part of the 4 bishops were in a class of their own. After all, they are bishops directly under the Pope. Moreover, those who are somewhat aware of the circumstances know well what roles they play. If that is the case, it is certainly better to bow respectfully. As Rio contemplated such things, he observed the clerics bowing their heads. Incidentally, the 3 did not bow their heads at all towards those who bowed to them. The 4-character idiom that popped into Rio's mind was arrogant and impertinent. "Please go that way." Upon entering the room, Rio was indicated to sit in the center. Directly in front of him was the composed man who had been speaking since the beginning. To Rio's right sat a woman deeply shrouded in a hood. To Rio's left was a man whose neck, though not thick, displayed considerable muscles. Such was the arrangement. It would have been better if they had all lined up in front of me, Rio thought. Being in a semi-surrounded position was not a pleasant feeling. While he doubted anything would happen, it would be too late if something did occur. Dynamic steam mine II in a sense, he had prepared a magical defense system akin to an automatic interception system. The steam in the air around him would freeze automatically if an enemy's magic were to arrive. Even physical attacks, like those from a dagger, would freeze. The previously developed dynamic steam mine was adapted to also counter physical attacks, now being dynamic steam mine II. With this, Rio felt a little more at ease. "Now, since you know our names, you must also know of the last one." The composed man seated directly in front, whom Rio assumed was Bishop Abelard, spoke. Of course, this was just his usual guess. Abelard, Bridget, Cesare, Dionysius. The initials were A, B, C, D. In such cases, it was likely that the man whose name began with A was the leader. Thus, the man sitting directly across from him, guiding the conversation, must be Bishop Abelard. "The last one is Mr. Cesare, isn't it? He was handed over to the Republic's officials but seems to have escaped." "I wonder where he has gone," Rio spoke calmly. He had no drinks like coffee to irritate him. "Cesare is the weakest among us 4 bishops." Dionysius, seated on Rio's left, ignored his question. However, Dionysius's remark made Rio rejoice despite the apparent disregard. "Could it be that I have encountered one of the greatest lines of modern Japan here?" The 4 heavenly kings may be bishops, but that is just a minor difference. Ah, how wonderful! Rio felt genuinely delighted. He was simply happy. Thus, a smile unintentionally broke out. "What is so funny?" Dionysius yelled. Well, it was only natural for him to feel insulted if a smile broke out at such a moment. However, upon reflection, Rio realized that it was the first time he had heard a yell since entering the Holy See. Truly, this Holy See was a quiet place. Religious institutions typically share a tranquil atmosphere. In any case, Dionysius, seated on the left, was angry. He should say something, but the statement about being the weakest among the bishops was just so remarkable that I couldn't help myself. He candidly expressed his thoughts. This caused the man seated directly in front of him, Abelard, to widen his eyes slightly in surprise. Well, whether it was the appropriate thing to say at this time I definitely misjudged the timing. A voice from the far-off royal capital chimed in. "How troublesome." "You," Dionysius stood angrily, preparing to make a move with his right hand at that moment. "Wait!" The sharp voice of the woman, Bridget, seated on Rio's right, cut through Dionysius. Dionysius halted. "There's a trap laid." The moment she spoke, Rio caught a glimpse of Bridget smiling beneath her hood, sinisterly. "A trap, you say?" Dionysius, startled, let his right hand drop limply. He then looked around as if searching for something. "Damn it, I can't tell." Yet he muttered softly, sharply, "This is interesting, very interesting." Bridget's voice was quiet, yet it carried well. "I've never seen this magic before, but does it freeze? If an object enters the range, it freezes and denies further intrusion. Hee, this is impressive." Although she kept her voice low, she blended in laughter as she spoke. Rio was indeed surprised by this. Had she discerned the effects of the standby magic? Whatever the principle, that is an incredible ability. For the first time since entering the Holy See, Rio felt an inexplicable terror. Not despair. Not a feeling of being broken. A fear that stemmed from incomprehension. In such times, it is best to gather as much information as possible. "That's amazing. You are absolutely right. It's called dynamic steam mine, and it automatically defends against hostile magic." "You understood it very well," Rio volunteered information. After all, it was clear that they were aware of what could happen. If he could use that to extract more information, it would be serendipity. A piece that is taken tends to work best just before it is taken. Dynamic steam mine, an interesting name. Hostile magic. Won't it freeze if a person approaches? Bridget asked, a sinister smile still lurking beneath her hood. Only her mouth was visible due to the hood, but if her eyes had been visible, it might have been even more frightening. Nevertheless, Rio arrived at a conjecture. This woman seems to have the ability to simulate or foresee, to set conditions and visualize how events might unfold afterward. Whether that is magic or a special skill, I cannot tell. He felt as though he understood a little more. His fear began to ease. People tend to feel the most fear when they completely do not understand or cannot comprehend something. It's the same principle that leads to fear of ghosts or monsters. If one can understand even a little, their fear diminishes even if slightly. That's interesting. No, I find Lord Rio more interesting than that magic. Rio tilted his head at Abelard's words. Had he said something interesting? Just from our conversation, you have deciphered Bridget's abilities, haven't you? No, not at all. Rio denied it, trying to sound convincing while assuming Abelard would not believe him. Being compared to the combat fool Cesare is not even worth mentioning. It's no wonder he lost. Abelard nodded slightly. It's better to ask such a person directly. The reason we invited Lord Rio today was to determine whether he poses a threat to the Church. A threat? At the very least, you were treated as an enemy in the Republic. I won't deny that, but that was merely self-defense. I was just a bystander during the war between the Republic and France. Rio explained properly in response to Abelard's assertion. Essentially, he had only helped others and protected himself. Regardless, if it is determined that you are a danger to the Church, we will eliminate you. Who makes that determination? Naturally, it is Your Holiness the Pope. With that, Abelard deeply bowed while remaining seated. Not only Abelard, but Bridget and Dionysius did the same. Their loyalty to the Pope seemed absolute. Here, indeed, they were high-ranking clergy known as bishops. So it is, I hope I won't be seen as a threat. Indeed. No matter how powerful a mage you may be, you cannot surpass us. Rio said with a humble expression, to which Abelard nodded graciously. There was a confidence backed by past achievements and a sense of pride representing the Church, a strength hidden within. For the sake of the Church and the Pope, it seemed that no distinction would be made between front and back. As long as he could be of use, that was all that mattered. Some might call that fanaticism. You are amazing for listening to chapters 291 to 390 of Water Magician. If you are enjoying this story, please consider subscribing and supporting the channel.